boy was thrown into the river by his father as soon as he was born, and no one dared to rescue him, no matter how hard he struggled. It turns out this was the Baskerville family's trial. Whenever a newborn is born, they are thrown into the cradle of swords in a nightmare forest, and must walk across the path filled with swords to reach the other side, where their awakening to the Styx River's power awaits. In my past life, I was the strongest hound of the family, once single-handedly repelling an invasion by the demon race. But just as I was returning in triumph to accept my honor, my father personally sent me to the guillotine because my power threatened his position and I knew secrets I should not have. In the end, I was falsely accused of colluding with demons and died tragically at the peak of the family's prosperity. Now, reincarnated and reborn, I am always thinking of revenge. Even though I am still in my infant stage, I have a chance to gain power early. Legend has it that children who are immersed in the Styx River can gain a body as strong as iron. In my previous life, as a bastard, I was ostracized by my direct siblings and did not receive this power. This time, I will be the first to reach it, claiming all the power granted by the Styx River for myself. As the river water soaked my wounds, I felt no pain. Instead, I sensed a continuous stream of power entering my body. Just being a few minutes ahead of the others had already caused such dramatic changes. To absorb the power faster, I began to gulp down the Styx River. Even though I was in a near-drowning state, as long as my consciousness remained, I would not easily surface. 7 minutes quickly passed, and my father on the shore showed a sinister smile. He seemed to see his former self in me. However, the attendants around him grew restless, fearing that I might drown. They urged the master to pull me out immediately. Only then did my father realize he could not afford to miss such a once-in-a-century genius. So, he called for me to come up now. When I didn't respond in time, he immediately reached out and pulled me out. Seeing this, my father revealed a wicked smile. Look at this kid. Being in the Styx River wasn't enough for him. He even drank it. He already has teeth too. Next, he would witness the birth of another version of himself. But my ultimate goal is not to become a despicable person like him. What I aim to do is destroy my family with my own hands, ensuring that the Baskervilles are erased from history forever. When I woke up again, I was already back in the nursery. Unbeknownst to me, an unknown danger was slowly approaching. A maid appeared with a treasure chest behind me, but she said nothing. She simply placed the chest on the bed and left the room. Curious about what was inside, I was caught off guard when the chest opened on its own, and two venomous snakes with blood-red mouths slithered out. It seems someone was jealous of my talents and wanted to kill me before I grew up. But my life belongs to me, not fate. I won't fall so easily without completing my revenge. Facing the swift attack of the two snakes, I felt no fear. Instead, I grabbed their 7-inch spot with both hands, and using the power gained from the Styx River, tore them apart like spicy strips. Morning quickly arrived, and the attendants who came to collect my broken body were all stunned by what they saw. Not only had I not been bitten to death by the snakes, but I was perfectly fine, having spent the entire night with their remains. From that day on, all the attendants who cared for infants in the nursery were executed. As for who had ordered them to do it, that remained unknown. Only I, the hound yet to grow, saw through the truth. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye, and I began my learning phase. Although I had already experienced all of this before, when I heard that my father's swordsmanship had reached the sword master level at this point of time, I still felt a hint of pressure. It seems I must restore the power I had in my past life before the coming-of-age ceremony. After undergoing the baptism of the Styx River, not only did I gain a tough body, but my intellect also surpassed even the most prosperous period of Einstein. I was able to single-handedly defeat two venomous snakes as soon as I was born. As a result, I was regarded as a monster in the family. The three yellow-haired boys beside me were the ones who had been bullying me for a long time. Every time class ended, they would beat me up, claiming to be my older brothers. According to my memories from my past life, they grew up to be the so-called Baskerville Trident, and my death was closely related to them. They were the ones who falsely accused me of colluding with demons, giving me a crime I should never have been charged with, to ensure that they would no longer interfere with me 10 years from now. It seemed that I could not allow this to go on any longer today. At this moment, Highborough pulled out a knife and pointed it at me. He had heard that I had stayed in the Styx River for 7 minutes and wanted to personally test it. Then, he called for Lowborough, who covered my mouth and nose with his hands. They said that if I could hold on for 3 minutes, they would let me go. They say children are even more cruel, and this saying was indeed true. So, I decided to play along with them. The two in front of me were still showing off, as they didn't believe that a human could hold their breath for such a long time. After 3 minutes had passed, their faces gradually grew uncomfortable. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that they realized they had truly messed with the wrong person. But just as they decided to let me go, how could I easily let this matter die down? I then bit off Lowborough's finger, warning the other two that today, someone had to lose something from their body, or there would be no good end for them. Highborough immediately became furious, grabbing the knife and charging at me. To his surprise, I didn't even bother to dodge, letting him experience the iron body the Styx River had given me. I then grabbed his hand and glared at him fiercely, saying, "Let's see if you can handle me." I then landed a powerful punch on Highborough's face. Seeing this, Middleborough tried to retaliate for his brothers, but before he could make a move, my foot had already given him a sweep. Seeing the three of them unable to fight back, I picked up the knife and threw it in front of them, saying, "I'll be generous and let one of you leave right now. As for who will that be, you can decide for yourselves." The three of them looked at each other before starting a brutal and inhumane battle. I wasn't sure what happened during that time, but I knew that, in the days to come, the so-called Baskerville Trident would no longer exist. Soon after, the butler reported this to Hugo. Initially, he only wanted to report that I had taken first place in all the written exams, but when he mentioned the practical test happening in 5 days, he had to bring up the dispute between me and the other young masters. Although the three injured had received treatment and recovered, their spirits were severely impacted. From that moment on, they became silent when they met, and their once proud personalities turned timid. Hugo was shocked by my performance in beating the three of them without any difficulty. He immediately summoned me through the butler and asked if I had crippled the triplets. I confirmed it by saying, "If you're referring to those brothers, I believe they've received proper medical treatment since then." Originally, my father had high hopes for the three brothers because when they acted together, their physical abilities were unparalleled among their peers. But now, their relationship was completely torn apart. My father claimed I was in the wrong, and before I arrived, the three brothers had already come to him, declaring that they would graciously forgive me. Upon hearing this, my face darkened instantly. The fact that I could easily crush them with my own strength only meant that I was even stronger. After all, forgiveness is just an excuse for the weak who cannot seek revenge. My father was very pleased with my response, as strength is respected. At the same time, this was also a rule of the Baskerville family. To reward me, my father ordered the butler to take me to the snack pantry to choose the food I liked. Before I left, my father also reminded me not to lose to my direct line brothers in the practical test in 5 days. I replied, "Yes, my lord," but what I truly wanted to say was that losing was never a possibility. The scene shifted, and I arrived at the food storage warehouse. Upon hearing that I wanted chocolate, the butler immediately instructed the chef to bring the finest type. However, what I said next left everyone present completely confused. I told them that I didn't want the finished product, but rather the unprocessed cocoa beans, and it had to be the most bitter variety. They had never heard of such a way of consuming cocoa. Nevertheless, the chef followed my request and brought the most intensely flavored blood beans. One of these beans could produce 100 liters of chocolate. After tasting it, I found it unbearably bitter. This was something no human could eat. As for my reason, it wasn't for eating, but to use these blood beans to assist me in hunting monsters during the practical test 5 days later. What would happen that day would be an unprecedented major event in Baskerville history. Soon after, the day of the practical test arrived, with Paviov Van Baskerville acting as the chief instructor. He stated that the test was simple: stay in the Red Black Mountain for a month and hunt powerful monsters. Everyone would start with 10 points for survival, while death would result in 0 points. If anyone managed to steal another student's badge, they would be awarded additional points. At this point, Paviov mentioned the restricted area of the Red Black Mountain, advising everyone to stay within the given space where they have subjugated the monsters. Once the bell in his hand rang, the practical test officially began. Relying on my memories from my past life, I knew exactly where the most advantageous terrain was. Soon, some students began ruthlessly plotting against their own brothers, unaware that during the exam, Guardian Knights would be watching to minimize casualties as much as possible. If they indiscriminately killed innocent people, even if they obtained another's badge, they would lose points. Meanwhile, one Guardian Knight followed me to the edge of the zone, only 100 meters from the restricted area. Originally, he wanted to witness the true strength of a genius, but while others were busy hunting monsters with their swords, I was leisurely lying in the shade, acting like I was slacking off. This series of actions made the Guardian Knight question why he was even there. Little did he know, everything I did was just a facade. After observing me for a week, the Guardian Knight concluded that there was nothing interesting about me simply hiding and slacking off, so he decided to temporarily leave and report the situation. Once the troublesome person left, I immediately took out a handful of beans and tossed them into the fire. That's because, in my past life, my subordinates had told me that cocoa beans could mask the smell of meat's blood, with blood beans being the most effective. Then, after setting up several traps around me, the hunt officially began. I stepped into the restricted area of the Red Black Mountain. The smell of burning wood from the nearby branches told me that what I was looking for was right here. At this moment, my eyes suddenly lit up, and I saw a pile of self-igniting stool appear on the ground. The only monster that can produce such a thing is the Hellhound, a B+ danger level creature. Facing such a terrifying monster, I knew full well that in my past life, even at the age of 18, I couldn't defeat it alone. But now, at the age of only 8, I felt no fear whatsoever, because I knew the 3 weaknesses of the Hellhound. The first weakness: it can only charge in a straight line. As long as I use my dodging skills well, I can keep exhausting its stamina. Then, I took out a bottle and poured water onto the ground. This was the Hellhound's second weakness. Regardless of the depth of the water, they would always avoid it once they saw it. This tactic can greatly limit the Hellhound's movement. And the final, most deadly weakness: for all canines, chocolate is highly toxic. As long as I get it into the Hellhound's body, all I have to do is wait for the poison to take effect. After all, one blood bean can produce 100 liters of chocolate. However, the Hellhound has a special body structure. Its hard ribs protect its heart at all times. So, so the only way to deal with it is to target its lower body and cut off its kidneys. At this moment, as I pulled my sword from the hellhound's corpse, I saw a wisp of blue energy emanate from its body. This is the energy obtained after killing a monster. This energy can make one's body even stronger. At this rate, restoring my past life's power before my coming-of-age ceremony would no longer be a wild dream. Now, at the age of 8, I have already defeated a B+ level hellhound. With this, I've basically secured the position of first place in the practical test. I have also already decided on the reward I will ask for, but just then, 4 more hellhounds appeared behind me. Seeing this, I immediately swung my sword and decapitated the previous hellhound's head, warning the others that I was not someone to be trifled with. After I made this move, the 4 hellhounds showed signs of fear, even lowering their heads. It was at this moment that I realized something was wrong. Hellhounds are proud creatures, and it was impossible for them to behave like this in front of an 8-year-old. I quickly turned around and focused my gaze, only to see a 3-headed dog exuding an aura of hellish energy appear behind me. This was a Cerberus. Seeing this, I was puzzled. Why was an A+ level Cerberus in this area when it supposedly inhabited the 7th ridge? But just then, I noticed it was bleeding. Multiple arrows were lodged in its body, and it bore several other injuries. Knowing that across the mountain is a barbarian tribe's territory, I realized that it came all the way here because it was being chased. At this moment, I kept calming myself, thinking that as long as I could hunt down this Cerberus, I would be one step closer to regaining the power of my past life. So, I gathered my courage and charged toward the Cerberus, taking the initiative to attack. Just as my strike hit one of its head, Cerberus unexpectedly counterattacked from the side with lightning speed. Luckily, my reaction time hadn't diminished from my past life, and I swung my sword, stopping its fierce attack. It seemed that even though it was injured, its combat strength hadn't dropped much. In my past life, I could easily crush a Cerberus, and in this life, I could do the same. But just as I thought that, my sword was bitten and shattered by it. In the moment of daze, my body was sent flying by its massive paw. At this moment, I truly realized the gap in strength. With my current 8-year-old body, challenging a Cerberus was still too early. Even with the iron body granted by the Styx River, after enduring its attack, my internal organs were almost shattered, causing me to lost consciousness. Soon after, I woke up and saw the Cerberus getting closer. Feeling the pain in my left arm from the previous attack, I quickly look at it, but to my surprise, it had not been ripped off. Just as I was wondering why I only had this wound from the Cerberus's attack, it suddenly opened its mouth and charged at me. I snapped out of my thoughts and immediately dodged, or else I would have ended up like the large tree behind me, which was bitten to pieces. Then, I ran toward the iron fence ahead. If I could get past it, I would be out of the restricted area. As long as I reached the place where I had been resting, I would have a way to defeat the Cerberus. I had already set up the perfect hunting trap there. Soon, I spotted the location. I sprinted as fast as I could, with the Cerberus chasing me relentlessly. Just as I reached the first trap, I took a step and leaped over it. At that moment, its huge mouth was mere millimeters away from me. In the end, as I landed, the Cerberus stepped on the ground, triggering the trap, and countless sharp blades pierced through its body. Soon, the blood-bean water I had applied began to take effect, and the 2 side heads of the Cerberus were the first to die from poisoning. It seemed that the head in the middle was the key to supporting its body. I then held a spear and concentrated my magic on it. Next, I hurled it at blazing speed. After the spear struck, the Cerberus let out an angry growl as I began counting my steps while walking toward it. It only took 7 steps before it fell to the ground, poisoned and dead. It seemed that the legend of the 7-step snake was real. Once bitten, 7 steps later, death is certain. After absorbing the energy from Cerberus, I decided to head to a certain place. Because Cerberus was the gatekeeper of the territory, there must be a dungeon that it was guarding nearby. Although there might be monsters inside that are hard to defeat, it was definitely a mysterious place filled with many rare treasures. Then, I picked up Cerberus feces and smeared it on myself, masking my scent to prevent the other monsters from ambushing me. Next, I followed Cerberus' original route and quickly found the hidden dungeon deep inside. Not only was the air thick with the scent of death, but even the ground was mixed with strange magical energy. It seemed that this dungeon hadn't been fully discovered or explored by anyone else. So, I gathered all my courage and walked into the cave, where unknown dangers would strike, or perhaps mysterious treasures awaited me. Once I entered the dark cave, I saw red minerals scattered everywhere. It seemed that this place was definitely connected to the Red All Mountain. But just then, a beam of blinding light shot at me from the depths of the cave. I deduced that the dungeon's location was there. Sure enough, as I expected, there was a glowing red gemstone emitting magical energy. At that moment, my gaze was drawn to a skeleton on the ground, and I picked up the letter that had fallen beside it. This person also belonged to the Baskerville family. The purpose of writing this letter was to warn future generations not to make the same mistake as he did. One day, he and his brother went hunting, only to accidentally stumble upon this bottomless cave. They also discovered that it was a dungeon containing treasures. So, they killed all the monsters guarding the place. But unlocking the treasure's cryptic message took them a full 3 years. When entering, it's 1. But once inside, it's 2. When leaving, it's 1. Thus, their conclusion was based on their being identical twins. In their mother's womb, they were considered 1. Upon entering the dungeon, they were indeed 2. But to leave as 1. one, they had to kill each other. Although he killed his brother and won, the red gemstone still showed no signs of changing. In the end, unable to accept this reality, he chose to give up the treasure and live in seclusion in the mountains, because he was sure the dungeon was set up by demons to mock humans. After reading it, I was speechless. If that was true, then without any siblings, I wouldn't be able to solve the cryptic message. But that was pure nonsense, because there is no dungeon that couldn't be conquered. At that moment, the contrast between the bright light and the darkness gave me a clue. This explained why the first half of the cave was dim. So, the answer to the cryptic message was shadow. Then, I punched and shattered the red gemstone in front of me, and what emerged from it was something that only appeared in fairy tales, the Beelzebub. It is said that this is a demon sword forged from the body of a greedy magic fly, and the world originally thought it was just a legend and did not go searching for it, until this sword was discovered by the demon clan. That's when the world realized that a crisis was about to come. But in this life, I was the first to find the Beelzebub, which will greatly reduce the combat power of the demon clan. Suddenly, it transformed into energy and surged into my right hand. Before long, the sword began to regenerate from within me. With this sword in my possession, I couldn't imagine how much stronger I'll be in this life. However, I didn't get to enjoy it for long, as a strong sense of hunger began to disrupt my thoughts. I guessed that it was probably the Beelzebub's doing. After all, it hadn't eaten in over 100 years here. After I walked out of the cave, the Beelzebub actually led me to rush in a specific direction. Sure enough, it had found the B+ hellhound I had hunted. I saw the sword immediately pierce into the monster's body, and during its absorption phase, the dizziness I felt was slowly fading away. After absorbing it, I actually gained the hellhound skill, Hemorrhage. It is a skill that makes even the smallest wound continuously pump out the enemy's blood, and there are still 2 available slots remaining. It seems that this is an inherent ability of Beelzebub to absorb the opponent's skills and claim them as their own. Soon after, the greedy Beelzebub turned its attention to Cerberus. But what troubled me wasn't the fear of getting a useless skill, but rather that I wanted to use the A+ monster hunting achievement to take first place in the combat test. After the Beelzebub filled its stomach, I gained Cerberus burn injury skill, but what caught my attention was the F-level high-speed regeneration in slot 3. That's when I realized, when Cerberus fell, it crushed an F-level sewer rat. Now, with my iron body plus high-speed regeneration, it was the perfect natural combination. Soon, a month passed, and the practical test had ended. With almost no casualties, each student was able to hunt various sea-level or lower monsters. As a reward, they would all receive corresponding equipment, but the huge monster that a young hound had hunted shocked all the Baskervilles who were present. Soon, this news reached the family head. An 8-year-old child, just starting out, was able to hunt a monster that 3 adults couldn't defeat. This was an event that could overturn the history of the Baskerville family. Afterward, my father called me in again and asked how I hunted Cerberus. I confidently replied, "For canines, chocolate is the deadliest poison. The highest concentration of blood beans is enough to instantly kill Cerberus." After hearing this, my father had no doubt and even decided to fulfill one of my wishes. It seems that this time, I finally have the chance to get everything I want. I then told my father, I want to gain access to the 10,000 epistle library, but I was also prepared to be rejected. After all, my status was not direct, but that of an illegitimate child. In the history of the family, such a situation was never allowed, but the result was beyond my expectation. Not only did my father not refuse me, but he even recommended books on the 6th sword technique. At that moment, I began to question whether rebirth could change a person's character. In my past life, an illegitimate child could only cultivate up to the 4th sword technique at most. However, there was no need to be too happy too soon. Currently, my father's level had reached the 7th sword technique, and even before I was executed, he had already reached the 9th sword technique. But this time, I would definitely surpass my father's highest level, because I knew of a forgotten sword technique book. As long as I comprehended all of its contents, I would directly break through to the 10th sword technique. Soon after, I arrived at the 10,000 epistle library. Every book here was something I could only dream of in my past life, and right before me now was the 6th sword technique, which my father recommended I study. Well, of course my father allowed this, thinking that an 8-year-old child wouldn't be able to memorize this in a day. But I didn't care about it at all, because the purpose of my visit was different. So I flipped the pages quickly, and soon returned to the entrance of the library. Seeing how fast I was, the Guardian Knights recommended some books for me to read, but I replied, I've finished what I came here for, but before I leave, I'm thinking of reading other books, so don't worry about me and do what you need to do. After saying this, I started walking upstairs, though the guards thought it was a bad choice since that area was filled with miscellaneous books, while the ones here were much better. But I left them to their thoughts, knowing they had no idea that among the dusty miscellaneous books lay a hidden treasure. Moments later, I found what I came here for, the forgotten book called A Lurking Ambush. This book was written by the first ruler of the Baskerville family, and not only did it record the basic cultivation techniques for sword techniques 1 to 9, but it also contained the long-lost 10th sword technique. As for why no one could learn it, that was because the book had 7 missing pages. In my past life, when I found the first page's contents, my father became obsessed with the 10th sword technique. In order to find the remaining 6 pages and surpass class himself, he released all the hounds and began declaring war on other families. Eventually, after sacrificing most of his forces, he gathered all 7 pages, but at that time, I had no access to the book that could match it. Now, with my rebirth, I have deeply remembered the contents of those 7 pages. I will break through the original 4th sword technique and cultivate to a level no one in the family has ever reached. Before long, I finished reading the entire book. After checking that there were no guardian knights present, I entered a meditative state. In the word of my mind, I tried to use the sword techniques against an imagined enemy. I started with the first technique. Then, I transitioned into the second and third techniques. Moving forward, I performed the 4th technique, the very limit of my past life. And lastly, I executed the 5th sword technique, surpassing what I once thought was impossible. Perhaps due to the relentless hardships I endured in my past life, I had managed to surpass my own limits in a single attempt. At this moment, I was overjoyed. I could clearly feel my magic power increasing, a level my past life took 30 years to achieve, yet in this life, I managed it at the mere age of 8. Now, I have broken through from a sword expert to the lowest level of sword graduator. I will have more freedom in controlling my magic. It seems that by the time I reach 15 and recover my previous life's power, it will be more than enough. Then, I took a magnifying glass out of my pocket, using the principle of light focus to ignite a lurking ambush. By doing this, I ensured that in this world, I would be the only one capable of breaking through to the 10th sword technique. But just then, the guards smelled something burning and immediately ran upstairs. I rubbed my head and explained that I accidentally burned a worthless book. After hearing this, both of them felt relieved. If I had burned a relatively important book, their 3 generations of lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. The scene shifted, and I arrived at my father's room, where I told him that after studying, I could now feel a burning sensation inside my body. My father and the butler froze on the spot when they heard this, because it meant I had entered the realm of the sword. Of course, this wasn't my real strength, and to test my current level, my father arranged a duel for me, a sea-level orc that had been starving for 2.5 months. At this moment, the audience held their breath. For an 8-year-old child, this was something he couldn't handle. Soon after, the orc's chain was unlocked, and the next second, it roared wildly. Then, it charged toward me. Seeing this, I swung my sword swiftly, severing one of its arms. This scene left the audience in shock. Due to the influence of the B-level Hellhound's hemorrhage skill, the orc, even with high-speed regeneration, was powerless. At that moment, I took the opportunity to attack its foot, causing the orc to fall to the ground. Looking into its eyes filled with fear, it probably could never have imagined why it couldn't regenerate. With a grand gesture from me, a blood-red magical power clung to the blade of the sword. The next second, with a single thrust, I instantly ended the orc's life. This time, the audience was completely unable to sit still. From my initial performance to now instantly killing a C-class monster, I was undoubtedly a once-in-a-generation genius. At just 8 years old, I had already mastered the first sword technique. However, in my father's eyes, I had only won because the orc was much weaker. Seeing this, I smiled at my father and said, "Is there anything stronger than this orc?" Hearing this, the audience could hardly believe their ears, glancing at each other in shock. Originally, I wanted to use this to show off and have my father send me to a specialized academy, but he went straight for the real deal, a B-class troll that had been starved for 2.5 years. As the chains restraining the monster were released, the battle was imminent. When the troll threw a punch at me, I used my agile movement to dodge its attack, appearing behind it. However, I passed up the opportunity to counterattack because I knew the B-class troll have excellent regenerative power. If I couldn't inflict a fatal injury, then any attack would become worthless. That's why capturing a troll must involve a meticulous plan. Seeing the troll charge at me again, this time I chose not to dodge, but instead executed the Baskerville first sword technique, harshly slashing a huge gash across its shoulder. At this moment, although I had found its fatal weakness, I faced another dilemma. How many successful moves should I make to ensure I could kill the troll instantly without making my father suspicious? Then, an idea came to me. If I pretended to realize something during the duel instead of taking down the monster right away, I could not only ease my father's doubts, but also have a good reason to reveal more of my strength. So, just as the troll's wound was about to fully heal, I immediately shouted, attracting the attention of everyone present, including my father. I have finally had a breakthrough. Next, I was going to attempt to instantly kill the troll. If I failed, I would choose to give up. Just then, my eyes were filled with killing intent, and at the same time, I transferred my magical power to the blade of my sword, pretending to have mastered the second sword technique at this moment. Sure enough, as I expected, the controlled force perfectly cut through the troll's thick skin, splitting its head and body in two. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, I made a stunning display, giving them a new understanding of my abilities. In the following days, due to my overwhelming strength, neither my peers nor the older students dared to get too close to me. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that my father was greatly shocked after witnessing my performance. Up until now, the strength I had demonstrated was only at the mid-rank sword expert, but in reality, with my current strength, I had already mastered the 5th sword technique of Baskerville, and with the super speed regeneration I had just acquired, it was no less impressive than the lower level graduator. At that moment, the triplets I had previously bullied found me. I initially thought they had come come to seek revenge, but unexpectedly, it was because they thought my monster-slaying skills were impressive. The three of them had already become my loyal fans. Instantly, goosebumps spread across my body, reflecting on my past life. I had been killed because of them, and I couldn't wait to make them disappear. However, just as I was preparing to beat them again, the butler found me and informed me of something my father had instructed me to do. Meanwhile, the head of the Baskerville family and the vice head of the Morgue family, Adolf, were discussing how to organize this year's joint training. Although the two families didn't have the best relationship, there was once an emperor who said, Baskerville is a family of swords, Morgue is a family of magic. Swordsmanship and magic should complement each other. Only then can the country break through the peak stage. Since then, every year, children between the ages of 8 and 15 have to participate in the joint training of the two families. At this moment, Adolf asked, I heard Baskerville has given birth to a peerless genius, and we Morgue have one too. He then called for their family's genius girl, Camus, who was also his most beloved niece. But he had already plotted his strategy, knowing his niece's short temper, and wanted to use this opportunity to suppress the head of the Baskerville family, Hugo. Camus immediately disregarded any sense of hierarchy and started blasting Hugo. You shameless mine thief, quickly return our ruby mine. It turned out that the conflict between the two families all started over the mining rights of the ruby mine. Seeing this, Adolf pretended to advise his niece not to speak like that. Fortunately, Hugo wasn't angry, just thinking it was a matter of poor child discipline. Camus, however, was unyielding. As a magic genius, she needed enough ruby mines for her magical experiments. Adolf hurriedly stopped her from continuing because a wild beast was desperately trying to suppress its inner rage. At that moment, a single sentence broke the stalemate. I guess the Morgues don't teach their children to not envy what is others. I then entered the room with the butler, pushing the door open. Upon seeing me, Adolf began assessing my strength, but to his surprise, his niece had already left her seat. Camus questioned me. How dare you say that? The ruby mine is bound to the magical families. At this moment, I was stunned because the girl in front of me was actually the most powerful mage 20 years in the future, capable of even controlling the royal family, and was revered by the world as the authoritative fire goddess of authority. But instead of showing that grandeur now, she had come all the way to our territory just to throw a tantrum. I couldn't help but mock her for it. Camus was immediately enraged, and then she gathered ice magic in her hands. Originally, I thought she wanted to spar with me, but unexpectedly, she was just recreating the terrain map of the two families. At this point, Camus pointed to a location. It was precisely at the Morgue's territory, where the ruby mine was located. She explained that part of the mine should belong to the Morgue family, and Baskerville had no right to claim it all for themselves. I told her that rubies were worth less than scrap iron to us, and were only interested in our land. Camus decided to more directly show who had the right to mine and obtain the ruby mine, extending her hand from her family's territory into Baskerville's land. The implication was clear. The arm was still hers even if it passed through the boundaries, and the same applied to the mines. I immediately grabbed Camus' hand, then pulled out a small knife from my belt. Anyone who dares to invade our territory will be killed without mercy. However, just as the blade was about to touch, I had already anticipated that Adolf would intervene, so I released her hand and explained, the blade is just a toy in the Baskerville family. It can't cause any harm. Afterward, I apologized to Adolf and Camus, and my father suggested we bring the topic back to the point, which was this year's joint training between the two families. The scene shifted, and Camus and I found ourselves standing in the arena. As the bell for the match rang, Camus immediately raised her hand, reciting fire, thunder, ice, and earth magic incantations. Seeing the three types of magic coming toward me, I then used my agile positioning to dodge them all, and sneered at her for believing that knowing multiple types of magic made her a genius. Suddenly, a wall of earth shot up from the arena floor, but I shattered it with a single kick. It couldn't block my attack at all. However, not wanting to hurt the future most powerful mage, I merely flicked her on the head when counterattacking. At this moment, the gap in strength was already glaringly obvious, but Camus still refused to admit defeat, summoning two more walls of earth. In fact, this level of magic was simply insulting to human intelligence. What's the point if I can just go around it? Not wanting to damage her pride too much, I decided to be the best actor and control my strength. After taking my punch, the two walls of earth also suffered a small hole. Then, I flicked her forehead with another flick of my finger. But even in this clearly decided situation, Camus still used fire magic against me. I thought to myself, this is probably why she became the fire goddess of authority. She never gives up easily. At that moment, I heard a conversation from behind me on the arena. So, I stopped my attack and retreated. The next second, a massive fireball magic appeared behind me. This was my strategy to make the match a draw, without any overwhelming show of strength. When the fireball hit both of us, Camus' clothes were burned, leaving only the most important parts. I then took off my shirt and gave it to her. The result of the match was as I expected. Due to unavoidable circumstances, our duel was declared a draw, but I believe, at this moment, everyone would consider Baskerville the winner. However, on the way back, my father still criticized me because I hadn't gone all out. Being soft-hearted on the battlefield was a grave mistake. He warned me that no matter if it's a woman or a family member, if they pose a threat, I must strike back. At that moment, I was startled, unsure wonder if Hugo was genuinely worried about me. I could barely remember what he was like during my childhood, but after my mother's death, he had completely ignored me, his illegitimate son, and treated me like discarded trash. I then told him that I was planning another scheme. After all, Baskerville's focus was on expanding land, while the Red Black Mountain and the ruby mines were constantly threatened by barbarians and demonic creatures. If we could use the Morgue family's power, we could minimize the losses when expanding our territory. Father was very pleased with my plan, but little did he know, he had come up with it first based on memories from my past life. When we reached the corner, Adolf found us again and requested a conversation. Soon after, we were in my father's room, where the two of them began their discussion. Adolf knew that Baskerville's strength far surpassed the Morgue family's, so he decided to handle the issues with the land and ruby mine peacefully. He proposed a cross-family marriage, betrothing Baskerville's eldest son to their genius, Camus. As soon as he finished speaking, Camus rejected Adolf. She refused to marry someone 17 years older than her, and if they were to get engaged, it had to be with someone closer to her age, whose strength she recognized. I guessed that the person he meant was probably me, because since we entered the room, her gaze hadn't left me for a second. At the same time, Adolf also guessed his niece's intentions. He then whispered to Camus that she could not marry me, an illegitimate son with impure blood. Hugo didn't want to get involved, so he handed the decision to me, and I agreed to the proposal. But Adolf was the first to disagree. To test me, he decided to personally check if I was qualified to be his family's son-in-law. After all, Camus, whether in appearance or strength, was one of the top figures in the empire. The scene shifted, and we both arrived at the arena for the duel. I saw Adolf chanting 3 types of magic incantations, and he conjured up a pot out of thin air. He then declared that he would duel with me using the pot, and as long as even a single drop of water came out of it, I would win. I was well aware of Adolf's strength, and the probability of defeating him head-on was only 10%, while a sneak attack would have a 50% chance. But I guessed that father had agreed to this uneven duel in order to see my current strength. That made things simpler. As long as I met father's expectations, it would be fine. I immediately drew my sword and rushed forward, but suddenly, Camus reminded me not to face his uncle head-on. It turned out that Adolf had already thought of a way to deal with swordsmen, using a defense shield magic with incredible defensive power. For an ordinary sword, it was impossible to break through it. Then he began chanting fire magic incantations, and huge fireballs started gathering above his head. But as he threw them at me, Camus scolded him for using extra magic. This made Adolf unsure of which side she was on. Nevertheless, memories from my past life told me that Adolf was not unbeatable. If I could seize his 2 weaknesses, I could easily make him lower his guard, or even kill him. With that, I swung my sword and relentlessly attacked the magical shield. Seeing this, Adolf said he didn't want to waste his effort, thinking that this level of magic, even if it was genius level, was still unable to be cracked. Just as he finished speaking, the next second, a crack appeared in the magic shield. For this, Adolf greatly admired my focus, as I managed to hit the same spot accurately 23 times. After I delivered the final blow, my sword shattered from the pressure. Little did he know, this was the final step of my plan. Father and Camus, standing nearby, were both astonished. At this moment, Adolf, who was still doubting my strength to marry his niece, had the pot above his head actually start leaking water. This meant that I had passed his strength test. I gave him a contemptuous look. After all, he would never have guessed that the biggest mistake he made was lowering his guard when he saw my broken sword, which led to his loss. At this moment, Camus' face turned crimson, and unknowingly, the two of us, who had only known each other for a short time, had already arranged a marriage for our families to live in peace. Time quickly passed, and 7 years later, in Baskerville's training ground, the once immature children had now grown into a spirited young men. Looking into their sharp eyes, it was clear they had become a qualified pack of hounds. They were now cooperating to hunt an A-rank ox bear, which was their final exam to determine whether they could graduate. At the same time, the trident that I had shattered, which should have lost itself and wasted the rest of its years, had unknowingly become my little fanboys. Now, they played a significant role in team operations. Originally, their strength wasn't bad. It was just that I had forced them to change the direction of their evolution. After 70 minutes of encirclement, the ox bear finally exhausted all its energy, and what remained was the slaughter from the many hounds. With this hunting experience, each of them had reached the lowest level of sword expert. As of now, the 7 years of training had come to an end. However, the instructor still reminded them the difference between wild ox bears and those kept in cages was enormous, so when facing any magical beasts they had previously defeated, they must remain on high alert at all times, because death happens far more easily than imagined. Before long, after completing their final salute, they began choosing their future paths. In the Baskerville family, there were 7 knight orders, each with its specific duties, such as reconnaissance, defense, assassination, etc. As for me, after much contemplation, I chose the Hound Knight order from my past life. Now, I had reached the intermediate rank at the 5th Baskerville technique, though in these 7 years, I had only advanced from low to intermediate. Compared to my past life, this was already beyond the strength I had at 40 years old. At that moment, the butler suddenly appeared, happily telling me that my father needed to see me, as my first task at 15 had had probably already been decided. The scene shifted, and 7 years later I finally saw my father sitting in front of me. I quickly noticed something unusual and asked him about the scar on his face. He touched his face and said meaningfully, "It was left by a female archer from the wild lands of the Red Black Mountain, but I managed to give her the same scar on her face. But no matter what, I still have to congratulate you on your successful graduation, becoming a qualified hound." However, the next sentence from my father left me unable to calm my emotions for a long time. In my past life, for 40 years, I was either on the battlefield or engaged in assassination. As an illegitimate child, I only had this kind of treatment. It was impossible for me to enjoy the elite management and training like pure-blood children. I never expected that the lower house my father mentioned this time was actually part of the elite class, and he had even decided to let me try the position of deputy consul of the underdog city. It seems that my father's personality in this life has really changed. He no longer looks at bloodlines. Instead, he looks at achievements. At this point, my achievements had already surpassed those of the 18-year-old hounds, which is why my father gave me such special treatment. But before I could take on this role as deputy consul, I still had to borrow something from my father. I originally thought he would take some time to consider before making a decision, but to my surprise, he stamped the document without any hesitation and even said that he trusted that I wouldn't do anything foolish. When I was about to leave, the butler decided to tell me some heartfelt words. Because of my extraordinary talent, the head of the family held me in high regard and was optimistic about my potential, hoping that this time I would do my best to complete the task. After all, before going to the battlefield, my skills would greatly improve in my role as a deputy consul, even surpassing those of some pure-blood children. After hearing this, my face immediately darkened. This was something I'd rather talk about later. At this point, I wasn't even sure if I could handle the role of deputy consul, though this was definitely a good opportunity for me to hone my skills, but I had no interest in current affairs at all. No matter what, I couldn't forget the feeling of losing my head in my past life. Despicable Hugo, just you wait. I'll make sure you experience that same feeling yourself. Soon after, I arrived in Underdog City. At that moment, someone stopped me, as this was not a place where just anyone could enter freely. I turned around and said coldly, "Remove your hand this instant." Then, I revealed an official document proving that I was the new deputy consul. Seeing this, they quickly apologized. Without wasting time, I ordered them to prepare women and drinks immediately, as I was going to hold a party. The two men were visibly confused. Before long, the party began. At this moment, standing by the window was the general secretary of the city of Underdog, Chihuahua Baskerville. Though he desperately wanted to change the city's current state, he was constantly suppressed by the wealthy, who secretly colluded behind the scenes. The mere thought of it made him furious, and he was about to reprimand the new deputy consul for drinking on his first day. But just then, I appeared behind him, making him freeze in shock. Then, I looked at the various articles on the law, and almost every single one had small loopholes, which had led to the rise of many illicit businesses, and even underground black power organizations were above the law. I told Chihuahua that I wouldn't change the already effective laws, but would instead establish a new one under their premise, and I promised to eliminate all illicit businesses within a week. But since I was quite young, the words I blurted out probably wouldn't convince many of the bosses, so I had to put on a performance to make the people here follow me. The next day, I instructed Chihuahua to issue a notice of the new law, gathering everyone in the center of the city. Looking at the new deputy consul, who still hadn't grown a full beard, the crowd below started to scoff, but I couldn't care less. This emergency meeting was held to persuade them. At this moment, I explained the Baskerville law, stating that it would continue to be enforced in the future and would be stricter than before. Anyone who violated it would be held accountable. At this point, the crowd still didn't believe it, because past experience told them that new officials usually only put on a show, and in the end, they would simply slack off. Chihuahua immediately scolded those who were making random comments, and a few people quickly shut their mouths after hearing this. Seeing this, I actually wanted to give this position to Chihuahua. It would be much more convenient than me speaking under the scorching sun. Then, I pulled out a wooden stick. Under the surprised gazes of everyone, I suddenly exerted force and drove the stick into the ground. This was the prelude to the new law I was about to establish. Vakir Special Law, Paragraph 1, Article 2. Whoever can pull this stick out will receive a 10 billion gold coin reward. Immediately, everyone in the square gasped in astonishment. After all, 10 billion was 400 times the average monthly salary. They began to suspect that I was just trying to catch greedy people, and it was impossible to actually give that much money. At this moment, a little girl raised her hand. She told me that she wanted to try. An elderly person nearby saw this and advised her not to do something foolish. As the saying goes, foolish people have foolish luck. But her mother was seriously ill and urgently needed money, so she had to seize this opportunity. Looking at the sword hanging from my waist, the girl fell into deep thought. If, as others said, the reward money was fake and she would be executed, then who would take care of her mother? At this point, I sternly told the little girl not to hesitate. Once you step onto the stage, you must follow the law, or you will face severe punishment. She didn't hesitate any longer, squatted down, and tightly gripped the wooden stick. To everyone's surprise, with just a slight effort, she pulled it out. At this moment, not only was the little girl stunned, but the people below were also frozen in place. I exuded a murderous aura because I knew that when people's expectations are at their highest and then suddenly drop to the lowest, it's incredibly uncomfortable. So, I pretended to draw the sword from my waist. When the girl saw this, she was terrified and shut her eyes tightly, quietly awaiting her execution. The next second, to their surprise, I indeed took out a bag of gold coins, but this wasn't all the money. Since the rest would be too heavy for her to carry alone, I would have it delivered to her within the day, along with a guard to ensure her safety. Then, I patted the little girl's head and told everyone that this was the benefit of following the special law. In the days that followed, the number of people in the city violating the law noticeably decreased and crime rates were halved. This method was actually something Camus had implemented in my past life. However, due to her impulsive nature after taking power, she was never truly loved by the people. Suddenly, Chihuahua burst into tears. In fact, from the moment he saw me, he had looked down on me. But now, on just my few days as deputy consul, I had achieved such good results. He was truly impressed and swore to always follow me from now on. However, I told Chihuahua not to rejoice too soon, because the real battle had just begun. Then, I drew dozens of crosses on the map. These places were where the potential illegal groups were located. Looking at the map, Chihuahua was astonished. Although he was aware of some of the illegal businesses, there were still many more that he had no idea about. So, he asked me how I managed to investigate so thoroughly. I pointed to my nose and said, I didn't investigate at all. I just relied on my nose. Just then, a servant rushed in with a report. He said that the Youth Autonomy Association had invited me to attend an important meeting. I didn't know at the time, but the Youth Autonomy Association was an organization formed by 7 local native families. Although it's called the Youth Autonomy Association, it's just a promiscuous social club. Hearing this, I couldn't help but smile. It seemed that these insects had already started to stir. Meanwhile, the association's members were leisurely holding a party in a club within a high-end hotel to celebrate the appointment of the new deputy consul. Whether they were drinking or carelessly spilling their wine, they were fully indulging themselves. As rich heirs, they certainly had money, but all of this was prepared for me. As soon as I showed up, they would threaten me with the lives of hundreds of commoners, forcing me to pay for the expenses myself. At this point, the leader, with yellow hair, mocked the Baskerville family, saying they were just a group of dogs who only knew how to dance with swords. Years ago, he had a conflict with a family, and the Baskerville family had supported him, even fighting back and personally destroying the entire family. But just as they were discussing the background of the new deputy consul, the red-haired man noticed something strange. A stranger had entered the room. When the waiter realized they didn't know me, he grabbed my hair and tried to force me out. However, in the blink of an eye, his arm was bent 90 degrees by me. I then walked forward and told everyone that I was the new deputy consul. Then, I immediately asked them what they had called me here for. Hearing this, not only did they ignore me, but they also continued to chat among themselves. I slammed my hand on the table and then released 40% of my magic. Instantly, hundreds of glasses of wine, after being infused with magic, couldn't bear the pressure and exploded. After the commotion, they finally realized the severity of the situation, and now they knew they had really messed with the wrong person. Although the new deputy consul is indeed 15 years old, with his current strength, even if all of them, with their intermediate expert level skills, teamed up, they might not be able to defeat me. Afterwards, I approached the red-haired man and questioned him, asking if he intended to trick me into paying for the expenses of the club. According to my memories from my past life, people like him enjoy bullying new deputy consuls in this way. The red-haired man stammered, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man immediately answered my question, saying that they didn't dare to do such a thing. The purpose of inviting me was actually to test my integrity. After all, this city was quite corrupt, and if the new deputy consul could be easily bribed, they would report to the higher-ups and request a replacement. Clearly, I knew he was making up excuses. So, since that was the case, I had no choice but to take action. I then threw my fingers directly into the red-haired man's abdomen, kindly reminding him that even the most loyal dog can't fully obey its master. After stepping on the red-haired man, I asked the others why I had suddenly taken action. If they didn't know, they could expect the same fate as him. To avoid being beaten, the others quickly explained the situation clearly, but little did they know, whether they answered or not, I would still give them a good beating, because the purpose of my visit today was to eradicate this regional autonomy association. After hearing this, they no longer held back and believed that their combined numbers were enough to crush me, but they still underestimated my strength. Today, I was going to teach these disobedient fools a lesson. After giving them a beating, I locked them all in a cage. At that moment, I noticed the yellow-haired man still had some arrogance left, shouting that as soon as he got out, he would take my head. Hearing this, I casually said, once the sun sets, I will execute them all. While I'm at it, I will bury all those who are associated with them. Immediately, voices begging for mercy filled the cage. Chihuahua, seeing this, also tried to persuade me not to go too far, but if he had been through what I went through, he wouldn't be saying such nonsense. However, the punishment didn't end here, because there were even more cruel things waiting for these guys. At that moment, a bald man suddenly walked in. He was the prison's judge, and the various torture tools he brought were ones I had commissioned. He also said that after 30 years of torturing people, he had never seen such cruel tools, and upon seeing them for the first time, time, he could only feel disgust. Now, what I was about to do was use these tools to make those nobles who refused to admit their crimes experience the agony of torture, a pain like hell on earth. Soon after, this incident spread as a rumor. Some people believed in my governance. After all, I had no hesitation in spending 10 billion gold coins. Punishing a few lawbreakers was nothing. Others thought that they just hadn't figured out the script, and that once the higher-ranked native families stepped in, the deputy consul would have to release them. This part of the guess was actually right, but only half right. Not only did the native families personally come to apologize, but they also sent a large amount of gold as hush money. With this, the people I had imprisoned would certainly be released, but I made no promises about whether they would truly be released unharmed. Since this incident, the number of poor people violating the law had almost reached zero. Now, the remaining violators were all nobles. So, I reminded Chihuahua that in the next strategy, he would be directly involved, and he had to be fully alert. The scene shifted, and we arrived at the place for monster trading. Although it was clearly stated that it was for monsters only, there were some slaves and poor people mixed in. In order to manipulate the illegal groups behind the scenes, my plan was for Chihuahua to act as the seller, while I would disguise myself as a slave for sale. Soon after, Chihuahua handed a certificate to the auctioneer, confirming that he was there to sell. Because of my unusual hair and eye color, I was quickly noticed by the auctioneer, who immediately told Chihuahua that I would fetch a good price. Soon, the slave auction officially began. The first item on the stage was a hell rhino, a A-class monster with 19 hearts. Its skin, bones, and bull horns were all top-quality materials. Therefore, the auctioneer set its starting price at 100 million. The nobles, seeing such a rare item, raised their paddles and bid higher. Eventually, the hell rhino was sold for 250 million. After several successful transactions, the auctioneer decided to bring out an old stock, a battle-type barbarian girl from the Red-Black Mountain. As long as she could be fully tamed, she would make an extremely reliable bodyguard. The starting price was set at 5 million. Even though this was dozens of times cheaper than the hell rhino, the nobles in attendance were not interested in bidding for the barbarian girl. After all, her wild nature would be hard to tame, and if things went wrong, she could endanger the lives of the entire family. Seeing this, the auctioneer had no choice but to give another motivational speech, lowering the starting price to 1 million. Seeing that the nobles showed no interest in her, he reluctantly signaled for the barbarian girl to be taken down. Suddenly, feeling that the chance to escape was slipping away, the barbarian girl became agitated, letting out an eerie growl at the nobles on stage. Seeing this, a muscular man threw a swift punch to her abdomen, knocking the barbarian girl unconscious. After dealing with this unwanted item, in order to stabilize the nobles' mood and encourage them to continue bidding, the auctioneer promised that the next items would be rare goods unlike anything seen this year. He then decisively called me to the stage. With my stunning appearance and rare eye and hair color, the nobles on stage began to stir. Before the auctioneer could finish introducing me, the bid had already risen to 600 million by a noblewoman, but bidder number 99 raised it to 6 billion. Hearing this, the auctioneer froze. At this point, the final sale price was basically determined. No one dared to bid any further, fearing that bidder number 99 was a plant hired by the organizers to drive up the price. They worried that if they continued bidding, the organizers would step in to halt the auction, forcing them to pay an even higher final price. However, when they saw the true identity of the bidder from number 99, they discovered it was Baron Gambino, the head of the grain storage district. It was rumored that he had recently acquired multiple land projects, absorbing a large amount of capital, and now his net worth had made him one of the top 10 richest people. For him, 6 billion was no big deal, considering the rare value of this item. If it were resold, it could easily double its value. At this point, an assistant beside him advised caution, warning that a misstep could result in huge losses. After all, the auctioneer would never make a loss on a deal. Hearing this, Baron Gambino immediately scolded her, but not listening to his assistant's advice would be his lifelong mistake. Since there was no counteroffer, I was finally sold to Baron Gambino for the exorbitant price of 6 billion. I didn't know whether he was bent or not, but just by looking at me, he was already breathing heavily and drooling, saying that he had already come up with many ways to play with me. But I didn't pay any attention and instead raised my hands. Baron Gambino thought I was asking him to unlock my chains, but in the next second, with a sudden burst of strength, the chains instantly broke with a loud snap. Immediately afterward, I stomped my foot on the floor and magic poured out, causing the seat to explode, blasting Baron Gambino away with the impact. Seeing the blood-sucking fat man struggling on the ground, I struck his back with a palm to prevent him from continuing to harm the poor. With the infusion of magic, his blood vessels couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. After dealing with Baron Gambino, I took off my wig and said to the people below, "The circus really suits the occasion today. Every single one of you here, don't expect to get out unscathed." The auctioneer, seeing the new deputy consul, was initially flustered, but after disrupting his business, he knew that even if he risked his life, he had to go down with me. But they all had underestimated my power. This time, I could finally enjoy the thrill of slaughter. At this moment, no one could stop me, not even the strongest muscular man here, who was instantly killed by me. Realizing that continuing like this was futile, the auctioneer recalled that I had been brought in by Chihuahua, and immediately threatened him to tell me to stop or else he would have to take action. Seeing this, I remained indifferent since emotional threats couldn't touch me. However, when Chihuahua actually wanted to risk his life to ensure my escape from here, it made me burst into laughter. It seemed his loyalty was 100%. Then, I told him there was no need for extreme actions. Before coming here, I received a whistle from my father, and the deafening sound almost echoed across the entire earth. But 1 minute after the sound ended, nothing happened except for some quietness. However, just as the auctioneer thought I was bluffing, the next second, his neck sprayed blood. Then a mysterious figure with a hood appeared here, but he wasn't alone. Dozens of them emerged from the shadows, waiting for my command. The newcomers were none other than the Baskerville family's Pitbull Knights. With a single command from me, the Pitbull Knights began dealing with the trash in the area. At this moment, one of them arrived behind Baron Gambino's assistant, but just as he was about to strike, I rushed over and stopped him, saying that this person didn't need to be killed and could be spared. There would be many things I'd need her help with in the future. Before long, my uncle, the leader of the Pitbull Knights, greeted me. The reason he arrived so promptly to assist me was actually for another purpose. He wanted me to join the Pitbull Knights after I was sent to the battlefield, but I wasn't interested in that. So, I casually made up an excuse and left. Then, I went to the circus's underground warehouse, intending to raid the vault here. But just then, I noticed a breathing sound beside me. When I lifted the green cloth covering the cage, I found that inside was the barbarian girl who had been called up for auction earlier. At this moment, her body was extremely weak, and if not treated in time, she would soon lose consciousness. I can only say that she is lucky that I had a method to save her. Then, I took a bottle of red potion from my waist. This was the advanced healing potion that the instructor rewarded me with for my excellent performance in the graduation exam. So, I immediately poured it into the barbarian girl's mouth. As the potion took effect, her previously battered body healed instantly. At the same time, the barbarian girl, feeling her strength return, woke up at that moment. But when she saw me, a human, she was still frightened and curled up in the corner. It seemed that this barbarian girl had really suffered here. But when she learned that I was the one who saved her, her originally fearful expression turned to confusion. After all, humans and barbarians are enemies, but I, a human, had actually saved her. I then used the few phrases I had learned from fighting against the barbarians in my past life to explain to her everything that had happened here. I also hoped that after she returned, she wouldn't hold a grudge, and that I could let her leave here now. Upon hearing this, the barbarian girl was extremely moved, speaking a few sentences in her dialect with excitement. Although I could understand some of it, it was still difficult for me because I am not that fluent. As the girl was about to leave, she glanced back at me, seeming a bit reluctant, but even though she accepted me, her family might regard her as a traitor. In the end, she thanked me in barbarian language before leaving. Now, I would begin the real reason I came here. I lifted a piece of cloth, and what appeared before me was the hunted magic beast from the auction, the Hell Rhino. Next, it was time to let the Beelzebub have a good meal. I had to complete the devouring and leave this place of chaos before the Pitbull Knights arrived. Soon, the events of that night spread to the common people. Anyone who had participated in the slave trade had their limbs and 3 fingers chopped off, and several businesses were burned to the ground overnight. However, the heads of the 7 major indigenous families were dissatisfied with the sentence, and each wrote a protest to the administrative office. But I clearly warned the 7 major indigenous families. The Baskerville family hated slave trading the most, and their sons were the ones who started it. Anyone who violated this law must accept the punishment without objection. As for the letters, I tore them up and threw them in the trash and told them I would report everything to the Baskerville family and have them intervene in the investigation. In the days that followed, the 7 major indigenous families no longer sent letters. Instead, they knelt at my door, begging for mercy, hoping I would give them 5 years to have another son and continue their family line. But the law was a sacred pact, and I decisively rejected them. As for all the laws they had broken, they were all investigated and confirmed within these few days. After hearing this, the faces of the 7 men turned pale with fear. After all, they never imagined they would fall to such a state. In the end, I confiscated all their current assets, and for the crime of treason, punished their families for 3 generations. From then on, a saying spread among the people: the new deputy consul was both a devil and an angel. The devil refers to the extreme cruelty with which I punish those who violate the law, while the angel is because of my presence. The nobles no longer dared to openly exploit the common people, and with the suppression of noble exploitation, the living quality of the common people greatly improved, and even the employment rate matched that of the top cities. Although this barely met my expected results, the city's prosperity was, in appearance, just an illusion. If there were no new laws in place, those nobles I had crushed underfoot would surely do everything in their power to rise again. So, in the following days, I immersed myself in studying the laws every day. When Chihuahua saw the new laws I had written, he was greatly shocked. He never expected that a mere 15-year-old child could come up with dozens of rigorous laws. At that moment, he realized that as long as I, the deputy consul, remained in office, the probability of law violations could indeed drop to 99%, and this city would become one of the most prosperous cities. The scene shifted, and I arrived at the underground prison where criminals were held. Before me stood Cindy Wendy, Baron Gambino's assistant. She was confused confused, wondering why everyone except for her had been executed that night. I immediately explained. The reason was simple. I have some questions to ask you. But Cindy Wendy, having undergone strict training, refused to yield, as they were used to such situations. So, I made a proposition. If she could answer my questions, all her crimes would be absolved, and she could leave. But if she failed to answer, she would regret this day for the rest of her life. Before capturing Cindy Wendy, I had already investigated her background. She had a business acumen that ordinary people lacked, and if applied to lawful and legitimate trade, she would undoubtedly become an unparalleled financial expert in the future. She might even influence the global economic direction. Cindy Wendy bit her lip, lost in thought. In this dilemma, whichever choice she made would lead to death. However, since both paths led to the same end, she chose to believe in the deputy consul's justice rather than continuing to engage in actions that violated the law. And my first question was my mandatory governance correct? Cindy Wendy affirmed my answer. At that moment, I smiled wickedly and then lifted her chin, saying, "Then please tell me the reason you think it's correct." Seeing the murderous intent in my eyes, Cindy Wendy felt a chill run down her spine. I then removed my hand on her chin and walked back to the chair. Shortly after, Cindy Wendy pointed out its shortcomings. She felt that while I used the most ruthless methods to catch the most powerful criminals to set an example, in the long run, it would bring about the hatred and anger of the common people. Once I gained power stronger than Baskervilles in this city, the common people would no longer welcome me as they do now. The inevitable consequence would be their loathing, and even Baskerville would see me as a target of betrayal. I knew this scenario better than anyone, so I asked her what course of action she suggested and how I should proceed from here. Cindy Wendy replied, "Give all your current power and the honor you've created here to the leader of the Baskerville family selflessly. To avoid drawing attention, you must hide your identity and strength and go to the academy in the center of the empire, because the people there are about the same age as you, and your identity will be easily forgotten. Then, once the time is right, the leader of the Baskerville family will become your scapegoat." Upon hearing this, my expression instantly darkened. I then coldly said, "So what you're saying is, you want the hunting dog to bite off its own owner's neck?" Yet, it wasn't that I disliked her idea. On the contrary, I completely agreed with it. It was almost exactly the same as my plan. As a hunting dog that would inevitably take revenge on the family, this would also be the only way to eliminate hatred. I told Cindy Wendy that I would remember this. Then I took a key from my pocket, and I would keep my promise to ensure her release without guilt. At this moment, Cindy Wendy looked very confused. She truly didn't expect that I wasn't interrogating a criminal, but seeking help. But just as Cindy Wendy was about to leave, she kindly reminded me not to regret letting her go today. As soon as she finished speaking, I told her the story of the indigenous families, revealing that there should have been 8 of them, with the 8th being the Mesamedinaro family, the wealthiest merchant family. Hearing this, her eyes showed emptiness, and she tightly clenched her fists. Before they were wiped out, the youngest son of the Mesamedinaro family boasted about his newly learned swordsmanship at his birthday party. But when the elders saw it, they all fell into panic, because this swordsmanship was actually from Baskerville. Soon, this matter was leaked and spread to Hugo's ears. When their family secret was exposed, he immediately released the hounds to clean up the gate. But no one knew that the one who framed the Mesamedinaro family was actually related to the offspring of the other 7 families. They had stolen Baskerville's swordsmanship secrets and deliberately taught it to the young child of the Mesamedinaro family. At this point, Cindy Wendy suppressed her sorrow and said that this matter had nothing to do with her. Then I could only uncover her veil, revealing that she was the only Mesamedinaro family member secretly taken by the 7 families' offspring, and had even endured humiliation for a full 2.5 years. Cindy Wendy immediately became furious. She didn't want to recall that tragic memory from her childhood, and insisted on leaving this place of turmoil right away. Seeing this, I asked her if she knew the rest of the story. It wasn't that I was deliberately accusing the 7 families' offspring, but the destruction of the Mesamedinaro family was indeed related to them, and it was a crime they had confessed to. Before they died, those who sought to save their lives naturally revealed all their secrets, including the crime of framing the Mesamedinaro family. After hearing this, Cindy Wendy suddenly turned around and scolded me, saying that such a thing was impossible. Although her family was indeed ranked at the bottom, they had always been adored by the other families. "If you dare lie to me, I'll make sure to tear you to pieces even if I die." So, I lit a flare and had her confirm everything with her own eyes. In the next moment, Cindy Wendy covered her mouth and began to cry out in agony. She had endured 10 years of hatred, only to discover that the true mastermind behind the destruction of the Mesamedinaro family was actually the people closest to her. Then, I comforted her, telling her not to be sad anymore. The dead would not come back to life, and the only way was to take revenge on Baskerville. It was Hugo who failed to investigate properly and indiscriminately killed the innocent. Feel free to curse Baskerville, you have more than enough right to do so. But Cindy Wendy looked puzzled and said, "You're part of the Baskerville family, so why are you helping me?" I coldly replied, "I think you know better than I do. This is a very foolish question." After hearing this, Cindy Wendy instantly understood my intention and promised that she would repay today's favor, and that whenever I was short of money, I just need to look for her. In the end, my goal was achieved. One more member joined the anti-Baskerville faction. The next day, Chihuahua arrived early to find me, but as soon as he opened the door, he was stunned by the scene before him. My room was filled with blood and chaos, and even the assassins who had been killed were lying on the floor. I was groggily awakened, and he quickly asked me what had happened. I replied that there had been a lot of flies recently, and killing one or two was hardly a big deal. Soon after, as we walked outside, I told him that it seemed like there had been a lot of inconveniences in my way recently. When I drink water, they poison it. When I check the garden, they pour concentrated sulfuric acid on me. When I walk, a carriage tries to run me over. These accidents have happened no less than 30 times. If I didn't have the blessing of the Styx River, I'd probably have been framed and killed by now. But the protection I had wasn't just my iron body, it was also the Hell Rhino's A-rank skill, Tough Life. Just as Chihuahua and I were discussing how to catch the mastermind behind this, a carriage with the Baskerville flag suddenly appeared. When Chihuahua saw who got off the carriage, fear had already filled his face. He then stood at attention, afraid to even breathe. It turns out it was John, the Baskerville's most outstanding chief butler, who has served for 4 consecutive generations and is extremely strict with his subordinates. If someone makes even the slightest mistake, their life is immediately forfeit. However, John's unexpected appearance still left me puzzled, so I asked him what brought him here. It turns out that due to my recent outstanding performance, my father had sent him to bring me back for a reward. After hearing this, my mind suddenly went blank. Such a situation shouldn't have occurred. As my authority increased, Hugo didn't take action against me, but was instead happy for me. When we arrived at the room where the family was meeting, I saw him holding a headline from the newspaper with various evaluations about me written on it. The reason he was happy for me was that Baskerville had always been known in history as ignorant people who only knew how to swing swords and fight. Now, with all the positive reviews about my governance, that label would no longer be directed at Baskerville. To reward my excellent performance, my father has included me on this year's Colosio Academy list, which is considered the highest institution in the Empire. It is also the place where elites from all over the Empire gather. However, the Academy has a strict rule that anyone who enrolls here must live in the dorms on campus and is not allowed to leave easily. But this is exactly what I was hoping for. If I can enter Colosio Academy smoothly, I will be able to escape my father's watchful eye and speed up my path to becoming stronger. Then my father asked if I had a good relationship with my siblings, and he decided to select a few to accompany me. Without hesitation, I chose the 3 brothers, even though I still feel quite disgusted by them, but training them as living punching bags isn't a bad idea. Then my father asked if I remembered the secret plan I came up with when I was 8. Of course I haven't forgotten. To rent out some ruby mines to the Morgue family, and then use them to wipe out the barbarian tribes and expand Baskerville's territory. At that moment, I saw my father sneering. It turned out that the plan was not only effective, but also highly successful. But the only difference was that the head of the Morgue family suggested teaming up with the Baskerville family, and they were unusually modest. So my father decided that I should investigate the rented territory before entering Colosio Academy to observe whether the newly enacted laws were being violated or upheld. Hearing this, I respectfully accepted the task. Afterward, I arrived at the city gate, said goodbye to Chihuahua, and then rode off toward the rented out territory. But I knew that after this inspection, I would be parting ways with Chihuahua. By then, I must hand over all the affairs regarding the governance of the weak city to him. Soon after, I immediately became serious. You can come out now. In an instant, dozens of cloaked assassins appeared, and they were the Pitbull Knights who assisted me in clearing the slave auctions. The leader, Captain Staffordshire, after confirming the assembly, began the escort mission. But the next second, what he said left me speechless. Uncle Boston Terrier still hasn't given up on incorporating me into their night orders plan. The scene shifted, and we safely arrived at the territory rented out to the Morgue family. At this moment, everything seemed normal to me. There were no violations of the law. I then told Staffordshire, Morgue family wanted to get rid of the barbarians, and for this operation, they have also sent out a considerable fighting force. However, our inspection this time isn't the main purpose. The real intention is to meet with the Morgue family and form a joint alliance. At this moment, the city ahead was where the Morgue army had gathered, and the many skeletal remains around it reminded me of Camus from my past life. Their mage's habit was to first kill some enemies outside the city, giving a severe warning to the opponent. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared above us. Seeing that we had arrived, they shamelessly said that without their permission, the city gates could not be opened. Upon getting a clear look at the 3 girls, I immediately recognized them. They were the Morgue family's 3 flowers. At this moment, I decisively declared my identity, but to my surprise, not only was I not given any respect, they even told me to wait outside for a while. They claimed they would report my request to open the city gates to their superiors, but couldn't guarantee how long it would take. Hearing this, my emotions started to fluctuate, and then I looked up, glaring at the 3 of them saying, if you don't open the gates for me, then the lease will end early starting today. The 3 were so frightened by my words that they broke into a cold sweat, but they still gritted their teeth and endured. Then, one of them began to gather magical power in her hand. Their fear was nothing compared to their hatred for Baskerville. Seeing that they really intended to fight, I decided not to hold back any longer. However, Staffordshire, who was nearby, was about to draw his sword to teach them a lesson, but I immediately stopped him. This matter started because of me, so I will. Just as as I was about to finish, suddenly, 3 voices shouted in unison from behind me. I then turned my head and focused my gaze, and as expected, they were none other than my human punching bags, the Baskervilles' trident. The 3 of them looked at me and said, "Leave this to us." The sisters' anger surged upon hearing this. This time, they must properly teach these idiots a lesson. But what they didn't know was that at this moment, I was feeling extremely awkward from their over-the-top language. The reason they came to assist me was because I had recommended them to my father to attend the Colosio Academy. Fortunately, they didn't know my true intentions. According to my past life's memories, although the trident wasn't the brightest, they would do whatever it took to fulfill their orders. Looks like I can now legitimately call them my punching bags. Suddenly, the 3 sisters yelled in unison, 3 stinky idiots who knows nothing but to stick together. But the 3 brothers were completely unfazed, and they immediately gave the sisters an obscene hand gesture. This really pushed the sisters to their limit, and they instantly gathered magic in their hands. And seeing them like this, I couldn't help but think of my past life. Low sis used water magic, middle sis wielded earth magic, while high sis specialized in plant magic. Although these weren't high-level spells within the Morgue family, if the 3 sisters could coordinate, their combined power would greatly increase. At this moment, a small seedling suddenly sprouted from the ground, and the next second, it rapidly grew into a giant vine roots. Hyburo showed no fear, his gaze filled with killing intent, and with the Baskerville first technique, he easily severed a massive vine root. His smooth and fluid movements even made Staffordshire praise him. As for me, I wore a serious expression, because the 3 sisters hadn't even unleashed their full power yet. The next second, Hyburo was ambushed by a vine root from the side, and although he reacted quickly and barely managed to block it, the immense force still forced him to retreat momentarily. At that moment, seeing the trident's miserable state, the 3 sisters immediately began mocking them, calling them nothing more than useless sword wielders. Hearing this, the 3 brothers were so angry they nearly exploded, because this was not only a humiliation to them, but also a disgrace to the entire Baskerville family. In an instant, the 3 of them flashed into the air, split up, and launched their attack. But the 3 sisters were no pushovers, and despite the trident's fierce assault, they were able to respond to each attack with ease. Seeing that the 2 sets of triplets couldn't decide a winner, I realized waiting any longer would only waste my time. With everything lately being rather busy, I decided to personally teach these disrespectful tenants a lesson. But just then, a massive fireball suddenly appeared, and with a loud explosion, excitement instantly spread across my face. With this move, the annoying ones would probably be burned to ashes. But what I didn't expect was that the trident only had their hair singed, with no significant damage. They were also puzzled, wondering how the 3 sisters had mastered fire magic. However, when the smoke cleared, it became clear that the fireball hadn't been cast by them at all, but by someone standing on the roof. It was Camus, the future strongest mage of the Morgue family. She disdainfully addressed the people below, saying, "Daring to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, whether from the Morgue family or outsiders, none shall be forgiven." After that, he leapt down from the roof. The 3 sisters wanted to take the opportunity to explain they hadn't meant to offend, but were met with Camus' curse-filled glare. She then pointed to the enemy suspended in midair by tree branches, and angrily scolded them, "If you don't want to end up like that, then shut the hell up." But just as she finished speaking, Camus noticed me, and quickly, her fierce expression disappeared, and she greeted me, "Long time no see. It seems like it's been 7 years since we last met." Just like in my past life, Camus, now grown, was stunningly beautiful. The Pitbull Knights behind me, after just one glance, were all filled with thoughts of marrying her in this lifetime. At this moment, I then recounted everything that had happened, to which Camus immediately roared at me, "Damn it, you haven't seen me for so long and this is all you have to say?" Staffordshire instantly sensed trouble. It seemed that after the recent fight, it was now time for a clash between the geniuses of the 2 families. Even though Camus was furious, I still didn't understand what he meant. Out of frustration, she pointed at me and said, "I am your future wife. How can you treat me like this?" Hearing this, both sets of triplets were dumbfounded. Even I was left speechless. It turns out I had a fiancé, and I almost forgot about that. Soon after, Camus guided me through the area and took the opportunity to mock me for underestimating the strength of the barbarians, thinking that young hounds alone could support the front line. I told her that Baskerville has been battling barbarians for years. Strong hounds have long been deployed to the front lines, lurking in the shadows. It's just that my father entrusted me with another task, to inspect whether the land rented to the Morgue family is lawful and follows the newly established laws. To test whether I was just boasting, Camus threw another question at me, about which tribe among the barbarians is the most troublesome. At this moment I was utterly speechless, but I still earnestly answered her question. There are 2 troublesome tribes, the Balak, famous for their warriors, and the Rococo, who primarily use witchcraft as their main attack method. However, the most troublesome part is Balak's archery, which is on an entirely different level compared to the Empire's. No one knows the principle behind it. Camus was very satisfied with my answer, so she gave me a score of 8, centered around herself. I was quite confused by this. Camus explained that men don't need to be too smart. In her view, men should just be like little stupid. She then rated me on other aspects: horseback riding, 6 points, clothing, 4 points, etiquette, 1 point. As for my appearance, it remained the same as before, 99 points. I hurriedly stopped her from doing such things, but Camus wouldn't listen because she had to be strict with her future husband. I told her that the arranged marriage was just a childhood joke with Adolf. There's no need to take it seriously. At that time, I just wanted to test my own strength, and the broken sword piercing Adolf's water pot could only be considered luck, not a real victory. At this moment, Camus' anger immediately surged, muttering to herself about how her uncle had used such a low-level test to choose her partner. But since he had already made a decision, she still had to be patient and forgiving with her future husband. But my next words pushed Camus' anger to its peak. Forget about what happened that day. I'll make it as if it never happened. Upon hearing this, she suddenly threw a piece of clothing at my face and told me that the arranged marriage was the premise of the cooperation between the two great families, and now that it has been implemented, there's no turning back. She also said she was a genius and would remember every important matter clearly. But speaking of which, the clothing I once lent Camus for modesty was still kept to this day. It seems this arranged marriage can no longer be denied. Camus then told me about recent events. Barbarians would occasionally invade this territory, not only plundering crops but also slaves, and the bullet holes on the city walls were caused by Balaks during their invasions. After long-term observation, our scouts discovered that the Balaks arrows were infused strong aura, allowing them to easily penetrate walls 2 to 3 meters thick. At that time, Adolf's proud magical shield was also shattered. Fortunately, he survived, though his pride took a serious blow. This reminded me of the scar on my father's face. He had warned me that the barbarians are now more than 10 times stronger than before, and even many talented descendants have been born. Just then, a subordinate from the Morgue family came to report that, just 2.5 minutes ago, the frontline search team caught a suspected barbarian scout. Upon seeing him, I immediately determined that he belonged to the Rococo tribe, but they are also extremely cruel, having cast a blood curse on themselves, making it impossible for Morgue's memory-reading magic to work. Then Camus scolded him, "You despicable lowlifes, how many villagers did you take away during the ambush on the village a few days ago?" Camus was so angry because among those people was her most beloved cousin, but since everyone who could speak the barbarian language had been captured, Camus had no idea what he was saying. Seeing this, I told her that I had studied some basic barbarian language in my childhood, so let me do the interrogation. But when I relayed Camus' questions to him, the barbarian showed creepy smile, and then coldly said, "They were killed." Though the outcome was grim, I still related exactly to Camus. The moment he heard the word dead, Camus couldn't contain her rage. Time gleamed brightly, and what greeted the barbarian were heart-piercing spikes and on-the-spot executions by fire. Camus' eyes were filled with the aura of death, and she swore that she would exterminate the barbarians to the very last one. After doing all this, Camus turned and walked outside, but when I followed closely behind, I realized that Camus was actually outside crying. She didn't want everyone to see her in this state. I hurried to comfort her not to be too upset, but Camus told me the cousin who was killed had been with her since childhood, and she had never been exposed to killing. She shouldn't have ended her life in such a cruel way. At this moment, Camus suddenly asked me because she heard familiar barbarian language. I decided not to hide it anymore. What the barbarian had said wasn't just about death. He deliberately mentioned that all the people they had captured had been eaten. After hearing this, Camus cried again. This time she cried without holding back. She felt like the most useless person in the world for being unable to save her cousin. Soon after, Camus quickly adjusted her mindset and swore to immediately come up with a plan to actively attack the barbarians. I extended my hand to help her up, but just as she was about to take it, a bell rang. Upon hearing this, Camus' expression immediately became serious because she knew what this bell sound represented. It signified the barbarian tribe's appearance near the fortress. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, an archer was drawing her bow, preparing to shoot, aiming at the city wall several kilometers away. And when she shot, the arrow poured out like cannonball, directly targeting the scout soldiers on the wall. By the time they sensed the danger, it was already too late. The arrow not only killed the 2 scout soldiers instantly, but even the wall was turned into ruins by a single shot. Then, the woman in charge gave the order to invade, and her subordinates rode giant wolves, wildly slaughtering innocent civilians. As for the women, they used ropes to capture their desired men, preparing to take them back as breeding machines. Such a large disturbance quickly brought me to the scene. Just then, 2 magical ropes suddenly attacked me, wrapping securely around my neck. I raised my head and looked up, only to see 2 barbarian women in front of me. From their conversation, it seemed like they were completing the tribe's task of finding husbands, and they appeared to be plotting other unknown secrets. But how could I let them succeed so easily? In the next second, I pulled the ropes, flinging both women into the air and smashing them hard onto the ground. The 2 barbarian men watching were stunned, but they quickly recovered, assuming a defensive stance and shooting arrows. At this moment, I had no intention of killing them. I simply blocked their attacks with my sword. Before coming here, Hugo had anxiously reminded me that until the main force of Baskerville arrives, I absolutely cannot initiate a battle. However, just as I was thinking, a ball of blazing fire suddenly descended in front of me, instantly turning 2 barbarian tribe members into ashes. It was obvious who had arrived, but right now, Camus was extremely angry because she saw that I didn't want to to kill the barbarians. Then, Camus mocked me, saying I wasn't fit to be Baskerville's strongest graduate, but my explanation was that my father had given me an order, and until the main force arrived, I couldn't act on my own. My words hit Camus like a dose of adrenaline and said, "Up to now, you still want to listen to the useless orders from Baskerville? Then go away. I alone can destroy the barbarians." She immediately went all out, casting a forbidden magic spell, determined to wipe out the entire barbarian tribe, even if it meant burning everything to the ground. At this moment, the rage had already clouded Camus' mind, and she began attacking the enemy recklessly, without considering the consequences. But to my surprise, her anger actually enhanced the lethality of her attacks. Just as I thought this land would be burned to ashes, enemies hiding in the blind spot launched a sneak attack, and a needle struck Camus' neck with precision. Luckily, it wasn't a poison needle, but one that would induce a numbing effect. Just as I was about to step in and help, another barbarian threw a rope at me from behind. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and saw through the enemy's trick. I then told Camus, "How about we retreat?" Camus, unwilling to listen, scolded back, "If we leave, what will happen to the farmlands and slaves here? Are we just going to hand them over? I have to wait for Baskerville's main army before I can fight. No matter what, I won't back down today. I must avenge my cousin." But just as I was about to forcibly take Camus away, a massive power surge suddenly erupted behind me. Fortunately, I reacted in time and was able to dodge successfully. When I finally saw the face of my attacker, I realized it was the barbarian tribe's genius girl mentioned earlier by Camus. Meanwhile, another barbarian took advantage of my distraction to kidnap Camus. At this moment, I don't know what to do, as things have been developing in a bad direction, though this is also a destiny Camus must endure. In her previous life, she was also imprisoned by the barbarian tribe, but she would soon annihilate them and return, truly transforming into the Empire's magic queen. Suddenly, the genius girl leapt up and attacked from the side. Naturally, such a move couldn't hurt me in the slightest. However, the fact that she could inflict such damage with just about tensed my nerves. She didn't give me a moment to recover, charging at me again with her kick. The attack struck my abdomen, and the powerful impact forced me to retreat several meters. It seems I've met a formidable opponent. Just as I was about to fight with all my might, the sudden gesture of the barbarian tribe's genius girl left me stunned. She pointed at herself and spoke in human language. "We meet again." At that moment, a memory flashed through my mind, and I realized that Ian, whom I had saved from being sold as a slave, was now the newly emerged genius girl of the barbarian tribe. I then asked her, "So, this is how you repay my kindness?" Ian believed that this matter had nothing to do with me, and that it was the Morgue family that almost led her to be buried and become a slave. This time, she came with the determination to seek revenge and wreak havoc. After saying this, Ian jumped onto her white wolf mount and told me that her mission of revenge was completed, and if I wanted to save Camus, I should follow Ian and her group. Meanwhile, having heard the news, Adolphe led his soldiers to the scene, but it was already too late. Camus had been captured by the barbarians. Seeing the remaining barbarians trying to leave, Adolphe immediately recited a spell. Just by touching the ground, a powerful gust of air immediately blasted the ground to smithereens. However, even so, the barbarians' mounts were still able to dodge effortlessly, easily avoiding Adolphe's assault and escaping over the collapsed city walls. Following the escape route of the enemies, Morgue soldiers reported to Adolphe that the barbarians' route was actually towards the existing forbidden zone of the Red-Black Mountain. Hearing this, Adolphe was utterly astounded. There are various unknown dangers there. Rushing in might not lead to total annihilation, but the injuries would be severe. At the same time, he began to doubt his own strength. Could it be that my dear niece is captured, and I, Adolphe, am truly powerless? Seeing this, I suddenly spoke up. "If we chase now, we can still make it." And I also told Adolphe that I could lead the way, as I used to go to the forbidden area as a child to farm monsters. But this is also thanks to me being a reborn individual. As soon as I finished speaking, Adolphe urgently asked me to take action. At this moment, the soldier behind again advised, "With our current forces, entering the forbidden area is simply a death sentence." But before he could finish, Adolphe stopped him and then scolded, "Damn it, she is my most beloved niece. If anyone does not wish to go, they may do so at will. Whether or not the mission is successful, I will not blame anyone. Now I have no other choice but to place my last hope on Camus' fiancée." The scene shifts, and we arrive at the boundary of the forbidden area in the Red-Black Mountain. Although this is also part of the Baskerville territory, as soon as night falls, a large number of bloodthirsty monsters suddenly appear. At this moment, Adolphe was stunned. He finally understood the gap between his family and the Baskervilles. Just in terms of courage alone, they had already lost completely, because everyone who accompanied him was from the Baskervilles. As for me, I took on the role of the vanguard for the entire team. Whenever monsters blocked our way forward, I would draw my sword and instantly kill them all. Before long, we finally caught up with the barbarians, and we located their temporary camp set up during a rest break, and I, relying on my past life's experience, reminded everyone that the barbarians, whenever they rest, would scatter dried leaves 8 meters away from their camp to hear the sounds of their pursuers. So next we must. But before I could finish, Adolphe then cast a spell towards my lower limbs. Although it was only a minor spell for him, it was perfectly suited for this situation, as it effectively eliminated noise while walking and indicated that he would handle what comes next, so I don't need to interfere. Meanwhile, in the camp ahead, Camus was loudly cursing the barbarians, warning them not to let her break free or she would burn their entire tribe to ashes. However, no matter how much she shouted, the guards completely ignored her, simply because not everyone could understand human language like Ian did. Seeing that her threats were ineffective, Camus fell into a slump. Suddenly, the barbarian Hun who had captured her appeared from the side, beginning to examine Camus' upper and lower body, planning to use her as a breeding tool in the future. Seeing this, Camus directly scolded him to not entertain any ideas about her. However, Hun also could not understand her words. The only thing he could discern was her defiant gaze. Then, Hun directly grabbed Camus' cheek and then pulled out an arrow, ready to brand the future slave with the punishment for resistance. Just then, Ian walked over and said, "Get away from my slave." Naturally, Hun was displeased at having his prize taken away. "Although you are my commander, Ian, it was obviously me who personally captured this Morg girl." Ian immediately questioned him. "What do you mean you captured her? Do you not recognize your own strength? Without me holding off that swordsman, do you really think you could have escaped easily?" But Hun still insisted on not giving up the slave he was about to obtain. Ian didn't waste further words. Her fists began to emit a blue aura. "If you don't agree with what I said, then let's have a duel. Whoever wins gets the slave." Under such power, Hun was instantly frightened into a cold sweat, hastily waving his hands to explain that he shouldn't have talked back and that he no longer wanted the slave, leaving his commander to deal with it as she saw fit. It seemed Ian had won this standoff, and just as Camus was about to say something, Ian kicked her in the chest and said, "Damn it, I was captured by your Morg family to be a slave. If it wasn't for the slight chance of kindness I received, I simply couldn't escape the fate of being a slave. But you won't have the luck I had. I'll take my time to tame you so much that you'll feel it in your bones and soul. Licking the space between my toes will be a daily routine for you." Just then, a violent explosion occurred behind Ian. By the time she reacted, her subordinates had already suffered severe casualties, and the one capable of killing so many in an instant was Adolphe, Camus' uncle. "You despicable and vile barbarians, return my niece to me this instant." The next second, they began to completely eliminate the barbarians. Seeing two enemies mounting giant wolves trying to escape, Adolphe loudly shouted, "Today, we must not let any barbarian escape from here." Meanwhile, I stealthily approached the tree where Camus was tied up and then made a no-talking gesture. But when I cut the rope binding Camus, she excitedly asked if I was here to rescue her. Eventually, my covert operation was discovered. However, Ian had already known I would come, so she acknowledged my effort to traverse tirelessly and risk everything to rescue my beloved, casually giving me a passing grade. Hearing this, I was utterly confused, not understanding the implication of her words. However, Camus seemed to grasp her intent. Their eyes met in an instant. Meanwhile, I was contemplating how to hide my strength and fight Ian. Although she could injure my own father, Hugo, and Adolphe, according to memories from a past life, I had never seen Ian born among the barbarians. I had speculated she was the genius archer Night Fox I met in my past life, but Ian is young, and her skills are immature. Could she be a descendant of the Night Fox? Meanwhile, a tube hidden in the blind spot was aiming at Camus. Just as the poison needle was about to hit Camus, I reacted swiftly, blocking the sneak attack with my hand. But actually, I had already noticed the attacker's position. Seeing things getting more complicated, I told Camus that I would immediately take her to Adolphe. Then, I turned and retreated swiftly toward the distance. Ian then touched her head, feeling utterly frustrated. She had thought I would obediently go back with her, but it seems that if soft methods won't work, she would have to resort to hard ones. Just then, two barbarian archers blocking the way launched an attack on us, but such an attack couldn't harm me in the slightest. I merely drew my sword and easily blocked their full-force strike. Unbeknownst to me, while I relaxed, Ian, standing still, suddenly drew her bow. To be able to take me back, she had to take Camus away. The next second, a fearsome and powerful arrow suddenly shot forth. By the time I realized something was wrong, the arrow was already right in front of us. Fortunately, Adolphe arrived in time and used a wide-range ice magic spell to narrowly save Camus from death. Upon learning that his niece was severely poisoned, Adolphe immediately used a healing spell on Camus. But since it was a tricky paralyzing poison and Adolphe was not of priestly origin, he cannot remove everything. So, he decided to immediately take Camus to the Divin Quo Vadis. But the very next second, Camus actually pushed away her uncle's hand that was treating her, then jumped up and tightly hugged me, thanking me for saving her life again. Seeing this, Adolphe was instantly stunned, tearfully saying that he also did his best at rescuing her. Hearing this, Camus immediately scolded him. "Why did you only come now? I'm definitely telling my mom when we get back." Just then, a lasso suddenly appeared, firmly locking around my neck. It turns out it was Ian's doing. Then she told me that there wasn't much time left, and that following her now could save my life. Hearing this, I was completely baffled. Just then, a chilling loud noise suddenly occurred. The gray sky was instantly dyed purple. At this moment, Ian was sweating profusely from fear. Although she knew time was running short, she had not expected it to come so quickly. Meanwhile, the Beelzebub in my right hand started to make crunching noises, continuously sending me danger warnings. At the same time, a huge spike burst forth from the ground. The barbarians, knowing what was coming, said that the monster had arrived. Just as Camus was pondering where it came from, this spike suddenly split into 8, firmly implanting itself in the ground. Adolf realized the extreme danger of this object, immediately stood in front of Camus to protect her. Similarly, the moment I saw this, I also prepared for defense. I couldn't believe that I would encounter this monster here. If I remember correctly, the attacking monster is the S risk rating, Madam 8 Legs. Just then, the giant monster let out a chilling roar, its voice echoing throughout the mountains. Seeing this, Camus was about to scream in fear, but I immediately covered her mouth. Because this monster lives in places with very weak light, its vision is basically degenerated, replaced by extremely sensitive touch and hearing. However, just as we were figuring out how to escape from here, the giant spider suddenly opened its gaping maw and shot out green venom. Thick branches touched by it instantly corroded completely, showing its extremely strong toxicity. Seeing this, I agilely dodged each one, while Adolf protected Camus with a magical barrier. Just then, a Hun shouted in fear. His long braid was contaminated by the venom. Noticing this, Ian immediately cut his braid and reprimanded him. "You're really an idiot. Knowing full well that the Madam 8 Legs has sensitive hearing, yet you deliberately make such a loud noise." As soon as she finished speaking, the body of the Madam 8 Legs prepared to launch an attack towards Ian's direction. Thus, Ian immediately ordered her subordinates to mount up and flee into the depths of the forest. At this moment, the Balaks scattered in small groups, while the Baskervilles and Morgs fled together. This difference was enough to make Madam 8 Legs switch its target to Adolf and the others. Just then, a Morg mage gathered flames in his hands. From years of hunting experience, he knew that this was the weakness of insect-like creatures. As he launched his attack, it hit the monster solidly, causing a powerful explosion. Seeing this, the mage and the person beside him showed a look of relief. However, they completely overlooked the disparity in levels. Even if the spider's weakness is fire, in the face of an attack with extremely low lethality, it simply could not cause fatal damage. Helplessly, Adolf was forced to continue running from Madam 8 Legs, but Camus' condition made it difficult for him. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration and came to a screeching halt. Turning around, Staffordshire immediately asked what I was planning to do. I responded seriously, "If we keep running away without resisting like this, everyone will perish under the attack of the Madam 8 Legs. We need someone to step up and temporarily hold off the monster's pursuit." To quell Staffordshire's insistence, I immediately challenged him. "Do you think you have the strength to face an S-level monster? If not, just keep running. And just ahead is Baskerville territory. We absolutely cannot let it set foot there. Otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable. So, the only one who might have a chance to complete this mission is me, and it must be me." I also left the decision to flee or stay and fight together to Adolf. But with Camus' condition, Adolf had to personally escort her to receive treatment. Ultimately, he made up his mind, which was to not waste the escape time I had created for the team. Seeing this, Camus cried his heart out, shouting that I must come back safely to see her. Hearing this, I was somewhat speechless. A single lie was enough to make everyone believe it was true. After all, even if I were to take him to the territory ahead, even with the temporary combined forces of Baskerville and Morg, they simply could not defeat the Madam 8 Legs. For me, this was undoubtedly the only opportunity to escape Hugo's surveillance. If I could pretend to die in this action, then I could buy time to learn and master the 10th sword technique. When I am proficient enough, I will no longer be manipulated by Hugo, or I could further perfect my skills to hide my true strength. Then, I would return to the Baskerville family. At this moment, the entity parasitizing my right hand, Beelzebub, was already starving. Simultaneously, the silhouette of the Madam 8 Legs also appeared above my head. At this moment, I will use all my strength without reservation, including the iron body granted by the waters of the Styx River, Baskerville's 5th sword technique, and the most powerful and important, the Beelzebub. Immediately after, I leaped into the sky, soaring directly over the top of Madam 8 Legs' head. Soon, it too sensed a terrifying demonic force, but I definitely won't give it any chance to take advantage. Just as my Beelzebub sword erupted with powerful demonic energy, I plunged it fiercely towards the top of the Madam 8 Legs' head to fulfill my vengeance from my previous life. I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. As the Madam 8 Legs began to emit cracking sounds, I surpassed the limits and broke through its ultimate defense. At that moment, my powerful strike also created a vast red light that filled the entire forest. However, seeing this scene, Camus was also deeply shocked inside, along with that powerless cry for help that she could not give. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a strange place, not knowing how many days I had been unconscious. Did I survive the battle against the Madam 8 Legs? Just then, I suddenly remembered the battle with the Madam 8 Legs. If it hadn't been frightened by the blinding light generated by the Beelzebub, I really might have died from being unable to defeat it. I underestimated the Madam 8 Legs' strength. Its attacks are like a nightmare for the current me. At this moment, whether it's muscles, bones, or blood vessels, pain is present everywhere. However, I still have no idea why this rope is tied around my neck. Could this rope have saved my life? But well, if things continue to develop as they are now, I will be able to implement my plan to escape Hugo's surveillance. Besides Adolf and Camus, there were many other witnesses, so I don't need to worry about my death being proven. But when I stepped out of the simple tent, I realized that I had arrived at the barbarian tribe's encampment. It seems I was picked up by some enemy forces. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, behind me, a female barbarian was quickly walking toward me, leading 4 slaves and preparing to execute them. I recognized that these 4 slaves were from Baskerville's third-rate clans, but I still couldn't understand why I was treated differently. Suddenly, someone behind me called out to me. It was a Hun, who had wanted to attack Camus again. Seeing that I had woken up, he asked, "What does it feel like to watch your own people walk towards death? I guess you must be feeling very desperate and in pain, especially since your crippled body can't fight back. If you weren't the commander's pet dog, I would have boiled you right away." Hearing the words pet dog enraged me. I was reminded again of the fate controlled by Hugo in my past life. No matter the cost, I cannot repeat the same mistakes in this life. The murderous aura I emitted in my anger also made a Hun feel as if death itself had descended, but he quickly realized that I am now crippled, and then he swung his fist and struck me hard in the face. Then he scolded me to hurry up and follow the rope to find my master, as she was already at her wit's end. At this moment, I swore that when my body recovers, I will surely return the punch I received from that scoundrel with interest. Following a Hun's advice, I followed the rope and successfully found its end. To my surprise, the so-called master turned out to be the barbarian tribe's genius girl, Ian. Seeing her still bathing in the river, I didn't know what to say, but just then, Ian suddenly ordered me to get down and yanked the rope to forcibly press me to the ground. Then, an arrow appeared and hit the tree trunk. Listening to Ian scolding those barbarian children, I realized I had been used as a target. It seems staying here really will be a torment for a while. After the scolding, Ian thanked me for saving her life before, and she also mentioned that she had saved me twice. Hearing this, I asked in confusion, "Did you set up this rope?" "I went back just in case. If I didn't, you would have died. Be thankful that I'm tenacious." Then, I asked again, "I am an enemy of the barbarian tribe. Why am I treated differently and not executed?" "That's because you seem to be of a high position within your party, so I thought I'd try to see how much money I could get for you. It looks like I'm in a real mess. If the barbarian tribe really negotiates with Baskerville for my ransom, then my plan to fake my death and everything that follows will be ruined." Just then, Ian suddenly gave a sly smile. "Unfortunately, I don't want money now. I just want you to be my slave." After saying this, Ian cut the rope that connected me with her sword. "Shall we decide on our titles first? Call me master." Hearing this, I stayed silent and stared at her. She laughed and said, "I like those rebellious eyes." However, Ian believes that before she can tame me, there's somewhere we have to stop by. I asked in confusion, "Where are we going?" "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? You should give your greetings when you step into someone else's land. We're visiting the village head, the matriarch." As we walked towards the matriarch, Ian told me that in the barbarian tribe, if you don't have a place to sleep, you can sleep on your friend's hammock, and if you're hungry, you can get food from someone who's more affluent. It may mean nothing to outsiders, but to those who live here it's a very homely place. It'll be good for you to get used to this. Soon after, we reached the tent in the center, but what I didn't expect was, at the moment Ian entered, she called the person in front of her mother. Seeing her daughter bring a slave, and a male one at that, she joked, "It seems you finally brought the empirical boy you talked about every day." Ian immediately loudly interrupted, "I did no such thing." At this moment, I realized that the woman standing before me now is the night fox from my past life, who also left a scar on Hugo's nose and caused Adolphe to lose his composure. So, to test the current strength of the matriarch, I compared her with my past life's situation. My chances of winning in a direct confrontation are 0, and my chances of success in a surprise attack from behind are also 0. If it comes to running away, though there is a 20% probability, this percentage is not of winning but of surviving an escape from her presence. At this moment, the matriarch scrutinized me closely, seemingly not welcoming my arrival. Then, in the next second, she showed a puzzled look. "I feel like I've seen your face somewhere before," but she didn't say much else. After all, in her view, most imperial men look alike. Seeing that my identity had not been exposed, I felt relieved, almost thinking that based on her 7.5 years of intuition, she could determine that I am a close blood relative of Baskerville. Then, the matriarch questioned Ian, "What are you planning to do with him? He's no different from a cripple." Hearing this, Ian laughed and explained, "Mother, don't be fooled by his current appearance. He's the one who attacked the Madame Eight Legs. He'll be useful once he receives good treatment." Mother naturally understands her daughter's subtle intentions. She then cautioned Ian, "Taking action without knowing your place might come back to bite you. Well, it doesn't matter if his body is destroyed or not. If his seat is fine, then." Before she could finish, Ian interrupted her, "Mother, that's not it. I'm going to use him as a slave. I need a slave to support me during hunts." At this moment, the matriarch patted Ian on her head and said, "Well, it's up to the owner what they want to do with their slave." After meeting with the matriarch, Ian gave me my first task as a slave, to build a tent for myself. From now on, that place would be my dwelling in the tribe. After saying this, Ian couldn't help but giggle to herself, secretly thinking, there's no way imperial bastards would know how to build a house. Ordering a slave around is part of a master's competency. I should use this chance to rebalance the hierarchy between us. Soon after, Ian returned and looked puzzled. I had managed to set up a simple tent in a short time, and it even looked quite reliable. It seems that Ian's original plan was completely foiled, despite her having brought a whole bunch of useful tools. Looking at the tent I built, I was reminded of my past life's memories of warfare, a time of destruction. Most of the swordsmen from Baskerville would only wield swords forced to kill the enemy, which resulted in a fatal flaw of not being able to survive long-term outdoors. To address this issue, Baskerville started to take it seriously. Each child had to undergo trials in extreme environments, so setting up a tent was a minor task for me. Ian then seriously started to inspect the tent in various aspects. Whether it was the drainage or the stability of the tent, everything was perfect. At that moment, I told her that I had noticed that the matriarch's tent had major issues, which would definitely become unstable in a heavy rain. If she wanted me to fix it, I'd do it. Without hesitation, Ian agreed. The first thing we did was to mix lime soil and gravel to make bricks, then use animal fat to fire and strengthen them. After days and nights of brickmaking, Ian and I went to the matriarch. With my bricklaying skills practiced over 2.5 years, the instability of the tents under harsh weather was finally resolved. Seeing this, the chief of the barbarian tribe was incredulous. It seems there are still things the imperial humans can teach them. Even in the worst weather, the tribe no longer has to worry about leaks and collapsing roofs. Thus, my next task was to work with Ian to solve the 10 issues of the tribe. A few days later, I officially entered the miserable life of a slave, having to do all sorts of menial tasks like laundry and cooking every day. Finally, Ian couldn't stand it anymore and asked me, "Do you really want to keep going like this? Haven't you ever thought about becoming a formal member of the tribe?" I responded indifferently. Doing chores is not such a bad thing. Indeed, it's better than the cutthroat Baskerville. Listening to my answer, Ian knew I must have received professional training. However, on the way back, Ian still insisted on persuading me to integrate into their barbarian tribe. She would also teach me how to survive and adapt here. But I wasn't interested in any of that until she mentioned that doing so could finally remove the rope from my neck. That caught my attention, so I turned around and asked if it was really true. When I asked what I needed to do, Ian's response was, "Go on a hunt and capture a huge prey." Recently, the tribe's warriors haven't been able to catch large prey, causing the children in the tribe to not receive enough nutritional supplements. In other words, as long as you can change the current situation, changing your title from slave to commoner would not be difficult. And it seemed like you don't have a problem with moving light objects, so you just need to assist me. I'm telling you to be grateful that you're the slave of the Balak's hunting commander. Reluctantly, I also had to agree for now. After all, who could stand having a rope around their neck every day like a dog? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind us, eavesdropping, and it was a Hun who wanted me dead. Disgusting bastard, I will make sure you pay the price. It's absolutely impossible for you to get along here. Soon after, we participated in the shamanic prayer ceremony. Legend has it that after killing the prey, death itself will descend, so to avoid accidental harm by death, one must cover their face in charcoal. Thus, hunters, before going out to hunt, receive blessings of charcoal under the guidance of shaman a human. But although this is a custom of the barbarian tribe, many do not approve of it and feel extremely annoyed. It seems that shamans everywhere are the same today. Their status in the tribe does not play a significant role. After receiving the blessings of charcoal, I was about to offer some insincere praise about Ian's face, but she immediately got angry and wiped off the charcoal with her hand. "Shut up. I don't get along with the shaman." Then, she took out a strange collar for me to put around my neck. This made me extremely puzzled. What is this? Why switch from a good rope to a dog collar? Ian explained, "We wear them so our necks don't get bitten by our prey." Hearing this, I did not ask further questions. After all, now that I am in a barbarian tribe, it is necessary to follow the customs and habits here. Once everything was ready, Ian and I mounted a white wolf to set out, and she also reminded me to hold onto her waist tightly. However, due to having a fiancé back in the Empire, I did not heed her advice. This led to me losing my balance when the white wolf suddenly sped up, causing me to fall heavily to the ground. This made my already battered body even more battered. Seeing this, Ian couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I told you to hold onto my waist." Just then, a Hun suddenly appeared behind us. Ian immediately dismounted from the wolf to ask his intentions. A Hun sarcastically said, "Ian, you seem to be very free, playing around with your slave. But let me make myself clear. I'm determined to catch bigger prey than you and stake my grandfather's honor to replace you as commander." Ian ignored most of it but questioned the pledge. "Your grandfather only knows shamanic teachings. His status means nothing in the tribe." During their conversation, I finally sat up after resting for a moment. Little did I know, just this act, a Hun quickly lifted his foot and delivered a heavy blow to my face. "Useless bastard. Do you have the right to move while your master is talking?" At the same time, he also questioned Ian. "You put a dog collar on this crippled slave. Do you expect him to fight alongside you during the hunt? Get a hold of yourself. He'll only be a burden." Hearing this, Ian not only wasn't angry, but she also smiled and said, "I wonder. You should take a look at your waistband before saying those things." As a Hun looked down, his face showed shock. "Where did my arrows go?" I spat out a mouthful of old blood, taunting, "You should grab hold of your weapons as you would with your lover." Hearing this, a Hun's face grew increasingly embarrassed, and then, clenching his fists, he charged at me. But just as his attack was about to land, Ian used the body of the bow to stop his unwarranted aggression. "Whose slave do you think you're punishing on your own accord?" A Hun immediately retorted, "He's a slave. He must be punished for insulting a Balak warrior." "Commander Ian, you go to great lengths to help him. Do you like this crippled slave or something?" Seeing things escalate to this point, Ian, with no other choice, played along with the Hun. "All right, a slave is a slave. slave, and if he does something wrong, he indeed deserves to be punished. But I still want to make it clear to you, he's my slave, and you have no right to touch a hair on his head." Then, after Ayan finished speaking, she snatched up her fist and harshly gifted me a punch in the face, and the fresh blood from my mouth stained the grass beside the road. As for Hun, who witnessed this scene, he was shocked by Ayan's actions. After the punishment was over, Ayan angrily said, "So, are you happy now? I know you're upset because you weren't able to catch a girl for yourself previously, but if you do that shit to my slave again, I'll beat you up. Are we clear? Knowing this, get lost right now. But how unlucky am I to have been kicked for no reason, and now to have been given a punch." As we continued on the White Wolf, Ayan apologized for what she had just done, and asked if my face still hurt. Seeing that I did not respond, she anxiously explained it had to be done. Ahun's a petty and stubborn guy. That was the only way to stop his petty retaliations. But I still did not respond to Ayan's continuous talk. At that moment, Ayan suddenly did a big backflip. "Did that punch hurt your mouth? Or did the injury put your life in danger?" Reluctantly, I had to respond, "It hurts to talk. I've had these types of injuries a lot." Before I could finish speaking, Ayan leaned close to me and kissed my wound. Afterward, she shyly said to me, "Is there anything you want from me? Just name one thing. If it's something I can do, I'll do it." Surprised, I asked, "Really? Can I ask for anything?" Hearing this, Ayan pledged her honor. Of course, a Balak warrior doesn't go back on their word, so I lowered my head in thought, which made Ayan fantasize, wondering, is it really time to have children? But when I stated my request, Ayan's heart instantly chilled. "Teach me how to shoot arrows." Hearing this, Ayan's expression dimmed. "Then from tomorrow onwards, we'll be doing some special training." The next day, our training began. However, her way of teaching shooting is not well intentioned, mocking that I have no talent in this area while also wrapping her hands around my waist to instruct me closely. It's purely to lead me to the bridal chamber. Although Ayan insisted this was the best way, given my injury and the fact that my waist hadn't healed, she still deliberately twisted and held my body in place for a long time, convincing me thoroughly. Fortunately, at that moment, the white wolf Bakira suddenly emerged from the bushes, causing Ayan to stop pushing on my waist. Yet, I hadn't even rested enough before Ayan told me to quickly stand up. Bakira has already located the target. Following Bakira's lead, we arrived at a place filled with sharp rocks and very ordinary mountain stream water. But Ayan said seriously, "Don't be deceived by its appearance. This stream is where the ocean converges. The prey we want will come here to feed and dominate this area, and the food is exactly the fish that dream of crossing the mountains." My grandmother once told me a legend. Fish always believe that if they can successfully swim up the waterfall, they will evolve into powerful and fierce beasts. However, most frogfish give up halfway due to lack of stamina and fall from between the waterfalls, while some lucky ones may try again if they are pierced by sharp rocks. They also receive nature's punishment and become a meal for the forest ox bears. But at first glance, I was full of doubts because, from what I understood, ox bears did not look like this. Hearing this, Ayan explained, "This is not an ordinary ox bear. It was born from a superior bloodline that has survived countless battles of life and death, as you can see from its permanent scars." Therefore, I asked again, "So, our prey today is this one, right?" Unexpectedly, Ayan gave a negative reply. "I didn't ask Bakira to find a strong female ox bear. Our target today is a male ox bear coming to court the female." At that moment, their eyes met. Then the female ox bear began to fight fiercely. Before long, about a dozen male ox bears were beaten and fled in panic. This scene truly shattered my worldview, completely deviating from the usual patterns. In my understanding, in the animal kingdom, it should be the males who duel until a winner is selected to gain the favor of the females. Ayan laughed. "That's a flawed logic, because the animals here almost always defy the usual rules of survival. Strong females often choose the weakest mates." Surprised, I realized it was exactly as Ayan had said. Ayan continued, revealing the reason. "It's looking for a mate it can dominate because strong males, when overly excited during mating, can end up killing the female. It's similar to how the Balak warriors select their partners. Do you know what kind of spouses are most popularly chosen? It must be those with strong DNA genes, and even better if they are temporarily weakened by injury." Hearing this, I was puzzled. This just shows that the Balaks are only after the genes. They don't care about the men's looks or other aspects. At this moment, I am more determined that I must recover quickly, or I will definitely not be able to escape this damned fate. As for what we need to do next, we just have to wait, because during mating, the female ox bear will exhaust all the energy of the male ox bear, and as indescribable sounds echoed through the mountains, I knew the battle had officially begun. However, to ensure that the female ox bear could successfully conceive, over the next few days, I would follow Ayan's instructions and personally bring them food. At our makeshift camp, Ayan patiently explained the underlying principles to me. She held a pink fruit in her hand, explaining that anyone who eats one will have their combat strength increased tenfold, but it is also a harmful type of fruit as it consumes one's lifespan. Thus, the female, who's more intelligent, would understand our intentions. The male would also understand, but in order to handle the female, he has no choice but to eat it. However, just as I picked up the food Ayan cooked and was about to drink it, I couldn't help but complain about how the ox bears were mating like crazy. To this, Ayan replied, "Isn't that normal? I know all male Balaks are like that, but I guess imperial males aren't. Well, since you're from a geeky country, way. I suppose you just can't. At this moment, I was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Ayan's pupils suddenly contracted, and she quickly picked up her bow and arrows, urging me to get up and start moving, because the female ox bear has just emitted an angry roar. This means that she is pregnant, and she will now drive away the male ox bear, who has exhausted all his strength. Seeing the male ox bear really being driven out of the cave, Ayan explained the situation to me. After mating is completed, the male ox bear is no different from other animals invading the territory, so the female ox bear often warns him not to come back. However, this does not matter to us. What we need to do now is to follow closely behind the male ox bear. After enduring 4 days of continuous battle, it certainly wants to find a secluded place. The moment it falls into sleep is the best time for us to make our move. The scene changes, and Ayan and I arrive at a place of icy, snowy wilderness. Here, the cold wind is biting, and not a blade of grass grows, making it undoubtedly more suitable for hiding than the forest. It seems that the ox bear is indeed very intelligent, but in such low temperatures, my body quickly starts to feel uncomfortable. At this time, Ayan also notices something is wrong and quickly asks if I am feeling cold. If so, I can move closer to her. Otherwise, the drop in body temperature leading to body stiffness could affect our hunting operation. Upon hearing this, I ponder for a moment, then decide to trust that Ayan has no ulterior motives, and promptly embrace her waist to preserve my life. Instantly, Ayan's cheeks flush red. Just then, Bagheera's reaction suddenly brings her back to reality. They were originally following the footprints of the ox bear, but now there is a break in the trail. That is to say, before Ayan could finish speaking, a pair of crimson eyes were staring fixedly at her from a crack next to her, and in the next second, the weary ox bear, realizing its tracks had been exposed, also decides to take countermeasures. Meanwhile, a Hun captured a 3-meter-tall spiked wild boar and brought it back to the tribe. Seeing this, the tribe members highly praised him. Furthermore, since a Hun accomplished this feat single-handedly, the tribe unanimously believes he will definitely become the next hunting commander. Hearing the tribe's praises, a Hun is extremely excited. Everything he has done is to replace Ayan. Under the tribe's adulation, he gradually loses himself and even mocks Ayan for having a disabled slave, probably unable to catch even a decent rabbit. At that moment, the ox bear that Ayan had targeted for her hunt suddenly swung its massive claws, charging forward with murderous intent. Ayan, though reacting in time, is momentarily stunned by fear and freezes on the spot. Fortunately, I quickly embrace Ayan's waist and lean back forcefully, thus avoiding a tragic disability. However, our severe imbalance causes us to fall heavily to the ground. Bagheera, seeing his master under attack, immediately opens his big mouth and attacks the ox bear. Even though he successfully bites the ox bear's arm, the absolute difference in strength shows that Bagheera's bite attack did not cause effective damage. Seeing this, I reminded Ayan to avoid direct confrontation with the ox bear. We should flank it from both sides and target its weakest spots. But as soon as I finish speaking, Ayan orders me to hide behind her as she wants to show her dignity as my master. Thinking about the punches I'd have to endure for disobeying an order, I can only honestly hide behind a large rock that's big enough to cover my figure. However, I still feel confused. Logically speaking, a slave should be on the front line, not being protected, right? I just can't understand the bizarre rules of this barbaric tribe. Meanwhile, Ayan, riding on Bagheera, jumps back and forth across the rugged mountains. They plan to launch an aerial attack, rendering the bulky ox bear completely defenseless. After being hit by multiple arrows, the ox bear frantically hides behind the rocks, trying to avoid further shots, but it completely underestimates its opponent's strength. In front of Ayan's magic-infused archery, obstacles are as good as non-existent. Even a city wall could be penetrated and brought down by her full-force strike. However, what surprises me this time is that the arrow shot by Ayan doesn't directly pierce through the rock, but utilizes the air current generated from striking the rock to attack the ox bear hiding behind, even hitting its most vulnerable belly with precision. Such masterful archery makes me admire her ability to turn shooting into an art and flawlessly target the prey's weak spots, a skill probably only possible for descendants of the night fox. If we're talking about pure talent, Ayan's strength might well surpass that of the future camel Morg. At this moment, after receiving a fatal blow, the ox bear continually bleeds from its mouth. Realizing that its end is near, it decides to stop running and instead turns around and charges at the enemy attacking it. Seeing this, Ayan is not at all panicked, still steadily pulling the bow and continuously shooting at the prey's head. Seeing the ox bear in dire straits, Ayan once again infuses magic into her arrow, preparing to deliver a final, lethal strike to end its life. As the magic-laden arrow is shot, the surrounding air trembles slightly under the impact of the blast. Originally, Ayan thought the ox bear would completely fall after this powerful attack. However, in a critical moment, its eyes burst forth with ferocity, cleverly avoiding the attack by using its innate intelligence. Though its right horn couldn't escape, it successfully knocks away the enemy posing a threat to it. Ayan is violently knocked away by this strike, rolling out over 100 meters. At this moment, Ayan realized she had overlooked her mother's warning. When a fierce beast is on the verge of death, it will unleash unprecedented wildness and strength, attacking until it completely eliminates the enemy threatening its life. Meanwhile, the ox bear's figure is already closing in on Ayan. Ayan, and the instinct of fear once again freezes her in place, knowing well that her life might be forfeited here. However, just as the ox bear opens its huge mouth, I can't stand watching any longer. You should have shown your dignity by now, right? Now, it's my turn. My eyes emit a fierce light, and following that, my right hand summons the Beelzebub, stabbing directly into the mouth of the ox bear coming at me. Instantly, a powerful flame bursts out. After being hit, the ox bear completely falls, dying with grievances. However, just as I am about to mock Ayan for her overestimation and forcibly rely on my injured body to kill the ox bear, my heart suddenly stops, and I collapse onto the ground. Soon after, the Balaks hold a ceremony, celebrating as they feast on the ox bear we captured. At this moment, Ayan teases me about becoming the hunting hero. She explained that the hunter who catches the largest prey receives the tribe members' respect and admiration. Additionally, the ox bear isn't just strong and fierce, but it's highly intelligent, making it an honorable catch. Just then, Ahan hands me a bowl of food made from the ox bear. However, when I notice that it contains less meat, I immediately complain. This angers Ahan, causing him to storm off. Ayan then told me that it's the tradition of the Balaks. The one who contributes the most in the hunt gets the least amount of meat and gains that much honor in return. Hearing this, I was puzzled. You become more honorable with less meat? Isn't meat better than some useless honor? However, what I truly gained from this hunt was not meat, but the kilogram hammer skill from the ox bear. This skill allows me to increase my body weight to a terrifying 600 kilograms while holding my breath. For someone like me who can hold their breath in the river Styx for up to 7 minutes, this skill is like cheating. Additionally, after the Beelzebub absorbed the ox bear, my body recovered a lot. At that moment, Ayan gave me a long intestine of the ox bear, saying that my food was not enough, but I immediately told her that I already got a portion of meat and a bowl of blood. However, Ayan insisted, "You must eat this. If your eyes are bad, you eat the eyes. If your heart is weak, you eat the heart." Seeing this, several women in the tribe actually ran over and loudly teased, "Captain Ayan, why would you give that to the slave? You're so obvious. We can see through your motives." Ayan strongly denied their accusations, but they seemed to all know exactly what that long piece of ox bear intestine was. Left with no choice, I accepted it and began eating. As I swallowed the ox bear's intestine, Ayan flashed a satisfied smile, truly pleased by the sight. As morning arrives, I went to a huge broken tree. Around it, traces of recent venom corrosion are still visible. It seems, just as Ayan said, the Madam Eight Legs really will be summoned here to feed. Yesterday, she has taken the most tender parts of the prey caught by all the tribe members and placed them all on this broken tree. At first, I was bewildered and asked, "Why are you placing the good meat here?" Ayan did not answer, but focused on looking towards the distant sky, then finally spoke, "We're offering this as a sacrifice to Madam Eight Legs. We're asking for permission to live in this dense forest." Until this moment, I realized that the fear displayed by Ayan and others upon encountering Madam Eight Legs was deeper than ever before. It seems, my reckless actions almost destroyed the entire Balak tribe. Soon after, as I walked past the elder's tent, I noticed a long queue of women from the tribe lining up. They were all dressed up, preparing to marry me, while I, completely clueless, remained unaware of the seriousness of the situation. It turns out, according to the tribe's rules, the greatest contributor of this hunting operation must marry any female from the tribe. Just then, the women in line suddenly show panicked expressions. Ayan has returned from hunting. She angrily scolded the group, "Damn it, I painstakingly distributed food to you yesterday, and today, you brazenly want to steal what belongs to me?" After hearing Ayan's words, everyone immediately appeared unconvinced. "The Council of Elders hasn't made a decision yet, so why do you say that the slave belongs only to you?" Ayan sneered, "If you think men from the Empire are better, then go catch one yourself. Use a rope to bring one back." However, those women still refused to give up. "We've gone to the Empire's border so many times already, and there's no one else like him." Seeing that they still wouldn't relent, Ayan narrowed her eyes, her tone chilling. "Really? There might be some in hell." As soon as she finished speaking, the unmarried women of the tribe were scared into running away. At this moment, Ayan was extremely frustrated. While I'm waiting for him to recover, those cunning girls might try to take him away. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let him eat the ox bear's vital parts in front of everyone yesterday. Ayan looked around for her slave, completely unaware that I was standing right behind her. After hearing her words, I was utterly speechless. That is to say, the thing I ate yesterday was that disgusting stuff? Ayan immediately changed the subject. "In a couple of minutes, a ceremony to honor achievements will be held. At that time, you will become the most honored hunter of the tribe, and you will also be able to make a request to the matriarch and have it fulfilled." However, before I could think, Ayan had already planned everything for me. Soon, we arrived at the tribe's council hall. Under the matriarch's chairmanship and the gaze of all the elders and other tribe members, I put on the clothes of the tribe's most honored hunter. But what surprised me the most was the typically cold and ruthless night fox Aquila, who made me feel a kind of tenderness I had never experienced before, was actually smiling as she said, "You did well. It seems like you've recovered quite a bit too. How fascinating to think your recovery rate would be this quick. As a reward for your contributions yesterday, I will exempt you from your status as a lowly slave in the tribe. From now on, you will officially become a member of our big family." As soon as she finished speaking, the elder shaman a human coughed lightly, clearly not agreeing with the matriarch's decision. decision to exempt an enemy from the empire. In fact, before the ceremony, Ian had already told me that a human is a Hun's grandfather, so his dissatisfaction with me was bound to be the greatest. At the same time, Aquila slowly stood up, then said, "Since you're now an official member of the Balax, tell me what you want. If you want to marry a woman from the tribe, I can arrange it for you. If you want one or more slaves, that's also possible." Upon hearing this, I pretend to close my eyes and begin deep contemplation. In reality, this part is also part of Ian's plan. After a brief moment, I slowly open my eyes, showing a resolute expression. "If you may, I would like to bathe in the hero's spring." However, as soon as I finished speaking, both the tribe members and the council of elders were all astounded. Aquila's expression also became serious. "Are you aware of what you're requesting?" I was just about to answer when I was interrupted by the shaman elder, a human, who angrily rebuked, "What nonsense! What gives you, a foreigner, the right to be so arrogant? You should know, to enter the hero's spring, one must have praiseworthy battle achievements in the tribe to qualify." After hearing a human's words, a Hun also quickly chimed in, "That's right, to enter the hero's spring, one must prove their strength. It's not something just anyone can casually do." However, Ian was not pleased. In this hunting operation, he not only hunted the powerful ox bear but also provided enough food for the entire tribe to feast for 2.5 months. If that's still not enough to qualify, then tell me, what kind of achievements are considered sufficient? Following this, Aquila looked at me again, her tone somber. "What exactly do you know about the hero's spring?" I answered without hesitation, "The hero's spring. It's a hot spring where both internal and external injuries recover just by bathing in it. However, because the spring takes a very long time to accumulate, its use is highly valuable, and those who wish to enter must be among the strongest in the barbarian tribe." After hearing my explanation, Aquila's gaze brightened slightly, seemingly more appreciative of me. Then she fell into thought. Seeing this, other tribal elders also began to express their opinions. Some thought that the lowly foreigner should not be allowed to use the hero's spring. Others believed that I had exceptional talent and, if nurtured, could definitely become a powerful warrior. Aquila, on the other hand, was actually capable of fulfilling my request, but faced with the opposition of the majority and the strong resistance from the shaman elder, a human, she found it difficult to make a decision at the moment. Just then, the sound of the bells suddenly came from outside. I looked puzzled and asked, "Is it war?" Hearing this, Ian explained, "This time, it's not enemies but guests. Moreover, the visitor is of great significance to the Balax." Aquila then immediately instructed everyone present to go and greet the distinguished guest. As for the matter of the hero's spring, she told me to discuss it further at another time. For me, this was a good sign. However, seeing that his own arguments could still not convince the matriarch, a flash of hatred briefly crossed the human's eyes. When Ian and I followed the sound and arrived at the scene, a large number of tribal people had already gathered. The sight that met my eyes shocked me. I saw countless merchants with their goods coming to the Balax. Ian then told me, "These people are here to trade goods. They will exchange the products they brought with the Balax for various precious materials. In return, the Balax can obtain rare goods that are only available in the empire." This left me extremely puzzled, because the flags on the merchants' carriages bore the emblem of one of the empire's 7 major families, the bourgeois family. But to enter here, one must pass through the territory guarded by Morgue and Baskerville. In that tightly controlled area, such behavior by merchants would never be allowed. Therefore, their only possibility is smuggling. As the merchants displayed various imperial goods, the Balax brought out leather and wool as items for exchange. However, the bestseller turned out to be glass orbs known as dreamy slumber, and I only took one look and determined that these merchants were committing fraud. They wanted to exploit the information gap of the Balax, exchanging items of very low value for extremely high value goods. Fearing the merchants might recognize me, I immediately turned to leave. However, Ian suddenly angrily chastised the trading merchants. The reason was simple: she used a diamond and only got a corn cob in return. I thought she had finally seen the unfairness of the deal, but unexpectedly, she angrily said, "How is one enough? It should at least be 2. This left me utterly speechless. Seeing Ian's actions, the other Balax followed suit, eventually getting double the exchange items. Meanwhile, a little girl approached a merchant, wanting to exchange items for a glass orb. But when the merchant saw the item the little girl offered, his face showed disgust, and he harshly slapped the insect from her hand, then turned and walked away. The little girl knelt on the ground, anxiously checking on the injured insect. Initially, this was just an internal affair of the barbarian tribe, and I really didn't want to meddle, until that merchant casually said, "For a stupid barbarian, she's quite pretty. She could be sold for a good price as a slave." What a shame. Hearing this, I finally made up my mind to expose this long-lasting scam. I first stopped the merchant, telling him not to rush off, then firmly said, "This trade is invalid." Seeing this, Ian frowned, sensing something was amiss, but not understanding why I suddenly decided to stand up for the tribe's people. At that moment, seeing a barbarian who could speak the imperial language, the merchant immediately put on a fake smile and greeted me, but I directly interrupted him, telling him not to change the subject. "You need to cancel all of today's unfair trades." Unexpectedly, the other party vehemently retorted, "Nonsense. What is unfair? Moreover, this trade was permitted by the shaman elder on behalf of the forest god." Seizing the opportunity, I pointed to the vegetables in front of us and said, said, "The corn you brought is worth at most 100 gold coins each, but the diamond you took away is worth at least 2 million gold coins each. If you grind an oxbear horn into a billiard ball, it would be worth 1 million. It's the same price as the goblin but mushroom, a new medicine." Hearing my words, the merchant started sweating profusely in fear. And then, in my hand, I held a glass orb named Dreamy Slumber and said, "If you put this next to you, you'll certainly be drugged, and only dream of sweet dreams." On the surface of the glass orb, there are small holes and drugs fall out of them. The drug inside is a cheap drug that harms the body upon long-term use, and I know it's illegal to use it in the Empire. After saying this, I forcefully crushed the glass orb into fragments. Seeing that someone in the Balax understood these insider details, the merchant panicked and immediately signaled to his companions to run away. Meanwhile, because Ayan knew a bit of the Imperial language, she seemed to hear the words drug, body, harm, and looked puzzled. I did not hesitate to confirm it. The next second, her expression turned incredibly angry. However, the merchant kept feigning ignorance until the next moment, when Ayan swiftly shot him. With this, the entire tribe finally understood the dangers of the glass orbs. They were furious and collectively decided to confront the merchants for answers. Seeing the situation turning sour, the merchants dropped their goods and fled the scene on horseback. Seeing this, I immediately asked Ayan why not pursue them, but the experienced Ayan just said indifferently, "For beasts that live in large packs, injuring them and letting them go is also a hunting technique. They have the tendency to return to their pack when injured." Meanwhile, the merchants reached a camp. Here, a group of armed and vicious thugs gathered. It seems that tonight, a fierce battle is inevitable. After nightfall, Ayan's scouting eagle flew back with information. "They're here." A cold glint flashed in Ayan's eyes, and coldly said, "They messed with the Balax. There's only one way to take care of them. It's slaughter." Meanwhile, the merchants have also strategized and planned to secretly infiltrate the Balax's weakest guarded area to set fires and ambush. But on the road, the lead mercenary, a one-eyed man, suddenly starts mocking his own employer. "You must be shocked that those Balak bastards looted you. As expected, words don't work on those barbarians. You need to turn them all into slaves and sell them." Although the merchant endures the one-eyed man's verbal abuse, he still can't help but remind him, "It's your first time in this deep forest, so you don't know it very well. Defeating the Balaks in combat isn't easy." However, after hearing this, the one-eyed man still shows disdain. "If you were that scared, why did you bring us, the mercenaries? Weren't you going to turn the tables if you got caught? Also, we decided to split the gross earning in exchange for being your escorts, so if it comes to looting, can we treat everything as ours?" Reluctantly, the merchant was at this point no longer caring whether he could make a large profit. He just hoped that the one-eyed man's words were true, that they could wipe out the Balaks. Just then, a minor conflict erupted in the group over a match. It turned out that one of the mercenaries, a new recruit, was unaware of the taboos of the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 people aren't allowed to share one match, but this new recruit wouldn't listen, directly grabbing the match to light his cigarette. He scoffed, "I don't believe in such superstitions." But just then, an arrow pierced straight through his forehead, followed by another, striking the person beside him, and even the one-eyed man. Seeing this, the merchant immediately shouted towards the back, "It must be the Balaks. Extinguish your cigarettes." Indeed, Ayan appeared not far away, confirming the merchant's suspicion. But by then, it was already too late. Tonight, Ayan would definitely not let those who dared to harm the tribe escape this forest. Standing nearby, I was completely shocked by the combat prowess of the Balaks. I had never imagined that each archer could accurately hit a target by the faint light in the distance. Just then, a group carrying barrels appeared in front of me. I immediately ordered, "Tie the barrels with ropes, then shoot them with arrows to the enemy's position." As each barrel was secured between the trees, a net was instantly formed above the enemy's heads. Seeing this, the mercenaries stood frozen, clueless about the Balak scheme. Then, in the next second, the barrels above, hit by flaming arrows, triggered a chain explosion. Fierce flames instantly engulfed the entire enemy camp, trapping the mercenaries and merchants in a sea of fire. Some screamed as they fell, even being directly consumed by the flames, turning into charred remains. Taking advantage of the chaos in the battle, I swiftly infiltrated the enemy and found the merchant previously wounded by Ayan. At that moment, a fierce light shone in my eyes. On my watch, I would not let any outlaw escape. Seeing this, the merchant immediately realized his life was short, desperately trying to contain his fear while shouting frantically, "You'll regret it if you kill me." Then, he pulled out a permit. "This is the exploration permit I received from the Underdog City. It's the official seal from the newly appointed deputy consul. If you kill me, the Baskerville family will come for you." Hearing this, I lifted my head, no longer bothering to hide my face, and coldly said, "How strange. I don't remember permitting that." Seeing this, the merchant finally realized that the person standing before him was the new deputy consul he had mentioned. But before he could kneel and beg for mercy, my bow had already fired. One arrow precisely penetrated his forehead, and another shot into his heart, completely ending his life. Those who forged the Baskerville seal are to be executed. Suddenly, Ayan riding on Bakira rushed over, her expression grave. "Stop wasting time. We need to leave immediately." Meanwhile, on the other side, the defending mercenaries also noticed something unusual. The previously fierce barrage of arrows suddenly stopped. They speculated, could it be that the Balaks are retreating? The fact that they attacked attacked us with fire means they're not confident. Chase after them. However, they did not realize that at that moment, a huge shadow had quietly descended behind them. The next second, the Madame Eight Legs used its terrifying limbs to instantly crush all the mercenaries. Seeing this, Ian couldn't help but praise me. To calculate the Madame's appearance and think of using fire as a tactic, you've become a great Balak now. However, looking at the enormous eight-legged spider, my mind sank into contemplation. What kind of power is needed to defeat it completely? The scene shifts. Aquila once again held a ceremony in my honor. At the same time, she officially agreed to let me use the hero's spring. Everyone present tacitly accepted this decision. Only Shaman Elder Human was still reluctant, but he had no choice but to accept it. Afterward, Aquila commanded Ian, take him to the hero's spring. Before leaving, Ian couldn't resist mocking a human. Look at a human not saying a word. He said that the reason why the warriors were unwell was because they were cursed. Due to your actions, a human's words hold no weight now. After hearing this, I couldn't help but glance at him. It seems, this so-called shaman is nothing more than a fraud. The entire transaction between the Balaks and the merchants was just a grand deception. Night falls, and I finally immerse my battered body in the legendary hero's spring. Despite the distance, its effect was indeed as Ian said. Although it's not as effective as the Styx River at Baskerville, it's better because there are no age restrictions. However, what I find extremely objectionable is that Ian also joined me in the soak. I immediately questioned, don't you know that when two people soak together, the effect is halved? Ian angrily retorted, don't be so petty. Since you've officially joined the Balaks, you should learn to give selflessly. Also, you should really thank Sir Adonai for finding this hot spring. He's the only person who can fight against the Madame Eight Legs. He's the best warrior among our legends. Hearing this, I couldn't help but tease. If that story is true, then I would definitely respect the strongest warrior. Upon hearing this, Ian instantly became annoyed and said gruffly, believe it or not, it's true. However, after soaking for a while, Ian's face suddenly turned red. She seemed to suddenly remember what her mother had said. He's a commoner now and has a good reputation within the village. When he recovers with the hero's spring and can become the man he should be, he's not that bad of a husband. Ian murmured to herself, today, I'm going to make Vakir mine. Before long, Ian suddenly spoke up. To be honest, I knew that those merchants were taking an excessive amount of profits. I had a vague idea, so it was good that we used this chance to get back at them. If you didn't do it, I would've. Hearing this, I casually replied, chuckling, I see. Noticing my playful disbelief, Ian said, don't laugh. I genuinely knew that diamonds are more expensive than corn in the Empire. Hearing this, I couldn't help but mock her and asked, how much more expensive are they? Who knew? Ian confidently answered, at most, maybe 20 or 30. It seems she knows nothing about the prices in the Empire. So I replied, wrong. The amount of corn you can get with one diamond is far more than that. Hearing this, Ian's jaw almost dropped. She couldn't believe that one diamond could buy so much. However, the next second, she covered her mouth with her hands and said, hey, slave, I knew that. This made me angry, and I solemnly said to Ian, my name or slave? Between the two, which do you want to call me by? I don't like keeping things ambiguous. However, as soon as the words left my mouth, Ian's voice suddenly deepened, and then, she lifted her hand and gently cupped my chin, her gaze profound. I don't want to call you slave or Vakir. What I want to call you is. But before she could finish, four little kids suddenly popped up behind her. At that moment, Ian's face turned extremely awkward. Before she could recover, the bunch of kids swarmed up, begging to play with her. I could only stand there in shock, completely dumbfounded. I really couldn't guess what Ian actually wanted to call me. Meanwhile, as the kids played recklessly in the hero's spring, Ian immediately became angry and loudly scolded. If you want to play, go play on the shore. This spring was gifted to Vakir by the matriarch. If the spring's effectiveness is halved, his recovery will take even longer. Hearing this, I immediately mocked Ian. Didn't you say that the people of the barbarian tribe are never petty? Why are you now quibbling with children? Just then, a Hun came over with two little girls and told us, this is a command just issued by the matriarch. Due to the drug's side effects brought upon by the merchants, she told the sick children to go into the hero's spring. Upon hearing this, Ian was so angry that she clenched her teeth, her expression darkening. Don't tell me she wanted to make a fool out of me. However, what I never expected was that a Hun actually took the initiative to express his gratitude for me. Thanks for helping my younger sister, and I'm sorry for misunderstanding you this whole time. To this, I simply responded nonchalantly, yeah, after all, this was something I should do. However, a Hun confidently reminded me, I'm apologizing here, and that's all you have to say. Hearing this, I showed a face of disdain and scoffed, a Hun, you have too much anger in you. Seeing a Hun's condition, the bit of unease Ian once had was finally relieved. Vakir, cheers to you for becoming an official Balak member. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. A Hun and I sparred, but I defeated him before the first round even ended. Everyone present was incredibly shocked. Seeing that a Hun could no longer continue the duel, I decided to move on to more important matters. At that moment, a Balak warrior suddenly said, I heard that kid's archery skills can now match Ian's. In my opinion, he's a monster now. However, another Balak warrior completely disagreed, scoffing, I can hit a Hun's nose and make it bleed too. Hearing this, a Hun helplessly corrected his misunderstanding. You're mistaken. His fist didn't hit me. It just stopped in front of my face. He made my nose bleed from the wind's pressure caused by his fist. At the same time, time, I stood before a massive stone wall with 6 deep indentations carved into it. Clearly, my skills had broken through to the 6th sword technique. Although there is still a long way to go to achieve the most complete and strongest 10th sword technique, to have reached this level at 17 years old is unprecedented in the history of the Empire. At the same time, I also have 6 mana circles. With this, I can be a high-rank graduator. With the assassination techniques I learned in a previous life, along with the newly mastered barbarian archery, the revenge plan is about to start ahead of schedule. The scene shifts to Ian and I pursuing a large snake. From the traces it left behind, this prey is big enough to feed the entire tribe for at least 4 days. However, the usually cautious Ian seemed preoccupied this time. When she noticed that I was observing her, her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she hurriedly turned back to Bakira to get something. She pulled out a dagger and handed it to me, saying, "The hunting group brought a dagger from an imperialist who trespassed the deep forest. Do you know anything about this emblem?" I looked down and immediately noticed the serpent pattern on the dagger, a distinctive symbol of one of the Empire's 7 great families, the Leviathan family. Hearing this, Ian's gaze sharpened. We thought it might have been someone's dagger from the mercenary group we massacred 2 years ago, but thankfully it wasn't. One thing that's bugging me is that in various places around the headwaters, they poured a red liquid from a glass bottle and retreated. Seeing my serious expression, Ian softly asked, "Fakir, I have something I want to ask. Don't you want to return to your hometown?" Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. However, Ian suddenly said, "To be honest, there was another imperialist who came to the deep forest. I think you were their goal." This left me in complete shock. Ian paused, seeming a bit hesitant, but continued anyway. "That girl came to the deep forest. Moreover, she hasn't just come once or twice. Ever since the encounter with the Madame Eight Legs attack, she has been leading a search team, conducting a carpet search in the forest." At this point, Ian's expression was complex. "Will you go with her? It seems like she cares about you a lot." I frowned, beginning to ponder my next move. But one thing is certain, I cannot go back. Although I do feel somewhat guilty about Camus's perseverance, but to annihilate Baskerville, I must conceal myself and advance to the 10th sword technique. Before that, any exposure is fatal, so confidently said, "I won't go back." After hearing my response, Ian was stunned for a moment, then fell silent. But then, she showed a happy smile. "That's great. Fakir isn't leaving Bakira." On the other hand, I felt a sense of relief. It seems the people of the Empire don't know I'm alive. I need to return once I'm able to hide my power from Hugo without being noticed. But speaking of which, Camus has been incessantly searching for me, which might also be a task within the diplomatic efforts between the 2 families. I just remember that the relationship between the 2 families wasn't very friendly initially. Could it be that due to my death, this diplomatic tie has become stronger? Looking at it this way, I will eventually have to sneak out to investigate what's happening outside the deep forest. Just at this moment, irregular bubbles suddenly began to emerge from the pool, and then a giant fish leapt out. Ian, seeing this, did not find it unusual because such a fish daring to jump from the water to land means that the rainy season is about to descend upon the forest, and judging by its size, this rainy season should be a long one. But what concerns me is not how big the fish is, but why there is a spear in its stomach. After I cut it open with my sword, what appeared before us was a corpse corroded by stomach acid to nothing but bones and tattered clothes. From the clothing he wore, Ian dared to assert that the person swallowed by the fish was from the Rococo tribe, but this type of fish would not actively attack humans. They are so foolish they only prey on creatures that are already dead. Thus, to investigate further, we decided to head to the Rococo's encampment, as something might have occurred there. Soon, Ian and I arrived at our destination before nightfall, but the scene before us made us gasp in shock. The entire encampment was silent as the grave. All the Rococo warriors guarding the entrance lay on the ground, their bodies already cold. Even more terrifying was that their bodies were covered in strange red spots. At the same time, Ian also noticed something odd. Now, it should be mealtime for the tribe, but why is there not even a wisp of smoke at the Rococo encampment? Something's not right. Without hesitation, we immediately snuck in. However, there was no sign of any villagers' activity in the encampment, and it's impossible that everyone would be sleeping at this time. Judging by the number of weeds, it's been a while since this place has been looked after. At that moment, Ian slowly walked up to a nearby tent, reached out, and lifted the curtain. Suddenly, countless flies swarmed out from inside the tent. As for the scene inside, it was so shocking that Ian instantly felt suffocated. She quickly covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her urge to vomit, and yelled at me, "Vakir, there's a corpse here, already half decomposed by insects." However, the other side of my investigation was equally horrifying. Before I regressed, there had been an epidemic that spread throughout the deep forest around this time. The corpses and the red spots made it clear this was the Red Death. It was a highly contagious and terrifying plague. After infection, red spots spread across the body, accompanied by severe vomiting, diarrhea, general weakness, and extreme pain. Ultimately, the person is tortured to death by both mental and physical agony. In my previous life, this plague had erupted on a large scale, nearly wiping out the entire barbarian tribe. At that moment, Ian suddenly shouted in terror, "Vakir, we must leave here immediately. The Rococo village has been cursed." Hearing this, I calmly denied it and soothed, "There's no need to panic. From the symptoms of the deceased, realized this is just a contagious disease, and its ability to spread is not very strong. If you're scared, go back first. And what if you die because you got cursed? Then I die. Hearing this, Ian angrily asked, who said you can go ahead and die? But I did not heed Ian's panic, instead continuing to analyze. It seems the Rococo tribe hasn't been completely wiped out. Judging by the number of bodies here, it's likely that some people left the sick and dying behind and fled to another place. I then decided to search for some useful supplies. However, not long after we started, a faint breathing sound suddenly came from behind Ian. Then, Ian let out a piercing scream. Terrified, her legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. She trembled and pointed towards the tent ahead. Following her gaze, a child who seemed to be only 5 years old was standing there quietly. There's a cursed child. However, what I never expected was, Ian actually began to act unreasonably, saying she had twisted her leg and couldn't move. Seeing this, I couldn't be bothered with her and turned directly to approach the child, squatting down and look at the stone beside her. It seemed she was mourning someone's death. Who are you? The child uttered 3 words. Rococo, slave, kitchen maid. Hearing this, I immediately realized this child was a slave taken by the Rococo tribe from the empire. So, I patiently continued to inquire, what's your name? The child initially replied, Pomerian, but suddenly added, La Baskerville. Hearing this, my heart jolted violently. To make sure I hadn't heard her wrong, I asked, what did you just say? The child lifted her hand and pointed to herself, saying, Pomerian La Baskerville. Within the Baskerville family, there are 3 types of middle names. Names with Van represent side branches of the bloodline. Names with Lu belong to direct male descendants. Names with La belong to direct female descendants. And this little girl's full name is La. Furthermore, her red eyes and the locket necklace with a hound emblem on her chest all confirm that she carries Baskerville blood. At this moment, I opened the locket necklace, and what I saw left me in shock. Inside was an old picture, and the man standing on the left was my father, Hugo. Seeing this, I immediately questioned Pomerian. Who are the people in this picture? What is their relationship to you? However, my stern expression and cold tone frightened Pomerian, causing her to tremble and back away in panic. Seeing this, Ian said exasperatedly, you expect a kid to respond when you ask like that? Hearing this, I realized that I had been too hasty, but this was also because memories from my past life make me particularly sensitive to these matters, and I tend to lose control of my emotions easily. So, I made an effort to muster a gentle smile and asked again, Pomerian, can you tell me who the people in the photo are to you? Although Ian was still not satisfied with my demeanor, fortunately, Pomerian finally spoke up. She pointed at the photo and said one by one, this is Grandpa, Mom, and Grandma. Instantly, my memory flashed back to many years ago when I had just been summoned by Hugo and appointed as a deputy consul. At that time, the butler John had said, actually, your father has always been a person very sentimental about his family. Even though many people outside do not agree with this assessment, in John's eyes, Hugo was indeed such a person. Your father loved his first wife, Lady Roxana, very much and cared for her dearly. Although Lady Roxana passed away from illness, that wasn't the reason your father's personality changed. When the sole bloodline born of your father and Lady Roxana, Lady Penelope, was taken away by the barbarians, that was the tipping point. At that time, Hugo went completely insane. He was determined to have the Empire station him at the border, and in the following days, he began an endless, frenzied slaughter of the barbarians. But in the end, he still couldn't find any trace of Penelope. It was only years later that Hugo became the cold and ruthless man he is today. Reproduction was no longer about nurturing a love's blossom, but about raising more merciless killing machines. At this moment, I silently watched Pomerian. I didn't believe it when Butler John first told me these things, but now, the evidence is right before my eyes, undeniable by anyone. However, what worries me the most is Hugo's hatred for the barbarians has already reached its limits. If he learns that his own granddaughter is of the enemy's bloodline, what expression would he have? But these are concerns for later. Right now, the most important thing is to ensure Pomerian is settled in properly. From her current state, it's clear she was treated as a slave among the Rococo tribe. As I was contemplating what to do next, Pomerian suddenly pointed at me and said, Mom, hair, same. I replied softly, yeah, the Baskervilles are all pretty similar. You could probably call me uncle. Hearing this, she stared blankly at the pile of rocks behind her, recalling what her mom had said. Pomerian, if you ever meet someone with red eyes, please follow that person. Then, she grabbed my clothes and said, Uncle, I'll go with you. At this moment, I finally realized this chance meeting had unexpectedly brought 2 stray dogs of Baskerville together. From that day onward, no matter what I was doing or where I went, Pomerian would never leave my side. The concept of loneliness seems to have been etched deep into her soul. Yet, even though Pomerian is willing to depend on me, I still feel that she shouldn't stay with the barbarians forever. At the very least, she should be sent to a developed area of the empire for formal education. Soon after, we arrived at the barbarian tribe's meeting place. Due to the threat of the plague, Aquila urgently convened a tribal meeting, aiming to gather suggestions from all elders to formulate a response plan. Moreover, the rainy season will continue for a long time. For the plague, this is undoubtedly the best environment for spreading. Suddenly, Shaman a human proposed a solution. That isn't a plague, but a curse. To lift it, we must sacrifice a great offering. However, However, I had already told Ian that this plague has nothing to do with any curse. It is a contagious disease known as Red Death. Therefore, Ian immediately dismissed the human's suggestion and proposed we should evacuate as soon as possible and look for a new settlement. No sooner had she spoken than Ian was met with unanimous criticism from the Council of Elders. To them, this land has been home for generations, for over 100 years. How could they just abandon it so easily? Fortunately, most people were still rational. They agreed more with Ian's proposal. What will you do if the plague comes and kills all the children? Who will continue our future? At this moment, the meeting room was divided into two factions, the Council of Elders and the villagers, and they were arguing incessantly, and the final decision lay tightly in Aquila's hands. Yet, they were all unaware of the severity of this plague, comparable to the Black Death that once afflicted the Empire. This terrible plague truly spread like crazy and reached even the territories of the Empire. Fortunately, thanks to Camus' fire magic and a saintess sent by the Quo Vadis family, the two barely managed to stop the spread of the plague. However, they only protected the Empire, while most of the barbarians living in Red Black Mountain and the deep forest perished. This became favorable for the Baskerville family. As soon as the barbarians, who had a vital role in the ecosystem of the deep forest, disappeared, the lower-ranking demonic creatures proliferated their numbers beyond what was previously possible, causing a monster wave that led to many civilian casualties. The Baskerville family, who protects the border, were requested by the Empire to start subjugating these monsters. In the end, they succeeded protecting the border, and as a result, Hugo's political influence grew rapidly. To prevent history from repeating itself, I decided to help the barbarians. I raised my hand, looked towards Aquila, and said firmly, I have a way to stop the Red Death. Then, following my instructions, they caught a few goblins and soaked one in a tub filled with river water. Shortly after, the goblin contracted Red Death. I immediately ordered them to throw it into the fire to prevent the plague from spreading. Meanwhile, Ian curiously asked, does Red Death really transmit through water? Yes, the infected water is the main cause of the infection, but once you boil the water, there shouldn't be any problem. Hearing this, Ian looked at the goblins and smirked, so boiled water is fine. The next second, she soaked one of the goblins into the boiling water. However, it immediately died. Seeing this, I told Ian to let the water cool down before soaking the remaining goblins. Ultimately, the goblins that were soaked in boiled water showed no signs of the plague rash. At this moment, the tribe finally put aside their fears. They had finally found a way to overcome the Red Death. Aquila immediately praised me and thanked me, saying they could now see the light at the end of the tunnel. However, I calmly said, we can't let our guards down yet. It can transmit through the respiratory system, so please be careful when the fog is present at dawn. Meanwhile, Ian mocked a human nearby, saying, didn't someone call it a curse? Hearing this, a human retorted loudly, don't delude yourself. In a few days, the rainy season will come, so how would we able to avoid water? With a human's words, the tribe's minds were suddenly clogged. The people finally realized that boiling water indeed had significant limitations. However, a human face suddenly changed, because I had already anticipated this potential problem and had come up with the most effective solution: relocate the village. There's a way to relocate the village without abandoning the land left by our ancestors. As time passed, a great rainy season finally descended upon the Red Black Mountain. Vast plains were swallowed by floodwaters, rivers swelled, and many areas turned into marshes. The deep forest, where the barbarians lived, was not spared either. Looking around, there was almost no place to stand. According to the records of the Elders' Council, this is the most terrifying rainy season invasion in history. Yet at this moment, they could still sit in their tents. All of this was thanks to my initial relocation plan, moving the tents to large tree trunks, connecting them in pairs, constructing simple ladders to ensure ease of movement. However, just as the new settlement was being completed, an uninvited guest arrived. Suddenly, a dark shadow emerged in the river water, and a monstrous fish burst out of the water, its mouth wide open as it lunged directly at two Balak warriors. In the nick of time, Ian suddenly pulled out her bow and arrow and shot. The magic-infused arrow precisely hit the vital spot of the monstrous fish. Damn it, get lost. At this moment, I asked in confusion, what the heck is that thing? We call it Ka. However, seeing it destroying others' hard work, I didn't hesitate to leap down from the tree trunk, charging straight at it. At the same time, I awoke the long-dormant Beelzebub, ready to give it a good feast. The next moment, using the Baskerville's sixth sword technique, sword light flashed as I unleashed countless slashes, directly aiming for the vital points of the monstrous fish. It let out a hysterical roar, and the next second, it suddenly flipped over, darting into the river, frantically fleeing. Fortunately, the two Balak warriors were safe. Seeing this, the Balaks erupted in cheers. Vakir chased Ka away. Vakir is the true hero of the Balaks. Only a human clenched his fists tightly in anger. On the other hand, Ian excitedly gave a thumbs up, secretly delighted. Vakir is definitely a man to entrust one's life to. After the turmoil, I returned to the tent to prepare dinner. Originally, this meal was intended for Pomerian, but Ian shamelessly followed along. However, seeing both of them immersed in the delicious food, showing satisfied expressions, I ultimately couldn't bear to kick out this freeloader. I don't remember inviting you to my house, nor did I prepare your share. Upon hearing this, Ian immediately retorted, you are my slave. Whatever belongs to the slave belongs to the master. How many times have I told you that I'm not a slave anymore? This argument was watched by Pomerian from beginning to end. However, her next words left me completely dumbfounded. It feels like uncle and sister Ayan are a married couple. Ayan, of course, found these words most comforting. She scooped up Pomerian in an embrace, excitedly bragging, "That's right, just like a married couple. You're so cute." As for me, I was utterly speechless. However, just at that moment, the tent curtain was suddenly pulled open. I instinctively turned to look, only to see a figure, under the backlighting of thunder, shuffling forward like a zombie. Ayan immediately demanded vigilantly, "What is your intention for coming to Vakir's tent in the middle of the night?" However, when we saw the face of the visitor, we were stunned. It was a Hun, and his eyes were already soaked with tears. "Vakir, please, save my little sister." Meanwhile, at a Hun's residence, the girl on the bed was covered in sinister red spots, and she was also suffering from a high fever. Before long, Ayan and I arrived at a Hun's residence. At this moment, under the thick blanket, was a Hun's sister, afflicted with the Red Death. The spots on her body were spreading at a rate visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, I immediately asked the Hun, "When did it start?" "Since yesterday. I think she entered the swamp when we were gathering wood for the construction." At the same time, Ayan also looked very anxious, urgently looking at me. "Vakir, do you know what to do?" However, just as I was about to detail the plan, a heavy footstep suddenly interrupted our conversation. Turning around, the one who walked into the tent was a Hun's grandfather, a human. Going around and not listening to her grandpa serves her right. This is what happens when you listen to the words of the imperial spy bastard. Hearing this, a Hun immediately gently advised, "Grandfather, don't speak so harshly." As soon as those words fell, a human delivered a vicious slap across a Hun's face. "You useless fool, you're just as weak as your cowardly parents." After scolding him, a human propped up his umbrella, preparing to leave. But before stepping out, he stubbornly reminded them, "This Red Death is not some so-called infectious disease. It is a curse from God. The only way to lift it is through a grand sacrificial ritual. Now that the situation has worsened to this extent, the matriarch will surely permit it." Hearing these words, Ayan clenched her teeth. As for Hun, he silently wept. He was truly terrified that his sister, Ahul, would be taken by this disease. Just then, my words reignited a Hun's hope. "I have a way to cure the Red Death." A Hun's head shot up, his eyes filled with shock and anticipation. But before anything else, I sternly instructed, all of Ahul's used belongings must be sterilized with boiling water. Additionally, burn wormwood over the bonfire to repel mosquitoes and bats. They are the most likely carriers of the disease. We need to create an environment for Ahul to combat the disease in order for us to buy some time. Upon hearing this, a Hun immediately wiped away his tears, regaining his composure. "I understand. I will do everything perfectly." At this moment, Ayan began to truly believe that I could cure Ahul. However, just as I was about to explain the next step of the treatment plan, Ayan's expression suddenly froze in shock. "I need your help. Bring me out of the deep forest, then I'll be able to get medicine for the infection." Hearing this, Ayan's temper flared instantly. "Don't say such things. Even though you're acknowledged as a member of the Balaks, there is a condition for going out into a foreign land. There's no way my principled mother would allow that." Even after hearing this, I remained completely unfazed. "As long as you secretly get me out of the deep forest and bring me back unnoticed, no one will ever find out." At that moment, my eyes were filled with unprecedented determination. Ayan's heart grew increasingly conflicted, but in the end, for the sake of saving Ahul, agreed. After obtaining the specific route to leave the deep forest, I immediately set off on the journey back to the Empire with Pomerian. However, just then, I suddenly noticed someone was following me. So, I immediately stopped, turned around, and it was Ayan. "Didn't you already agree to let me go to the Empire for medicine?" Ayan's face was stern, and her tone serious. "Take me with you, or just tell me where exactly are you going?" However, both of these things are confidential to me. Even Ayan cannot be told. Thus, I rejected her requests one by one. Yet, Ayan asked again, "Then why are you taking Pomerian?" Ayan looked at me deeply, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "When a sword came out of your arm, and when you knew about Red Death, I didn't ask. Do you know why? The first time we met, you rescued me from a slave auction. That favor is a memory I can never forget. From the first day you became my slave, you obeyed every command of mine unconditionally. Although, as we spent time together, we became fellow tribesmen and our feelings grew closer. Vakir, for you, I am willing to give everything. Even if it means defying my entire family, I am willing. But in my heart, there's always been a knot that as soon as I hear the answer from you, you will completely disappear from my sight. However, just answer one thing. You'll come back, right?" After saying this, Ayan slowly lowered her head. However, my words instantly brought a glimmer of happiness to her heart. "I will definitely come back. Please wait for me." Meanwhile, in the city where I once governed, Chihuahua is up late, sorting through documents. At this moment, he walks to the window and stares blankly at the bright moonlight. He remembered the days when we worked together. Back then, although it was tough, it was full of meaning. That period of time redefined Chihuahua's life. However, what he finds hard to accept is that my farewell to the frontier turned out to be our last meeting. But the next second, Chihuahua's expression suddenly changed. As he saw me appearing upside down in front of him, Chihuahua's face turns pale, his lips tremble slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Am I seeing a ghost?" I then flipped and landed on the window, then said, "How have you been these years, Secretary General Chihuahua?" Before long, I immediately explain my resurrection, and Chihuahua's emotions gradually stabilize. Who would have thought that the next second, he couldn't hold back and burst into tears. With tears streaming down his face, he trembles with excitement and says, "I'm so glad you're alive." Seeing Chihuahua's undying loyalty to me, I finally feel reassured to entrust Pomerian to his care. Only at first, Chihuahua thought Pomerian was a child I had with the barbarians. Hearing this, I immediately deny his guess. Our bloodline is the same, so we look the same, but it's not what you're thinking. Then, I asked him if he can look after Pomerian, and since it's come to this, it would be best if he went through basic education with her. Hearing this, Chihuahua excitedly replied, "It's been a while since I've gotten an order from you. Please leave it to me." However, upon learning that he really can't manage the entire city efficiently on his own, I told him to find Cindy Wendy, a criminal I released 2 years ago. This suggestion sounds good, but Chihuahua looks puzzled. But how do I find her? Do you remember the little girl who once I gave a reward of 10 billion gold coins? If my guess is correct, Cindy Wendy is probably there. If she refuses to cooperate, you can tell her that I'm alive. She's indebted to me, so she'll help. After explaining everything, I must quickly carry out my next plan, which is to find the holy water that can cure Red Death. After all, there's still a promise that I have to fulfill. Meanwhile, at the gates of the Quo Vadis family's city, a merchant is about to undergo a search by the guards. Seeing this, he immediately takes out his merchandise permit, saying familiarly, "I'm a regular here in Quo Vadis City. Shouldn't we save some time on the search?" The guards understood the merchant's intention to save time, but still firmly responded, "Rules are rules. We need to do at least a spot check." Just as the guard chose the barrel of oil, the merchant's expression suddenly turned frantic. It turned out that the barrel chosen by the guard was the only one with something hidden inside. The merchant thought he was definitely doomed. However, when the barrel was opened, the guard didn't find anything unusual. "No problem, you can pass." Hearing this, the merchant finally breathed a sigh of relief, deeply exhaling. What appeared before him was the Quo Vadis family's district, St. Mecca. The merchant quickly made his way to a deserted alley, and then whispered to the barrel, "There are no guards patrolling nearby. You can come out now." The next second, a person wearing a mask stood up from inside the barrel. This person was me, Vakir. My target was the holy water in the city of St. Mecca. To infiltrate successfully, I had to resort to this subterfuge, having the merchant who frequently entered and exited St. Mecca smuggle me in. As a reward, after the deed, I gave him a highly valuable item, an ox-bear canine. The value of this item goes without saying, but more importantly, it was a way to keep the merchant quiet, to prevent any leaks about my whereabouts. However, the rewarded merchant still looked as if he'd seen a ghost. To think he was submerged in the oil for over 2 hours. Is he even a human? Afterwards, I quietly slipped into the busiest center of St. Mecca, hiding atop the city's clock tower. Although this was not the safest hiding place, I knew from my past life that the Quo Vadis family was deeply influenced by religion. Whenever the clock tower chimed, everyone would stop, close their eyes, and perform a strange ritual right where they stood. Soon, the clock tower bell began to ring. At the sound of the bell, everyone immediately stood still and prayed. Even though I walked boldly through the crowd, everyone was so immersed in their prayers that they didn't notice me. When the night was deep and quiet, I finally found a well. Immediately, I took out a bottle of pink liquid, pouring it all into the well. However, this was not any ordinary poison or laxative, but a pathogen extracted from a hule's blood, sweat, and tears. Although this method is indeed extreme, it was the only way to obtain the holy water. But just then, 3 children appeared from behind. Seeing me sneakily busy at the well, they instinctively wanted to turn and run. At that moment, I sharply turned back, staring coldly at them, saying, "Children, listen carefully. This well has been cursed. Those who drink from this water will not be spared from death. If you want to live, remember what I've told you." No sooner had I spoken than the 3 children ran away in terror. Seeing this scene, I finally felt relieved. After such a terrifying warning, I guessed they would never dare to approach this well again. Then, I pulled out a dagger and plunged it fiercely into the ground. The hilt of the dagger bore the crest of the Leviathan family. You must know, the Quo Vadis family and the Leviathan family are mortal enemies. Just let the people of Quo Vadis believe that this well was poisoned by the Leviathan family, and it will surely cause a huge uproar. And that's it for my preparations. Next, it's time to find Dollars, the saintess of Quo Vadis. Meanwhile, even if it was late at night, the area outside the palace was still crowded with people. These people, almost all were nobles and officials from the city, basking in their glory and achievements. Some came to propose marriage, while others sought healing for their illness. At this moment, an ethereal female voice finally came from inside the palace. It was the saintess whom these people sought to see. "Please stop. I'm uncertain if your identity or wealth is enough of a reason for me to open my gates at such a late hour. Please, do not linger here anymore." Hearing this, the crowd sensibly dispersed, but only I knew the real reason the saintess refused them. It wasn't because it was too late, but because she did not approve of anyone's requests. In my previous life, I saw her on the front lines of battle. Her white clothes, often stained with blood, strive to heal the wounded. However, she harbored a deep disgust for money and power. Just then, the saintess inside the palace suddenly questioned me. "Who are you to come looking for me?" Hearing this, I immediately knelt down. Then, with a sobbing voice, I spoke to the saintess inside the palace. "I'm just a young lamb who has lost its way." Unexpectedly, Unexpectedly, the Saintess, who didn't wish to see anyone, opened the door for me. Please come in. Of course, all of this was an act by me. To gain the initial approval of the Saintess, I had to first appear devout and helpless. However, when I stepped into the palace, what greeted me was not the Saintess herself but a statue. But this was all within reason. After all, how could the Saintess personally meet a stranger in bizarre attire? When she saw me through the statue, she decisively asked, "How did you lose your way, young lamb?" Hearing this, I remained silent and put a water bag beside the pool. Then, with a solemn expression, I declared, "I've come to report that there's an epidemic spreading throughout the slums. I've brought the water from their well. If you truly are a Saintess, you would naturally detect the wicked energy exuding from this water." Originally, I thought my plan would progress smoothly, but unexpectedly, the Saintess revealed the truth. "What you just said, all of it, was lies." Before I could speak up in my defense, heavy armored footsteps suddenly came from the second floor. Then, a fully armed guard squad appeared above me. The leader, with a deep and authoritative voice, asked, "Who are you?" I looked up, my pupils shrinking. "That's a face I haven't seen in a while. Pietro Quo Vadis." I knew this person well in my previous life. He was the most righteous person I had ever known. But ironically, to eradicate all injustice, his methods were often more cruel than those of a demon. The tortures that the 7 young masters endured in the underdog city all came from his education. Meeting him again now, I did not intend to engage in small talk. I turned to leave and spoke calmly. "I have said all I had to say, and have made things clear. I should leave now." However, after saying this, a magical attack whizzed past me. "Did you think I would let a suspicious person like you just leave?" I looked at the pinned paper and couldn't help but chuckle. As expected, this life's Pietro hasn't changed at all, still likes to use strange things as weapons. On the other hand, Pietro leaped down from the second floor. "I can sense wicked energy coming from that water pouch you brought. If it really is an epidemic, then you're the one who spread it." I responded calmly, "If I'm the culprit, then why would I come here to report it?" But before I could finish speaking, Pietro began casting a spell, shooting dozens of magic-infused papers at me. But such attacks are no threat to me. I could even take them head-on without suffering any damage. It's just that now I cannot use any skills related to Baskerville, otherwise I would definitely expose my identity, and naturally, Hugo would soon receive news of my survival. It seems the only skill I can now use is that of the Beelzebub. I executed a move called the inverse hook strike aimed at Pietro. Although the move didn't hit directly, with the skill kilogram hammer acquired from hunting the ox bear, even a battle-hardened Pietro couldn't easily handle it. As I landed, I quickly dashed closer to Pietro, unleashing a barrage of punches too fast for the naked eye to catch. But the outcome was unexpected, as Pietro's book was hard enough to withstand my full-force move. Seeing this, I immediately used the killing technique acquired from Cerberus. Even if the book was very tough, fire surely conquers wood, and it was the unquenchable hellfire. Fortunately for Pietro, the holy water's healing saved his hand from being completely destroyed. The next second, Pietro gathered defensive magic in his hands, and then quickly swung both fists at me. Seeing this, I didn't dodge at all, but simply used the tip of my foot to flick up the still burning book. Fearing the hellfire on his body, Pietro immediately switched his attack to defense. Little did he know, this move of his was the perfect opportunity for me to finish him off. After taking a direct hit from my powerful punch, Pietro crashed into a statue, shattering it to pieces. He then spat out blood and temporarily passed out. The soldiers upstairs, seeing this, were struck with fright. They truly did not expect the undefeated General Pietro to be beaten by an unknown assailant. However, to protect the safety of the palace, they still had to stay at their posts, risking their lives. Just as I was about to eliminate the soldiers blocking my way, a blonde girl suddenly appeared upstairs. "Stop, all of you." Upon closer inspection, this person was indeed the Saintess Dollars I was looking for. She then asked me, "Are you the lost young lamb? But seeing the destruction you've caused to the place, I think you look more like a small puppy covered in injuries. Come with me, let's sit down and have a proper talk." At this moment, I felt uneasy, wondering if Dollars had already guessed who I was. In the future, during the war against the demons, she treated patents on the front lines, saving countless lives. She is the living example of benevolence. During the time of ruin, like everyone else, every martial artist who encountered her, including myself, respected her. But just then, Dollars suddenly started talking about her daily troubles, saying that her recent stress was suffocating her. Originally, she had taken a vacation to relax for a few days at home, but ended up being harassed by those people every day. The reason why she continuously rejected and disregarded the nobles and merchants who crowded at the city gate day and night was because the ailments they requested treatment for were trivial issues like marital diseases, athlete's foot, and bad breath. There is not one person who is gravely ill. Hearing this, I also felt sympathy, as it's simply a waste to use divine power on such trivialities. However, I quickly changed the subject. "I understand your frustration, but the most pressing issue right now should be dealing with the epidemic in the slums." At this moment, Dollars interrogated my soul. "Is that information accurate? And you're not involved in this incident?" After hearing this, I didn't know how to respond, but being suspected was normal. It seems I now have no choice but to execute the next plan. Just as my hand moved slightly in my pocket, Pietro, standing by, immediately became alert and quickly stepped in front of Dollars to guard her, demanding, "What exactly are you trying to do?" The next second, second, a radiant divine power suddenly surrounded my hand, leaving Dollars and Pietro looking stunned. But since I could wield this power, Dollars assumed I must be a believer like her. Immediately, I patted my chest and spoke generously. I truly don't want to see my homeland damaged, so can you now trust what I'm saying? Dollars gave an affirmative reply, but she was still unclear about who would commit such a despicable act. Hearing this, I took out a map and suggested that the culprit might be someone wanting to see Quo Vadis family fall and profit from it. I then pointed to the Leviathan family on the map. Since they often engage in the research and production of poisons, they were likely to gain the most, along with the conglomerate bourgeois family. Moreover, if Quo Vadis were weakened, it would be icing on the cake for the Leviathan family's relatively unchallenged position. And since the bourgeois family are financial oligarchs, the death of workers would directly lead to the landlord's bankruptcy, allowing them to acquire top-quality goods at extremely low prices. However, I could make these detailed deductions thanks to the bourgeois merchants and the dagger found by the Balaks. So, I told Dollars that the Leviathan and bourgeois family might be closely linked to the current epidemic, though it was just a hypothesis of mine. After hearing this, Dollars was very surprised. She hadn't expected that I could predict the future course of events so accurately. This made her even more eager to find out who I really was. All I could tell her was the alias Nighthound that I was using in place of my real identity. But through her own eyes, Dollars could see countless whirlpools of emotions hidden within me: violence, hatred, frustration, the scent of a bloodthirsty beast, etc., with the most severe being an unfathomable deep sadness. Then, Dollars instructed Pietro that they must first visit the slums and then investigate the actual situation of the epidemic before reporting to their superiors. Upon arriving at the slums, the atmosphere was indeed more oppressive. When the local believers saw the saintess arriving with her guards, they immediately pleaded for her to heal the plague-stricken. At this moment, Dollars realized the severity of the situation, which made her fully believe what I had said. Meanwhile, I patiently surveyed the people lying on the ground. It seems that the method I used to scare the children really worked. All the infected were adults, yet I still had to apologize to them. Although the initial symptoms of the plague are not fatal, they still cause severe physical and mental torment. Next, it was time for Dollars to step in. She clenched her fist, made a prayer gesture, and then began chanting a holy spell. With her tears falling to the ground, Dollars' body suddenly shone with a golden light, bright enough to turn the dark night into day. Under the illumination of the holy light, the plague-infected patients were immediately healed. At this moment, the believers were shedding tears of gratitude. Now that the holy water has appeared, my next task is to find a way to deliver it to the barbarian tribe. Before long, looking at the newly added infected areas on the map, Dollars knew that the divine power was only a temporary solution to the plague and could not prevent new patients from emerging. Additionally, the analysis of bodily fluids extracted from patients showed that the plague has a very short incubation period. Although patients do not die quickly, they must endure severe physical and mental torment. Thus, to completely eradicate the plague, Dollars needs to focus all her energy on purifying the poison well with the purest holy water. The dilemma here is that if she is to fully contain the growth of the plague, she must abandon treatment for some patients. Just then, Dollars suddenly felt darkness before her eyes and collapsed to the ground, powerless. Clearly, the excessive use of divine power had taken a toll on her body. Yet even so, she persisted through the pain. She felt that if using a bit more effort could lessen the suffering of the afflicted, she would continue to treat them even at the cost of her life. However, just as she stepped out the door, the three noblemen who had previously sought redemption were standing outside the door, claiming they had brought 3 carriages of emergency supplies to alleviate the saint's burden. Yet the ugly faces they revealed next disgusted Dollars greatly. They felt that such dirty and damp slums were not places a saintess should visit. If these lowlifes got their hands on the emergency supplies, would they lose their original self-reliance? Upon hearing this, Dollars turned and walked away, but the 3 men were relentless and decided to die as her supporters. Hearing this, Dollars came up with a clever idea and turned back to kindly say, "Then I'll leave the distribution of the supplies entirely to you. Don't disappoint me." This statement immediately stirred up excitement in their hearts. However, when they arrived at the place where the patients were being treated, they immediately regretted agreeing to help the saintess. Everything here was so revolting that they felt nauseous. Naturally, this was what Dollars expected. For her, unsolicited generosity is suspicious, and well-meaning help with ulterior motives is nothing but an abominable act of desecration. Meanwhile, one of the believers had just treated some patients with mild symptoms. Seeing this, Dollars did not feel relieved. Now, she must go to more dangerous places where the most severely infected patients in the slums are gathered. Even though every place she visits is purified by divine power, relying solely on her own strength is ultimately not enough to easily resolve the situation. But just at the next moment, Dollars' expression instantly changed from serious to dazed, as I was replacing her position at that time. While treating a critically ill patient, I swiftly made an incision on the reddened skin and immediately utilized divine power to heal the rash along with the wound back to healthy condition. This scene also brought hope to the newly arrived priest, who recognized the treatment method of directly injecting divine power into the infected area. As for Dollars, she felt very impressed. She really did not expect that I could combine medical skills and divine power to such an extent. However, Dallas's reaction was within expectations, as she was the only one here who could maximize divine power. The reason I could use divine power was due to the karma accumulated in my past life. By killing demons for humanity, there was a chance to be recognized by the gods to use their power, possibly even a higher level of divine power. Normally, the devotion to the gods would depend on the amount of power received, which is the so-called 1-to-1 ratio. But with higher powers, it's different. They can break the original equation, turning the past 1-to-1 into 1-to-10, or even the 1-to-100 I have now. Just then, a little girl suddenly started crying. Seeing this, I immediately turned around and comforted her. "Your mom will be alright soon." Then, I took out a golden coin and gave it to the little girl to buy some nourishing food for her mother. However, my action was quickly stopped by the priest, indicating that materialistic aid is strictly prohibited in the slums. At the same time, the locals tending to their sick also saw this, showing a greedy look, which was exactly what the priest was worried about. In contrast, I remained calm, as my money was just that one bag. Though limited, I would give it to the patients who truly needed it. But at this point, I still had to say sorry. Hearing this, Dollars was utterly puzzled. She couldn't guess why I was apologizing. Everything done here was for treating patients. Could it be that he faced the same dilemma as me, unable to fully treat more plague victims? It seemed that because of the shared understanding earlier, coupled with the same trouble now, Dallas's heart unwittingly started beating fast. As morning comes, exhausted from treating patients, I drink some water and rest outside. At that moment, Dollars found me. Seeing her, I quickly asked, "Is there a new outbreak of infections in the slums?" Dollars gave a negative reply. Then she sat beside me and said, "Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, the mortality rate in the slums would not be zero." I responded as best I could, without needing to be remembered. But just at the next moment, Dollars actually choked up. She told me that she really hated the title of saintess bestowed by God. Often, she felt powerless, just like during this sudden Red Death. Without my intervention, many families would have suffered from the pain of separation. She felt that she should not have the title of the saintess. God should grant it to someone like me, whose spirit, faith, and thoughts are all very strong. Seeing Dollars belittling herself too much, I immediately told her, "The reason God chose you among billions of humans is surely because you have the kindest heart. What this world needs is a light that can penetrate the source of all evils. At the same time, only someone as pure as you are qualified to shine that light." After hearing what I said, Dollars finally stabilized her emotions, and then, with tears, told me that she had found her purpose in life. The scene shifts, and it has been 7 days and 8 nights since I met Dollars. At that moment, a bundle of golden light suddenly shot up from a house in the slums. It turned out that during the days we were apart, Dollars had been concentrating on creating holy water dense enough to purify the plague, and just in case, she had also created 2 extra drops and stored them in a bottle. Afterward, Dollars entrusted the prepared holy water to the holy knights and asked them to place it in the underground vault of St. Mecca. Seeing that it was still early, Dollars decided to do another thing. When she arrived in front of a statue of the goddess, standing below it and praying was the person Dollars wanted to find. This person was her father, Humbert, the cardinal of the St. Mecca Cathedral. "Father, I am here to report on the recent plague incident in the slums." Upon hearing this, Humbert immediately stopped praying and turned to praise Dollars. "You have done something remarkable, just as I expected of you." Hearing this, Dollars bowed her head and responded, "You're too gracious." Then, Dollars told Humbert about her plan to tackle the plague. "I have decided to go to the slums, use a bottle of concentrated holy water, and drop it into the well that has been infected by the plague, as it is most likely the source of infection." Someone found the glass bottle used by the perpetrator to poison the well, and according to Pietro's investigation report, they also found 2 objects dropped by the suspect. Seeing this, what caught Humbert's eye was the emblems, signifying that it was from the Leviathan and Bourgeois family. Humbert immediately became furious, and countless golden lights began to emerge rapidly around him, and even the gravel on the ground floated under his authority. It seemed that Humbert was truly angry. How dare those lowly poison addicts and misers insult divinity, declare a holy war, and that guy who called himself the Night Hound, he's suspicious. Catch him right away and make him confess every single thing. No sooner had he finished speaking than Dollars immediately angrily reprimanded her father. "He is innocent. He's someone who did his best to treat the infected. The reason why there weren't any casualties is because of him. There's no way he's evil." But no matter how Dollars explained, Humbert still insisted on not changing his mind. "For my daughter, who has never gone against me, to say that, I'm going to personally interrogate him." Saying this, he then gathered divine power in his hand, then shot it into the sky and commanded, "All the holy knights in St. Mecca, I order you in the name of the cardinal, go and capture the man who claims to be the Night Hound immediately." In an instant, the holy knights mobilized, and their numbers were so vast that they quickly located the house where I was staying. But as the holy knights kicked open the tightly locked door, their expressions instantly stiffened, as the place was already empty. Meanwhile, at the cathedral, a believer frantically ran to report an emergency. Upon seeing this, Humbert immediately asked, "What happened?" The believer, panting, said, "One of the 3 bottles of holy water stored in the underground vault has been stolen." Hearing this, Dollars suddenly realized, could it be that your purpose for coming here was just to obtain it? Meanwhile, at the top top of the city walls, I was holding the stolen holy water, saying, "Thanks for this." After saying this, I swiftly left St. Mecca. At a very young age, Ayan was hunting Cerberus in the Red Black Mountain with her tribe. Unexpectedly, Ayan did not realize she had been driven to a cliff, and compounded by the fear in her heart, she kept backing away. Finally, the loose stones under her feet could not bear her weight, causing them to break, and Ayan fell from a height of 60 meters. The tribespeople knew there was no hope of survival, as a fall from 20 meters was sufficient to destroy a human body, let alone 60. But perhaps fate did not want to see the birth and fall of a warrior. Ayan was miraculously saved by several branches. When she regained consciousness and opened her eyes, standing before her were two merchants from the empire. This meant that Ayan was again in a life-threatening crisis. Although the merchants treated Ayan's fractures and other injuries, once healed, she had no choice but to fight for them in the gladiatorial arena. Even though she had demonstrated considerable strength among her tribe, Ayan was still not able to remain calm when facing fierce and malevolent opponents. She was supposed to deliver a lethal blow with one sword strike, but she mistakenly cut her opponent's shoulder instead. Even when she saw blood spurting from her opponent, she momentarily became overly compassionate, which gave her opponent a perfect opportunity. The opponent suddenly grabbed Ayan's right foot, restricting her movement, and then punched her hard, sending her flying and causing her to spit blood instantly. Seeing such a disparity in strength, the nobles sitting in the audience burst into laughter. Her opponent also roared with unrestrained glee about retaining his champion title. At this moment, Ayan felt utterly hopeless. Her kind heart had caused her to miss too many opportunities. But just as she faced death, all the warriors from her barbaric tribe, including her mother the Night Fox, suddenly appeared in her mind. Ultimately, encouraged by her family and mocked by the villain, she chose to stand up again. Then, she smeared the blood she had spat out on her face. Even though Ayan now had the determination to win, she only won a single match. Once the merchants had completely exploited Ayan, they planned to sell her off for the nobles' amusement. At that moment, her empty gaze symbolized her loss of the will to live. Unbeknownst to her, when Ayan came to her senses, her body had been healed to a healthy state, and it was I who had saved her. Hearing that I could speak the language of the barbaric tribe, Ayan was utterly shocked. But in the next second, Ayan woke up from her dream in tears, and this memory had long become a deep-seated trauma in her heart. Seeing this, Aquila quickly comforted her. "It's okay, you just had a bad dream." It turns out that Ayan had also contracted the Red Death, and her fever was high. Coupled with my sudden departure, the pain from the disease, and the ache in her heart overwhelmed her. Under such dual afflictions, Ayan even felt that death was not far away. Hearing this, Aquila told her a story. "Long ago, your father and I planted a seed in the field. Your father was responsible for plowing the land, and I took care of watering it every day. Soon after, the seed sprouted. After a few months, the sprout grew into a healthy and beautiful flower. Then, your father and I cut the flower, extracted its juice, and used it for smoking. After staying up all night, I found myself pregnant with you. As your father committed a bad deed, he was executed by your grandfather. You don't know what life will throw at you. You just need to live it." After hearing Aquila's words, Ayan's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. She told her mother there was no need to comfort her deliberately because from the day she parted with me, Ayan had already realized that I would never return. Just as she finished speaking, a sentinel stationed outside suddenly shouted, "He's back. Fakir has returned with a cure for the plague." Aquila was both shocked and delighted, but just as she was about to boast about her prediction to her daughter, Ayan suddenly got up and ran outside. Seeing this, Aquila couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. Despite just recovering from an illness and being very weak, Ayan was now able to run as if she were in perfect health. At the same time, Ayan remembered the night she was rescued by me. At that moment, she had been scared. However, when she saw how I faced my fears, get injured, and fall, it gave her the strength to stand back up. That's how she was able to rescue me under the gaze of the formidable monster. Ayan had now reached the entrance of the barracks. Seeing that familiar figure and hearing a few gentle words, Ayan could no longer suppress her excitement. She stepped forward and leaped towards me, immediately hugging me tightly. Fortunately, I used magic in time, otherwise, the fall would have definitely put me in bed for 2 months. I had just learned from the tribe that Ayan had also contracted the Red Death. However, when I asked her about it, she said her body felt lighter when she heard I was back. It seemed she didn't have the Red Death after all. At this moment, Ayan started crying. "Fakir, you really didn't lie to me. Welcome back." Afterward, I went straight to Ahun's tent. Seeing that Ahul's condition was life-threatening, I opened the bag containing the holy water. As the bottle emitted bursts of golden light, the people around started shouting in victory. It turned out that upon exposure to the light, the red spots on Ahul's body visibly receded at a visible rate until he was completely healed. Of course, Ahun was the happiest. He had been hoping for his sister Ahul's recovery for the past few days. Meanwhile, I asked Ayan how many in the barbaric tribes were infected. Although Ayan hadn't conducted a survey, she was confident that at least tens of thousands were affected. Upon hearing this, I immediately instructed Ayan to gather all the infected members of the barbaric tribes by the river. However, Ayan hesitated, troubled by the fact that Ka, the monster that lived there, might appear. Clearly, Ayan's worries were unnecessary, as that monster had already been killed by me on my way back from the Empire. As soon as I said this, the people around were shocked. Seeing that they wanted to discuss further, I reminded them again, there's no time. Tell the other tribes to gather around the river catchment area. As time passed, under Ian and others' call, all the infected from the Red-Black Mountains finally gathered. Then, under the watchful eyes of all the tribespeople, I poured the bottle of holy water directly into the river. The moment the holy water merged with the river, a water column meters high burst forth within a 100-mile radius. The river water, previously contaminated by the Red Death, was purified immediately. Seeing that the time was right, I turned back and told the chiefs of the tribes, all you need to do is drink this water. With my help, the infected gradually regained their health. For this, Aquila praised me first and decided to place me in the position of an elder. Hearing this, I declined such kindness. But just then, a chief behind me suddenly stomped the ground. Seeing his fierce demeanor, I thought he might have a prejudice against my imperial identity. But the next second, he roared, and the people behind him also started stomping the ground, shouting, "What's the name of the hero who purified the forest? Vikir." "What's the name of the person who saved our family?" "Vikir." "Who's the person who brought upon a bright tomorrow for the deep forest?" "Vikir." After this, all the members of the barbaric tribes started shouting my name. Then I understood that this was actually their highest form of respect for a hero. At that moment, a bold idea immediately came to my mind, which is to win over the barbaric tribe to my side. This would be crucial for my future plans to eliminate the Baskerville family. It could even be the deciding factor in victory or defeat. Moreover, the reborn me already knew that the barbaric tribe was considered the most formidable lifetime enemy in the eyes of the Baskervilles. Just Aquila alone was enough to threaten Hugo and Adolphe, two of the century's strongest. I can use this chance to land a huge blow on Hugo. Just then, Aquila decided to gather the remaining tribes the following night for a grand celebration in my honor. Naturally, I had no objections to this, but I told Aquila there was still one essential thing to do before that. The next day, inside a cave, a human was conducting a sacrificial ritual. But what no one expected was that a human himself was the culprit behind the plague outbreak among his people. To become a hero in the eyes of his tribe, he had first deliberately infected his granddaughter Ahul. This way, no one would suspect him. Later, he took the opportunity to apply to Aquila for a sacrificial ritual, thereby finding a way to eliminate the plague. Finally, appearing with a cure in a moment of crisis, he could transform into a great hero of the barbaric tribe. Nearly half a month had passed since the plan was put into action, and a human was just one step away from realizing his dream of becoming a hero. Unbeknownst to him, upon returning to the tribe, he was completely dumbfounded. Those who had been too sick to even walk were now effortlessly cooking and chopping wood. Even Ahul, who had been the most seriously ill, appeared healthy and well. Then, a human took off running to the river that had been purified. The moment he saw his reflection in the river and the goldfish appeared, he completely lost his composure because this meant that his plan was failing. However, every move he made at this moment was completely within my calculations. "Shaman, a human, do you think this water isn't clear enough?" Upon hearing this, a human was immediately drenched in cold sweat. As he turned around, he saw a large group of tribespeople standing behind me. At that moment, a human still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, even fantasizing that the people were there to present him with a good person card. In contrast, I had already informed everyone yesterday that a human was the one who caused Ahul to contract the Red Death. Before I regressed, there were stories about an old man in the forest whose desire to become a hero led him to spread an infection within his tribe. Unable to cure it, he ended up killing most of his people. Thus, with the recent events, I concluded that a human was that man. At the same time, Aquila also spoke up. "Did you finish the ceremony well, a human?" Upon hearing this, a human naturally gave a positive response. Then, Aquila informed him about the Imperial War. "I heard that the Red Death is a contagious disease artificially created by the Empire, intended to stir up conflicts between families. But I can't understand how, with only the trade activities you arranged recently, a pathogen suddenly appeared here." As soon as she finished speaking, a human wanted to continue to express his ignorance, but Aquila was not the least bit sympathetic. "Vikir, just as you said, a human did not return to the village." The next sentence completely exposed a human's conspiracy. "A human, I want to see what exactly is in your pouch." Regarding a human's true identity, Ian had explained it to me yesterday. A human was not originally from the Balak. Like me, he was captured and made into a slave of the existing shaman, but later, because of his heroic deeds, he was made a part of the Balak. He had killed the shaman who was planning a betrayal and even seized all his magical power. For this, the matriarch allowed him to sit in the position of shaman elder when he truly gained the tribe's trust. Therefore, a human took on all matters, big and small, within the tribe to climb the ranks sooner, and sometimes even volunteered to lure prey. As time passed, when he became white-haired and respected, he finally earned everyone's recognition. After understanding a human's life story, I also realized something. A human's boldness in challenging Aquila and disrespecting authority was simply to enjoy the rights he never had in his youth, and possibly even to plot a bigger scheme to conquer and rule the entire deep forest. At that moment, Aquila was seething with killing intent. "A human, open the pouch right now." Even pushed into such a situation, a human still thought of a way to respond. He told Aquila that the pouch contained special flour needed for the ritual. While he explained the use of the item, a human deliberately made a gesture as if letting go, causing causing the bag along with its contents to fall into the river. Seeing this, Aquila helplessly covered her face, thinking to herself, if only I had believed Vakir's words and just seized it directly. Then, Aquila turned to me and asked what should be done next. But now that the evidence was destroyed, unless a human confessed voluntarily, no one could prove that the pouch contained the antidote. Hearing this, a human became furiously defensive, shouting at me, so it has always been you, the one from the Empire, framing and slandering a clear and honest shaman elder. Matriarch, punish that wicked bastard. Aquila responded calmly, shaman a human, without clear evidence, I have no right to punish anyone. Seeing the suspicion fading, a human couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. However, Aquila suddenly said, I order an Iliad. This unsettled a human. An Iliad is a duel of honor that takes place inside the Balax when internal disputes arise and cannot be resolved. It is also a tradition passed down by ancestors. Whoever achieves victory in the Iliad is considered the arbiter of the dispute and gains the trust of the entire tribe. At that moment, a Hun came over. Grandfather, you always said that tradition is important. Iliad is a tradition of the Balax. Please show us how you protect our tradition. Although a human had many complaints he wanted to express, his current situation did not allow him any escape. So, he simply pointed at me and issued a challenge. Then, at the full moon in 4 days, you and I will have our Iliad. Naturally, I had no objections to a duel, but as the one who was challenged, it was only proper that I set the time. To be honest, forcing a human to request an Iliad was part of my plan. Let's do it right now. Eventually, the Iliad was set at the sacred site during sunset. Then, with a command from Aquila and the tribal war song rising from the people, the Iliad officially began. In an instant, both a human and I took cover behind trees. But what frustrated a human was that not a single person cheered for him. He then bit his index finger and let a drop of blood fall to the ground. Instantly, 3 undead skeletons sprang from the soil and were ordered to monitor my every move in the forest. Just when a human thought he could win with numerical advantage, he did not know I was hanging upside down above him, having masked my presence. After defeating the Ka, I had acquired its skill of silent assassination, allowing me to hide my presence within a certain range. What concerned me more was that this skill was undetectable even by the undead skeletons. This would be highly advantageous for my future assassination missions. But to not waste everyone's time, I had to end the fight quickly. After effortlessly eliminating the 3 skeletons, I silently approached a human from behind. Then, I drove a knife through his chest. As a human fell, incapacitated, I claimed victory in the Iliad. However, the ease with which I dispatched a shaman elder in an instant alarmed everyone except Ian. As a human lay dying, he continually lamented. He did not want to die in disgrace. He needed to reclaim what was his. He wondered why, not being born into the Balax himself, he couldn't be the hero. Meanwhile, I asked a Hun, his grandson, if he would end a human with his own hands, because if we leave him like that, he would remain in constant pain. However, a Hun refused. Even though it was his grandfather, he would show no mercy to anyone who dared harm his sister. He believed it was right for a coward to suffer. Unbeknownst to us, a human had already drawn a sinister pattern by his side during our discussion. The next second, the cave of the Balax ancestors suddenly flashed with bursts of dark purple light. Then, a vast expanse of evil energy soon covered the sky above. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, a Hun noticed that a human was slowly getting up. When I turned to look, I was shocked. I was sure I had stabbed his lungs, and he shouldn't have been able to move. In that instant, I realized a human was responsible for what was happening at the sacred site, and that he had to be executed immediately. But it was too late. A magically imbued arrow blocked my path. After the dust settled, a human's consciousness had completely descended into darkness, and he kept murmuring, "Now is the time for the ancestors' true judgment." At that moment, standing atop the mountain was the Death Knight summoned by a human, one of the ancestors of the Balax. Seeing this, I was puzzled. The use of the resurrection sorcery curse should not have been possible by a shaman like a human. Could it be that a human had transformed himself into an undead? As a human continued to cast spells, he summoned all the pioneering warriors of the Balak. However, a Hun had already drawn his bow, ready to shoot his grandfather from behind, yet his move was instantly spotted by an ancestor from a higher position. Seeing his attack so easily intercepted, a Hun was terrified and looked up at his opponent. On the other hand, relying on the bright light accumulated by the ancestor, someone pinpointed the position and immediately blew the ancestor's head off with a powerful arrow. It turned out to be Aquila. Then, Aquila commanded her people not to fear, as the summoned pioneering warriors were merely puppets. They could pay their respects to their ancestors after sending them off. Soon after, the Balax fought their ancestors, but due to the significant difference in strength, some of the weaker Balax quickly fell. However, their sacrifice provided Aquila with opportunities to eliminate the enemy swiftly. As she continued to shoot arrows, the number of enemies was significantly reduced. At that moment, I was completely conquered by Aquila's strength. It seems that the rumors of her alone being able to protect the barbaric tribe from imperial conquest were not unfounded. Meanwhile, sensing that the situation was turning against him, a human immediately chose to flee. Seeing this, I sternly told Ian, "Follow me quickly. With Aquila here, there won't be a problem. We're going to chase down a human." Just then, a human ordered something to one of the skeletons. At this moment, a human knew that even after resurrecting the ancestors, as long long as Aquila is here, he can't act carelessly, since Aquila is a genius who has been the strongest matriarch in history. However, a human revealed a sinister grin, already having a plan in mind, knowing which undead could eliminate Aquila. Even if Aquila is a genius, she would be helpless. Before long, Ian and I managed to catch up with him. At this moment, a human was reciting a spell. Although we couldn't tell what he was still planning, Ian was not about to miss such a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. She had to quickly eliminate the menace to the Balax. But just as the arrow was about to hit a human, a hand emerging from the ground clamped around it. Seeing this, both I and Ian were instantly baffled. What exactly was happening? The next second, a figure whose skin was rotten and tattered burst from the ground. This was a human's choice to counter Aquila, the divine archer Adonai, known as the strongest archer among the Balax. Seeing this, Ian immediately shouted anxiously to me, "Vakir, you must be careful of his attack. His strength is monstrous." No sooner had her words fallen than Adonai assumed an attacking posture, and a magic arrow was unleashed. Fortunately, I reacted in time, summoning Beelzebub to barely deflect and alter the direction of the attack. But when the magic hit the forest behind me, the force made my head go blank. I deflected it, but it still caused significant damage. At that moment, Ian's cries of pain came from behind me, and I realized that her leg had been injured by the recent attack, showing signs of festering wounds, clearly poisoned. It seems the legend about him dueling Madame Eight Legs was true. Moreover, the bow that he's using is made from the remains of Madame Eight Legs. Suddenly, Adonai launched another attack. To protect Ian from being harmed again, I continued to block forcibly with brute strength. Under Adonai's relentless attacks, the surrounding forest suffered severe damage. At this time, seeing that I was having a hard time, Ian urgently advised me not to protect her anymore and to escape quickly. But how could I possibly abandon a companion? As for a human, seeing that Ian and I were powerless to resist, he couldn't help but mock us. Then, a human ordered Adonai to finish us off. The next second, just as the attack was about to hit us, I raised my hand to defend with Beelzebub, even though I knew it was impossible. However, Aquila suddenly appeared from the side and caught Adonai's attack in her hand. Seeing this, we were stunned. This turn of events made a human think that he was about to lose this gamble disastrously. Then, Aquila crushed the arrow and said, "A human, let's have a talk." At that moment, her hand immediately began to emit smoke from the poison. Seeing this, Ian anxiously reminded, "Mother, that guy's arrows are poisoned. You must get yourself treated right away." Yet even so, Aquila calmly looked at her charred palm, confident that such a wound could hardly harm her. She suddenly clenched her fist tightly, allowing her sharp nails to pierce through the skin. However, I was instantly stunned by this scene. Aquila had just burst her blood vessels to squeeze out the blood that had been infected with poison. Meanwhile, a human was sweating coldly from Aquila's display of strength. But now that the internal strife had escalated to this point, he was definitely not going to give up just yet. Suddenly, Aquila inquired about the identity of the undead before her. She wanted to know if the opponent was truly the legendary divine archer, Adonai. Upon hearing this, a human gave a definite answer and sternly warned Aquila, "Yes, it's the legendary Adonai. You absolutely cannot defeat him." As soon as he finished speaking, Aquila merely smiled lightly. Then, she told Ian and me to stay behind. At that moment, she fixed her gaze on Adonai and said, "Divine archer, Adonai, it's an honor to meet you. Let's see who the best warrior is." As the fight began, Aquila was the first to draw her bow and initiate an attack, launching a strike with 5 arrows at once. However, this swift attack was easily dodged by Adonai just by shifting his stance. Feeling threatened, Adonai immediately drew his bow to retaliate. He launched his special move right away, Toxic Soundwave. Fortunately, Aquila was no ordinary opponent and easily dodged it with a side roll. Seconds later, the battle intensified, and both legendary warriors displayed their life's strength. Even at this moment, their movement speed was no longer visible to the naked eye. Just after leaving, I too felt the powerful magical fluctuations. You should know, a duel like this is something even I, having lived a previous life, have never seen. Meanwhile, a human, to avoid being harmed by the aftermath of the fight, actually gouged out his left eyeball and placed it on the branches overhead. This not only protected his life at all times, but also allowed him to monitor the battle. However, a human already had an answer for who would win this duel. It would surely be Adonai, whom he had summoned. Since Adonai was an undead, he could use Hell's dimensional aura. At the same time, Aquila realized this problem. A long-range shooting match was fundamentally disadvantageous for her. She had to seize the opportunity to switch to close combat immediately. But she had to admit, the legendary divine archer, whether in speed or burst power, far surpassed her own strength. As their arrows collide, it created a large explosion. With this, Aquila immediately thought of a counter-strategy. She rushed into the smoke and delivered a kick aimed directly at her opponent's head, yet it was still easily dodged by Adonai. Then, seizing the gap after Aquila's attack, Adonai conjured a poisoned blade and aimed a swift cut at Aquila's neck. But Aquila successfully predicted Adonai's next move. Seeing the attack coming again, she also drew her sword, using the upward throw's momentum to knock off her opponent's weapon, followed by a firm kick to Adonai's knee. In the moment Adonai lost his balance, Aquila had already pulled an arrow. As her attack was unleashed, it went straight to the sky. But just as Aquila thought she was about to win, an unexpected event event occurred. Although her attack did hit the target, Adonai wouldn't die again just because his body was damaged. Thus, Aquila launched another attack, this strike surely to secure her victory. But the next second, another unexpected event followed. A hand caught the attack for Adonai. Puzzlingly, this hand had grown out from Adonai's body, apparently to mend his wounds. Clearly, this was all a human's doing. Even if it cost him his life, he wanted to force out the divine archer's greatest strength and use it to kill Aquila, who was obstructing his plans. As the dark energy completely took over Adonai's body, his consciousness was entirely controlled by a human, turning him into a puppet that only obeyed orders. At the same time, a huge dark shadow suddenly appeared beneath Adonai's feet. Then, a 300-meter-tall giant monster appeared above his head. Not only that, but two other A-ranked monsters also appeared, which a human guessed were attracted by the recent commotion. Just as he was contemplating his next move, Adonai instantly headshot the three A-ranked monsters that had come to join the fray. Seeing this, Aquila was utterly shocked, as she couldn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy's arrows. On the other hand, Adonai's performance made a human laugh maniacally. Then, he gave Adonai the final order to kill Aquila. Immediately after, Adonai launched a continuous barrage at Aquila. Even though Aquila dodged the attacks, she knew this situation wouldn't last long. Her legs, struck by the poison arrows previously, were slowly becoming paralyzed. So, Aquila made a decision. She had to end the fight immediately, and she could not afford to lose. Otherwise, the Balaks would be doomed. After Aquila used a double-shot technique, the first arrow was easily dodged by Adonai with a flick of his head. As for the second shot, Adonai chose not to dodge, but instead concentrated a magical vortex at his fingertips. The moment the arrow touched the vortex, it was swallowed up. Although Aquila was stunned by this strange technique, she was also prepared. As she smirked, the arrow that Adonai had dodged earlier had reached its highest point and started to return. This time, Adonai couldn't react in time, and the back of his head was cleanly penetrated by the returning arrow. This was Aquila's unique archery skill, which she had developed after studying the records of the divine archer and the Empire's warriors. But just when she thought such a fatal injury would allow her to defeat her opponent, in the next second, the opponent inexplicably pulled the arrow out, completely unharmed. This scene left Aquila frozen in shock. At that moment, a human suddenly taunted, "No matter how strong you are, you've never fought against an undead before. Adonai is already dead. He won't be defeated by a single arrow to the throat." Meanwhile, Ayan, who had already escaped to a safe location, was watching this epic duel. Now, she could only pray to God that her mother would defeat the enemy and save their tribe. As for me, after saying goodbye to Ayan, I went off alone to carry out a special mission. If successful, Aquila would also be victorious. This mission was to kill a human, the mastermind controlling Adonai. On the way, I continuously simulated various details of the battlefield in my mind, knowing that a human was very afraid of Aquila. He was likely hiding behind Adonai. Not long after, I finally found a human. Then, I abruptly adjusted my posture and charged towards a human's location. At this moment, my only task was to send a human to hell in one attack. But just as I was about to succeed, behind the tree, there was an undead summoned in hiding. Fortunately, my reaction was timely, and I just managed to dodge the enemy's attack. But thinking back to that kick and the stones that splashed, if my head had really been hit, I probably would have passed out immediately. At this point, a human realized it was me causing trouble again, and he started spewing curses at me. But actually, he had already guessed that I would come to assassinate him unawares, so he had preemptively summoned an assassination squad from within the Balaks to protect him. It seems that before I can kill a human, I must first deal with these three lackeys. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aquila was accidentally hit by a poison arrow on her left side, the intense pain making her immediately kneel to the ground. And this scene was exactly what a human was watching from the sidelines. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, having never seen Aquila so disheveled. At this moment, a human began to fantasize about his future dominion over the red-black mountains. First, he would kill everyone who looked down on him, especially that Empire guy. But in the next second, I used the Baskerville Sixth Sword technique, instantly killing the three undead. Seeing this, a human's face suddenly turned extremely uncomfortable. He really hadn't expected that I could defeat the formidable assassination squad by myself. Meanwhile, I said fiercely, "Despicable a human, it's your turn next." Immediately after, a human commanded Adonai to attack me, but just as he was about to unleash an attack, Aquila kicked Adonai, causing him to miss his target. Seeing the opportunity, I drew Beelzebub, first slashing off a human's spellcasting arm, and then separating his head from his body. With this, I once again saved the Balaks. Immediately after, the undead army, initially holding the advantage, turned into black dust along with their bones. Seeing the tribe rescued from peril, Aquila finally breathed a sigh of relief. But with this, she also left behind a lifelong regret. She could not prove her strength in front of Adonai. At this moment, watching the ancestor slowly disappear, Aquila immediately placed her hand on his and gave respect to their ancestor. "Rest in peace, great ancestor." Meanwhile, a human, still barely alive, suddenly shouted his complaint. "It's really infuriating. I was so close to having everything in the forest under my control." Then, he turned his ire towards me. "You, an Imperial, deserve to die, always ruining my plans at the last moment." But as soon as a human finished speaking, speaking, he showed another expression, as if he had another plan already in hand. Before I could ask why, a human's forehead was suddenly pierced by an arrow. When I turned around, I discovered that it was a Hun who had dealt the fatal blow. He felt that everything that started with his family should also end with his family. Afterward, a Hun apologized to me, saying that all this was his fault. If he had been able to shoot his grandfather without hesitation earlier, perhaps things would not have turned out this way. After listening to a Hun, I was thoughtful. After all, one day in the future, I too will have to personally kill my loved ones and even destroy the Baskerville family that raised me. But before leaving, I still had to tell a Hun, this isn't your fault. The fault lies in your grandfather's pursuit of his personal desires. With the victory secured, Ayan also rushed over and shed tears of joy. She was relieved that I had not been seriously injured in the battle. But unexpectedly, on our way back to the village, another incident quietly struck. We saw the once lively village had suddenly become a wasteland. Ayan and the others could hardly believe it. After a human instigated the battle, the village was supposed to be absolutely safe. Just then, a Huel came over with her injured arm. From what she said, we learned the real situation. The village was destroyed entirely because of Madame Eight Legs' rampant destruction. But this explanation seemed off. Madame Eight Legs wouldn't normally attack the barbaric tribe without reason. It wasn't until a Hun mentioned something else that the cause of this tragedy began to emerge. She pointed towards a mountaintop not far away and said, before Madame Eight Legs came to destroy it, the place where grandfather a human was performing rituals suddenly started emitting a large amount of mysterious smoke. Hearing this, I began to search around. The only thing that made me suspicious was the green leaves on the ground that were scorched by fire. This is a type of plant that attracts insects when burned. It seems that a human's smug expression before his death was probably because he had already decided to use Madame Eight Legs to destroy the Balaks. Meanwhile, although Aquila furiously slammed the rock wall, since things had already reached this point, the most appropriate action was to rebuild our home. Thus, she began to orderly instruct the uninjured tribe members to move everyone still alive to a safe location. Meanwhile, Ayan found her beloved pet. Thankfully, it was not killed by Madame Eight Legs, but unfortunately, Bakira's hind legs had already been crippled by the poison. Seeing this, Ayan said it was all her fault. She repeatedly apologized to Bakira, saying she should not have left him alone in the village. But at this moment, seeing everyone plunged into fear of Madame Eight Legs, I began to ponder a question. Although it's undeniable that Madame Eight Legs possesses a disastrous strength in the forest, is it really a monster that the Balaks cannot defeat? So, after nightfall, I decisively went to find Aquila, wanting to learn about the history of Madame Eight Legs from her. At first, Aquila was somewhat reluctant, as even she did not dare to provoke this monster lightly. It wasn't until I brought out a scroll that the situation turned around. This was something I had found with the Rococo tribe, and it contained various information about Madame Eight Legs, including the origin of its deadly poison, the various monsters it had fought, and its hiding places. However, it did not record why the barbaric tribe was so fearful of its presence. Upon hearing this, Aquila paused, then firmly explained, actually, we also have records of Madame Eight Legs, which have been passed down since long ago. One of the entries is about how Adonai once broke off one of its massive legs. However, that was just the beginning of despair, as the severed leg quickly regrew, even splitting into two, and the hardness of the limbs doubled. To this day, the defensive power of Madame Eight Legs has reached a terrifying level. Thus, it can be said that all the barbarian warriors who have challenged it have inadvertently created this evil. Then, Aquila gave me a piece of advice. She cautioned me against trying to recover from this loss too hastily. She didn't want to experience the pain of losing any more of her family. After hearing all this, I didn't ask any further. In my view, a monster is a monster, and although Madame Eight Legs is a catastrophic presence, I, from my previous life, have defeated many monsters of the same level, naturally understanding much about them. After all, from the day they heavily invaded the human world, they were never invincible. Monsters always have a fatal weakness, so as long as I can find Madame Eight Legs' Achilles heel, I can personally kill it. Over the next few days, I began to visit the lair where Madame Eight Legs was hiding alone, prepared to observe its every move within a day. Eventually, I established a rule that Madame Eight Legs is always noisy when it wakes up, like a ritual to vent its dominance. Moreover, its hunting time is fixed, taking about 2 hours to return. Today, I decided to venture into the lair of the Madame Eight Legs to explore. When I reached the highest point of the mountain, I realized that although the surface looks like a mountain, it is actually hollow inside. Then, I summoned Beelzebub and made 4 slashes at the ground's entwined spider silk to obtain a complete small spider web. Next, I held it in my hands for inspection. I found that the cross-section of the web was quite rough. If I didn't have Beelzebub, a normal sword probably wouldn't be able to cut it easily. However, it also provided me with a great advantage. With these tough spider webs, I could easily enter and exit the lair of the Madame Eight Legs. While descending to the lower levels, I discovered that the hollow part inside was pyramid-shaped. Although I don't understand the purpose of this design yet, I feel it is definitely beneficial for the spider's survival. Meanwhile, I casually observed the lair's inner walls, where the spider silk seemed to wrap the prey of the Madame Eight Legs. There were hundreds of human skeletons and bodies of lower-level monsters. This means that the Madame Eight Legs seems aware that it is at the top of the food chain in the forest. However, I can't dwell too much on this issue because I need to find more usable information before Madam Eight Legs returns. Just then, I saw several spherical balls entwined together on the wall. I grabbed one, and upon closer inspection, I discovered they were eggs laid by the Madam Eight Legs. I realized this was the reason why a large number of spider monsters appeared when the world was on the brink of destruction. The next second, the Madam Eight Legs suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. Instantly, I was so frightened that I dared not even breathe. Then, I immediately activated my silent assassination skill to hide my presence. Next, I pressed myself under a large web. Fortunately, in the end, the Madam Eight Legs did not discover me, the intruder, and left the place reassured, but its instinctual sensing ability still sent chills down my spine. Meanwhile, the village previously razed to the ground has begun to be rebuilt gradually with the efforts of the tribe. But this isn't the most important thing for Ayan, as she had heard from Aquila a few days ago that I was inquiring about Madam Eight Legs. Thus, every day, she would wait in front of my tent. She didn't want me to try to confront it again, fearing that one day I might go alone to fight the Madam Eight Legs and lose my life. Now, Ayan's beloved pet had lost a leg and couldn't run. If something else happened to her loved one, she wouldn't want to live either. Just as she finished speaking, I called out to Ayan waiting outside, indicating I had something to say. When Ayan lifted the tent flap and came in, she was very puzzled about what I was studying and asked me what these drawings were for. I didn't hesitate and told her the truth. These were my investigative reports on the Madam Eight Legs and its living environment. As for the spider webs and eggs on the table, they were retrieved from the lair. The moment she heard the word lair, Ayan's emotions immediately became agitated. She said, "Don't tell me you're going to confront the Madam Eight Legs again. You know that's not something that can be easily accomplished." Seeing that I didn't respond, Ayan spoke again. "Then I will fight alongside you." Hearing this, I immediately made it clear that her wounds from the previous battle had not yet healed, and following me would only be a burden. Then, I calmly laid out my plans for the future. Soon, I will leave this place because I have tasks that must be completed, so I must return to Baskerville family. After hearing this, Ayan remained silent until I told her another plan, and only then did her eyes light up again. "I really enjoy living here, so if I manage to settle my affairs, I will definitely come back to here. But before I leave the deep forest, I must do everything in my power to protect the place I most want to return to. Look, this here lists all the strategies to hunt Madam Eight Legs. I want to make sure I can kill it and come out unscathed." Suddenly, Ayan's expression turned somber. She thought I was foolish to use the word hunt to describe this confrontation, but the next second, Ayan's tears of happiness flowed. She told me that she believed in me no matter what. "Whether it's a pandemic or killing a human, I always bring about the best outcomes. Can you bring about that kind of outcome against the Madam Eight Legs this time?" Of course. Soon after, I waited for a rare rainy day, but my intent was not to collect rainwater, but to find a swamp lizard that only appears during the rain. Suddenly, it launched an attack at me. Unfazed, I directly swung Beelzebub, severing its arm. Then, I did not deal it a fatal blow, but instead prepared to verify a piece of crucial information. The next second, the original arm actually grew back. It seems I was indeed right. The swamp lizard has the ability to regenerate infinitely as long as its head isn't fatally injured. With this ability, I could take the head of Madam Eight Legs. Meanwhile, as a thank you for saving his sister's life, Ahun even built me a house. His friends, puzzled by this, prompted Ahun to explain, "Vakir is like a brother to me. Building a house for him to live in is a brother's duty." No sooner had he spoken than he was mocked by his friends. "Are you kidding? We remember how much you used to hate Vakir. How come you're brothers now?" Hearing this, Ahun became angrily embarrassed, shouted for them to shut up, and hoped such matters wouldn't be mentioned again. Then, Ahun came to my former residence, intending to tell me the good news about the new house. But when he opened my tent, I was not there. At that moment, Ayan also arrived. She knew why I wasn't in my tent, and could only look up at the sky and pray that I would be safe. Meanwhile, watching as a storm was about to break in the sky, I guessed that the Madam Eight Legs was probably sleeping, which for me, was the perfect opportunity to hunt it. Before this, I had considered possible variables that could arise while hunting the Madam Eight Legs and had planned measures to deal with and handle them, because I absolutely could not afford any mistakes, or I would also perish. As I leaped into the cave, the hunt officially began. Looking down at the sleeping Madam Eight Legs below, I began using the elasticity of the spider silk to increase my speed, transforming it into my lethal force, as the area I was aiming to strike was Madam Eight Legs' most defensively robust legs. The intense pain immediately woke the Madam Eight Legs. Then, I began to observe the situation of its legs, and indeed, just as Aquila had said, the legs I had just severed were regrowing at a visible rate and splitting into two parts. Now assured of the reliability of this information, I immediately implemented my plan. The subsequent slashes were all directed at the legs of the Madam Eight Legs, but as the Lord of the Forest, its strength was not to be underestimated. Just the venom it sprayed from its mouth was enough to suppress me from continuing my attacks. Suddenly, a drop of venom accidentally fell on my arm, and instantly, the toxin penetrated through the skin into my veins. To prevent full-body poisoning, I had to carry out the next plan. Enduring the severe pain, I chopped off my poison arm. At that moment, something began to squirm at the stump of my severed hand, and then, to Madam Eight Legs' astonishment, attachment, the flesh began to grow wildly, eventually causing my hand to fully regenerate. This regenerative ability was something I had stolen from the monster that I killed recently. Although it seemed similar to Madame 8-Leg's ability, it was actually different. Once regeneration was complete, my attack target remained unchanged. I continued to relentlessly sever the Madame 8-Leg's legs. As its legs multiplied and their defensive power strengthened to an epic level, my heart remained unmoved. But this was still far from enough, because the Madame 8-Leg's speed was still incredibly agile. Just at that moment, due to a half-second lapse in concentration, the Madame 8-Legs pierced my right hand and right foot. Thankfully, the stolen regeneration ability helped me greatly increasing my tolerance for mistakes in battle. As long as I made good use of the time to dodge, I could regenerate the lost limbs. Time passed quickly, and by now, I had almost drained my stamina due to frequent use of the regeneration ability. On the other hand, this monster doubles the number of its legs like nothing. However, from the expression on my face, it was clear that victory was already mine. Next came the final plan to deliver the finishing blow to Madame 8-Legs. I jumped to the highest point the spider silk could reach. The Madame 8-Legs, seeing this, intended to strike at me with its claws, but in the next moment, its body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. This was the result I had been hoping for, because I planned to double its legs. I had foreseen that once you keep doubling the same leg, its movement would be severely impaired. Though its skill might sound godlike, in reality, it can become a curse. Upon realizing it had been tricked by me, the Madame 8-Legs became enraged. But now, its only means of resistance was to spit out spider silk. At the same time, this was also the crucial step in my ultimate plan. Before coming here, I had already studied the weaknesses of Madame 8-Legs silk. Regular flames were indeed difficult to ignite it, but as long as I used the hellfire from Cerberus, setting the silk ablaze would be easy. At this moment, spider silk was spread across the walls and the bodies of the slain monsters, creating a giant furnace that could be set on fire. I jumped onto one of the corpses, grinned wickedly at Madame 8-Legs, and said, "You stacked up too much karma because you let power cloud your judgment. Now, it's time for you to receive that karma." With that, I thrust the hellfire into the corpse, and under its ignition, the entire lair was instantly engulfed in flames. Recently, when I took some of Madame 8-Legs' webs to study, I not only discovered the weakness that could defeat Madame 8-Legs, but I also confirmed a question that had been troubling me when I met Cerberus during the practical exam. Why did the barbarians go out of their way to chase away dangerous monsters from Red Black Mountain? The answer was because of expanding territories. The barbarians had been pushed by Madame 8-Legs all the way to Red Black Mountain. Knowing this, I finally understood Madame 8-Legs' hidden intentions. In truth, Madame 8-Legs used the tribe members to chase away monsters like Cerberus, so that her weakness, hellfire, was pushed further away from her. Returning to the present, the series of chain reactions from the spider webs caused the Madame 8-Legs to quickly fall into the endless sea of flames. As for what I should do next, it was simply to wait for the hellfire to turn the Madame 8-Legs into ash. This outcome was, of course, inevitable, since I already knew its weakness. All I needed to do was make sure it couldn't easily escape from the web-covered lair. After the fire goes out, I'll have to obtain her ability. But just then, the ground beneath me suddenly shook violently. I instinctively looked in that direction. Sure enough, it was coming from the Madame 8-Legs lair. I saw that the mountaintop, which had been sparking with embers, began to slowly extinguish, and in the next second, huge cracks exploded open from the mountain, and emerging from it was the Madame 8-Legs that hadn't been fully burned. Seeing this, I was utterly shocked. I didn't expect her to break through the mountain. At this moment, the Madame 8-Legs, in order to find me in the dense forest, gathered a huge ball of venom and shot it into the sky. Suddenly, it exploded like fireworks, and wherever the venom fell, it was instantly corroded and destroyed. But I had no time to escape into the forest, so I immediately captured two important pieces of information. The Madame 8-Legs' eyes had been burned blind by hellfire, and the body hairs it used to assist its senses were also burned off. But what surprised me was that there was a large hole on its body, accompanied by multiple cracks. I suspected it had been injured while breaking through the mountain, and if my guess was correct, this would be the perfect opportunity to kill the Madame 8-Legs. Then, I immediately summoned Beelzebub again and launched the sixth sword technique at the cracks. However, after I struck, I was unexpectedly bounced back. By now, its skin was still as tough as ever. Since one strike wasn't enough, I decided to deliver a few more. But just then, the Madame 8-Legs' body began to crack open, and what appeared in front of me was its newly regenerated eyes. While I was stunned by the sight, the Madame 8-Legs actually launched an attack on me. Immediately after, I was sent flying over 1,000 meters, and my legs were broken from the attack. At this moment, I realized I had made a mistake. I hadn't anticipated that it could regenerate by shedding its skin. Moreover, due to the massive loss of stamina, I was no longer able to regenerate in such a short time. Watching the Madame 8-Legs close in on me, I kept chanting in my heart, "Stand up, quickly," but this was clearly futile. Just as I prepared to accept my fate, the soul from my past life suddenly manifested. It told me that if I was only doing this for myself, I shouldn't have come to slay this damn monster. What I should have done was kill Hugo and wipe out the entire Baskerville family. For over 30 years, I adhered to Hugo's teachings, putting the completion of mission tasks first. Even though I would always get seriously injured. Even on the brink of death, I never harbored any resentment toward my father. Although I once thought of deserting the group, I had no idea what to do after leaving the family. In the end, after a brief period of contemplation, I chose to let the chains lead me onward. To me, I was nothing more than a well-trained hunting dog. It wasn't until I was personally sent by Hugo to the guillotine for execution that I realized a crucial truth. My loyalty to Hugo and everything I had done was all in vain. I had once considered them my only belief to survive, which now seemed utterly disgusting. So, the soul of my previous life continuously reminded me in my ears. The only things I needed to focus on in this life were two things: to kill Hugo and destroy the entire Baskerville family. However, my past self found it laughable that I wanted to eliminate Madame Eight Legs for the barbarian tribe, a place never worth remembering. He reminded me that since I came to the barbarian tribe, not only had my strength growth slowed, but even my thirst for revenge had gradually diminished. I was on the verge of giving up. This was the result he didn't want to see. He only wanted to see Hugo experience the pain and despair of having his throat cut, because he believed that if I messed this up, everything I had done in this life would again be in vain. Ultimately, I would once again be shackled by chains and forced to walk the same path of the guillotine as in my past life. After hearing these words, I immediately retorted, "Don't try to bind me with your moral high ground. I can never forget the feeling of having my head chopped off back then. In this life, I know how to live, and I will live as a different Vakir. Although I once regretted my current choice, I now understand what I truly want. Besides avenging my past life by killing Hugo, I also want to obtain true freedom, and this freedom can only be felt living with the barbarian tribe. So, this place is also the one I must protect with all my might. Please, from now on, peacefully sleep your death dream and stop appearing suddenly to interfere with my life." Meanwhile, the Madame Eight Legs had also reached above me. Seeing that I was still lying on the ground unable to stand, it swiftly swiped a powerful claw at me, intending to kill me. But sensing the danger, I immediately used all my strength to dodge the attack. However, the shockwave from the debris still ruthlessly sent me flying. But I couldn't fall here. I gritted my teeth and endured the intense pain in my still healing legs as I got up. Facing the Madame Eight Legs, which was about to launch a second attack, I kept silently praying for my legs to regenerate quickly. But in the next second, the Madame Eight Legs let out a sorrowful howl. I saw an enchanted arrow shoot and stop its attack. At that moment, my eyes widened. Following my gaze, I saw Ian and Aquila. Ian shouted at Madame Eight Legs, "You spider bastard, don't touch my husband candidate." Then, Ian turned to me and said, "Vakir, we've come to fight alongside you. All the Balak warriors are here, ready to stand with you. To think you've taken all of the burden yourself without telling me your brother." Immediately after, the Balak warriors rushed fearlessly toward Madame Eight Legs. With the continuous hits from the arrows, the Madame Eight Legs' attack target was successfully diverted. Finally, with their cover, I managed to regain enough strength to repair my legs. Although I had warned Ian not to reveal this matter to anyone in the tribe, I still had to thank her. Without her call for help, I might have really lost my life today. With a heavy thrust of my sword into Madame Eight Legs' body, I realized that this creature's shell was incredibly tough, as it once again rebounded me. But because of my previous attack, the Madame Eight Legs suddenly went berserk, running wild through the forest. Fortunately, the warriors reacted quickly, avoiding being hurt by its sharp legs. Then, Ian instructed everyone, "Please don't stop attacking. Keep fighting to give Vakir more time for a second strike." Meanwhile, on the other side, standing at a high point, Aquila felt guilty for her past cowardice. It seemed as if fate had limited the growth of the Balaks. But after seeing me bravely take the step to challenge the disaster, Aquila knew she was wrong. She realized the truth. The best way to face disaster was to face fear head-on. So, next, whether it was fighting until blood was spat or until she fainted, for the warriors fighting alongside her, she had to endure her waist injury and gather strength for a final ultimate move. At this moment, Aquila, relieved of her worries, unleashed the latent power within her heart. A shot, resembling a cannonball, was suddenly fired and accurately struck the cracked surface of Madame Eight Legs. Seeing this, I seized the opportunity and stepped forward. At the same time, a deathly aura emanated from my eyes. Then, I swiftly charged at Madame Eight Legs, and was about to let the Madame Eight Legs experience all the sword techniques I had mastered. After the massive explosion caused by the first sword technique, I successfully shattered Madame Eight Legs' shell and charged into its body. Immediately, I followed up with the remaining sword techniques perfectly. This time, let's see how you regenerate. Through this battle, I finally realized why my progress had been so slow. Because I had always thought of myself as a hunting dog, I should abandon this life and live a life that belongs to me. After unleashing every sword technique I had mastered in a relentless assault, I burst out of Madame Eight Legs' body. Seeing this, the Balak warriors were utterly shocked. Immediately after, Madame Eight Legs collapsed. At that moment, I was lying weakly on the ground. I never expected that the blood of Madame Eight Legs was also highly poisonous. Fortunately, after seeing its already decayed body, I felt relieved. So, the only thing left for me to do was to quickly flush out the poison. Suddenly, Beelzebub pierced through Madame Eight Legs' body. At that moment, the monster's souls I had absorbed entered Madame Eight Legs' mental realm and began violently tearing at it. When the time was right, I would leave the rest to Beelzebub, activating its ability to randomly gain one of its its skills. Meanwhile, Ayan, disregarding the danger of the poison around me, ran toward me. Seeing this, I immediately stopped her and assured her that I was fine, so there was no need to worry. My only request was for her to stop shouting, or I wouldn't be able to rest properly. At the same time, I successfully obtained Madam 8-Legs' S-level skill, Deadly Poison. Afterward, to celebrate my successful kill of the Madam 8-Legs, Aquila gathered everyone for a feast. However, this party was a bit too extreme, lasting for a whole 2.5 days. But seeing the joy of the barbarian tribe in their victory, any resentment I had quickly faded away. Upon returning to the barbarian tribe, I saw that Bakira's injuries had mostly healed. Although it had lost a leg in battle, it had found its true love, relieved of its burdens. I've avenged you for what Madam 8-Legs did, so don't worry. With that said, I looked at my hand, deep in thought. After killing the Madam 8-Legs, I successfully mastered the 7th sword technique of Baskerville. Now, to truly surpass Hugo's strength, I just need to master it completely. After all, when facing Hugo, who is a sword master, it might still be difficult. However, my strength has increased more than tenfold since leaving Baskerville. As for what I need to do next, it's to go back and implement my revenge plan. However, what I didn't know was that Ayan was hiding behind a pillar nearby, and she overheard that I was about to leave. Soon after, and I, fully recovered, donned the Empire's uniform again. Before leaving, I expressed my gratitude to the entire tribe. If it weren't for their help, I probably would have died in the battle against the Madam 8-Legs. Hearing this, Aquila smiled and said, "Since we have acknowledged you as a part of our tribe, your life is also the life of our whole tribe." Then, she cautioned me to always remember who I am. No matter where I am their hunting division's commander. At that moment, I looked back at the people standing in front of me, but I couldn't see Ayan anywhere. I guessed that, like last time, she couldn't accept the fact that I was leaving the tribe. As I was about to turn and leave, the cries of support from the tribe behind me rang out. "Vikir, if you encounter difficulties, come back to us, and we will take revenge for you. No matter how rough the road ahead, we hope that when we see you again, you have taken control of the Empire's power. Brother, you are always welcome to return. We'll be waiting for you here. Vikir, contact us regularly, please. Goodbye, Vikir, our hero." But just then, as I was about to step into the paddy fields ahead, I saw Ayan appear in front of me. Her eyes filled with emotion, and she asked if I really had to go. Hearing this, I gave an affirmative reply. Seeing her downtrodden expression, I thought she was going to be unreasonable again. But unexpectedly, she ran forward, handed me a package, and shyly explained, "This is the divine bow left by Lord Adonai. I made some minor adjustments so you could wield it." Looking at the divine bow in my hand, I realized why I hadn't seen Ayan these past few days. She had been preparing such a substantial gift for me. Before I could express my thanks, Ayan put a broken chain collar on me. Then she explained to me why she made it. It turns out that one night, Ayan overheard me talking in my sleep, dreaming I was a hound tightly bound by chains. The broken chain symbolizes that I have broken free from these chains. However, Ayan thinks I'm more like a lone wolf because now I am leaving her again. Just as I was about to say something, in the next second, Ayan suddenly pulled the broken chain close to me and gave me the ultimate farewell kiss. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears, and her inner grievances were released in an instant. "I heard that the people of the Empire say goodbye like that. I think you were smaller than me before, but now you've grown a lot. Stay safe, and have a safe journey." Hearing this, I intentionally said something to tease her. I never knew the Empire had a custom like that. As soon as I finished speaking, Ayan immediately turned around. "Stupid Vikir, don't forget, there has always been a girl who loves you waiting for your return." After bidding farewell to the Balaks, I came to the Red All City leased to the Morgue family. Seeing the flags of the two major families still hanging on the city walls, I knew my departure had not affected their cooperation. However, what currently intrigues me is what Camus has been up to over these past few years. As it was already late at night, I decided to find an inn to stay for the night and gather some information about Camus from passersby in the morning. Only when I saw the golden statue in the middle of the street did I realize it was built for me, but constructing it should have required an agreement between the two families. Could it be that Hugo agreed? This really doesn't seem like his style. Just then, a patrolling soldier suddenly ran up behind me. He scolded me for watching the hero from less than 10 meters away, which he said was disrespectful. Seeing my confused face, he deduced that I was a foreigner unfamiliar with the rules. But as a #1 fan of the hero, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to be ignorant of the hero's exploits. Thus, he began to tell the great tales about the hero. It is recorded that he could sweep through the fierce barbarians with a single slash, bravely snatch his fiancée from the enemy's hands, and fight an S-class monster alone, buying the ultimate escape time for his companions. After hearing what the soldier said, I was utterly speechless. It seems that in the past few years since I left, the Empire's view of me has turned upside down. After that, I arrived at an inn, but here, I encountered the triplet sisters who had once stopped me at the city gate. As expected, their conversation was all about me, about how I'm reputedly the most handsome man in the Empire and my swordsmanship is unmatched. The most outrageous comment was from the oldest sister. She said if she could see me again, she would definitely bear me a bunch of kids. However, I still heard some useful information. The heroic deeds the soldier mentioned were actually embellishments added to my persona by Adolphe after I returned, but I never expected that upon hearing news of my death, Hugo actually felt an impulse to obliterate the Morgue family. To calm Hugo's fury, Adolf also offered countless treasures as an apology. While I'm not sure if Hugo has forgiven the Morgue family, it's normal for him to be upset over my death, since in this life, I am his most beloved hound. As it was getting late, I was about to go upstairs to sleep after leaving some coins. However, my attire caught the attention of the triplet sisters. Suddenly, the oldest sister pointed at me and shouted, "Hey you, the suspicious one, come here. Are you a spy sent by the barbarians?" I knew she was talking about me, but hearing everyone around say she was drunk, I chose not to respond and turned to leave. But in the next second, the oldest sister launched a magical attack, causing vines to sprout from the ground beneath my feet. Seeing this, I leaped effortlessly to avoid the vines' assault. My swift reaction and agile movements stunned everyone present. Unbeknownst to me, as soon as I steadied myself, they began to attack me, thinking I was an enemy and prepared to apprehend me. Seeing the situation get more complicated, I decided to reveal my identity. Anyway, I'll be officially returning to Baskerville soon, so letting them know I'm still alive now is no big deal. At that moment, upon seeing me, the triplet sisters instantly fell for me, their faces turning red. Even their speech became stuttered. Meanwhile, the soldier, who obviously hadn't met me before, simply commented that I only looked somewhat like the statue. In the end, it wasn't until the triplet sisters shouted my name that I could finally go back and sleep peacefully. Soon, the next morning came. After getting my things back, I decided to head back to Baskerville. Before leaving, I intended to ask for some news about Camus, but those three actually started fighting over me from last night, all claiming that I survived because of their longing. It seems that in this life, the triplet sisters are no different from the previous one. They're still chatterboxes. Luckily, they finally listened to what I asked. They told me that Camus had temporarily left the Morgue family and joined the Dark Hall. She is probably in seclusion there now, focusing on studying magic. Upon hearing this, I stood frozen. I vaguely remember that before I regressed, Camus had a very bad relationship with the people in the Dark Hall. Could it be that because I saved her from the barbarian tribe last time, her fate in this life has changed? I then asked the triplet sisters to relay a message to Camus. I wanted her to give me a time to meet, but most importantly, I wanted her to leave the Dark Hall as soon as possible. Soon after, news of my return had already spread throughout the Empire, and everyone who knew I was still alive felt delighted. Adolf had been deep in thought for a long time because my death had already brought great losses to the Morgue family. At the same time, news of my return also reached Hugo. He truly didn't expect that his beloved hound was really still alive. But Hugo would never imagine that my return was to destroy the entire Baskerville and avenge my past life's decapitation. After I returned to the Underdog City, the people living here have been way too enthusiastic. Upon hearing this, Chihuahua smiled and explained, "The news of your survival spread throughout the Empire immediately. They are celebrating for you. You've made so many contributions to the city before." At that moment, Pomerian came in. "Uncle, this is for you. It's dead, but still a cute rodent. Be careful not to catch the plague, okay?" I gave a brief reply, acknowledging her warning. Then, I turned to Chihuahua, asking if the issues with Underdog had been resolved. At that moment, Chihuahua mentioned Cindy Wendy. He said Cindy Wendy had been helping with the city's administration and was indeed very clever, just as I had described. However, recently she had encountered a case that left her stumped. She hadn't even found a single useful clue. Afterward, Chihuahua pulled out a file which contained information about missing children. There was a perplexing detail. Whether the children were kidnapped or not, their parents didn't seem in a hurry to report it. Although Chihuahua had investigated the black market, he didn't find any sign of children being sold. So, the initial conclusion was that this kidnapping case was likely the work of a single person, and this person was definitely a seasoned criminal. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to leave no trace behind every time. But when I took over and saw the contents, I almost exploded with anger. This damn thing looks way too similar to a case from my past life, one that was framed on me. Back then, many children disappeared in Underdog City. Although this tragedy would happen years later, I was certain there was a connection. Meanwhile, Pomerian called me. When I turned to look, the little rat had clearly been dead was now alive again. Seeing this, I was stunned, because this was a unique black magic of the Rococo tribe, body resurrection, and even the most talented individuals of Baskerville and Morgue usually needed to be at least 8 years old to barely sense magic. The thing is, Pomerian had just turned 5 and could already use such difficult black magic skillfully. I then asked Pomerian if she could tell me when she first discovered this ability. After hearing this, Pomerian began to count with difficulty, so I decided not to push her further. After all, she was born into the barbarians, and now that she can communicate with me freely, it's a blessing in disguise. But then I thought, if she receives more training in the future, many years from now, Pomerian will undoubtedly become the Empire's only black magic master at the top. However, what Hugo hates most is the Rococo tribe. Even though Pomerian is a rare genius, if Hugo discovers that there's Rococo blood mixed in her veins, he will never show mercy and will definitely sentence her to a severe death. So from now on, I must use every means possible to keep Pomerian by my side without Hugo finding out. Meanwhile, Chihuahua received a pigeon letter, and the contents immediately made him break into a cold sweat. Vikir, bad news. Hugo, the patriarch, is coming to Underdog City soon. The appointed time time arrived, and Hugo, accompanied by his butler John, made his entrance. However, after locking eyes with Hugo for a while, neither of us spoke a word. The oppressive atmosphere left Chihuahua behind us frozen in place, not daring to move. Fortunately, John eventually broke the silence with a greeting which allowed Hugo to stop awkwardly staring at me. "My dear son, welcome back to the Baskerville family. How have you been?" Upon hearing this, I told the fabricated story I had already prepared. In the beginning, they treated me as a slave, but I tricked the Night Fox into trusting me and successfully partnered with his daughter to solve the food issue. During this process, I learned all about the barbarian tribe's habits. By now, I could perfectly control them and have them willingly serve us. Hugo was quite curious and quickly asked me how exactly I managed to do it. I then told him about the illicit trade happening with the barbarian tribe. Even the Empire's cheapest vegetables could be traded there for the finest leather and jewels. So, as long as we use these abundant resources from the Empire to trade for what the barbarian tribe lacks, we could negotiate a treaty in the process. The barbarian tribe would clear out the water disaster monsters and expand our territory without charge. This would not only reduce the losses in our military forces, but also significantly weaken the barbarian tribe's power. Upon hearing this, Hugo believed that it was indeed a brilliant plan. "It seems my son is becoming more and more like me. From now on, I'll leave all dealings with the barbarian tribe to you." At this moment, the butler John, standing nearby, was quite shocked. He couldn't believe that upon my return, after these 2 years, I could make Hugo smile so contentedly. You see, after learning of my death, Hugo hadn't even managed a forced smile on his face. As for me, I was calmly drinking tea. By now, Hugo was completely deceived by me. Naturally, Aquila definitely didn't want to cause any conflicts with Baskerville. So, after Madame Eight Legs was eliminated, they would start relocating, returning to their previously expelled lands. This would create an illusion for Hugo. After all, he didn't know about the existence of the eight-legged monster. He would think that the barbarian tribe was helping to expand the territory. But just then, I felt a terrifying magical power burst forth from Hugo. He looked furious and said, "But there should never be any trade with the Rococo tribe. Those bastards must be exterminated." I understood why Hugo was feeling this way at the moment, because his beloved wife's daughter, Penelope, was captured by the Rococo. Although I knew Penelope was already dead, Hugo had never found a single clue. What surprised me though, was that not only did Hugo apologize for his sudden anger, he even urged me not to fight on the front lines anymore. Even though my brave rescue of Camus of the Morgue family had earned royal praise, as a father, he really didn't want to experience the feeling of losing a son again. Thus, Hugo hoped that I would manage the administrative affairs in the future, and for the front lines, he would assign someone else to take over. This was definitely not like Hugo. The contradictions were too hard to believe. I still remember in my previous life when I was fleeing while falsely accused, the feeling of a blade stabbed in my back, and the cold stares of the hounds I shared hardships with. In an instant, I painfully realized I was abandoned. Hugo didn't even give me a chance to explain, immediately deciding that I had already colluded with the monsters. "Thank you for your concern, father." Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Seeing this, Chihuahua and I were startled and didn't know what to do, because the person who ran through the door was Pomerian. Pomerian was scared of the thunder and didn't want to stay in the room alone. At this moment, all I hoped was that Hugo would not say more, otherwise all the plans just made would fall through. Just then, Hugo suddenly stood up, his expression turning stern. Looking at the little girl sobbing in my arms, he couldn't help but tremble and whisper the name Penelope. Seeing this, I immediately reminded Hugo to stay calm. Then, I lied to him, telling him that this girl was actually a maid I had adopted at the border. Although her eyes are red just like ours, I had already confirmed that her bloodline completely matches that of a minority group on the Empire's border. So, she is probably not the person you think she is. Upon hearing this, Hugo's expression changed, admitting that he might indeed have been mistaken. After all, if his daughter Penelope were still alive, she would be older than me by now. Seeing Hugo's increasingly embarrassed expression, Butler John hurriedly helped him return to rest. Before leaving, Hugo told me to attend tomorrow's grand banquet. Hearing this, I calmly responded, "I'll be there on time." But Chihuahua was utterly shocked, because as far as he knew, only the elite members of the family were invited to such a big dinner. Just then, as Hugo turned to leave, he looked back at Pomerian once more. This unusual behavior truly surprised me. Soon, night fell. After taking a bath, I chose to sleep on the rough hard carpet. The large soft bed simply could not bring me peace of mind. Perhaps this is the influence of the many years I spent living with the barbarian tribe. Later, recalling Hugo's unusual reaction earlier, I thought of a potentially effective plan. What would happen if I reported the pendant and Pomerian's situation to Hugo? What would his reaction be? If it meets my expectations, then Pomerian could certainly become a hidden trump card to deliver a fatal blow to Hugo. Regardless of the approach, the direction of the plan must start with ensuring Pomerian's safety. Just then, a person in black suddenly broke into the room through the window, but my keen senses had already locked onto her. Then she drew a knife. Seeing that the person in black had not noticed the absence of someone under the covers, I swiftly leapt up and kicked the knife from her hand. Immediately after, I pressed my hand against her vital area and demanded to know who had sent her to assassinate me. Unexpectedly, after she removed her mask, I realized that the person in black was actually Cindy Cindy Wendy in disguise. She thought it would be boring to just walk in, so she decided to disguise herself as an assassin to test if my skills had improved after all these years. But what made Cindy Wendy curious was that she couldn't understand why I knew she had been staying with the little girl with the gold coins. Of course, as someone who had been reborn, I knew that this was Cindy Wendy's typical way of doing things. She constantly builds relationships with capital investors and helps them make wise investments, thereby increasing her trustworthiness among the citizens. Hearing this, Cindy Wendy admitted I was right, but it was all just to make a living by working for others. Then, she arrogantly said that if it weren't for her help, the little girl's 100 billion gold coins would have been swindled away long ago. I had anticipated this situation, so I had already arranged for guards to protect the little girl at all times, including experts with extensive experience in finance. Cindy Wendy seemed surprised, as during the time she helped the little girl, there were no other people besides the guards, not to mention a financial expert. Hearing this, I gave a knowing look. At that moment, Cindy Wendy realized that she was the expert I was referring to. She had no idea I had managed to plan everything so meticulously. Then, Cindy Wendy pulled out something from her chest. Seeing this, I was speechless. How could her personality have changed so drastically in just 2 years? Still, I reminded her that it would be better to hand things over in a folder next time. And regarding what was in the paper, it was information cards for everyone attending the grand banquet tomorrow. Naturally, Hugo doesn't need to be mentioned. As the family head, it would be unthinkable for him not to attend. Following Hugo, the next people listed were my 2 uncles, Boston Terrier Le Baskerville and Great Dane Le Baskerville. They are Hugo's half-brothers from the same father, and they have the worst relationship with each other. At that moment, Cindy Wendy, puzzled, asked why it was necessary to collect such useless information about people from the same family. I explained that, having been away for many years, I simply didn't have the time to keep up with all the family members' details. Then, I saw Osiris Le Baskerville, whose swordsmanship skills are remarkable. As the primary heir, he too would attend. Even before I was reborn, I had only seen him a couple of times. Also, his strength and cold-heartedness are the greatest among all the hounds. But what surprised me the most was that Set Le Baskerville, the second heir, would also be attending. I vaguely remember that his swordsmanship skills are not as good as many others, and he has been frail and ill since birth. However, he is the only one I truly respect. His nature is more gentle. He properly buries those deceased discarded hounds and sheds tears of grief. As for the last 3 information cards, I didn't even bother to look at them because they were my 3 brothers, who had gone from being my enemies to my little fans. My understanding of them is deep-rooted. It seems that this grand banquet will be filled with many interesting events. The next day, I arrived at the grand banquet. The people attending were exactly the same as the information Cindy Wendy had gathered. Among the more unfamiliar faces were Hugo's eldest son, Osiris, his second son, Set, and my other uncle, Great Dame. Thank you for inviting me. After receiving Hugo's seating permission, my seating marked the official start of the grand banquet. But the next second, an unpleasant incident occurred. As everyone knows, the relationship between Boston Terrier and Great Dame was already quite terrible. At that moment, Boston Terrier suddenly spoke. "Isn't the meat a little undercooked?" Upon hearing this, Hugo thought Boston Terrier was referring to the steak on his own table and replied, "If you don't like the taste, I can have the head chef come and bring you another one." But Boston Terrier pointed to Great Dame's plate and said, "No, brother, I'm talking about the steak on the plate beside me." Upon hearing this, Great Dame responded unhappily, saying, "I like my meat rare. If you can't stand it, you can turn left and walk out." Then, Boston Terrier added, "I was just saying your meat looks undercooked. It's cruel for my lovable nephew to eat his meat undercooked." Of course, Great Dame wasn't going to back down. While I acknowledge his lovable nature, Fakir is also my nephew. As his uncle, the only thing I could do was guide him onto the right path. Why is it considered right for him to be placed in the Mastiff order? It's far better than him joining the slow and foolish Pitbull order. As I expected, this grand banquet was specially organized by the 7 orders to recruit me. If this had happened before I regressed, I would have liked it, as it was a great offer that guaranteed my success. But how could I possibly join now? My strength has already surpassed that of Boston Terrier and Great Dame, and now I see them simply as mutts. Seeing that his brothers were still eager to argue, Hugo put aside his authority and said, "Today is my son Fakir's first time attending the grand banquet. Please, both of you, behave yourselves." Upon hearing these words, I was shocked beyond belief because Hugo's personality was becoming increasingly difficult to understand. At this point, Boston Terrier curiously asked, "My dear nephew, I heard you've been living in the deep forest for the past 2 years. Can you share with your uncle what achievements you've made there?" This topic also piqued Great Dame's curiosity. "Yeah, exactly how many barbarians and monsters have you killed? Just how far has your strength progressed?" Unbeknownst to them, this series of questions had already started to affect Hugo's mood. "We're still eating dinner. As elders, you shouldn't press the child too much." However, the two hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, even declaring they specially made time to come here. Just after they finished speaking, Boston Terrier and Great Dame's pupils suddenly constricted, and they broke out in cold sweat. At that moment, Hugo sternly admonished, "Has it been so long since we've met that you've forgotten I hate having to repeat myself?" Under Hugo's authoritative pressure, the two finally ceased their disruptions. Meanwhile, I decided decided to satisfy their curiosity. Hugo told me not to take the earlier matter too seriously, especially since we were still eating and it wasn't appropriate to go to the drill hall. But demonstrating my power, in my view, is something that can be done anytime, anywhere. I lightly placed a finger on the table, then told everyone present, I will evaporate the excess water in Uncle Boston Terrier's cup and make Uncle Great Dame's steak medium rare. As I channeled magic power into the tablecloth, 2 streams of fiery magic flowed toward the targets I had indicated. The results were as I had described. The water and the wine evaporated, and the blood and the steak disappeared. This is the resonance phenomenon I create with the tablecloth, a skill only comprehensible to those who have mastered the 4th level of sword technique. Hugo was very pleased with this, as it meant I had set a new record in Baskerville history. At just 17 years old, I had already mastered this skill. Meanwhile, my gaze shifted to the triplet brothers nearby. I remember they were present during my first major battle with Madame Eight Legs, so they should know that my skills go far beyond the low-level graduator. It seems these 3 are quite reliable sometimes. They didn't expose me when I was bluffing about my power to the others. Suddenly, a voice from beside me sounded utterly foreign. Well done, keep it up. This was the first time I heard Osiris praise his own brother. Could it be that he was sizing me up? In my previous life, he was supposed to be both aloof and arrogant, also known as the child most like Hugo in the Empire. Then, Set also chimed in, I'm really happy for you, little brother. It's great that our big brother thinks so highly of you. Seeing my puzzled face, he asked, bewildered, little brother, you haven't forgotten who I am, have you? Although my body is weak and I've been staying in the infirmary for recovery, I've been watching over your growth. Indeed, as Set said, in my previous life he treated me and his other brothers equally with affection. Even when distant relatives fell in battle, he would weep bitterly at their graves. And when I was falsely accused of colluding with demons and sent to the guillotine, it was Set alone who stood up to defend me. Undoubtedly, he was a breath of fresh air in an era of destruction. However, at this moment, I can smell a foul stench. It's a scent that only demons possess. This means there's a demon hiding among us. After ruling out everyone else, I was certain that the Set beside me is no longer human, but a demon occupying a human body. Even though his interactions with the lower servants are as warm and approachable as before, that foul stench absolutely cannot fool my nose. I also know how to use external forces to identify demons, as their reflections do not appear in mirrors. At that moment, Set warmly said, I remember you are now the deputy consul in the underdog city, aren't you? Thanks to you taking over my position, the common people have been spared from the nobles' oppression. Hearing this, I expressed that it was all part of my duty. Then, I initiated a toast to celebrate, planning to use the reflective surface of the wine to verify my suspicion. Since the era of destruction had not yet begun, Set had no guard against my action. Thus, we smoothly completed the toast. As I caught him drinking, I discreetly tilted the wine glass. Just as I suspected, only Osiris's reflection appeared in the glass. This undeniable scene confirms that Set is indeed a demon. What is the strength of this demon? Why has he chosen to inhabit the body of someone already frail and sick? Actually, I could have exposed him while all the strong members of the family were present, but I thought better of it, as it would only cause unnecessary trouble. No matter what happens afterward, Hugo would definitely ask me how I knew Set was not human. So, before exposing him, I must gather more evidence that is easily convincing. Just then, Set asked again. He was especially curious about which side I would choose between the Pitbull Knights and the Mastiff Knights. Before I could respond, Osiris sternly warned, I advise you to stop rambling and eat your food properly, otherwise you'll upset father and suffer for it. Set was immediately silenced, not knowing what to do. As for me, I was relieved. Without Set's further questions, I no longer had to endure that annoying stench. Meanwhile, Hugo spoke up, asking me to come to his office tomorrow if I had time, as he had some private matters he wanted to discuss with me alone. After the banquet, I planned to just find a room nearby to sleep in, but I still want to complain about this damn banquet. It could have ended in 2 hours, but they stretched it to 5 hours for the sake of formality. Before leaving, Butler John privately informed me that I was listed among the new students for Colosseo Academy under the Baskerville family. It seems Hugo wants me to train there and serve the family for life after graduating, like Osiris. Little did I know, as I pondered the academy's plans, a figure holding a large sword stood atop the wall above my head. Then, he swung several blood-colored sword strikes at me. Sensing danger in a moment of looking back, I determined that this person had mastered the 6th sword technique. Recalling my publicly known strength was the mid-grade graduator, I could at most perform up to the 4th sword technique, but countering 4 sword strikes was enough. I could just withstand the remaining 2 with my iron body. Unexpectedly, the sword strikes vanished into thin air the moment they nearly hit me. It seems his purpose was to test my strength. I didn't expect you to actually take my sword strikes head on. My nephew has grown up. Boston Terrier stood proudly on the wall, smiling contentedly. My unique judgment never fails. You are indeed the talent that your uncle's Knight Order has been eagerly awaiting. Just as he finished speaking, Great Dame of the Mastiff Knight Order also appeared there. You fat fool, drawing your sword at will on family territory. How is this behavior different from barbarians? Moreover, under the ugly law, this is considered attempted murder, and if Hugo finds out, you'll likely be suspended for several months. No need to belittle my love for my nephew, plus I had already controlled my force. It wouldn't hurt my lovely nephew at all. Thus, the two contradictory individuals prepared to quarrel until the bitter end. Whoever wins could dictate my future and include me in their nightly order under their command. I took advantage of the moment they drew their swords against each other to quickly escape from this place of conflict. But speaking of which, compared to the destructive power of Boston Terrier's attack in the previous era of destruction, it seems not much has improved. I vaguely remember that in my previous life, the position in the 7 Night Orders was that of a count, and they could never break through the 7th technique and above. Now, at 17, I have already reached this level. With my iron body and my sword, Beelzebub, and the archery skills I learned from the Balaks, taking on a count was no issue at all. I could even go against 2 counts. Just then, my 3 little fans suddenly blocked my path, leaving me utterly bewildered. Unbeknownst to me, the next second, all 3 simultaneously drew the swords at their waists. Seeing this, I also prepared for battle. I guess they were probably trying to use my concealment of strength as leverage against me. If that was indeed the case, they were heading for a dead end. But what happened next completely baffled me again. I saw the triplets gripping the sword handles inversely, pointing the sharp tips at their feet. A simple push by anyone could drive the sword through immediately. Knowing this was the Imperial Knight's oath of entrusting their lives to their lord, I immediately asked with a tone of absurdity, "What play are you acting out now?" Hearing this, the triplets shouted in unison in response, "We plan to repay the debt of life. Since being beaten by you at the age of 9, our feelings towards you have been fear, and when you single-handedly defeated Cerberus and the troll, we acknowledged your talents were superior to ours. As when you went against the giant monster, our feelings towards you turned to awe. So since being saved by you and returning to the city, we 3 brothers have sworn to heaven, if you return, we would swear loyalty to death. From today onwards, we are the trident at your disposal. Vikir, please agree to be the lord whom we 3 brothers will obey for life." Hearing this, I simply walked past them. I will never forget how it felt when they chased me to death in my previous life. However, the addition of the triplets is extremely beneficial for me, so I suddenly spoke. "I don't need things like pledges. I'm tired, so let's do this next time. The fact that we're together and what lies ahead cannot be disclosed." With this, they replied in unison, "Understood." Moving forward, Set's body being taken over by the demons is a variable I wasn't expecting. I need to ask Cindy Wendy to investigate this quickly. No matter what happens, I need to kill the demon. Time quickly came to the next morning, and I went to Hugo's office as agreed, and things went as I thought yesterday. He handed me the admission notice to Colosio Academy. "My dear son, this is the reward I promised you." Colosio Academy, as the most powerful institution of higher education in the Empire, there is no other organization within the Empire that can compete with it, and the students of Colosio Academy are all the elite descendants of the 7 great families. This is undoubtedly sending countless sparring partners on my path to becoming stronger. At this time, Hugo kindly said, "Will the triplets, whom you asked to go with, be alright? Besides them, is there anyone else you would like to take with you?" However, many people probably don't know why I insist on choosing the triplets, because in my previous life, I was their servant, and during 4 years of schooling, I endured countless humiliations. But before that, there is one more thing. I want to claim the rewards for helping the family gain great diplomatic benefits during my 2 years of disappearance. Naturally, Hugo will not forget. What I promised you, father will keep. What is it that you want? I then tell Hugo, I want to inquire about a story, but you must answer truthfully. Hugo, seeing it so simple, also readily agreed, until I mentioned that the story I want is about his first wife Roxana and daughter Penelope. Hugo then realized the severity of the issue. The butler John behind him knew well that this was a taboo for Hugo, and he was immediately frightened into a cold sweat. At this moment, Hugo suddenly became furious. "Give me a sufficient reason. If it's just out of curiosity, you know the consequences." Under such intense pressure, I still responded calmly, "You said you would keep your promises, but the reason you want, I will give to you after I get what I want. Please believe me, curiosity is not enough to make me take the risk." And the reason I deliberately touched Hugo's bottom line is all to prepare for the public revelation of Pomerian. Even though the butler John told me that my father was a sentimental person, I could never believe that this phrase could allow Pomerian and Hugo to meet. So, I must verify it myself, but I really did not expect that Hugo would start speaking emotionally, covering his chest and saying softly, "My first wife Roxana and I were a pure love. She was the only wife who made me fall in love. In fact, Roxana was not a marriage of political strategy. She was just an ordinary woman born in the countryside. I remember the first time we met. We fell in love at first sight. Damn, what have I done to deserve being fed this cringe here?" But our path of love was full of thorns, and both sets of parents strongly disapproved of our relationship. But to be with Roxana, I gave up all honor and eloped with her. Alright, let's move on to Penelope now. However, Hugo, lost in his memories, didn't hear what I said. I thought fleeing the family was the right move, but it turned out to be a deathly disaster for Roxana. Your grandfather sent the family's elite hounds to capture me alive. Of course, we thought about giving up, but the spiritual power brought by love still allowed us to endure, and ultimately, both sets of parents had no choice but to let us marry on the spot. Thus, within the first year, we had our love's crystal, your sister Penelope. But the good times did not last long. After giving birth, Roxana's health suddenly deteriorated and was eventually taken taken by her illness. Fortunately, Penelope inherited all her mother's good qualities. I originally thought that everything would be fine from then on, but I never expected that a sudden accident would occur and Penelope would be abducted by the Rococo tribe. To this day I still do not know why they knew my daughter's walking route and schedule, why they chose to kidnap my daughter and not someone else's. I have also been investigating the barbarians for many years, but I have never been able to find any information about Penelope. At first I thought it was because my own power was insufficient, so I kept marrying and having children and took it upon myself to help the empire expand its territory as an excuse to station myself at the border, but it still didn't change anything. I don't even know now if Penelope is still alive in this world, so my story ends. You should give me the reason I want, right? At this moment, the pressure emanating from Hugo is no less than at his peak in my previous life, making me shiver. But facing his question, I did not say much, but instead reached into my pocket and took out the locket necklace that was on Pomerian. Seeing this, Hugo immediately took it excitedly into his hands. This was the gift he gave to Penelope back then. While he was still immersed in his grief, I threw another soulful question at him. If Miss Penelope's successor was alive, what will you do? I then opened the door of the room and brought in Pomerian, who had been waiting outside for a long time. At this moment, Hugo's heart was heavily struck. Back then, when he saw Pomerian, it was as if he saw his own daughter, but I firmly claimed she was from a minority group at the border. Because of this, I apologized to Hugo. Next, I told him that this child was found on Rococo territory and is mixed with Rococo blood. Upon hearing this fact, Hugo's body couldn't stop trembling. As he approached Pomerian, his face turned very grim, and this was exactly the result I wanted. I wanted Hugo to be torn between anger and grief, his most beloved granddaughter, mixed with what he despises the most. The next second, Hugo questioned again, is this really the child my daughter had with the Rococo? I gave an affirmative reply, but little did I know that what happened next would completely surprise me. Before long, during these days, Hugo was constantly by Pomerian's side. His closeness with her was no less than when he was with me. The countless calls of grandfather made Hugo bloom with joy. Osiris and John both expressed that this was something they had never seen before in their lives. On the other hand, I was caught in a dilemma. Why would Hugo show such an expression in this life? When I was 15, that was the first time I tried to find a fatal weakness in Hugo. But even after simulating millions of assassination scenarios in my mind, I mostly ended up instantly killed by him. That is to say, in any situation, Hugo, below the level of a swordsmanship grandmaster, possesses extremely sharp senses. Years later, when I temporarily gave up on assassinating Hugo, I encountered Pomerian in the Rococo tribe. Then I thought of a precise plan sufficient to assassinate Hugo. As everyone knows, his only beloved child is Penelope, and Pomerian is Penelope's daughter. If I could play the emotional card with Hugo through his granddaughter, his always vigilant heart might relax a bit. Naturally, the opportunity to kill him would surface. As time passed, my strength also grew stronger. After I also learned the seventh sword technique, basically, in a direct confrontation with Hugo, I could have a 50% chance of winning. So to increase my odds, I decided to start playing the emotional card with Hugo. But what I never expected was that Hugo suddenly knelt in front of Pomerian and broke down in tears. Even in the following week, Hugo was by Pomerian's side every minute of every day, but the smile that spread across his face completely shattered my worldview. This was not the Hugo I knew. Could it be that the cold-blooded ruthlessness he exhibited was just a facade to mask his grief over losing his love? At that moment, Butler John expressed his thanks to me. Thank you, Master Vakir. Although I had said before that your father is a sentimental person, I have never seen him smile so brightly. All thanks to you. Hearing this, I felt a great sense of helplessness inside. Even though at this moment, Hugo was exactly as vulnerable as I had anticipated. As night fell, lying in bed, I still couldn't fall asleep. I was still troubled by the events of the past few days. Because in my memory, Hugo should be the bastard who framed me for all the crimes and personally sent me to the guillotine. On the night I was slandered for colluding with demons, I desperately explained my innocence. The one thing I hate most in life is the demons that wreak havoc on the world, and all I would do is annihilate them. But before I could finish speaking, what greeted me was Hugo cutting off my tongue. Criminals have no right to speak here, especially not a traitor who betrayed his own family. Despite having reached such a point, why am I now hesitant about revenge? Just then, a voice outside the window snapped me back to reality. Looking up, I realized it was Cindy Wendy. Seeing this, I asked her, "What brings you here so late?" Cindy Wendy, instantly annoyed, slammed the book into my face and responded, "This is the information on Set Le Baskerville that you asked for." Seeing me still lying in bed, unmoved, she figured I must have encountered something unpleasant again and decided not to stay angry. "I did what you said, and over the past few days, I've conducted a detailed investigation on Set. He has used many aliases to fund multiple orphanages, and he adopts a batch of children under the pretense of doing good deeds to help the children form new families. But what's puzzling in the end is, whenever a child is successfully adopted, the information about the adopter couldn't be found, and the whereabouts of the children disappear from then on. If it's really as you suspected, that Set has been parasitized by a demon, then the recent cases of child disappearances and kidnappings make sense. Because demons need to consume human essence to enhance their power, naturally, younger other individuals, and orphans would be their prime targets. Now, looking at the report Cindy Wendy brought, I'm so angry I could explode. Seth, whom I thought was the only good person in the Baskerville family, turns out to be the main culprit behind the crimes blamed on me. Back then, he kindly visited me in the dungeon, promising to find the real criminal for me, to tell my father and clear my name. Thinking about the hideous smile he would show after his plans succeeded, I clenched my teeth. You wait and see. Demon, I'm coming for my revenge soon. Meanwhile, Seth was leading an orphan to the adoptive family, but as they walked, the little boy suddenly realized something was amiss. According to what the orphanage director said, the parents who adopted him were supposed to live in a luxurious villa, not in this desolate wilderness. Seth did not respond immediately, but waited until he brought the little boy to a cave, then revealed his true intention. It looks like there was some misunderstanding. After saying this, Seth's face instantly split into 6 segments. The little boy, having never seen such a scene, stood frozen in fear. What suddenly appeared in front of the boy was the brutal demon parasitizing Seth's body. Just like that, the little boy was swallowed whole by him, becoming nourishment to enhance his magical power. Indeed, the most delicious humans are still young children. I can't stop myself. This demon inhabiting Seth's body is Andromalius, an upper demon corpse. Before long, Andromalius went inside the cave. He plots the destruction of the world daily with a crow, but behind the scenes, he reorganizes new families for orphans. To open the gate between the human and demon realms and destroy the world, he must consume the essence of children to accumulate the corresponding magical power. But thinking about only being able to eat 3 children per day, Seth feels extremely frustrated. At this rate, it might still take a decade to wait. However, he soon comes up with a better idea, planning to capture all the children and keep them like livestock. This would not only be convenient, but also significantly reduce the time needed to open the gate. However, this was opposed by his companion, the 3-eyed crow, who believed that they must temporarily lay low to avoid trouble. According to him, humans had already started paying attention to the cases of child kidnapping and disappearance, and the cave was already nearly filled with bones. Once the smell spread and was discovered by humans, the time until the success of their plan would only be prolonged. Seth advised him not to worry about it. After all, he had set up a barrier outside the cave, and normal humans would not be able to find this place. Immediately after, Seth issued an expulsion order, stating that he had urgent matters to attend to and needed to go out. However, before leaving, the crow still gave a few reminders, urging Seth to keep his cool. As long as they waited for the dawn of a new era, they would naturally be able to eat as many humans as they wanted. After speaking, he transformed into a puddle of black water and disappeared into the air. In contrast, Seth fell into contemplation. The only thing he truly feared now was the combat power of Baskerville. He had to find a way to turn Hugo cold-blooded and merciless again, so that Hugo would treat the younger generation like disposable goods. Even if he incidentally took some out, it would not cause any problem. Additionally, Seth faced another challenge, which was my return and the significant increase in my power, affecting his plans. That damn guy, back then, even 2 black mambas couldn't kill him, and now he's grown up and even brought Hugo's granddaughter back to the family. Do you know how much effort I put into destroying Hugo? Thinking of this, Seth was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode, so he made up his mind to put me at the top of his hit list. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hugo suddenly summoned me, wanting to speak privately with me again. Although I couldn't guess what he really wanted to say. Influenced by Pomeranian, the current Hugo was full of flaws. If it were the old me, I would have already carried out an assassination, but now I hesitated. Suddenly, Hugo's words interrupted my thoughts. I know you've always resented me, son. After all, I treated children like hounds driven to their deaths, and even though you've excelled in everything from childhood, I've never fully performed my duties as a father. Every day, all I think about is how to take revenge on the barbarian tribes and continue having children to increase our fighting strength. At this moment, I felt uneasy, thinking, could it be that Hugo has sensed my hidden intent to kill? Also, there's no way Hugo would talk down about himself. Could it be that he's saying these things to test my loyalty? Little did I know, what Hugo said and did next was the real purpose of his visit. I sincerely apologize to you, son. I'm sorry. Then, he bowed deeply and spoke of what he heard from Pomeranian. Penelope is very happy among the barbarian tribes and didn't suffer the torture and humiliation to death as I had imagined. Thank you for bringing Pomeranian back to see me, even though she was born a hybrid from the barbarians. Just seeing her made me feel as if my long-sealed emotions were being saved. Then he asked me if there was anything I wanted, to just say it, and he would do his utmost to make it happen. At this moment, I was once again caught in a dilemma. After being reborn, I had always had a doubt that perhaps this life's Hugo really had changed. In the year of the live combat assessment after the rebirth, Hugo cheered for me. When I expressed a desire to duel with a more powerful monster, Hugo worried about my life. Even though I ultimately won, he still cared about my injuries and pointed out the issues in my fighting. Afterward, he appointed me as the deputy consul of the underdog city, a treatment a half-blood would never receive in a lifetime. But now, what choice should I make? Revenge or forgiveness? Can I really forgive the Hugo who cruelly executed me in my previous life? However, before making a decision, there was another thing I had to do. Please move your head, father. You said, whatever I want, you would give it, right? Upon hearing this, Hugo gave an affirmative reply. fly. Then, without hesitation, I spoke my request. Little did they know, during their conversation, they had neglected to protect Pomeranian. At that time, Set was by Pomeranian's side, preparing to find an opportunity to devour her. Seeing this, Pomeranian's nanny promptly intervened. Young master, I apologize, but the master has given prior orders. He instructed me not to let the miss be close to anyone except for Master Vakir. Set then asked the nanny to keep a secret for him, stating that he would play with his niece a bit longer before returning to seclude himself for recuperation. But how could she defy the master's orders? She then prepared to take Pomeranian back to her room to rest. At that moment, a crunching noise suddenly emanated from Set's body. In the next second, the back of his head turned into a deep abyss, inadvertently swallowing the nanny whole. Pomeranian, seeing the nanny disappear, also asked in confusion, "Where is she?" Set then said she had to leave for urgent matters. With no one left to interfere, his hand suddenly grew sharp fangs, slowly moving towards Pomeranian's head. But just then, a sudden voice from behind made him hesitate to continue. "What are you doing here? Where did Pomeranian's nanny go?" The person who came was Hugo's eldest son, Osiris. The interruption of the plan made Andromalius grind his teeth in anger. After all, at this stage, he could not yet reveal his demonic identity. "I don't know where the nanny went. I only saw Pomerian here alone when I arrived, so I took over caring for her." Osiris did not continue to press the issue, but seriously reminded his younger brother. Father said, "Aside from him and brother Vakir, no one else is allowed to stay close to Pomerian for long. I can pretend I didn't see anything this time. You should hurry back and recuperate." Hearing this, Andromalius gave a benevolent smile, but in his heart, he had already cursed countless times. "One day, I will definitely kill you." Osiris felt his brother was somewhat resentful of his meddling, so, the next second, he directly grabbed his shoulder. "I'm just worried that you're pushing yourself too much. You can always come to me if you need help." At that moment, Set's long-sealed memories were awakened, affecting even the demon's mind. He found Osiris's words utterly disgusting. When they were young, Osiris had always stood out in front of their father, which led to Set constantly being compared to him. "If it weren't for you, I would never have felt so out of favor as to harbor feelings of inferiority." Seeing his brother's expression growing more and more wrong, Osiris asked with concern again, "Brother, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to help you to your room to rest?" Andromalius refused him and turned to leave. "No need, big brother. I appreciate your kindness. I should hurry back and take care of myself." Upon hearing this, Osiris clenched his fists nervously, because this was the first time he had openly expressed concern for his brother. As the primary heir of the Baskerville family, he had shown great talent in swordsmanship from a young age, and Hugo had high hopes for him, causing Osiris to always live in the shadow of Hugo. Now, faced with Pomerian's return, Hugo cried tears of joy. With this, Osiris thought he should also try expressing the emotions within him. "Thank you, Pomerian. Your arrival has changed the current situation of the family." Time quickly passed, and at this moment, Andromalius was stomping his feet in anger inside the cave. His irritation was so great that he couldn't even enjoy eating delicious children. After that day, Hugo has been constantly by Pomerian's side, making it impossible for him to devour Pomerian. "Damn it, that damned Osiris. Do you know you've ruined over a decade of my efforts?" But on second thought, Andromalius also felt there was no need to be overly anxious. After all, the magic power needed to open the gate between the human and demon worlds was still insufficient. It'll be more effective to kill Pomerian when Hugo loves her even more. How will I kill Pomerian when that time comes? Should I feed her poison and make it seem like she died of illness like Roxana? Or should I use the barbarians like I did with Penelope? No, this time, I'll kill Pomerian in a far more brutal way. But what Andromalius didn't know was, at this time, I had come to the outside of the cave where he was hiding. Seeing the barrier sealed at the cave entrance, I unapologetically used Beelzebub to slice open the surface of the barrier, exposing a large hole. At the same time, Andromalius, who had just been laughing maniacally, suddenly felt something was wrong. He sensed that the barrier he had set up was breached, and someone of unknown strength had broken in. The next second, I walked out from the dim tunnel. Seeing this, Andromalius was utterly baffled. He couldn't believe that I was able to break his barrier. After all, in his mind, I was just a weakling who had only reached the 4th level of sword technique. "Brother Set, I've come in response to your invitation. You may not have noticed, but I've been following you. Still, I didn't expect your residence to be so remote and hidden. What were you doing in a spooky place like this? It's like you're the demon responsible for the missing children incident in Underdog City." Hearing this, Andromalius didn't get angry but laughed instead, and then he immediately questioned how I discovered him. "So you're not even trying to hide your presence, you demon bastard." "Well, there's no reason to. I don't know what gave you the confidence to come here alone without even a weapon, but this all ends once I kill you." After speaking, Andromalius swung his sword in a wide slash. Then, he flashed a wicked smile. However, in the next second, he just stood there dumbfounded because I had chopped off his hand. As Andromalius fell to his knees, he screamed in pain, wondering how I had gotten a weapon. The pain he felt was not just physical, it was as if his very soul had been cut as well. The only thing he could think of was the sword of gluttony, Beelzebub. He then questioned me. "How do you have the remains of the ancient demon constellation Gluttonous Fly? Indeed, as demons, you know demons best. How could you have guessed this? As for how I got it, you don't need to know." Then I also unveiled Andromalius's conspiracy. "I know you are one of the 10 elite corp corpses, occupying my brother's body to open the gate between the human and demon world. This made Andromalius wonder if I was really a human, but he quickly dismissed the idea because he could feel that I had killed countless of his demonic kind. At the same time, my eyes emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Now before me stood the prime culprit who had framed me for crimes in my past life, pretending to be good, deceiving me, and ultimately leading Hugo to send me to the guillotine. Stand, demon. Don't even think about dying peacefully. Before I regressed, destruction fell upon the world. The gate that connected the demon realm and human realm appeared in the sky. When the demons began to invade, we called it the fall. The ones who opened the gate were the 10 high-ranked demons who first came to Earth, the 10 elite corpses. During the long war against the demons, I encountered one of them. The outcome was miserable. Out of the 671 people who joined the battle, 666 died. Out of the 5 survivors, 4 had lost consciousness. Practically only one survivor. The reason why there was a survivor was that the demon wanted to match the number 666. Now, more than a decade before the extinction era is set to begin, who would have thought I would meet one of them? At this moment, seeing the skeletons of the children nearby, the anger accumulated from my past life surged to its peak in an instant. In contrast, Andromalius said with a smug smile, "Don't tell me you want to avenge the children who are left only as bones on the ground. They aren't dead. They're all alive and well inside my stomach." After saying that, each finger on Andromalius's left hand transformed into parts of a child's body, and at the same time, the sounds of children playing and laughing could be heard. But the next second, these sounds turned into crying and struggling. "Brother, save us quickly. We really want to go home. We miss our mom and dad." Hearing this, I swung Beelzebub again, severing his other arm. At that moment, Andromalius knelt on the ground, screaming in pain, and put on an expression as if death were imminent. But in less than half a second, his arms regrew and he flaunted them to me. Regeneration complete. Then Andromalius stood up and said, "I know that you, like me, have hidden many things within the Baskerville family. Even Osiris, a sword genius, only reached the mid-rank graduator at the age of 30, yet you surpassed him perfectly at 17. If you possess the Beelzebub, the likelihood of you becoming the most dangerous human to our kind in the future is very high. So, I need to kill you here. You're the one who's going to die." With that said, we no longer wasted words. Drawing from the first to the fourth sword techniques of Baskerville, we began to clash with sword energies. But as neither side gained an advantage, Andromalius was confident of victory. The reason goes back to the distinctions between the direct, collateral, and illegitimate lines of the Baskerville family. Being of the direct line, he was able to learn up to the 6th sword technique, but it's different for collateral and illegitimate lines. Under Hugo's rules, they could only learn up to the 4th sword technique. In other words, Andromalius only needed to use the 6th sword technique to surely knock me to the ground. However, he never expected me to counter with the same technique. But Andromalius didn't really care. He had already guessed that I hid my true strength during the grand banquet. As we continued to clash with sword energies, a lock of Andromalius's hair suddenly turned into another sword. Suddenly, Andromalius lunged rapidly towards my eyes. Seeing this, I felt no fear at all. After all, in front of my 7th sword technique, Andromalius is nothing. After my sword energy cut through Andromalius's body, I didn't give him time to catch his breath. I swung my sword again, thrusting with the 7th sword technique. At that moment, my sword pierced through Andromalius's body. Demons think they're above humans and look down on them. Fooling big-headed demons is a piece of cake. Even the heroes who closed the gate and ended the fall couldn't find all 10 elite corpses to punish them. But it's different now. The fall has yet to start, and the 10 elite corpses lack power. They are all hiding. If it's now, it might be possible. Then, whispering near Andromalius's ear, I said, "I know there are 9 more demons like you. Your plan is to open the gate between the human and demon worlds. But if I kill you and the others, ruining that plan, will I feel a little bit relieved?" At this moment, Andromalius was no longer pretending to be scared. He was truly trembling all over from my words. Thinking that for the first time he felt fear towards a human, Andromalius was so angry he felt like his lungs were going to explode. With a roar from him, a terrifying pressure instantly emanated from his body. Seeing this, I immediately retreated to dodge. But what I didn't expect was, the blood that appeared turned into a solid spherical form. Before I could ponder what this thing actually was, Andromalius's true form slowly emerged from it. To think that I, Andromalius, would reveal my true form to a mere human. I admit, I am surprised by your unexpected strength, but do not think for a second that you can completely defeat me. With that, Andromalius's fingers transformed into mamba snakes with gaping mouths, and in the next second, they simultaneously attacked spots on my body that could inflict fatal injuries. Seeing this, I responded again with the 7th sword technique. Under my sword energy, the fragile bodies of the mamba snakes could not withstand the force, but Andromalius still laughed mockingly. "Go ahead, hack away, and after you're done, I'll just produce another batch." Unbeknownst to me, as I focused on dodging the connected attacks, Andromalius commanded a snake to launch a sneak attack from behind. The next second, my shoulder was viciously bitten by the mamba snake. Without hesitation, I swiftly cut it down. Seeing this, Andromalius let out a sinister smile and told me that he had won this duel, but I possessed the deadly venom of Madam 8 Legs and a body of iron. Naturally, I am not afraid of what damage this thing can do to me. However, However, as he waved his hand grandly, a mouth grew on his hand. At that moment, I realized something was wrong. I saw blood continuously emerging from my wound, and this blood was continuously absorbed by the mouth on Andromalius's hand. This is his special power, manipulating blood. Against any living being, he is absolutely invincible. As long as there are injured living beings around, he can endlessly extract blood to achieve immortality. Then, Andromalius kindly reminded me, "Next, I will drain all the blood from your body, and you will die in agonizing struggle, my dear brother." But at this moment, seeing my body gradually being emptied, I unusually showed a mocking smile to my enemy. Seeing this, Andromalius thought I was experiencing a mental breakdown as death approached. Hearing this, I started to taunt him in return. "So that's what the high and mighty demon thinks. It's funny seeing you enjoying yourself when you don't even know what you're absorbing." Before Andromalius could react, he immediately spat out a large amount of old blood. Then, he felt his magical power and strength being drained as if vacuumed away. "It's impossible. Human blood cannot harm me. Tell me, how did you manage to do this?" I was not stingy and decided to show Andromalius. I slashed open the main artery on my wrist. The moment my blood touched the ground, the soil instantly corroded and turned black. Andromalius then realized that my own blood was highly toxic, but in his memory, the only poisons that could harm him were from Madame Eight Legs living in the deep forest, the nine-headed snake that lives in the land of the Titans, and the great jellyfish from the depths of the Black Sea, and no other creatures existed. But what terrified him even more was that in front of him, I demonstrated the ultra-fast regenerative ability I acquired from the swamp salamander. As the poison from Madame Eight Legs spread throughout Andromalius's body, the intense pain made him uncontrollably smash his hands against the ground. Seeing this, I taunted, "What's wrong? Isn't drinking human blood your favorite thing? Come and drink mine. I'll definitely give you enough to fill you up." As I thought, the Madame's poison works on the 10 elite corpses. However, its effectiveness depends on their strength, as they have not yet fully recovered. At this moment, I also confirmed something crucial. Having mastered the 7th sword technique of Baskerville and possessing Beelzebub, wiping out the 10 elite corpses of this time period is only a matter of time for me. At the same time, Andromalius deeply knew he might be defeated, so he immediately lifted the seal on the barrier outside the cave. After all, maintaining this status consumed a great deal of his magical power. As for the priority at hand, it was to concentrate magical power and survive as long as possible, letting the other demons hiding in the human world know that there is a monster among humans they need to take seriously now. While I was pondering why Andromalius would lift the barrier, countless droplets of water suddenly appeared behind me, gradually coalescing into a huge sphere, and the originally clear and transparent sphere was quickly covered with blood in a short time. Could this be another terrifying power of Andromalius, to transform nearby water into absorbable blood? Indeed, the 10 corpses are not to be underestimated. Just to be safe, I once again cut my own major artery and added venom to it, while also deliberately reminding Andromalius, if you don't want to accelerate the corrosion inside your body, you might not want to absorb this blood. But after hearing this, Andromalius let out a sinister smile. Water naturally can't give him infinite life like essence blood, but it does have another powerful and strange effect. Immediately after, Andromalius called out in a low voice, "Arise, my blood knights." Suddenly, the water droplets hovering in midair began to fall, and the moment they touched the ground, knights formed from congealed blood appeared before my eyes. In the next second, I was completely surrounded by countless blood knights, with no angle left uncovered. Meanwhile, Andromalius told me that these blood knights, made of blood, can use the Baskerville's 6th technique, which he had learned. Even though I can use the 7th technique, I surely can't go against all of them. I'm going to kill you, and then kill everyone you love. I will make you regret opposing us, the 10 corpses. As for me, knowing I didn't have a guaranteed chance of winning, I decided to use my last resort. This trump card was something I obtained from Hugo. It was a whistle that could command all the hounds, including Hugo and those in the main city. I showed the whistle to Andromalius and said, "Having hidden in Baskerville for so long, you should know about this whistle, right?" Sure enough, upon seeing it, Andromalius's expression began to panic, his face continuously breaking into a cold sweat filled with unease. As for me, I blew the whistle with all my might. The sound quickly burst out of the cave, reaching all the way to Hugo and others waiting in the distance to receive their orders. And my first command to Hugo was to strike the mountain where Andromalius was located with all his might. Meanwhile, on the other side, sensing trouble, Andromalius urgently issued a command, "Kill him quickly." But facing the blood knights about to hit me close up, I felt no fear at all, instead calmly waiting for the first command to be implemented. The next second, I saw the mountain behind me split in half by a tremendous sword energy. The blood knights that were touched also turned into dust in the air in an instant. Then came the second command. All the hounds attacked the mountain to expose it. Seeing this, Andromalius's legs went weak, because right above his head, half of the mountain had vanished. I was wondering why you asked to borrow the power to control all of Baskerville. So it was you can hunt a demon, as expected of my son. At this moment, Andromalius could not believe his eyes. All of the Baskervilles were present. Then, Hugo waved his hand and said, "For the next 6 hours, I hereby declare that Vakir van Baskerville, the possessor of the whistle, is to have full command over our entire force." Hearing this, I commanded, "Everyone, rip him to shreds." Immediately after, the hounds attacked Andromalius all at once. While they were continuously attacking Andromalius, I reminded them, this demon has the power to suck blood and recover with magic power. Anyone who gets wounded should jump into the poisonous river nearby. We can't help the demon, so all hounds, you are not allowed to get a single scratch. Meanwhile, my two uncles, watching from above, also gave their approval, truly worthy of being my nephew, fully understanding how to boost the morale of the hounds. Hugo, big brother, I didn't know my nephew was so skilled at leading, but Hugo paid no mind to their words. What concerned him was why he hadn't noticed even his own son Set becoming a demon. On the other hand, Andromalius was still desperately resisting and struggling, hoping for even the slightest chance to escape the siege. In the past, the only ones he feared were Hugo, the 7 commanders, and Osiris. But now, not only had a powerful newcomer like Fakir emerged, but even the swarms of lesser soldiers joining the fight made it nearly impossible for him to defend himself. At this moment, Andromalius realized that his magic power was running low, and if it were completely depleted, he wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy, let alone escape. So, he decided to place his last hope on Osiris. Immediately, he yelled at me, "Can you give me a chance to negotiate? If you agree to spare my life, I swear I will immediately roll out of Set's body right now." Hearing this, I suppressed my emotions and muttered, "Shut up, don't assume that all of us Baskervilles are idiots who only know how to use swords. Our intelligence far surpasses what you demons can imagine." In fact, Andromalius had already anticipated this result. He was merely going through the motions. He didn't place any hope in me. Then, in the next second, Andromalius suddenly begged toward the sky, "Osiris, what do you think? You're not planning to let them kill your younger brother who followed you, are you?" If Andromalius guessed correctly, Osiris, who was usually the most ruthless of the descendants, was actually a soft-hearted and fragile person. If he could get to the bottom of Osiris's heart, he might have a chance to be spared. After hearing this, Osiris did not respond immediately, and seeing a change in his emotions, I reminded him, "Please don't fall for it. The demon is lying." Osiris remained silent and simply continued walking toward Andromalius, stopping right in front of him. "If Set's soul is truly still around, are you saying that I can still help him?" Meanwhile, Andromalius revealed a smug, sinister smile, and the moment he raised his head again, he transformed his face into Set's. "Big brother, I'm really still alive. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have made a contract with the demons just to grow stronger. During all those years when Father evaluated me, I was overwhelmed with guilt. Why is there such a vast difference in talent and ability between us, even though we share the same bloodline? I regret selling my soul to the demons. Osiris, please give me a chance to redeem myself." But little did he know, the moment Andromalius finished speaking, he was met with Osiris's most merciless, full-force slash. "Set, to think that this is the only thing I can do for you. It leaves me with a bitter feeling." I told him not to blame himself, because everything that just happened was merely a cunning trick played by the demons. However, Osiris naturally couldn't. He couldn't shake the guilt of the demon approaching Set with intent. If only he had looked after Set properly when they were younger, perhaps things wouldn't have ended like this. Still, it was too early to grieve the corruption and death of a blood relative. He never expected that the damned demons had harmed so many of the Baskerville family's future. As the first heir, he felt deeply ashamed for not acting to stop it sooner. But just then, someone behind us suddenly shouted anxiously, "Look at the sky. That demon's head has grown wings and is flying away." Seeing that he was in a safe position where he couldn't be reached by attacks, Andromalius laughed mockingly, "You're all a bunch of stupid hounds. The opening of the gate might be delayed, but the result of your demise can never be changed. My brothers will do better. Just wait, I will soon recover my body and come for you again." Seeing this, I wanted to do something but felt powerless. Since Andromalius's current position, even with Beelzebub, I couldn't be sure I could hit him. But what I didn't expect was, Hugo suddenly said, "I taught you that a swordsman should never show their back, my son," which inexplicably caused Andromalius to feel fear. What's this feeling? I'm certain that Set completely died, so why do I still feel the fear that Set feels towards Hugo? At the same time, Hugo exuded an overwhelming killing intent. The moment Hugo placed his hand on the sword hilt, everyone around held their breath, for it was well known that he had never revealed his full power since the Empire's unification. He swung his sword behind him, and when nothing seemed to happen, Andromalius was confused. He mocked Hugo, unaware that the clouds above his head had gathered into several sword marks. In the next second, a powerful gust of wind swept through the surroundings. As for Andromalius, he was clearly struck by Hugo's sword marks. Once the attack was over, the special clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and Andromalius shattered into dust in the air. There was no doubt about it. I was terrified by Hugo's sword technique. Is this the true power of a sword master? A few days later, all the civilians in Baskerville's main city gathered together, discussing the important announcement recently issued by Hugo. Information about the investigation and compensation regarding the missing children case in the territories of the Baskerville. For the parents who had lost their children, this was a moment of relief, until they saw that the mastermind behind the kidnappings was the second son of the Baskerville family. Not long after, Set's birth mother, Nut, was accused of poisoning a snake in the newborn room, accused of poisoning the First Lady Roxana, accused of leaking information to the barbarian tribes that led to the kidnapping of Penelope, and accused of 1,642 cases, including covering up the demon's abduction of children, ultimately being dragged to the execution platform. However, unexpectedly, Mel was not parasitized by a demon, perhaps because her son left her too early. It was the demon's parasitism that allowed her to see Set once again. After that, the servants and trusted aides who served Set were also executed. The main person responsible for all these incidents was Osiris. Under his management and authority, everything proceeded smoothly. After Set's death, I inherited part of his rights. Due to my heroic deeds among the barbarian tribes spreading, and the dissatisfaction of the commoners with the family after the Set incident, many people gradually began to follow and worship me. In the end, after less than a week, I united with Osiris. We executed all the traitors within Baskerville, and used this as a lesson to show all evil forces the might of Baskerville's laws. Before long, Hugo decided to give Pomerian a surprise. "My dear granddaughter, do you see anything different about your grandpa?" After a long look, Pomerian finally noticed. "It's the beard. Grandpa shaved off his beard. What do you think? Don't I look super handsome now?" At that moment, I and Osiris, who had just returned, saw the scene. I silently thought to myself, it seems Hugo truly cares for Pomerian. After all that's happened, he still finds time to play and joke around with her. Now, all those related to Set have been cleared out, and the remnants of the demons hiding in Baskerville have perished. However, I handed over the intel on the other demons to Cindy Wendy, asking her to do her best to locate its hideout. Though I was cursed and criticized endlessly for this, Cindy Wendy finally agreed. As for whether she would return, it was left to fate. That's what she said before leaving. At that moment, Osiris interrupted my thoughts. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. You'll be late for the academy if you try to deal with every related case yourself. Start getting ready for the academy." I told Osiris that the main city was still in chaos, and I had to stay and help deal with it. But Osiris opposed my decision. "This is a direct order from Father. You do not have the right to disobey." After saying that, Osiris suddenly smiled faintly. "In fact, Father has always been very worried about you, afraid that the incident might hurt you. Although this makes me feel like I just met Father for the first time, he really does care about you. He is just clumsy with the way he expresses himself. Since I am said to resemble Father the most, you can trust my words." Hearing this, I glanced at Hugo. At that moment, he was humbly asking John to help braid Pomerian's hair. "Master, you're mistaken. That step should be done the other way around." I never expected Hugo to be able to do something like this. It really opened my eyes. It seems I really need to seriously consider that matter. I shouldn't view everything in this life through the lens of my past life. Even before my rebirth, my life was bound by chains, and under its control, I could only follow Hugo like a puppet, so much so that I didn't even realize that Hugo's situation was exactly the same as mine. Back then, he was being pulled aimlessly by demons hiding within the family. Everything I knew in this life is changing, from the childhood engagement with Camus, to the small moments with Ian during the barbarian period, the meeting with Chihuahua, finding Pomerian in the Rococo tribe, the hidden side of Hugo's heart, the terrifying power of the 10 corpses, and the emotional expressions of Osiris. At this moment, Pomerian kept repeating, "I love you, Grandpa." In that instant, all thoughts of revenge against Baskerville were completely wiped away. I never expected that without the chain, Hugo could still have such a side. I'm sure of it now. The Hugo I needed to take revenge against no longer exists. It seems it's time to bid farewell to my past self. The chains that once bound me have finally broken, and now, my past self is free. Goodbye, past me. I now know the path I must take in the future. At that moment, I turned around, squatted down, picked up the chain that had once tightly bound me, and gripped it tightly. There's no doubt, I will use this leash to bind those on the other end, and the real revenge begins here. Time quickly passed, and soon the day of the Colosseo Academy entrance ceremony arrived, buzzing with the Academy's club recruitments. There are 2 classes in the Academy. The Ice Corps are the members who specialize in swords, bows, spears, and more, while the Fire Corps is made up of those who specialize in magic. Over their 4 years, students not only hone their skills in these fields but also learn a variety of general knowledge. At this moment, the Academy's major clubs grew busier with recruitment, as this year's competition intensified due to the remarkable new students. One of them is Tudor from the Don Quixote family, known for his exceptional spearmanship, and Bianca from the Usher family, renowned for her archery skills. They tied for first place in the Ice Corps practical exam and are the first on the desired people list. Following them in 3rd, 4th, and 5th place are the Baskerville triplets. On the other hand, the one who's gaining the most attention in the Ice Corps is Sinclair. She ranked 1st in the practical test and 2nd in theory. Her outstanding grades were recorded. As for the one who came 1st in the theory exam, that was Vakir. Of course, the Academy still values practical combat skills. Otherwise, someone like me, who ranked 1st in the theory exam, would not have been overlooked. People like me are often labeled as bookworms. Before entering the Academy, I had to give up the Baskerville surname. I hid all my strength and pretended to be a commoner. The reason for this was that my original identity had been recognized by the royal family, and in the capital of the empire, almost everyone knew me. So by using a false identity to enter, I wouldn't attract too much attention. At this moment, the recruitment area for clubs nearby caught my attention, and in the middle stood Dollars, the saintess of the Quo Vadis family. The people around her were all fans who admired her. From Dollars' self-introduction, it seems she is not only the school president, but also the president of the newspaper club. Such a position truly suits her saintess identity. However, unless necessary, it's best that I avoid meeting her. Afterward, I arrived at the Colosio Academy dormitory building. I found the student dormitory I was assigned to. At this moment, someone beside me called out, "It looks like you're the roommate I'll be living with for the next 4 years. My name is PG. Nice to meet you." When I saw him, I was quite surprised. In my past life, I had a very deep impression of him. When I came to the academy to assist the three brothers, PG often looked out for me, always the nice guy. But because his combat abilities weren't that great, his nightmares soon began, and the final outcome was quite tragic. I hope that my presence in this life can prevent him from going through the same fate again. At that moment, PG smiled and said to me, "Go ahead and pick a bed. I'll take whichever one is left." As expected, this guy's personality hasn't changed at all. Then, PG invited me to attend tonight's freshman welcome party, saying that if you don't make good connections with your classmates or seniors, the next 4 years will definitely be tough. But I declined his kind invitation. PG was confused by my response, then anxiously said to me, "If you don't go, you'll be left out by others, and that won't benefit you at all. But if you do go, there are actually quite a few advantages. You can meet the school president Dollars, and those other new students who are quite powerful. If you get along with them, it's definitely worth it." That's right, PG's specialty is collecting information, and his analytical skills are quite impressive. At this point, PG assumed that these factors would convince me, but the next second, his expression changed drastically. I rejected him once again. Without turning my head, I walked out of the dormitory. Have fun, PG. As for me, I have more important matters to attend to. In the blink of an eye, night fell. I put on my Nighthound suit and prepared to begin my actions. At the same time, in a corner of the city, 3 mercenaries were gathering around a fire, chatting. Their duty was to guard the warehouse door behind them, but their activities were quite dirty. The warehouse contained kidnapped children, specifically for the orphanages managed by the Quo Vadis family. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted their conversation. "Know what to say and what not to say. You'd better be clear about it, or you'll bring trouble to yourself." The one who spoke was their captain, Ron Battison, also known as the Flesh Grinder. After scolding his subordinates, he prepared to go look for some late-night food, but suddenly, someone called his name from behind. Thinking it was one of his subordinates, he became very angry, drew his sword from his back, and was ready to teach them a lesson. However, when Ron turned around, all of his subordinates lay dead on the ground. This scared him so much that he couldn't even speak properly. "Who the hell are you? What's your purpose here?" I didn't respond directly, because killing such a person didn't require any sympathy. In my past life, he sacrificed 4 neighbors' lives to sign a contract with a demon, then joined the Northern Guild Association, and had repeatedly sold human intelligence to demons. While on guard duty, he used a hand mirror to expose the platoon's camp location, leading to the massacre of the ally platoon. At this moment, after Ron located my position, he immediately raised his twin swords and charged at me. But the next second, my Beelzebub had already severed both of his arms, and the intense pain overwhelmed his entire body. "Who the hell are you? Why are you trying to kill me?" I coldly told him. "Of course, that hasn't happened yet. I know you've signed a contract with a demon, so if you want to live, you better honestly reveal all the information about that demon." But at the moment I finished speaking, Ron's face twisted and swelled, and eventually, his head exploded from the invisible force. It seems like the same result again. These people seem to be under some kind of curse. I've experienced the same result 3 times since I began killing names on this blacklist. This was created with the memories of my past life and Cindy Wendy's investigation. It contains information about the demon worshippers who sided with the demons and betrayed mankind. They must be eliminated before the time of the fall. If I'm not mistaken, their heads exploding before I could kill them is likely the demon's unique ability, and this guy must be hiding somewhere in the capital. Before long, this happened around 29 times. Whenever I tried to interrogate these traitors or obtained any trace of the 10 elite corpses, without exception, their heads would explode. Still, I didn't expect to get anything on my first day. I must return to the academy quickly to prevent my actions from being exposed. But just as I arrived at the academy, I realized the freshman welcome party hadn't ended yet, so I immediately took off my night suit, changed into the clothes required for the party, and prepared to show my face briefly at the scene. After all, there was nothing to do while I was idle. Inside, the students were enjoying their food, and Dollars was still surrounded by her adoring fans. At that moment, I saw several familiar faces. I really didn't expect to run into them at this age. In the past, during the time of the fall, under Camus' leadership, they helped humanity win the final victory. One of them was the person who stood at the front line of the battlefield and took charge, Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote, and the archer who defeated countless demons, Bianca F.O. Usher. Besides them, I recognized many familiar faces from the battlefield. Who would have thought I would see them again like this? Meanwhile, something happening not far away caught my attention. My roommate, PG, was being stopped by several upperclassmen. They wanted PG to perform a song for everyone. One of the women loudly shouted, "Everyone, come over here. The freshman is going to perform for us." When PG refused to comply with the order, the woman suggested giving him a punishment. She brought over a large bucket of rum and ordered PG to drink it, otherwise, she would not let him off easily. PG wanted to escape, but he found himself already surrounded by their people. Under the continued pressure from the upperclassmen, PG had no choice but to obediently comply. He grabbed the bucket of rum and started drinking wildly, while they watched him like they were enjoying a clown show. Even when PG started vomiting from the disgust, they still didn't feel the slightest remorse. On the contrary, they felt a sense of accomplishment. Even more disgusting, they demanded that PG lick the floor clean like a dog. Seeing these people getting more and more outrageous, I finally decided to help PG out of this situation. Before I regressed, PG dropped out of school because he couldn't endure the bullying. He became a low-ranked government official and lived a tough life while looking after his parents. I met PG again at the front line after the time of the fall started. He was one of the few who volunteered to go to the front lines. With his amazing strategy and information analysis, he saved multiple lives. So PG was also a comrade I respected, and I would not allow others to bully him in front of me. PG, I'll take care of this, so return to the dorm first. Naturally, what I said would definitely anger the upperclassmen. Hey, who are you? Do you think you can disobey a senior? Considering how you arrogantly stepped and seems like you're confident. Little did he know, at the moment he mocked me, a murderous aura suddenly erupted from behind him. My 3 younger brothers, who recognized me as their master, simply couldn't stand it. But with just a look from me, the anger they had just stirred up was immediately scared back. Earlier, I had warned the 3 of them that my identity at the academy was not a Baskerville, but a commoner. If anyone found out my true identity, they'd better hope they lived to see the next sunrise. At that moment, the woman spoke again, saying that the new student was ignorant and needed to be taught by the seniors. Then she thought of an interesting punishment. Drink it all, and we'll let you 2 go. PG, hearing this, hoped I would leave, as he didn't want me to cause harm to innocent people because of him. But I didn't listen to him. If this was the only way to let PG off the hook, I would drink the cup of alcohol myself. Seeing this, the seniors expected me to collapse in pain and make a fool of myself, as they had mixed the rum with high-concentration vodka, which would be an invisible poison to the stomach. However, as the drink level lowered, their faces grew increasingly awkward. They couldn't believe it, that a commoner's body had no adverse symptoms after drinking it. Afterward, I helped PG leave in their shock, but just then, some fool stepped forward to stop me. Did I permit you to leave? But just as his harsh words were halfway out, the killing intent I exuded when I turned around was enough to scare him. At this moment, Dollars, hearing the commotion, walked over and scolded, "Why is it so chaotic over there? You can't treat the freshmen cruelly. We need to uphold the image of the academy." Hearing this, the others anxiously said, "No, President, it's not like you think. A new student drank so much alcohol he threw up. We're just cleaning up after him." Seeing this, the triplets give a thumbs up. As expected, our master is really cool. At this moment, a girl with white hair appeared in the crowd. She was drawn in by my good deed just now. She was Sinclair, ranked first in the ICE Corps practical exam and second in the theory exam. She excitedly exclaimed, "I found a nice person." After the new student welcome party ended last night, official classes began the next day. To quickly create a competitive atmosphere between the ICE Corps and the Fire Corps, and to increase the level of engagement in the lessons, this year, all cultural theory classes would be scheduled at the same time, with everyone sitting in the same classroom. At this moment, Professor Vinci Morg closed his textbook. Today's comprehensive lecture on the barbarian tribes will conclude here. Based on the geographical location of the barbarian tribes' battles, who can deduce where their stronghold is? For a moment, nearly most of the students fell into intense thought, including the top one in actual combat from the ICE Corps. Although they were extremely skilled in combat techniques, their performance in theory was simply dreadful. Just then, Sinclair from the Fire Corps raised her hand. "Professor, let me answer it." Vinci Morg gave his approval. "Go ahead." Then, Sinclair answered in an extremely formal manner. "According to the papers and announcements passed from the frontline military to academia, the battles with the barbarians mostly take place on high ground, except for the battle in the basin at the bottom of Peak 8, so I deduced that they mostly live in basins surrounded by natural defenses on all sides." Meanwhile, I was still trying to find useful clues from what happened last night. Since the traitors I dealt with all shared the same traits, after death, they not only emit the distinct foul odor of demons, but once any information about the 10 elite corpses is revealed, their heads will explode from a force. If the latter is truly the unique ability of the demons hidden in the capital, then there is one place that I can think of. I should ask Cindy Wendy to investigate around that area. But at that moment, Professor Vinci Morg was infuriated by a student from the ICE Corps. "In all my years of teaching, I've never had a student dare to sleep in my class. You're the first." Indeed, the person Vinci Morg was talking about was me. Hearing this, PG, sitting next to me, hurriedly told me to stop sleeping. The professor is really angry now, and I, coming to my senses, claimed that I was merely closing my eyes, not actually sleeping. Thinking I was arguing, Vinci Morg became even angrier. "So you mean to say, my eyes deceived me? Alright then." Because of Sinclair's answer, the ICE Corps has earned 1 behavior point. If you can correctly answer the question I'm about to ask, I will give you and the ICE Corps the points. However, if you answer it wrong, the whole ICE Corps will have negative points. Upon hearing this, I exclaimed, "That's unfair." But before I could finish speaking, Vinci Morg posed the question. "Tell me, based on the locations of the battles between the Empire's military and the Balak tribe, can you deduce where their stronghold is?" Hearing this question, Bianca was quite annoyed. Because of that idiot, everyone in the ICE Corps is going to be at loss. At the same time, some students no longer believed anyone at the scene could answer the question, because the papers on the Balaks were extremely scarce, and no freshman could possibly give the correct answer. I naturally understand that many many people would have grievances against me. This is a normal reaction for a student. However, remembering Ian and the others from the Balaks, I smiled at the corner of my mouth. I thought it was some difficult problem, but it's actually so simple. After hearing my analysis, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Having lived in Balaks for 2 years, I knew it all too well, and after the incident with the human, not only had their strongholds changed, but many of the habits they commonly used had also been altered under my suggestion. At this point, Vinci Morg thought to himself, this is impossible. He got every single part of it right. How does he know about the thesis that hasn't been verified by the academic world? But soon, Vinci Morg realized why I was so good at this. The guy seemed to be called Vakir, right? Is he the one who placed first on the theory exam? But since I answered correctly, Vinci Morg awarded me 10 points, while the rest of the Ice Corps received 1 each. However, to regain some of his authority as a professor, Vinci Morg confiscated the 10 points he had just awarded me. Even though Vakir, you placed first in the theory exam, you're never allowed to sleep in my class. Hearing this, I responded, I'll be careful next time. At this moment, Sinclair also noticed me. So you're that Vakir. At the same time, the students present started discussing among themselves. As for Tutor, he became a bit interested in me, and he was somewhat curious, so he's the smartest when it comes to theory. I wonder if that will be useful during the practical lessons. The scene shifted, and it was now time for physical education class. The students would play a ball game called Run Flat, where magic and weapons were forbidden by the rules. No matter the method, the team that scores by getting the ball into the opposing goal wins. As soon as the referee blew the whistle, the match officially began. The first header attack was led by Tutor, and his speed was incredibly fast, easily shaking off the encirclement of people. The Don Quixote family, famous for their spearmanship, was indeed formidable. Their agility and speed were both maxed out. The little fangirls outside the court cheered for the handsome Tutor, but only Bianca felt that this competition, like barbarians, was just about charging recklessly. At this moment, just as Tutor had shaken off the encirclement, he was stopped by the 3 brothers. Arrogant guy, where do you think you're going? If you want to score, you'll have to get past us. Tutor knew that these 3 were not easy to deal with, so he wasn't going to confront them head-on, and instead used several feints. In no time, he had confused the 3 brothers, leaving them lost in every direction, but they weren't pushovers, and Highborough quickly blocked Tutor's path again. Seeing this, Tutor decided to face him head-on. He gathered his strength in his hand, then threw an attack that sent Highborough flying. The depth of the dent in Highborough's abdomen made it clear how powerful Tutor's strike really was. Soon, the defenders started to tire, which allowed Tutor to get closer and closer to the goal. But at that moment, Tutor discovered that the goalkeeper was actually me. Naturally curious, he decided to test how this bookworm would defend against his attack. Friend, I hope you can take this incident as a lesson, and while focusing on theoretical studies, you should also pay attention to your physical fitness. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Tutor flew into the air. As for me, I remained standing unharmed at the spot despite the impact from the other side. Seeing that Tutor didn't wake up immediately after falling, and noticing the strange expressions on the people around, I quickly adopted a tactical strategy and collapsed onto the grass. Though I wasn't sure if I could fool the audience, at least I had to pretend that I am injured. After what seemed like an eternity, Tutor finally woke up, but it seemed like his memory of what happened was incomplete. He only remembered that the moment he collided with me, he blacked out. But how could a bookworm like him possibly cause any harm? Or was it that I tripped myself up? To find out the reason, Tutor decided to try again. As the match returned to normal, Tutor's team was still the attacking side, and the defending team knew full well his strength. So, they increased their efforts to surround him. But at that moment, everyone on the sidelines was confused. The goal was right in front of where Tutor had been standing just moments ago, yet Tutor unexpectedly turned and charged from the side. As for the triplets, although they immediately saw through the plan, in the face of Tutor's agility, they couldn't catch him. After shaking off the triplets' defense, Tutor focused his attack on me ahead. I was speechless at this, vowing to give these 3 fools extra practice after class. I had already said not to let anyone get too close to me, or my identity would easily be exposed. Little did I know, just as I was frustrated, Tutor had already used his family's secret technique. This time, he was really giving it his all, convinced that nothing could go wrong. But things didn't go as planned, and as soon as he collided with me, his vision went black again. When he finally woke up, everything that had happened was exactly the same as the first time, and his memory was once again incomplete. Seeing this, Sancho calmly tried to comfort him, and told him what he had observed with his own eyes. You collided with Vakir at an incredible speed, and then you flew into the air. At the same time, I also understood why you were so determined to charge at him. That guy must be hiding something. I will go against him this time. My friend was done over by him twice. I can't just watch and do nothing. Meanwhile, seeing Sancho grab the ball and set his sights on my position, the triplets quickly set up a defensive stance. This time, they swore they wouldn't let anyone pass. But just then, Sancho didn't even think about dodging. He simply charged straight ahead. The strategy was simple. Never look back. Ignore all obstacles. And the trio of idiots was ruthlessly knocked away. I was left speechless. This defense was truly a massive failure. Then, I looked back and gave them a murderous glance. The triplets, seeing it, had no words to express their remorse. The opponent was as strong as an ox. How could their small frames possibly stop him? As Sancho got closer to me, I came up with a clever clever plan and decided to stay still. In contrast, Sancho held nothing back, raising his arm and gathering strength. Then, with a mighty blow, he struck my abdomen. Little did he know, in the next second, his whole body went numb, and he felt that the moment his hand made contact with my abdomen, it was like hitting the surface of a mountain, rough and solid, unable to push or break it. But this was the key to my clever plan. I was definitely going to play along with these people trying to test my strength and put on a show. I pretended to quickly fall backwards, and my fake inertia made me fly out of the field. As expected, it worked. Neither the people inside nor outside the field noticed I was faking it. Meanwhile, the numbness in Sancho's hand still hadn't worn off. He stood there, stunned and bewildered. While Sancho was lost in thought, Highborough quietly sneaked up. After successfully stealing the ball, he didn't look back and rushed towards the opponent's goal. In the end, he secured the victory with a 1-0 score. The other teammates treated triplets as the heroes, but they didn't know that the real game changer was me. At this moment, someone poured cold water on my head. The real hero behind the victory is you, Vakir, so you shouldn't just stand there. Then, Tutor chimed in, be happier, your victory made me retire. I was going to teach you a lesson during practical lessons because I was jealous of you, but I realized how shameful that was. I'm sorry. However, Sancho still really wanted to know one thing. What exactly did I eat growing up? Until now, he had never encountered a tougher opponent than himself. At first, he even thought I had secretly used magic. Hearing this, I told them I was a commoner, so I can't use magic. As a result, while Tutor felt regret, he also told me, with your physical condition, just practice a little, and you'll easily become an expert like me. While we were talking, 3 of Tutor's female fans walked up behind us. They were here to give us towels. And now, things were getting more and more interesting. Meeting old teammates from the past during school days, getting to know them so early, would definitely be a bonus when dealing with the 10 corpses in the future. But just then, Sancho's expression became dazed. Tutor's expression was surprised, and the female classmates present all blushed. It was because when I took off my glasses to wipe away the sweat, my true appearance was revealed to them. Before long, night fell again, and I began my nighttime mission. The traitor in front of me was the head of the orphanage in the Imperial City. Having repeatedly engaged in illegal activities with demons until now, he had been continuously supplying the demons with children stolen from people. At this moment, when he saw the energy appearing on my sword, he was very shocked. This was the level that a sword master could reach. But in reality, I knew that my energy was just barely approaching the level of liquid. To be specific, I'm at the highest level of graduator. Work with me to catch the demon. If you do, I will compensate you accordingly. Before he could respond, a massive stone shard suddenly appeared above my head. Sensing the danger, I quickly dodged, while the traitor was crushed to pieces. Looking towards the source of the killing intent, I was certain that the opponent was far from ordinary, and it was highly likely one of the 10 elite corpses hiding in the Imperial City. Suddenly, the man in a suit swung a large hammer and charged straight at where I stood. Seeing this, I quickly dodged to the side, but the masked man's basic attack was indeed something. It directly created a huge hole in the thick cement ground. At this point, I saw him grab the large hammer again, aiming with near certainty to strike me. I predicted the attack and successfully dodged, but then he suddenly stopped. It was then that I realized something was wrong. The next second, a powerful pressure suddenly exploded from around the large hammer. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and summoned Beelzebub to block it, narrowly avoiding any injury. However, from this, I also caught some reliable information, which was that the masked man was not one of the 10 elite corpses, but rather someone from the Quo Vadis family. This was because the attack he had just used was from the Quo Vadis family known as bludgeoning technique. This left me quite puzzled, since the Quo Vadis family is supposed to represent holiness and sanctity, and demons would certainly be considered their natural enemies. So why did the masked man have the smell of a demon? Could it be that demons have infiltrated even the Quo Vadis family? It seems I'll have to ask Cindy Wendy to investigate this matter secretly afterward. And now, since I already know that the other side is also a traitor, there's no harm in killing one more today. I'll take this opportunity to warm up before finding the 10 elite corpses. Perhaps defeating him will lure one of them out. At this moment, the masked man thought he had caught a gap in my defense, and he immediately swung the large hammer again, leaping into the air. Seeing this, I didn't choose to dodge, but instead, I directly went head to head with him, casually executing an uppercut kick, easily blocking his attack. This left the masked man stunned. He knew very well that he had used all his strength, so how could a mere mortal possibly withstand it? Meanwhile, I seized this moment to gather my strength, and then began to unleash a flurry of punches to the masked man's chest. Then, I delivered a powerful, precise blow. Under the influence of inertia, the masked man, though he had already regained his balance, was still sent flying hundreds of meters away. At the same time, I took a step and jumped to follow. As the threat closed in again, the masked man swung his weapon to resist, but against absolute power, it was futile. In the next second, I swiftly appeared behind, and then with a downward elbow strike, I disabled his right arm. Next, I grabbed the clothes on his chest, and with the momentum from my body's rotation, I easily threw the masked man again, letting the iron bar pierce his abdomen, and the intense pain caused him unbearable suffering. As I walked towards him, I saw the mark on his chest, Ephibo. I guessed that this was most likely the masked man's name. I had originally planned to interrogate him about who had turned him into this, and who was pulling the strings behind behind the scenes, but it seemed that trying to get any useful information through questioning was hopeless. However, I still had another method to replace interrogation. As long as I disassemble each part of the masked man's body and investigate the condition of his internal organs, bone structure, and the freshness and concentration of his blood, etc., I should be able to gather some useful clues. Efebo, shall we start the interrogation? But just then, from the location where the giant stone had fallen, came an urgent cry for help. When I moved the broken stones above, I discovered that the headmaster is still alive. This guy really has some tough luck. If you want to live, tell me everything you know. Little did I know, on the rooftop, an unidentified man was watching all of this unfold, and in order to save his life, the headmaster of the orphanage agreed. In my office is safe. There's what you want. Then, he begged me to protect him at all costs, because, but before he could finish, I sensed killing intent. As I turned to investigate, the headmaster's mouth began spewing out heads one after another. The next second, his body suddenly emitted a green light. With the sound of an explosion, the on-duty soldiers sounded the alarm, and the soldiers escorting dollars also went on high alert. What exactly is going on? There are likely injuries at the scene. We need to hurry over and take a look. Soon, the explosion site was filled with Imperial soldiers, and looking at the surrounding devastation, Dollars was very confused. She couldn't understand what major event had happened here in such a short time. But suddenly, Dollars' gaze was drawn to something on the ground. It was a piece of the Nighthound suit. To avoid being spotted by the patrolling soldiers, she immediately pretended to be anemic, squatted down to rest, and discreetly covered it with her skirt. Could it be that the Nighthound was here just now? Before long, it was time for the tedious and dull class, and Vency Morg was really quite boring. He once again tried to make me mess up on purpose. Vakir, please introduce the academic report on the Scorpion Demon to the class. For me, this was naturally very easy, but when I said that the Scorpion Demon has 2 poisonous stingers as means of attack, Vency Morg immediately reprimanded me for making nonsense, saying that the Scorpion Demon only has 1 poisonous stinger on its tail, and that the second one I mentioned doesn't exist. Hearing this, I was numb. I didn't expect that. In this time period, the hidden poisonous stinger of the Scorpion Demon hadn't been discovered yet. So, to prove I wasn't wrong, I had Vency Morg follow my instructions. Little did he know, as soon as he picked up the scalpel and began to cut open the Scorpion Demon's heart, the hidden poisonous stinger suddenly shot out. The students present were all startled by the scene, but luckily, I quickly raised my notebook to block it. Otherwise, Vency Morg wouldn't have been able to react in time, and in the worst case, he could have lost his life. At that moment, Vency Morg, who was so scared he almost wet himself, never expected that the Scorpion Demon actually had 2 poisonous stingers. This also explained the strange incident where a certain investigation team lost their lives years ago. Then, Vency Morg even invited me to the lab after class to discuss this matter in detail, and thanks to my excellent performance, the students' expectations of me grew. For the first time, I felt like being good at studies could actually make me look really cool. I remember Vakir also performed well in PE. Both Tudor and Sancho were no match for him, but compared to both academics and sports, they were more focused on the fact that my appearance hidden behind my glasses was simply too attractive. Reflecting back on the events from last night as I returned to my seat, after that huge explosion, I was severely affected because I didn't have time to dodge. Fortunately, I had the healing ability of the swamp salamander, otherwise, I'd definitely be dead. But when I went back to find the masked man, he vanished without a trace. The only reliable information I got was the ledgers hidden in the safe of the headmaster of the orphanage. However, the ledgers only contained records of children being trafficked to various locations, which frequently changed. With this information, it's indeed hard to determine where the 10 elite corpses are hiding. But the most important point is who exactly is the mastermind behind this explosion? Why is he wearing the Colosio Academy uniform? Could it be that one of the 10 elite corpses are hiding in the academy? The scene shifts. At this moment, Dollars, the president of the newspaper club, was very happy to learn that several new members had joined today. Welcome to the team. Please bring unlimited potential to the newspaper club in the future. Now, let's have everyone introduce themselves. I'm Tutor La Mancha Don Quixote from the first year of the Ice Corps. Be it study or club activities, I want to become an elite who does well in everything. I'm Sancho Barataria from the first year of the Ice Corps. I don't want everyone to think I'm just big and useless. I plan to apply my wisdom in a new field where my talents are most needed. I'm Sinclair from the first year of the Fire Corps. I believe that intelligence is the most reliable thing, aside from money and power, so I chose to join the source of information, the newspaper club. I'm Bianca F.O. Usher from the first year of the Ice Corps. I believe the newspaper club has the most potential, so I chose it. In addition, PG, who is skilled at gathering and analyzing intelligence, also joined. After all, this is practically his calling. My name is Vakir. I came here because the academy requires credits for club participation, so I just followed my roommate, PG. If nothing goes wrong, as long as I join, I can easily get the information I want. But the only thing that gives me a headache is that the president is Saintus Dollars. But just then, Dollars suddenly got furious. If you, Vakir, came here just to earn credits, you might be eliminated by me today. Unbeknownst to her, before she could finish speaking, the vice president of the club, Anna, rushed out with today's newspaper and said, "This is you, right? I knew you looked so familiar. It turns out that yesterday when I was washing my face, I was photographed by by Anna, who focuses on capturing handsome new students, and because your looks were so striking, it made it onto the Academy's hot list. Just like that, Anna had me admitted into the newspaper club, and because of the severe impact of last night's explosion, the newspaper club had to come up with a name for the incident. Dollars decided to have the new members sit down together and brainstorm. At that point, Anna speculated, "I believe the mastermind behind the explosion is likely the same person responsible for the recent frequent murder cases around the imperial capital." When PG saw the skeletons of several children, he quietly asked me, "Vakir, who do you think this strange person could be?" Upon hearing that, I didn't respond, because there was much information on the paper that I didn't know. I needed to analyze it carefully. Next came the time for choosing a name. Tudor confidently suggested first, "How about Master of Undead Shadows?" Since his suggestion had nothing to do with the event at hand, it was immediately rejected. Aside from that, some thought of the demon who brought the unfortunate bomb, others thought of the killer from the orphanage, and yet others thought of Mr. Terrorist. As for Dollars, she unknowingly proposed Night Hound. She named it based on the fragment of the headgear she had secretly hidden, and naturally, she wanted to know why the Night Hound, which she was familiar with, suddenly appeared last night. Recently, he had sincerely saved the resident from the slums who suffered from the Red Death Plague. His dedication was absolutely genuine. Although he had secretly stolen the holy water she made, Dollars still believed that the Night Hound must have taken it to save people. I trust my judgment of people's eyes. The Night Hound is definitely not the one behind the explosion, and he certainly didn't destroy the orphanage. Even if he is the culprit, he must have his reasons. At that moment, PG thought the name Night Hound was quite good, not only because it had the brutal, barbaric style of naming, but it also gave off an air of mystery. At the same time, everyone present agreed, and the headline of this issue of the newspaper was set as Night Hound. It was at this moment that Dollars realized she was mumbling out loud. Meanwhile, since there was no concrete evidence yet, Anna had to phrase it more subtly. Night Hound has plunged the imperial capital into crisis. Who exactly are they? At this moment, Tudor asked, "Vakir, do you think the Night Hound is a good person or a bad person?" I bluntly said he was a bad person, but to my surprise, my words angered Dollars. "May I ask why you're so certain he's a bad person?" Upon hearing that, I felt a chill in my heart. How the hell am I supposed to answer this? Seeing that I wasn't responding, Dollars' words became sharper. "You can't answer, can you? That means I can conclude you haven't thought it through, and you're just saying things without any evidence to back it up. You're a formal member of a newspaper club now, so every word must be precise." At that moment, Tudor chimed in. "I remember the soldiers on patrol that night gave relevant testimony, and the Night Hound has the strongest suspicion of destroying the orphanage." Upon hearing this, Dollars had no rebuttal, but before any evidence is confirmed, such testimony would only be considered as speculation. Moreover, part of the incident occurred in the basement of the orphanage, and how the children died remains a mystery. But if it really was the Night Hound's doing, there must be more strange elements involved. Upon hearing this, everyone present was puzzled, thinking to themselves, how can President Dollars, whose family manages the orphanage, take such a neutral stance on the matter? Then, with nothing more to say, Anna and the others agreed. "Alright, until we prove that the Night Hound is the culprit, we should stay as objective as possible, without favoring either side. After all, we can write the blame report once we have solid evidence. However, if that guy really is a bad person, then we can criticize him harshly." Unexpectedly, before Dollars could finish her words, the door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open by a member of the newspaper club. "Bad news, President. Professor Vency Morg, the club's advisor, is asking for you. He's demanding that you immediately revise the report on the Night Hound and state that the Night Hound is a bad person." Upon hearing this, Dollars was speechless. This old man really hasn't changed at all. "I understand. I'll go talk to the professor." Just as Dollars stepped out of the meeting room, the sound of heated arguments immediately came from outside. Since Vency Morg's views were drastically different from hers, it was no surprise they were having a loud dispute. "Vakir, do you think the president is quite tenacious, extraordinary, and admirable?" I gave an affirmative answer. After all, before I regressed, Dollars still maintained this attitude. When some frontline soldiers hesitated and were too scared to go to the battlefield, she would be the first to encourage their morale, and when frontline soldiers were injured, she would do everything she could to provide medical support from the rear. That being said, I did indeed expect to be regarded as a bad person. Thank you, Dollars, for daring to defy the higher-ups' orders to prove the Night Hound's innocence. Time quickly moved to the next day, and at 6 in the morning, the harsh wake-up bell rang through the academy. Next, all the students were required to gather on the sports field to start their day with a light jog. Afterward, some students would go back to catch up on sleep, while others would take a shower or have breakfast first. At this point, PG complained that morning exercise was pure torture because he felt his brain was sluggish. So, I decided to explain to him, morning exercise is meant to activate the brain cells. I guess it's because you stay up too late and are sleep deprived. On the other hand, Tudor said, "Vakir, you need to be more compassionate, or no female classmates will take an interest in you. Try comforting PG's fragile heart." "Hell no, I'm not a gay." Getting back to the point, Tudor and the others decided to go to the city during the weekend break. "Vakir, why don't you come with us? Staying at the academy all the time will just make you bored." Upon hearing this, I immediately rejected them, telling them that I had to attend a charity event over the weekend. But just as I was about to leave, the three of them suddenly changed their minds. minds. Doing charity seems interesting, so why don't we join the cure? The more the merrier. However, there was a reason they wanted to follow me. Tudor and Sancho had long believed that as long as they stayed close to me, a mysterious aura of leadership would radiate from me, making people think that following my lead was always right. PG felt the same way. Whether it was academics or sports, he admired me. So, he believed that as long as he was around me, he would inevitably learn new things without realizing it. Suddenly, my gaze turned murderous. PG thought my expression was meant for him, but he didn't know I had other intentions. As we passed by a student with 2 female students, I once again smelled that nauseating stench. Without a doubt, the guy in the middle was one of the 10 elite corpses hiding in the academy. I then asked PG, "Do you know that guy? You must be talking about the one standing in the middle of the girls, right? He's a second-year heartthrob, Bane Kaudzak." But the current situation was not ideal for me to take action. If I were to force it, there would certainly be many casualties, and I couldn't let the future hero who would stop the era of annihilation be harmed in any way. I then made up an excuse. "I'm feeling a bit unwell today, so I'm going to head back to the dorm to rest." Immediately after, I activated a silent heal skill, concealing my presence. Just as I took off my glasses and was about to chase after him, Dollars appeared at the corner of the stairs. Suddenly, we bumped into each other. Seeing this, Tudor and the others ran over and asked, "President Dollars, are you okay? And as for you, Vakir, aren't you going to apologize?" I did as instructed, but at the same time, Dollars admitted that she was at fault first. She had been in such a hurry to get things done that she didn't slow down when she reached the corner. However, Dollars was very puzzled at that moment. Clearly, I was just a weak bookworm, yet when we collided, I didn't even take a single step back. Moreover, she didn't sense my presence at all. On the other hand, I decided to delay my plans. There were too many people around watching me, so it was better to delay following that guy. Meanwhile, on Bane's side, he had already led the 2 girls to a very dark secret base. The girls were scared and wanted to leave, but they couldn't resist Bane's pitiful look. "I brought you here to talk about something really upsetting. Recently, someone has suddenly disturbed my life, making me unable to eat properly. I was going to see who he was, but that guy saw me in my school uniform, so he must have realized that I'm a student of the academy." Upon hearing this, the 2 girls began brainstorming ideas. What they didn't know was that the real villain standing between them was Bane. With a swift motion, Bane stretched out his hands, then grabbed their faces. In the next moment, the girls' faces were transferred to Bane's hands. That guy definitely didn't die in that explosion. From his aura, he at least has the level a high-ranked graduator. Plus, all the people he's killed recently have been related to my food, which clearly indicates he sensed the presence of demons. This means he's definitely the one who killed Andromalius. This demon is the 9th of 10 elite corpses, Dantalion. Meanwhile, due to the recent series of cases and accidents in the Imperial capital, the Academy's newspaper club was severely understaffed, so Anna and Dollars decided to involve the new first-year students. At this point, the table was filled with papers related to the incidents, which they had stayed up for 2.5 days to prepare. "Listen up, each of you pick out the cases you can handle, then write an article and submit it for review." At that moment, I saw a familiar face among the pile of newspapers. It was an article about a disappearance at the Academy, and among the missing was Bane, whose body had been taken over by the 9th demon. Meanwhile, in a wealthy residential area of the Imperial capital, Dantalion had already disguised himself as the homeowner. After I nearly wiped out his subordinate, the masked man, he sent another 3 of his most capable subordinates to search for me at all times. However, today, when his subordinates returned, they came back empty-handed. They reported that since the explosion, the man with the plague mask had not appeared again. Dantalion never expected that a mere human could be so cautious. So, in order to find any trace of me, he decided to expand his search and activity range. At that moment, Dantalion's fingers grew eyes on each of them, and in the next second, his fingers shot toward the face of the subordinate in front of him. In no time, they fused together. Just then, the homeowner's wife suddenly opened the door and walked in, hastily asking her husband who all these people were, but as expected, her fate was sealed. Immediately, Dantalion ordered his subordinates to dispose of her and specifically instructed them to preserve her face intact. After all, he intended to keep it. Due to Andromalius's death and my repeated interference, the 10 elite corpses' plan to open the gate to the demon world kept getting delayed, but frustration never solved the current situation. A sudden flash of insight struck Dantalion, and he thought of a brilliant plan. The next day arrived quickly. At this point, Dollars arrived at an orphanage managed by her family, which was under the care of her uncle, Quilty. "I've been thinking all night, and I've decided to talk to you, uncle. Due to the recent murders and disappearances at the Academy and in the Imperial capital, I suggest that we abolish the amnesty system. A sinner is a sinner. How can they be pardoned just because they donated some money to the orphanage or hospital?" Her uncle was the head of the collateral bloodline to the Quo Vadis family, and although he publicly ran hospitals, orphanages, and other volunteer services, he had always supported the system that pardoned the rich for their crimes. What Dollars didn't know was that her uncle's body had already been taken over by the 9th demon, and the recent series of incidents were all his doing. This system had been running smoothly all along. Weren't their donations meant to atone for their sins? Hearing this, Dollars explained seriously, the so-called atonement is about confessing one's sins to God and accepting the corresponding punishment before being forgiven. But those rich people don't care about money. They donate just a tiny fraction of their wealth. How can such a system be used to save sinners? Seeing that Dallas's argument was irrefutable, Quilty stated that he was just following the teachings of the church, and then suggested that she should talk with her father, the cardinal. Hearing this, Dallas replied, "Then I'll come back later so we can talk about this more." Meanwhile, as she turned her back, Quilty nearly revealed his true form. He was too tempted by Dallas's face. Damn it, I almost couldn't control my inner impulses and wanted to devour her. For Dantalion, the Saintess was the most unique treasure he had discovered in this world. Only after collecting the Saintess would his collection be complete. But in order to not expose his identity and open the gate to the demon world, Dantalion had to restrain himself. Little did he know, just then, I was holding the investigation report Cindy Wendy had given me, and I found the orphanage where Dantalion was hiding. Based on her analysis of Andromalius's actions before his death, this orphanage was likely connected to the 10 elite corpses. But when I saw the flag of the Quo Vadis family hanging there, I fell into deep thought. If even the holiest of places could be infiltrated by one of the 10 elite corpses, then the other great families must surely have conspiracies as well. Just as I was about to enter, 3 people unexpectedly appeared behind me. Damn it, how did they end up here? This just made things more complicated. At this moment, Tudor looked around, astonished by the luxurious surroundings. He felt like this place was more like a palace than an orphanage that adopted children. Upon hearing this, Sancho asked about the director's background. PG, who was good at gathering information, pointed to a portrait beside them and answered. It said that he is Quilty, the side branch head of the Quo Vadis family, and a prominent figure with significant prestige and reputation in the capital. But I've also heard a rumor. President Dollars has a lot of prejudice against him because they have differences in views within the religious group. Hearing this, Tudor immediately thought of his own situation inside. It seems inevitable for every big family to have some infighting. On the other hand, I appeared thoughtful. I knew exactly what kind of person Dollars was, so there must be many problems with this guy. Afterward, we met with the orphanage's director. After some brief welcoming words, she assigned us a task to serve as the children's tutors for the next 10 days. As long as we sincerely cared for them, they would remember our kindness, no matter how much time passed. But at that moment, Tudor was puzzled by Bianca and Sinclair's presence as volunteers. Bianca immediately became displeased and said, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Upon hearing this, Tudor grinned. As a great Don Quixote, do I need a reason to accumulate merits? Everyone knows the rules of my house. Do good deeds every day. At the same time, Sinclair met my gaze. I never expected to run into Vakir here. We really have a connection. However, just as she finished speaking, she suddenly stretched out her hand, flustered like a little deer. It's a shame we haven't been able to talk much, but I hope we get along in the next 10 days. In response, I shook her hand to show my agreement. As a result, Sinclair seemed to celebrate her victory, dancing around with joy. PG, noticing this, immediately shared some secret intel with me. I saw Sinclair approach the person in charge of assigning volunteers and make a request. She asked where you were volunteering and requested to be assigned to the same place as you. Do you understand what that means? Upon hearing this, I realized our encounter might have been planned. Looks like I need to be more cautious around her. But strangely, after observing for so long, I still hadn't seen Headmaster Quilty's figure. It seems he probably didn't come, but that also gives me some time to quickly understand the situation here. Then, the person in charge began guiding the children, letting them choose which tutor they wanted to follow. As expected, Sinclair, Bianca, and the others were very popular, but only I wasn't. When I had a serious expression and asked for their names, the children nearly peed themselves and ran to PG for comfort. Vakir, you really can't control your facial expressions a little bit? I didn't know because Pomerian listened to me so well. Maybe I'm just not great at talking to kids. Just then, when I turned around, I noticed a little girl ran out the door. At that moment, the little girl was leaning against a stone pillar in the hallway. Seeing this, I walked up to her and said, I get nervous in crowded places too, but if I don't care about their gaze, I naturally feel much more at ease. So why are you avoiding everyone and running out here? But my words seemed to be met with a disdainful response from her. It seems this method didn't work, so I remembered how Ian taught me how to get along with kids. I should smile and speak to them. Upon seeing the tag on the little girl's collar, I smiled and asked her as Ian had told me, your name is Perry, right? Looking at Perry, when she heard me call her name, her expression seemed to change slightly. Then, in the next second, for some reason, she ran away, just as I thought maybe my smile was too awkward and she disliked it. At that moment, Dollars appeared behind me. I saw everything. I didn't realize it because you're so gruff, but you're actually quite kind, Vakir. She then told me about Perry. Perry's heart was hurt before, so she closed it. As a result, she developed aphasia and lost her voice. In the past 13 years, she's met countless volunteers who passed through here. At first, everyone approached her warmly, but after a day, they stopped coming due to their busy schedules. Perhaps she's tired of getting attached to someone so quickly, only to grieve their absence for a long time. Meanwhile, someone walked out of the corridor, and my emotions instantly surged. Seeing Dollars still babbling on, I quickly covered her mouth and hid behind a stone pillar in the corridor. At the same time, Quilty walked over with a nobleman. They were talking about donations and acts of atonement. It turned out this nobleman wanted to pay money to redeem his sins. He said that not long ago, he had bought a barbarian slave, but during the journey back, there had been some friction, so he had punished punished him. As a result, he accidentally went too far and killed the barbarian slave, so he was planning to donate 1 billion gold to atone to the gods. Meanwhile, I activated my silent heal skill and concealed my presence. Looking at the people walking through the corridor, I was certain the man on the right was the headmaster of the orphanage, and the scent he emitted was that of an elite corpse at the academy. But Dollars didn't know why I was covering her mouth, and she also recognized the people passing by. Just as she was about to struggle free and question me, one of Quilty's subordinates suddenly noticed us. He immediately coldly questioned, "You'd better explain honestly what you're doing here." I didn't respond because from the rotten smell emanating from him, I could tell he was the same masked man I had nearly eliminated before. Suddenly, Quilty called out to Dollars. I don't know if the Saintess likes eavesdropping on people's conversations, or if hiding behind a pillar was just her idea of a pleasant date with a male classmate. Upon hearing this, Dollars became so nervous that cold sweat broke out. She didn't even know how to explain herself, since the word eavesdropping clearly fit the situation better. Then, Quilty walked up to me. "From the clothes you're wearing, it seems like you volunteered to come work at my orphanage. But don't forget your duties. Go back and take good care of those abandoned orphans." I don't know if this demon has some special interests, but he even complimented my looks, saying he almost didn't notice because I was wearing glasses. Fortunately, Quilty didn't pursue further and left together with his employer. As for Dollars, she was furious but dared not speak. Clearly, the sacrilegious act had happened right in front of her, but she couldn't stop Quilty's atonement charm. Once they were far away, Dollars turned around and asked, "Why did you hide behind the pillar with me just now?" As for the reason, she probably wouldn't believe it. After all, that guy had infiltrated the Quo Vadis family's inner circle, and he definitely had enough confidence to keep his identity hidden. So I simply said, "I apologize if you were surprised by my sudden actions. I will be careful from now on." After saying this, I turned and left. At this point, Dollars was frozen in place. She vaguely sensed that I was extremely angry, but she couldn't figure out exactly what had caused my anger. Not long after, I learned a bit more about Quilty. He spends 2 hours a day at the orphanage. As for his work, it mostly involves criminals coming to pay him money for atonement. What surprised me was that even the sales records of the atonement charms were sent by Quilty to Cardinal Humbert of the Quo Vadis family. Could it be that even Dollars' father has fallen into misfortune? And the most important thing is that Quilty has 4 personal bodyguards, 3 men and 1 woman. They rotate shifts every day, following him around. Given that I know the masked man's strength is not much different from mine and doesn't surpass me, the other 3 are also no ordinary opponents. So before confronting Quilty head-on, I need to eliminate his 4 bodyguards one by one. Otherwise, with my current strength, I'd be unable to withstand an attack from more than 3 of them. At that moment, Tudor and the others found me. They hadn't expected me to be so engrossed in washing clothes. While they sympathized with me for making up credits, they also hoped I wouldn't overwork myself. But seeing my dedication to helping the children, they felt inspired to work harder as well. "Everyone, follow Vakir." But these 3 had no idea what my intentions were. The location I chose and the things I was doing allowed me to observe Quilty's movements more effectively. Time passed quickly, and another day had gone by. At this moment, the children were playing on the playground. At the same time, I noticed Perry was sitting alone in the distance, watching the others play. So I quietly approached and sat down, playing with something that resembled a rubber ball in my hands. Sure enough, a common trait of children is their intense curiosity. My actions successfully captured Perry's attention, but this wasn't a toy. It was an unhatched egg of Madame 8 Legs. Since the children of the Balax play with it as a ball, I kept one as a keepsake. Seeing Perry's expression at that moment, I knew the timing was right. I intentionally bounced the egg into her hands. Perry then happily started playing with the egg. I had anticipated this situation, but I didn't expect the effect to be so remarkable. Suddenly, Sinclair, who was behind me, called out, "Vakir, you're just as kind as I thought you'd be, although you're quite gruff." Hearing this, I asked her what she wanted. "Of course, I just want to get closer to Vakir." When she said this, I was left somewhat speechless. Then Sinclair asked, "Is it alright that I can speak more casually? Do what you want. Does that mean I can call you Brother Vakir from now on? After all, I'm a year younger than you." As soon as she finished speaking, I immediately rejected her, saying, "No." Her words made me feel rather uncomfortable. At that moment, the ball in Perry's hands suddenly bounced away, and it happened to fall through a hole in the iron fence into a stinky ditch. Noticing this, Sinclair and I rushed over, but seeing where it fell, Sinclair was at a loss for what to do. I comforted Perry, saying, "Don't worry about the ball. It's okay." However, she started crying anxiously, so, to make her feel better, I began taking off my shirt, saying, "I have no other choice." Meanwhile, Dollars was still bothered by what had happened. She didn't have a great impression of me, believing I was too quick to judge others with prejudice. Moreover, due to my behavior, I had lost so many points that I was now required to do volunteer work. However, she had learned from Tudor and the others that over the past few days, I hadn't rested for even a moment, always choosing to help others first before attending to my own matters. This made Dollars realize that her judgment about me was inaccurate and that she was the one who had her own prejudices about me. And because many were aware of the tension between Quilty and her, she believed I was being considerate by hiding with her, thinking I had noticed Quilty, so she came to find me to apologize. But at that moment, I had already taken off my clothes. Seeing this, Sinclair's face instantly turned red, and as for for me, without hesitation, I jumped into the ditch. In the end, after searching in the stinky ditch, I finally found the egg. But I have to say, with my keen sense of smell, it was quite a torturous experience. Perry, you don't need to feel sorry. Look, I've found it for you. Time quickly passed, and it was the last day of our volunteer work at the orphanage. At this moment, Tudor and the others were playing with the children on the playground. They felt that the 10 days of volunteering had passed too quickly, always feeling like they had just arrived yesterday. To celebrate this last day, they decided to play until they exhaust all their energy. As for me, I was still sitting beside Perry, watching from a distance. Unlike before, she no longer avoided me, and her affection for me had almost reached its peak. For this, Perry even made a flower wreath for me with her own hands. Seeing this, I thought she was bidding me farewell, but she waved her hands to deny it. Since Perry couldn't speak, she started writing on my hand. She said that this was to thank me for my companionship over the past few days, especially for the memory of me risking myself to retrieve the ball for her. In the very end, Perry put on a pitiful expression, and she asked if we would meet again in the future. This question reminded me of what Dollars had told me. Perry actually doesn't want to interact with people, and there's another reason for that. She doesn't want short-term companionship. But in this demon-filled imperial capital, every hunt prepared me for the possibility of instant death, so I can't promise that I'll come back. Just as I hesitated whether or not to give a definite answer, Perry's mood had already started to slowly fall. We'll meet again, Perry. I promise to come here if there's tomorrow for me. Upon hearing the answer she wanted, Perry smiled brightly and then began to gesture again on my hand. I'll wait for you, elder brother. Afterward, our group went to the great hall of the orphanage. At this moment, Quilty was giving us a speech as we were about to part ways. Though these 10 days were short, for the children who have lost their parents, it's immeasurable. Through meeting all of you, the children have been able to experience the beauty brought by family love again, and it helps to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In the future, if any of these children achieve great things, it will all be thanks to you. As the speech neared its end, Quilty instructed his subordinate to bring forward a merit box. He hoped that everyone present could contribute their humble strength. For this, I feel utterly disgusted. He's talking about kindness with that demonic mouth of his. He's skillfully triggering the feeling of respect and debt that they feel towards their parent and asking for cash donations from these young students. At that moment, I noticed that Quilty's 4 guards were present, which undoubtedly posed a threat to my plan. However, I absolutely could not allow this person to continue being arrogant and domineering. My plan must proceed as intended. At this point, people in the crowd began to line up to donate money, and my unusual behavior caught Sinclair's attention. She asked me why I wasn't joining in with everyone. In response, I bluntly said, I don't have money. Sinclair thought my answer seemed a bit heartless, so I replied again. This world requires one to rely on their own strength to survive. As parents, they are only needed during childhood. But before I could finish my sentence, Sinclair suddenly grabbed my hand. Looks like you must have many painful pasts, but it's okay. Whenever there's a holiday or break, you can come to my house to hang out and eat with me and my family. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned and ran away, leaving me completely puzzled about what was going through her mind. What a strange person. But what I really need to think about is, who exactly is Sinclair? Before I regressed, she was the most extraordinary out of the Ice Corps and always placed first in both theory and practical for 4 years straight. But then, she disappeared after graduation and never showed herself again. After that, we came to the final farewell with the children. Tudor and the others spoke the words they had been holding inside, promising to come visit the children often. But strangely, why had Perry not shown up? Then, I found Dollars. Senior, I have a question. Have you seen Perry? Upon hearing this, Dollars immediately began looking around. She vaguely remembered seeing Perry earlier when she went to the restroom. At this point, my heart instantly skipped a beat. Could it be that Quilty took Perry? How dare he act so recklessly in front of me, thinking that just because he has 4 lackeys, I can't do anything to him. The scene shifts, and it's now late at night. While everyone else is fast asleep, I put on my Nighthound outfit and hid in the darkness of the orphanage. At the same time, the 4 subordinates of the demon seemed to be acting according to a plan. Each of them took a different position and began moving in separate directions. This, in turn, gave me the chance to take them down one by one. At that moment, I followed the masked man. Sensing something behind him, he quickly turned around, but saw nothing. But when he turned around, I appeared in front of him and questioned, "Where are the children who were locked up for the purpose of being the demon's food supply?" The masked man did not respond, but immediately grabbed his hammer and swung it violently at me. Seeing that he didn't want to cooperate, I swiftly separated his head from his body. Since you don't want to talk, I won't waste any more time playing with you. After slaying the masked man, I decided to begin searching for my next target. However, the next second, his head suddenly started melting, sizzling, and smoking. Then, a familiar face fell out from it. When I saw him for the first time, I thought of the most righteous person I had recognized in my previous life, Pietro, the captain of the guard I met when searching for the Saintus. But at that moment, I suddenly noticed something unusual. Pietro shouldn't have had this mole under his right eye. Soon, my thoughts were pulled back to a night before I regressed. At that time, Pietro had mentioned to me that he had a twin brother, but after going into isolation training, his brother disappeared. It seems that Pietro's information was incorrect. His brother didn't go missing. Instead, his body was taken over by a demon, turning him into an undead. As for the ragged piece of cloth in my hand, I suspect it's likely related to something like a mask. I was quite curious about this. Could it be that the faces behind these masks are people I knew? At the same time, the other two subordinates of the ninth demon appeared. Seeing them take an aggressive stance, I didn't hesitate and struck first. After using Baskerville's first sword technique, I found that my attack only managed to hurt them slightly. It seems that to take them down, this battle is destined to last for a while. At this moment, Dollars was praying to the holy goddess. Her heart was extremely anxious, and impure thoughts kept wandering through her mind. That's why Dollars had come to pray in the middle of the night, hoping that the goddess would forgive the actions that should not have been present in her saintess. But even as she desperately tried to overcome her inner thoughts, that handsome figure remained vivid in her mind. Like a virus, it had already taken root in her mind. Ultimately, she still had to rely on herself. Dollars, calm down. Vakir is just a good junior. But just then, Dollars was drawn to the intense fight in the corridor, and she also saw a familiar figure amidst the smoke and dust. It was Nighthound, whom she hoped to meet again. But why is the Nighthound here? And why is he fighting Quilty's guards? These were questions Dollars couldn't clear up, and after hearing Dollars shout the words Nighthound, I realized I had come to the wrong place. Just as I looked back to warn Dollars, a swift attack suddenly struck my waist. Seeing this, Dollars stepped in front of me. Stop it, all of you. Even though I don't know exactly what's going on, we can talk this out. But faced with Dollars' plea, the two men found her bothersome and chose to deal with her first before moving on with their plans. Saintess, run. Even though I shouted out loud, the Saintess just closed her eyes in fear, as if she hadn't heard at all. Helpless to block the two assaults with Beelzebub, I had no choice but to forcefully block the other with my arm. Looking at the scene, Dollars anxiously said, Nighthound, your arm. Hearing this, I reassured her it was fine. Then, I swiftly swung Beelzebub, destroying the weapon of the enemy in front of me. Immediately after, I pierced Beelzebub through his throat. Seeing this, the other enemy swung his sword to attack me from the side. However, I swiftly cut off both their heads at the same time. Dollars, who was watching from the side, was trembling with fear, but she suppressed her inner terror and instead eagerly urged me to extend my hand, offering to help heal my injuries. To this, I refused her kind offer, saying that the injuries weren't serious. Then, Dollars asked again, why were Quilty's guards attacking me? They should know who I am. Hearing this, I pointed to the ground and explained, because these two guys are not human. They are undead beings with human faces on their heads. Dollars seemed very surprised after hearing this. What exactly is going on? This kind of thing shouldn't be happening in the Quo Vadis family. I replied, you ask me, but I don't know how to answer either. On the contrary, as the Saintess, how did you not notice their abnormalities? After hearing my last sentence, Dollars' pupils immediately constricted sharply. Could it have been caused by him? Meanwhile, one of the faces on the ground was that of Staffordshire Baskerville from the Pitbull Knights, who had assisted me before and was said to have gone into isolation training after the incident in the deep forest. As for the other one, looking at the tattoo on his neck, he seems to be from the Don Quixote family. Come to think of it, Set was also in isolation training. Could it be that it has already become a demon's nest? At this moment, I couldn't help but think back to what the Morgue triplets had told me recently, that Camus went to isolation training, but because of Adolphe Morgue's orders, she withdrew and decided to join the Dark Hall to focus on studying magic. Just then, a wave of intense flames suddenly appeared in front of us, and the powerful force instantly destroyed the stone pillar walls in the room. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, not only blocking all the flames within the area, but also protecting Dollars. But when I saw the face of the one who had launched the surprise attack, the calmness I had maintained shattered. Are you Camus Morgue? Meanwhile, Dollars felt her heart pounding in her chest. She hadn't expected that not only would I hold her in my arms, but I would also protect her without regard for my own safety. However, Dollars quickly regained control of her emotions, as she needed to deal with the enemy before her. Then, she asked me, is that person also an undead? I gave her a definite answer. However, I was curious about when that woman had started following Quilty. Dollars said she rarely interacted with Quilty, so she couldn't confirm the exact time. After speaking, Dollars began chanting a holy magic. If the enemy in front of me is an undead, as someone who serves the gods, she cannot just sit by and wait for death. I will fully support you, Nighthound. Upon hearing this, I ordered Dollars not to move for now, not to intervene, because there was something very important I needed to confirm with the red-haired girl on the other side. But just then, the red-haired girl suddenly gathered magic power in her palm, and immediately, several fiery swords were summoned by her, attacking me. However, this kind of attack posed no threat at all to me. I simply raised my hand and effortlessly blocked the attacks. At this moment, looking at the red-haired girl, I realized she was using a combination of iron and fire magic, an ability that's rare even within the Morgue family, especially at such a young age. Nevertheless, my heart at this moment kept urging me to temporarily retract Beelzebub. It seems that if I didn't take this opportunity to accept some punishment, I would probably have to endure several more months of pain. So, when facing the red-haired girl's next attack, I chose to directly withstand it with my own body. Before I regressed, I vaguely remembered that Camus and Adolphe had always had a good relationship, and it was impossible for her to suddenly leave the family or go into reclusive training in the Dark Hall. hall. So, the responsibility lies entirely with me. If I hadn't interacted with her since childhood, if I hadn't arranged a marriage with her, if I hadn't followed Adolf to rescue her, if I hadn't used her to escape Hugo's gaze, perhaps she wouldn't have joined the perilous dark hall. Meanwhile, I had already reached the red-haired girl. After undergoing the punishment just now, my heart was finally relieved. Perhaps this was the result of history's progression. Even though I am a reborn person, all I can control is my own future. Looking at the red-haired girl, she was gathering an even hotter spell. But before her attack could land, I grabbed her arm, and with my other hand, I suddenly grabbed her head, forcefully tearing off the mask that was covering her face. Upon seeing her true face, my killing intent was set. Under the red-haired girl's mask, it wasn't the face I was familiar with. Immediately, I summoned Beelzebub, and with one strike, I severed the connection at her neck. As for now, I must patiently wait for my body to regenerate. Just then, Dollars suddenly ran over and cast healing magic on me. With her help, my wounds healed quickly. At the same time, Dollars asked me a question. Do you know this red-haired girl? Because just now, I had chosen to defend instead of attacking, and Dollars had noticed. If we weren't acquainted, or even closer, how could I have done that? In response, I told her that I didn't know her at all. I just suddenly thought of my second brother, who had passed away recently, and my mood was a bit heavy, so I wanted to numb myself with an attack. Seeing Dollars' reaction, it seems the lie I casually fabricated had some effect. But just as I was about to leave, Dollars suddenly asked me a question. Why are you really here? Can you stop lying and tell me? After hearing this, my response was only 2 words: demon hunting. Perhaps because this answer wasn't what Dollars had hoped for, her mood visibly dropped. As for me at that moment, I bent down and picked up the torn cloth. From the powerful magic still lingering on it, it seemed its existence was far from simple, so I decided to keep it with me for now and investigate it further later. Little did I know, the next second, a terrifying surge of magic suddenly erupted. Then, Quilty's voice appeared out of nowhere. Give me back what's in your hand. At this moment, a mouth appeared on the red-haired girl's body. If I lose or damage those things, that woman will never forgive me. Then, Quilty asked if I was the one who had been attacking branches of his jurisdiction lately. In response, I answered, you already know, so why ask? Demon, or should I call you Quilty? Just then, Dollars suddenly exclaimed in shock. This voice, could you be Quilty? Seeing that things had been exposed to this extent, Quilty decided to stop hiding his identity within the Quo Vadis family. Did you not expect it, Saintus? I've been hiding right beside you for so long, and yet, as a devout believer, you never noticed anything strange about me. But looking at Dollars' expression of despair and fear, Quilty showed a wicked smile. Finally, I can take your face. Before he could finish his sentence, the next second, Dollars suddenly began chanting the holy magic. A pure light beam instantly descended from the sky, striking the area where Quilty had set his position. But just as Dollars thought everything was over, that familiar figure appeared once again. At the same time, a strong attack hit me in the abdomen. My dear Saintus, did you forget what I taught you? It's impolite to interrupt others. Then, Quilty walked in front of Dollars, and seeing her still stubbornly trying to protect a severely injured person, Quilty disdainfully said, a dead-faced swordsman, even if you don't protect him, he'll still die. Immediately after, Quilty grabbed Dollars by the chin. Now, your age is the most delicious time. Why don't you hurry up and give me your face? Before the words left his mouth, what awaited him was me, driving my sword straight through his head. As I tracked your trail, there's something I realized about you. Your cowardice in easily sacrificing your subordinates. A coward who refuses to fight directly. I figured you'd never show yourself unless I got injured, so I just pretended to be injured. Healing such wounds is nothing. So how's my acting, demon? But at that moment, the demon suddenly said, call me Dantalion, you damned brat. Meanwhile, Dollars behind me was staring wide-eyed. Didn't you pierce his head? How is he still alive? But her words received no response. Suddenly, Dantalion had a flash of insight. So it's you. You're the one who killed Andromalius. As his words fell, another human body emerged from behind Quilty. Her figure was quite stunning, but the hateful part was that she had become a part of the 9th Elite Corpse Demon's body. Dantalion's ability is to collect other people's faces and gain their vitality and memories. Quilty was just one of many faces I had. Until you kill all the substitutes, you'll never get rid of me. Listening to his words, I was enraged. Since that's the case, I'll do as you say and kill them all. But just then, after I pierced through Dantalion's second substitute with my sword, he actually dared to use the original owner's emotional plea. Please don't kill me. I have a child at home waiting for me. However, such emotions could never affect me. At most, they would only influence Dollars behind me. The next scene was the same as before. Dantalion revived with another substitute. This time, it was a man. I clearly bought my daughter's favorite meat pie. Why am I here instead of walking home? As soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted by a cold, sharp sword strike. Next, a child appeared. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you bullying me? You can stop the act. I'm already immune to it thanks to your friend. Suddenly, Dantalion revealed a sinister smile. Since that's the case, how about this? Suddenly, one of Dantalion's face shot toward my wrist. This is a gift I'm giving to you, little brat. I'm sure you'll love it. Meanwhile, the substitute Dantalion revealed this time was the one who appeared in the academy, and he laughed smugly. My face transplant technique can be implanted onto anyone, showing the memories and emotions of the face's previous owner. And what I just transplanted onto you was one of the rare masks I collected. It belongs to someone who suffered from paranoia and schizophrenia, resulting in him killing his precious family. Soon, your memories and that person's trauma will mix, and your consciousness will begin to perish. At this moment, Dantalion, who had been self-assured, suddenly froze. In order to rid myself of Dantalion's face transplant, I didn't hesitate to cut off my arm. Then, in front of him and dollars, I used my regeneration ability. I may be fighting a demon, but that doesn't mean I'm your average human. Dantalion finally understood why Andromalius lost to a human. At the same time, he noticed Beelzebub parasitizing my arm. I see. I knew this little brat had a faint demonic aura about him. If I fought him head-on, I might not be his match. Then, Dantalion pointed his finger at dollars behind me. The moment his face transplant was activated again, I quickly intercepted it. But this was actually just something Dantalion wanted to verify. I knew you would protect Saintus, Dollars. You have a weakness right beside you. Hearing this, Dollars became worried about my safety. She couldn't let the Nighthound fight alone. Even though she was trembling in fear, she had to step in and assist. But just as Dollars' courage was starting to rise, the next second, a face appeared in her line of sight. Meanwhile, Dantalion decided to let me experience the new move he had just thought of. Suddenly, countless tentacles shot toward my location at lightning speed. Since a single human face can't threaten you, then I'll give you all of my lifelong collection at once. Hearing this, I scoffed. Then I'll make sure these souls can't even touch a single hair on me. With that, I began my relentless attacks at lightning speed. Little did I know, at that moment, a familiar face suddenly shot into my line of sight. As I suspected, it was Perry. She was really eaten by Dantalion. Little did I know, this situation caused me to lose focus, which directly led to me being surrounded by the pile of faces. Afterward, my vision went black, and I passed out. When I woke up again, I found myself in a strange, dark environment. However, I quickly realized where I was. I was inside Dantalion's ability. At this moment, countless soul-chilling auras rushed towards me, and they kept muttering their own curses under their breath, expressing their intense feelings of hatred and resentment toward those they despised. I crouched down and patted a child's head, intending to comfort them, but I found that they seemed to be completely unaware of my presence, showing no response to me at all. But since the souls Dantalion consumed had appeared here, Perry should be somewhere as well. I had to find her. Meanwhile, on the other side, not just me, but Dollar's consciousness had also been swallowed into Dantalion's realm of imagery. At this moment, she collapsed to her knees, powerless, knowing that the ones before her were all souls devoured by the demon. Suddenly, Dantalion appeared behind Dollars and said, "How does it feel, my dear Saintus? These are treasures I've collected from the human world, and I've carefully considered many times. I didn't eat any of those ugly ones." Then, Dantalion asked contentedly, "Doesn't the weeping of these souls move your heart?" Upon hearing this, Dollars replied, "Whether they are children from the orphanage or others, how could you commit such a heinous sin?" Unexpectedly, Dantalion didn't think he had committed any sin at all. Then, he took out what he called an indulgence. "Moreover, I have this. I can buy off my sins with money. This is an idea I learned from your kind. If I truly must be judged as guilty, then you should have the humans in the church reflect first. I've taken in those homeless orphans without any conditions, providing them with food and a warm environment. If they are grateful, they should be treated as food by me. Of course, you, the so-called Saintus, should be the first to be condemned. You're just lucky to have the divine power. But those whose hearts are weak are utterly useless. They only cause trouble for those around them. If not for you, that swordsman might not be trapped in this dark corner. All thanks to you." And seeing Dollars, who didn't refute a single word, Dantalion felt quite satisfied. At the same time, he eagerly anticipated the despair Dollars would experience after being tainted by the souls. At that moment, Dollars suddenly gave Dantalion an affirmative response. "You're right. Everything you said is true. My mistakes all stem from my indecisiveness. But I still believe, even in despair, there is direction to be found, and that direction lies in the power shared between people." As Dollars radiated brilliant divine power, Dantalion was immediately shocked. "You weren't being tainted." In contrast, Dollars responded, "Thanks to you, I finally understand the immense negative impact my indecisiveness has caused. I was too afraid of my father to abolish the indulgences, and too afraid of death to help the Nighthound fight alone. I've always known how useless I was. But on that day, he told me this. The reason God chose you from among billions of humans is, of course, because you possess the kindest heart. What the world truly needs is a beam of light that can penetrate the source of all evil. This time, I will not choose to escape, nor will I feel even a hint of fear." At this moment, Dollar's divine power reached its peak. Seeing his collection about to be destroyed, Dantalion hurriedly tried to stop her. "These humans can still be brought to life, but souls exorcised by holy power can't be revived." Dollars knew about this. However, those children had already made up their minds and reached a consensus with her. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to bring you back to your families. Please forgive me." On the other side, after a long journey, I finally found that familiar figure. "Perry, I finally found you. There are still things I haven't said to you. My life should have been nothing but revenge against demons, and coming to the orphanage was no different. I never thought about what would be involved behind me, nor did I know when I would die at the hands of demons, until I met you, until I saw your smile. I finally understood that besides revenge, there's something far more meaningful waiting for me to do. That is to create a world for children like you to live with a smile on your face. Thank you for giving meaning to my journey." The next second, Perry suddenly spoke. "You really came back to see me me again. I was so scared. Upon hearing this, I immediately hugged Perry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you, but I promise you, I'll never forgive the one who made you cry. A faint smile formed on Perry's face, and with that smile, she softly whispered, yeah. After purging all the vengeful souls, dollars, and I broke free from Dantalion's illusionary world. How could the Saintess possess such power? Could it be that she has awakened? In contrast, my body underwent a transformation under the light of divine power. This time, my strength truly broke through to the 7th sword level. At the same time, my original liquid aura was gradually turning into a solid state. Seeing this, Dantalion immediately realized that I had become a sword master. Dantalion, don't even think about dying easily. Meanwhile, under the radiance of her divine power, my emotions began to be shared with her. Dollars felt my sadness over the children's sacrifice and my anger towards the demons. As a Saintess, she could awaken when meeting her true soulmate. And at this moment, I became the only condition for her awakening, and she gained a new ability called Soul Resonance. This ability lets the Saintess grant her divine power to her acknowledged soulmate, temporarily boosting their abilities. As Dollars bestowed her divine power upon me, my strength had reached the same realm as Hugo, a sword master. At the same time, she learned that my true identity was Vakir van Baskerville. On the other hand, Dantalion was stunned, unable to believe that my strength had surpassed his by a whole level, and having lived in the human world for so long, few humans could reach my current realm. Even if they did, they were mostly the leaders of noble families. How could this brat have the qualifications to reach such a realm? But just as Dantalion was pondering, the world in his vision suddenly flipped upside down. In that instant, with a single swing of my sword, I cleaved through him so cleanly that he didn't even have time to react. Immediately after, I swung my sword again, turning what was left of his body into minced meat and leaving only his head behind. Now that the souls you collected have been purified and vanished, without your reserve faces, you have no means left to struggle. It must be despairing, Dantalion. Meanwhile, Dantalion never imagined this would be his end. Their mission as the 10 elite corpses was to gather magic in the human world and open the gate to the demon realm. He believed that it wouldn't take long to easily conquer the human world, but who would have thought that there'd be a human to stop them? I must kill this one, even if it costs my life. Then Dantalion suddenly let out a strange laugh. Why do you think I have no faces left? There's still one left. Clearly, Dantalion was about to self-destruct in a desperate attempt for a slim chance of victory. As the opponent's size rapidly expanded, Dollars quickly asked me what we should do next. If this continues, this entire area will become ruins. But I told Dollars not to worry, for I am certain I can reach it. A level I yearned for my entire life before regression but could never reach. I'm going to use that strike Hugo showed me that day. As for Dantalion, he was already at the point of self-destruction, and he proudly left his final words. From here on, it's up to you, brothers, to complete the mission. Make sure humanity faces its doom. Unbeknownst to him, the next second, I successfully replicated Hugo's strongest strike, turning his last hope into air and dust. The power of this move was also overwhelming. It pierced through the sky, affecting the streets and alleys of the imperial capital. This caused Tudor and the others to wake up in a panic from their dreams, thinking it was a sudden earthquake. But when they looked up at the sky through the window, the sight instantly left everyone frozen in place. They couldn't understand how this happened. As for Dollars, she was the same, but she understood a bit more than the others. It was the Night Hound she knew who had eliminated the demon, protecting everyone in the orphanage. Soon, this event caused the people of the imperial capital to fall into panic. Just like the previous incident on the Quo Vadis family, the Night Hound was identified as the perpetrator, drawing a large crowd to the scene. At this moment, Tudor was furious, and unaware of the truth. He swore, I will personally capture him and prove that I am worthy of being a hero who saves the world. On the other hand, Sancho was quite surprised. Despite such a huge explosion, there wasn't a single casualty. PG quickly corrected his mistake, explaining that the head of the orphanage, Quilty, and his personal bodyguards had mysteriously gone missing, and it was likely they had heroically sacrificed themselves while fighting the Night Hound. So he should be careful with his words, as it would be disrespectful to the dead. As for Dollars, she told Pietro the whole truth. However, Pietro was confused. Although I always thought Quilty was a cunning old fox, how could he be a demon? And he had been blending in with our Quo Vadis family for so long. Yet the one who ultimately solved this problem was the Night Hound, who was accused of the attack. It seems even if we tell others the truth, they might not believe such an absurd story. At this moment, Dollars suddenly said, Pietro, I apologize in advance for what's about to happen. With that, she walked straight toward the reporters who had come to gather information. When they saw it was the Saintess, they immediately approached her. Taking advantage of this, Dollars pulled out a notebook. This was the notebook I had handed to her before I left yesterday, and it contained a list of everyone who had purchased indulgences and their corresponding crimes. This time, Dollars decided not to run away anymore. She was going to expose everything inside. The details about the indulgences and their sales were sent by Quilty, the side branch head of the Quo Vadis family, and addressed to Humbert, my father, who was also the cardinal of the Quo Vadis family. As for the rest, Dollars naturally recounted every single purchase of indulgences and the corresponding crimes without missing a word. Meanwhile, I was sitting at the last place where I had accompanied Perry. So, 8 of the 10 corpses remain. I swear, Perry, I will create a future where children like you can live and smile at the end of end of this path. May you be able to smile freely there. Before long, Dollars was in Professor Vency Morg's office, arguing about her column not being published. I didn't lie. I recorded everything as it really happened. Vency Morg responded seriously. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. He then pointed out the problems in Dollars' report, mentioning that these issues were all strongly offensive to certain groups. For this reason, the Academy decided to maintain a neutral stance on governance. And besides, didn't your father, the Cardinal, deny all of this? Hearing this, Dollars quickly said she had the ledger of indulgence sales in her hands, but she was directly met with Vency Morg's disapproval because it was considered to be an unverified ledger from an unknown source. Immediately, Dollars threw out a question. Are you now standing on the Quo Vadis family's side too? Vency Morg remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. If you want your column published, then focus the attention back on the crimes committed by the Night Hound. Don't create unnecessary confusion for me and the Dean. Hearing this, Dollars said it wasn't confusion. She believed Vency Morg had been pressured by her father, the Cardinal. Vency Morg looked helpless. If it was just the Cardinal, not even I would have needed to listen to him. At that moment, Dollars was stunned. There's only one person in the Quo Vadis family with a higher status than my father. That would be the Pope, who held the highest authority. But Dollars could never believe that. Even if everyone else in the world had fallen, the Pope, whom she had always admired, could fall too. Could there be some hidden secret in this? At this point, Vency Morg explained again. Your column was never suitable for publication from the start because you clearly show a biased tone toward the Night Hound. Don't forget that the first attack case was closely tied to him. By now, Dollars didn't know how to continue explaining, but she still firmly believed that the Night Hound hadn't done anything wrong. The ones who were wrong were Quo Vadis and the demons hidden inside, and there were other demons in the world. The Night Hound has fought this brutal battle alone and will keep doing so. Now that I've had this conversation with Professor Vency Morg, I understand why he keeps his work to himself and risks only his own life to kill demons. Before Dollars left the office, Vency Morg specifically warned, don't probe further into this matter, or the consequences are not something you can bear. Dollars naturally complied with this, but that didn't mean she wouldn't help the Night Hound with his concerns. Meanwhile, on the other side, after a long period of volunteer work, I had returned to the dull and noisy life at the Academy. Suddenly, Tutor patted me on the shoulder and said, today, we all agreed to work out together. Do you want to come as well? I declined, saying, I'm not feeling well. I need some time alone for now. Upon hearing this, Tutor's expression changed drastically. It seemed like he had imagined something. At the same time, PG was about to say he would go back to the dorm as well, but was stopped by Tutor. Alone time is important. We'll take PG with us. After that, I returned to my dorm. Since that day, I hadn't had any time alone, but now I could finally organize the things in my backpack properly. The biggest gain from this battle was of course the masks worn by Dantalian servants. At that moment, the four masks suddenly linked together at a visibly fast speed, and what appeared before me was the human mask of beastly heart picaresque. According to my memories from my past life, it gets stronger the more of your race you kill. In other words, the more humans you kill while wearing the mask, the stronger you become. It even provides monstrous levels of regeneration and mana reserves. In order to figure out what this effect was, I boldly decided to wear it and try. After putting it on, I was stunned. During the battle with Dantalian, the consumed magic power and stamina were instantly restored, and the fatigue completely vanished. Not even the Salamander's super regeneration could compare to such an effect. However, I still felt something was odd. Why did my sight seem to have lowered? Even my field of view had become black and white. When I finally realized that my body had shrunk and turned into a dog, I figured this was the side effect. Fortunately, I was back in my dorm and PG wasn't around. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. After removing the mask, I quickly returned to my original form. Suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. Since the Academy didn't have a rule against keeping pets, maybe my movements could become more agile because of it in the future. Just then, I heard the sound of eggshells cracking from my backpack. I quickly took out Madam's egg and discovered that it had entered the hatching stage. It was surprisingly resilient, having been played with for so long, yet still perfectly fine. Come to think of it, its movement back then must have been a sign that it was hatching. After a long struggle, the creature inside the egg finally broke through its shell, but it was only the size of a palm, which left me stunned. It even occasionally made barking sounds. Was it learning from the time I turned into a dog earlier? At that moment, I noticed that it was hungry, so I took out a piece of jerky and placed it in front of it, but it shook its body sidewards, clearly not interested. Although it was indeed a bit lacking compared to its mother, it still had the potential to grow into an S-level companion. Afterward, I was about to go out and find some food for this little one, when I happened to see PG being bullied by a group of students around a corner. Among them, I recognized the one with purple hair. He was Granui de Leviathan, the arrogant genius from the Leviathan family. I heard he was also the second strongest in this year's Fire Corps. From their conversation, I figured out the reason they were bullying PG. They wanted PG to voluntarily withdraw from the Academy and declare that such a place wasn't for commoners. But when Granui de Leviathan mentioned that even I should leave the Academy, PG suddenly became enraged, then grabbed his collar and warned, "You can insult me, but I will never allow you to insult my friends." To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, PG was violently pushed away by Granui de Leviathan, who then ordered his subordinates subordinates to give him a good beating. At that moment, PG closed his eyes, clearly powerless to resist, preparing to take a punch. However, just as he reopened his eyes, the person who had wanted to strike him was now firmly held by Tutor, who had rushed over. As for the other subordinate, it was naturally Sancho who dealt with him. And just like that, I moved to help PG. Seeing that he couldn't gain anything from the situation, Grenouille de Leviathan smartly ordered his subordinates to stop. Tutor wasn't pleased with this. "You dare touch my friend?" Hearing this, Grenouille de Leviathan flashed a wicked smile, apparently surprised that the genius from the Don Quixote family was fraternizing with commoners. "It seemed like your level wasn't as impressive as it appeared." Tutor stated that the academy had clear regulations, and there was no distinction between nobility and commoners. However, upon hearing this, Grenouille de Leviathan immediately shifted the topic. "You lose control of your emotions so easily, you're still ashamed for not achieving anything at the scene of the Nighthounds incident." From Tutor's expression, it was clear that this was indeed a factor. However, he still responded by saying the incident occurred while he was sleeping. As he spoke, a large amount of red poisonous gas emanated from Grenouille de Leviathan's body. "Losers always have excuses. If I was there, I would have caught the Night Hound." Seeing that the poisonous gas was still being released, Tutor immediately warned, "Are you going to show off your skills inside the school? This is just something cute. A threat simply to show you the difference in our strength. Fall into despair after feeling this gap, you ignorant fools." As for me, I suddenly began inhaling the poisonous gas that Grenouille de Leviathan had released. From the physiological reaction of my body, this thing is paralytic. At the same time, the little spider on my shoulder seemed to take an unusual interest in the poison gas. The next second, its small mouth opened wide, and the poisonous gas was crazily sucked into it. I was instantly filled with confusion at its behavior. Could it be that this guy treats the poison gas as food? However, to prevent it from being poisoned, I quickly stopped the little spider from continuing. But it seemed the poison gas had already been absorbed to the point that only a wisp remained. At this point, Tutor, seeing that the threatening poisonous gas had disappeared without a trace, thought Grenouille de Leviathan had backed off due to fear. What he didn't know was that Grenouille de Leviathan was already stunned. He had a hunch that the poison gas he had just released had been sucked away by me, who was standing at the back. But this had never happened before. Naturally, after thinking for a moment, Grenouille de Leviathan cleared his doubts. At that moment, Tutor issued a challenge to Grenouille de Leviathan in accordance with the school rules. "If you have the guts, let's see who scores higher in the team event at the upcoming midterms. The team with the lower score will run around the academy naked." Without hesitation, Grenouille de Leviathan accepted Tutor's challenge. "Seeing you all become a laughingstock will be fun to watch." After Grenouille de Leviathan left, PG apologized to Tutor. "If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened." Tutor responded, saying he wasn't blaming anyone, he simply didn't like that guy. But at that moment, PG started crying, because he felt that with his strength, he would definitely be the one holding everyone back. In response, Tutor pointed out PG's best quality. "Don't forget, you're the one with the best logical mind among us. I believe your intelligence gathering will play a crucial role. Moreover, with me and Sancho as the vanguards, you'll just need to be the commander and stand in the middle. As for Vakir, he'll be the rear guard with his bow and arrows. With this combination, it'll be hard for us not to score high." After getting a dose of Tutor's motivational speech, PG finally regained his confidence. But the next second, what I said left everyone present in shock. "I already have someone to form a team with, so I'm afraid I won't be joining you guys. Can't you do something about it?" "Actually, no. Promises are important, and you guys know that." Hearing this, everyone was speechless. "Vakir, please learn to read the room." The scene shifted, and soon it was the day of the team event. As Dollar's team appeared, the audience cheered loudly in support. This midterms was open to the public, and there were 3 subjects. The first was to test the team's defensive abilities, the second was the assessment of individual abilities, and the last was the written test. As for today's exam, it was a test of defensive abilities. The academy would use the most advanced holographic magic technology to create a dungeon inside the arena, meaning that the monsters inside the dungeon were all illusory. In contrast, the students' bodies would be covered by shield magic, and when they received a certain amount of impact, it would be displayed in digital form on a distant instrument panel. Finally, the exam results would be based on the team's contribution and the defense time. Of course, if their hit points or HP dropped to 0, the exam would automatically end. There would be 3 waves of monsters, each lasting 20 minutes. If they lasted for 60 minutes, it would be a perfect score. In no time, 58 minutes had passed, and Dollar's team unfortunately couldn't hold out for the last 2 minutes against the monsters. However, they obtained the best record among the third-year students. Since the graduating fourth-year students didn't participate, everyone believed that Dollar's team set the best record for this midterm. Meanwhile, all this information had been gathered by PG, who analyzed it professionally and shared it with his teammates. Normally, the third years reach the third round, and the second years reach the second, so if we first years hold out for 20 minutes, we'll be at the top. Hearing this, Tutor responded, "We can't just be satisfied with that, PG. In order to crush Grenouille's ego, we need to at least get halfway through to the second round." At this moment, a girl's voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. "You have me, so getting that far won't be a problem." The newcomer was none other than Bianca. "Just make sure you guys tank well so the monsters don't rush at me. I'll get the monsters for you." Tutor Tutor disdainfully replied, Bianca, teamwork doesn't mean one princess and 3 slaves. My naked body is on the line, so please delegate sincerely. I don't want to see your naked body either. My eyes will rot if that happens, so make sure you do well, Tutor. At that moment, Sancho stopped them. This isn't the time to argue. Seeing this, PG commented that this was nothing new, as their relationship had never been very good. But what made PG curious was why his roommate had joined a different group. Meanwhile, I gave the triplets an order. I don't like being the center of attention. Though stuff happened and I got some attention, it'll be bad if I receive any more than this. Go crazy so that I don't have to do anything. At this moment, the 3 brothers' only thought was to complete the first mission I gave them in the academy and absolutely not make any mistakes. On the other side, Grenouille sneered as he saw Tutor's team had been joined by Bianca, mocking him for abandoning his commoner friend because he was afraid of losing. He arrogantly declared that he would never lose because his team also had a tough character and she was Sinclair. And with that, the first part of the first-year midterm exam officially began. As the cheers from the students grew louder, the barrier around the arena was activated. Seeing this, I remembered that in my past life, I never had the chance like today to witness each part of the exam process with my own eyes. At this moment, Highborough suddenly realized it seemed like I was gathering information about the exam. So, he started explaining to me, each of us has a 100-point HP limit, and when it reaches 0, it means we lose our combat ability, which will result in an immediate termination and will be escorted out of the exam arena. As for the monsters, even though they were holographic projections created by magic, the poisonous gas they sprayed was real. Even if we're not physically attacked, staying within the range of the gas for too long will continuously drain our HP. However, safety is ensured. If anything goes wrong, the instructors will immediately intervene to provide rescue. After hearing Highborough explain so clearly, I asked, could it be that you guys have practiced this beforehand? In response, Middleborough gave an affirmative answer. While you were away, the 3 of us practiced a few times in the training grounds at home. Then I'll leave this 3 to you. Hearing this, the triplets were full of confidence, swearing that no matter what, they would deliver a perfect score for me. At the same time, Tutor and the others walked over. Here you are, Vikir. But what he didn't expect was that the people I had made arrangements with were actually the Baskerville triplets. So, Tutor hurriedly pulled me aside and whispered, trying to confirm whether I had been threatened by the other party and forced to join their team. After all, the triplets had a bad reputation when they were young, and this was something everyone knew. In response, I gave a negative answer, explaining that they were not good at the cultural subjects, so they specifically came to me for tutoring. In exchange, they promised to help me get a good result in the first team exam. Although Tutor found this a bit unbelievable, he didn't ask any further questions. Meanwhile, the 68th team's exam for the first year ended, and it was now time for the 69th team, led by Grenouille de Leviathan, to enter the exam field. Before long, the appearance of many virtual monsters signaled the official start of the exam. At the same time, Grenouille and the others assigned the main output role to Sinclair, while the 3 of them focused on controlling and drawing the monsters. As for Sinclair, she didn't disappoint. After charging up a powerful attack spell, she instantly wiped out several incoming monsters. Upon seeing this, the spectators outside began to cheer passionately. As for Sinclair's performance, I was also quite amazed. Her strength truly deserved to be ranked #1 in the Fire Corps, and her future growth was undoubtedly promising. Still, if she's really this skilled, why didn't she do anything during the fall? Soon, all members of Grenouille's team had their HP dropped to 0. Although the exam had ended, their results were quite impressive, 19 minutes and 55 seconds, currently ranked first in the first year. This took Tutor by surprise, because this score had broken the previous record set by the first-year students. However, when he saw Grenouille's smug expression directed at him, Tutor and the others were immediately enraged, vowing that they would not let the new record stand, and that their team would definitely be the victorious one. Before long, with the conclusion of the 107th team's exam, it was now our turn to take the field. Seeing this, Tutor and the others immediately sent us their cheers. On the other hand, the triplets also encouraged each other. Their #1 goal was also to set a new record. As soon as the exam began, Bianca was watching from the spectator stands, feeling a bit curious. It turned out she saw that my main weapon, like hers, was also a bow and arrow. At that moment, facing the swarming monsters, I immediately drew my bow and knocked an arrow, then quickly shot nearly 10 arrows in one breath. Seeing this, Bianca was stunned. What on earth? Vikir's rapid-fire shooting has reached this level? They're fast, but still weak and lack accuracy. Yet, why do I have this uneasy feeling that something's wrong? But the truth is, I had already compressed my strength to the maximum. After all, if I went all out, even a brand new A-class monster would be instantly killed by me. However, doing this seemed to go against the agreement I once made with Ian. I remember she said, I won't let you go if you lose to anyone with the bow. But never mind, when it reaches her ears, I'll explain it properly then. Afterward, I called out the little spider. After all, it was now the free meal phase. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the monsters could release toxic gas, I let it have a good feast. However, I still reminded it not to draw too much attention. The buffet would continue until the exam was over. Soon after, the triplets were kneeling on the ground, crying their eyes out because they had failed. Our team's score was only 19 minutes and 50 seconds, and we ranked second second place among the first years. On the other hand, Grenouille de Leviathan, upon hearing this result, immediately mocked me. I told you, commoners are just commoners. Even if someone leads them, they're just a burden. In response, the triplets directly put their swords to their necks. They wanted to die to atone. It was their lack of strength that caused me to suffer merciless ridicule from others. Seeing this, I immediately stopped them. Securing the second place isn't so bad. As for what came next, it was naturally time for the 109th team, led by Tutor, to beat the record of 19 minutes and 55 seconds that Grenouille's group set. Our aim is to clear the first wave. As the examination began, they proceeded as originally planned. Tutor and Sancho took the vanguard against the monsters, with the archer, Bianca, providing support from behind, and though not strong in combat, PG, with clear logic, served as the core brain of the entire team, directing them on how to hunt monsters most efficiently. Their coordination was exceptionally seamless. It seems they were well prepared to clinch the victory, but on the other hand, from the end of the match until now, I've been feeling a sense of inexplicable emptiness. Where did the little spider go? Just then, as I looked down at the arena, my whole body went numb. The little spider was still there, eating the toxic gas. Why is it still there? I clearly put it back and hid it around my neck. Could it be that it couldn't resist its craving for poison and sneaked away from me? Not only that, its feeding also triggered molting, and its size more than doubled. I have to say, the growth rate of Madam 8-Leg's offspring is ridiculously fast, but since the exam is still ongoing, there's nothing I can do about it. I can only pray it won't be noticed by others before the exam ends. Meanwhile, Tutor is demonstrating his family's unique skills, shattering them into pieces. As for his performance, Tutor is quite satisfied, but for Bianca, this is just a waste of energy and unnecessary action. Defeating monsters doesn't require tearing them apart. One must learn restraint. With that said, Bianca immediately prepared to give Tutor a good demonstration. As her magically enhanced arrows flew, the monster was shot in a vital spot and died instantly. To this, Tutor, of course, wouldn't just stand there and admit defeat and claim that he was only showing off earlier. So, they decided to compete with each other to see who could kill more monsters before the exam ended. Seeing this, Sancho felt helpless. He couldn't tell whether the two of them got along or not, but soon, their self-made decisions caused chaos, so PG quickly called everyone to regroup for a moment. Then, PG told them his plan. Bianca, you don't have to kill them. Aim for their front leg joints to disable their mobility. Tutor, it'll be more effective to strike when the monster's formation starts to falter. Sancho, instead of blocking their direct path, try luring them further inside. With that, they sprung into action. PG, your sharpness is better than I imagined. PG is truly a warrior as well. After hearing the praise and recognition for himself, PG was filled with joy, as it meant his research before the exam hadn't gone to waste, and everything could be put to use to help the team secure victory. At that moment, each of them felt a realization that this team could definitely win and break the record. However, the final results still didn't go as hoped. They finished the exam with a time of 19 minutes and 55 seconds, tying for first place. Upon seeing this, Grenouille was furious. Ridiculous, those fools have the same time as us? Meanwhile, Tutor and the others were extremely frustrated. If only they lost at a few more seconds, they could have set a new record and made Grenouille, that arrogant guy, face the humiliation he deserved. Little did they know, just as they were about to leave the exam site, an unexpected event suddenly occurred. The system prompted, the second wave of monster beasts is about to appear. In no time, Tutor and his team were surrounded by swarms of monsters. Seeing this, as the team leader, Tutor quickly shouted, I don't know what's going on, but everyone, be careful. From now on, any physical damage you take will feel real. We just have to hold out until the school takes action. On the other side, the professors inside the magic control room were confused as to why the second wave started. In response, one of the professor explained, this is because the exam site detected unidentified life signs besides the students, causing the system to assume the exam hadn't ended yet, leading to the error message. At this moment, Dollars suddenly pushed open the door. She too came to inquire about what exactly was happening, but in the end, they still needed to quickly figure out a way to rescue the students still in the field. No matter which side the professors were responsible for, they were all in shock at the unidentified life signs, which weren't part of their responsibility. Although some suggested dismantling the device, that would require approval and consent from higher-ups. There were also those who suggested dismantling the magic wall, but that required a key, and the professor with the key had just gone to the restroom. Dollars, listening to their murmurs, naturally understood. No one here wanted to take responsibility. Meanwhile, outside the control room, in the corner of the window, I could hear the professor's words loud and clear. It seems that the little spider grew after consuming poison and triggered the Mana Stone's life detection. But seeing the toxic gas in the arena gradually spreading, I knew I had to take quick rescue measures, or Tutor and the others will definitely be in danger. Suddenly, I spotted a connection device for the entire projection magic system and deduced it was made for air circulation. Though the entrance was small, I was sure it would work. Thus, I once again became a dog. To avoid reverting back to my original state naked, I had to hold my own school pants in my mouth. At this moment, Dollars did something that made all the professors break into a cold sweat. She actually attacked the magic stone maintaining the device's operation with a sword. As for the professors, they immediately rushed to stop her and said that if if the magic stone was broken, dollars would not only be expelled but also have to compensate the magic stone's market value, which was extremely high. But dollars didn't care about any of that. She only knew that if she didn't take action to rescue them, the students inside would die. Meanwhile, PG was slammed by a monster, causing him to lose consciousness. Seeing this, the others thought about going over to protect PG, but they too were under attack from one of the monsters, and no matter who it was, both their magic and stamina were almost completely drained. Without wasting a second, it landed a blow on Tudor and Sancho, then immediately turned its gaze toward Bianca. But just then, I had already removed my mask and returned to my human form. With one powerful punch, I slammed directly into the monster's head. Seeing this, Bianca was just about to ask why I was there when she suddenly lost consciousness. "Don't worry, everyone. I won't let anything happen to you." Meanwhile, Dollars' reckless actions were still stopped by the professors in the control room. At that moment, the professor in charge of the projection device discovered that an unknown life response had suddenly appeared in the arena. This unexpected news instantly shocked the others, as they couldn't figure out any other way to get in besides forcibly breaking through the magic wall. Just what the hell is going on in there? At the same time, due to the excessive amount of poisonous gas Tudor and the others had inhaled, the four of them had already fallen unconscious. But fortunately, I arrived just in time, otherwise their lives would definitely be at serious risk. At this point, I casually glanced at the little spider hiding behind a monster and kindly reminded it one last time, the end of an untamed beast is death. I'll discipline you later. For now, eat up all the poison nearby and keep the students safe. After receiving my command, the little spider immediately began to devour the poison gas. At that moment, a monster suddenly appeared above my head, and it immediately opened its mouth, wanting to put me to death. But it didn't know that I had already sensed the killing intent approaching, so I swiftly countered with a spinning kick, separating its head from its body. At the same time, my strike left the professors in charge of the exam in disbelief. They saw a sudden burst of life force in the arena. On the other hand, I remembered an important fact, that this place had the ability to sense life energy. So, I decided to base my magic level on being an 18-year-old and control my power to the level of a medium-rank sword expert. But I also had to admit, even the monsters created by holographic projection magic had a maximum danger level of B+, and they were almost identical to real monsters from the outside world. Fortunately, I was quite familiar with strategies against these flesh ants from my past life, and with the power of a sword expert, I was barely able to handle it. Then, I equipped myself with all the usable gears on the ground, preparing for the arrival of the third wave of monsters. The flesh ants has two fatal weak points. The first is the rear armor plate where the head connects to the body, and even if it's not completely separated, hitting that area is enough to make the ant lose its sense of direction, causing it to move backward. The second is the central cover bone position on the head, where the shell is much softer than in other places. Little did I know, as I was dealing with the third wave of monsters, a much larger flesh ant silently appeared. Seeing it, I was immediately taken aback. I never expected a general ant with an A-level danger rating to be included in this exam. However, as long as I accurately targeted its fatal weakness, even with my magic level being only that of a sword expert, I can still defeat it. Meanwhile, outside the arena, due to the excessive poison gas released by the flesh ants, and the smoke and dust filling the area, no one could visually confirm who was dealing with the monsters inside. At that moment, the professors were suddenly at a loss because the general ant had been defeated. What was even stranger was that, up until now, all the life signs of the exam participants appeared perfectly normal. Just as this occurred, Vinci Morgue happened to arrive and overheard everything being said. He knew that the general ant was a monster far too strong for the students, and that it was only a gimmick to make it difficult for the students to endure for an hour. As Vinci Morgue wondered who had defeated the general ant, the door behind him was suddenly opened. It turned out that the professor carrying the key to disable the magic wall had been found. Seeing her in a drunken state, it was almost certain that she had passed out somewhere in a nearby alley. On the other hand, Dollars anxiously shouted, "Stop wasting time and get the key to deal with the situation. This isn't the time for idle chatter." At this moment, as the magic wall was removed, a full 42 minutes and 13 seconds had passed since the accident. Upon arriving at the arena, the professors were greatly shocked. All the monsters, including the general ant, had been defeated. At the same time, Dollars was stunned. She didn't understand how I got here. As for me, since I didn't have enough time to escape, I had no choice but to pretend to be unconscious near Tudor and the others. Although it might seem a bit awkward, this was the best way for me to avoid trending again. However, while the idea was good, the reality turned out to be even more exaggerated. Not only did I trend again, but I was also labeled as the hero who jumped in to save the lives of his endangered peers. It wasn't until afterward that I learned this was all part of Bianca's detailed account before she fell unconscious. She had clearly seen me kill a flesh ant right in front of her. Additionally, my previous trending topic had gained even more attention, to the point of being uncontrollable. In desperation, I had to reveal the method I used to defeat the flesh ants, hoping it would help cool things down at the academy. However, to my surprise, this first fatal weakness was a method not even mentioned in the strategy guide. To thank me for my contribution, the Imperial Majesty personally visited Colosio Academy to present me with an award. As a result, I was no longer the focus of the trending topic, but had transformed into a celebrity at Colosio Academy. What should I do? I just wanted to quietly live through my 4 years at the academy, hoping they wouldn't dig too much into my family background. I never expected it to become this troublesome. Just then, an owl suddenly flew towards me, which startled the little spider on my shoulder, but it was just the pet between Cindy Wendy and me. It came to deliver Cindy Wendy's regular report. First, through Cindy Wendy's covert investigation, she discovered new clues about the 10 elite corpses. However, she requires 1 month to analyze it. Last time, I was able to easily defeat the 9th elite corpse with Dollar's divine power. So, I'll need to train hard for the next month before the next task. Second, there are 2 suspects impersonating the Night Hounds. One is doing so for the purpose of praise, while the other's motive is unclear. Third, there's news about my older brother, Osiris, leaving the main city. Lastly, there's a royal bloodline hidden within Colosio Academy. After learning this information, I immediately destroyed it on the spot. Little did I know, in the next second, Sinclair suddenly appeared with unknown intentions. I never expected that even this late, I would unexpectedly run into the Academy's hero. We really must have some kind of fate. After saying this, Sinclair sat beside me. As for me, I was puzzled. Why is someone like her in a place like this right now? I never expected to meet you here. This is the best place to gaze at the stars. Whenever I'm in a bad mood, I come here to stay for a while. Though she said that, Sinclair's heart was actually filled with joy, fantasizing about meeting me here every night in the future. Seeing that I remained silent, Sinclair started looking for a topic to chat about. Vikir, do you know that everyone at the academy is talking about your achievements? To this, I responded, I don't know, and I don't want to know. But she didn't care about what I said, and continued listing all those achievements one by one. It must not have been enough for you to come first in theory, since you wrote 3 to 4 research papers that turned the academic world upside down. You're a commoner, an irregular, and a high-level expert. Just as she was about to continue her endless rambling, I had no choice but to interrupt her. Things like achievements are meaningless, so there's no need to pay too much attention to them. Upon hearing this, Sinclair was immediately confused, not understanding what point I was trying to express. But this wasn't surprising, since the current her had never experienced the time of the fall, where things like money, honor, and power quickly lose their initial value, and the only thing known to the world is the collapsing order. At this point, Sinclair laughed and said, "You talk as if you've lived for a long time. You sound like an old man." Luckily, she stopped at that, and didn't go on any further. As for the topic we discussed afterward, it was all about the upcoming midterm exams. Like me, Sinclair also had many secrets that were unknown to others, but upon further thought, even the Fire Corps' perennial top student lost contact with everyone during the fall, completely disappearing from history. If her commoner identity is also a disguise, then the royal who's hiding their identity, as per what was written in Cindy Wendy's letter, must be her. The scene shifts, and soon it was the day the second midterm exam began. Tutor and the others were still following me closely. It's a shame that my bet with Granui ended in a stalemate. Well, since I found out who I need to set as my rival, I'd say I gained a lot from that exam. Hearing this, even though I knew he was talking about me, I really didn't dare to say another word. Sadly, I couldn't escape their collective complaints. "Vikir, you're really terrible, hiding your high-level expert abilities from your friends." To this, I quickly retorted, "In case you've forgotten, I didn't deal with the monsters by myself." Yet, Tutor still insisted I was just being modest. Just then, PG told us that the Night Hound had a new case recently. At that moment, I saw PG take out a newspaper. Apparently, the students at the Varangian Drill Hall who came to the Imperial capital for a field trip were ambushed and hurt gravely by the Night Hound. Meanwhile, I fell into deep thought, because I knew this was the work of one of the 2 imposters. One of them hasn't committed any crimes recently, but the number of crimes the other has committed is gradually increasing. If this continues, safety precautions against the Night Hound may become stricter, which will directly hinder my assassination operations. It seems that after this exam ends, I need to find a way to get rid of the imposters. Soon, the second midterm exam began. Unlike the group of 4, this exam was focused on individual strength. Students were assigned to a professor responsible for the assessment, and would engage in a one-on-one duel with a clone controlled by the professor. The purpose, of course, was to accumulate real combat experience with stronger opponents. However, this exam's critical flaw is that one professor can only take care of 50 students. In other words, the standards of the students' exam evaluations will differ depending on the professor's specific fighting styles. At that moment, after landing an attack on Venci Morg's clone, Tutor became complacent, which caught him off guard when a sudden vine spell surrounded him. Immediately after, Venci Morg seized the opportunity and launched a punch. Tutor instinctively raised his arm to block the punch, only to realize too late it was a feint. The real attack, a swift kick, slammed into him, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. In the end, Venci Morg gave a warning. "Don't think that just because I'm a mage, you can ignore my other ways of attacking. Even a mage will use fists and feet for victory, and may even resort to low blows." In the end, Tutor scored a good result of 35 points, with 12 points for effective strikes, 20 points for effective dodges, 3 points for effective defense, and 0 points for fatal strikes. When Bianca heard the results, she seemed a little dissatisfied, thinking that her score of 31 was already quite high, so she quickly found an excuse for herself. "This one-on-one exam format is was clearly disadvantageous for archers. Just as Tutor was about to respond, Granui called out to him from behind. With this, it's decided that I'm the superior one, Tutor. Seeing his arrogant look, Tutor thought he must have scored over 40 points, but unexpectedly, he ended up with the same score as Tutor, 35 points. Even so, he quickly adjusted his mindset because he knew Tutor's theory were terrible, and in the upcoming written exam, he would definitely beat him. On the other hand, Tutor was also aware of this. Bianca comforted him. We're already quite lucky. After all, our professor is Vinci Morg. If we had faced Professor Sadie, there's no way we would have scored over 30 points today. I've heard from the seniors that Professor Sadie is weird and unprofessional. She's the #1 professor that the students should avoid. Tutor anxiously asked, then why is she still allowed to work at the academy? Bianca explained, of course, it's because she has unquestionable strength. I've even heard she's been assisting the military in capturing dangerous criminals like those who resemble the Night Hound. At this point, Tutor began to worry about his friends who might be assigned to Professor Sadie, hoping nothing would go wrong for them. Bianca felt the same, explaining that Professor Sadie was from the bloodline of a fallen marquis and was apparently envious of talented students who came from good families. There were even rumors that she completely destroys talented students, but those rumors were evidently true, as at that moment, PG was being stepped on by Sadie in high heels. Sinclair and Sancho had also been knocked out, all three of them scoring 0 points. Seeing this, the other examinees began to try to escape the exam site, fearing their lives might end that day. Meanwhile, Sadie began to mock them. Are all the freshmen this timid? Not a single one meets my expectations. Continuing this will be a complete waste of time. Even so, she still called out the next student to face her, and that person was none other than me. Time rewound to 30 minutes before the exam began, when Sancho enthusiastically shouted, finally, it's my turn to shine. I've been waiting eagerly for this exam. Hearing this, Sinclair asked, looks like you're very confident about this exam. Of course, the win or lose of a one-on-one duel is a virtue for any warrior. How could I not look forward to it? On the other hand, PG explained, I remember Tutor saying earlier that without using magic, Sancho is definitely the top in hand-to-hand combat in the Ice Corps. But just then, a commotion from nearby caught PG and the others' attention. Professor, what are you doing? Isn't that alcohol? How can you drink alcohol during a test that affects students' futures? Upon hearing this, Professor Sadie immediately lied. This isn't alcohol. It's just plain water with a hint of alcohol smell. After saying that, she drank the liquor in one go, even shoving the bottle down her throat. This immediately shocked the student who had stepped forward to ask for an explanation, causing him to break out in cold sweat. If you're really here to take the exam, then mind your own business and stop concerning yourselves with things unrelated to the test. Now, let's begin. At that moment, Professor Sadie casually pointed to the list of students for the exam, making Sancho her first target for the day. Sancho, on the other hand, seemed quite pleased, swaggering up confidently. Seeing this, PG quickly shouted at him, Sancho, be careful. Professor Sadie is rumored to have crippled many students, making them unable to continue their studies. However, Sancho didn't take the matter seriously at all and said confidently, a warrior's will can never be broken. I'm counting on you, Professor. As soon as he finished speaking, Sancho leaped high into the air, aiming to land a powerful blow on Sadie's clone. But Professor Sadie made no immediate move to retaliate. She merely flashed a wicked smile. The next second, everyone was stunned, breaking into a cold sweat. Sancho, who was once full of vigor, instantly collapsed to the ground, his neck tightly gripped by Professor Sadie's clone. At that moment, Professor Sadie was conjuring magic with her hands, saying, does this mean the warrior is disqualified? With a devastating blow, Sancho lost consciousness and was completely out of it. Meanwhile, we rushed forward to rescue him, fearing he might suffer more harm. At the same time, Sinclair desperately demanded an explanation from Professor Sadie. The student can no longer fight. Why are you still going all out? Don't you know this exam is to accumulate real combat experience for the students? Upon hearing this, Professor Sadie made a no gesture with her hand. Of course, I know, but this is the policy of the Academy's first headmaster, and it's long been reformed under my management. Besides, there's no room for negotiation in real combat. Then, she pointed towards Sinclair, saying, you're next. Let's see the skills of the top student in the Fire Corps. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, I immediately advised Sinclair, you don't need to pay attention to her actions, just refuse the exam. Her behavior has already violated the rules. If we complain to the school, we might get a retest. Unexpectedly, Sinclair turned with a stern face and responded, I'm grateful that you're concerned about me, but I don't want to avoid someone who hurt my friend. This response was exactly what Professor Sadie had been hoping for. Are you going to keep frowning with that pretty face? Let's begin. The next second, Sinclair immediately summoned 3 magic circles. Professor Sadie, upon seeing this, was quite impressed. As expected of the top student of the Fire Corps, at such a young age, you're already quite capable, but admiration was all she felt. It didn't mean she would be any less threatening to her. With that, Sadie controlled her clone and threw a punch in response. At the same time, she asked Sinclair, have you ever experienced having your magic forcibly cancelled, causing a backlash? If not, I'll let you experience it firsthand today. Under Sadie's move, the magical flow inside Sinclair immediately became chaotic, and the pain it caused was unbearable. It hurts more than you thought, right? If you're unlucky, this could prevent you from using using magic ever again. It'd be funny if the top student in the fire corps couldn't use magic anymore. After saying that, Sadie kicked Sinclair, knocking her unconscious, just like Sancho. As the situation grew worse, I was thinking of a way to end this farce when, to my surprise, PG stepped forward with a sword in hand. Although he wasn't afraid of death, his body clearly showed signs of fear. Professor Sadie scoffed. "What's this? A piece of trash who doesn't even know how to grip a sword." Hearing this, PG tried hard to control himself, trying not to let his emotions get affected. But boosting his morale was no use. In the face of absolute crushing power, nothing mattered. The next second, PG's weapon was kicked into useless scrap, and before he could even react, Sadie's foot sent him flying into the air. Trash is just trash. No matter how much you struggle, you're irredeemable. Seeing another student knocked into a near-death state, the remaining students who hadn't taken the exam immediately began to retreat, knowing they were commoners who stood no chance. The only thing they could do was save their own lives. Looking at my companions lying on the ground, I fell into deep thought. I wasn't sure whether I should be angry right now, but if I got angry, the consequences would undoubtedly be unimaginable. At this moment, Professor Sadie continued to mock. "It seems this batch of freshmen are nothing but cowards. Well then, who's next?" Just as she finished speaking, I stepped into the arena, saying, "I'll do it." At this, seeing me step forward, the students who hadn't dared to act started to chatter amongst themselves. Even though Vikir's magical power is at an expert level, he'll definitely be no match for Professor Sadie. Besides, Abao is weak in one-on-one combat. But strangely, Professor Sadie seemed to treat me differently. She had seen through me as the true genius of this batch and wanted to destroy me, to experience the pleasure it would bring her after my defeat. Just as her attack was about to land on me, I immediately drew my bow and shot an arrow straight at her clone. It only grazed the clone's shoulder, but in the next second, it suddenly froze. At the same time, the other students looked confused. Professor Sadie's clone stopped. It turned out that the arrow had flown straight toward Professor Sadie and pierced one of her eyes. Feeling the intense pain, Sadie collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Seeing this, I acted surprised. "I was aiming for your clone. Why did the arrow go there? Are you alright, Professor Sadie?" Meanwhile, when Vinci Morg heard a scream from the other exam area, he immediately thought that Professor Sadie was hurting the students again. Without hesitation, he pushed open the tightly locked exam door and shouted angrily, "Professor Sadie, why the hell did you lock the door? Are you hurting the students again?" But before he could finish speaking, he fell silent when he saw that it wasn't a ruined student in front of him, but a severely injured Professor Sadie kneeling on the ground. This scene immediately made Vinci Morg realize who the source of the scream was. At the same time, seeing his badly injured friends, Tudor rushed to their side. At that moment, Vinci Morg asked in confusion, "What exactly happened here?" Hearing this, I casually responded, "During the test, I got startled by a clone charging at me and shot an arrow. The arrow grazed the clone and ended up hitting Professor Sadie's eye." Vinci Morg didn't doubt me at all. The only thing that shocked him was that a student could cause such a fate for Professor Sadie. In his mind, he simply attributed everything to karma. In the end, I finished the second midterm exam with a total score of 11 points. Before long, dollars arrived. The holy light healing was performed on the unconscious PG and the others, but she never expected that the injuries of the three would be so severe. Sinclair suffered severe internal injuries from magical backlash. Sancho had multiple fractures throughout his body, and PG had his jawbone shattered. For the students taking the exam, these were no ordinary injuries. They could easily be considered as premeditated harm. At this point, Tudor worriedly asked, "Senior Dollars, are they going to be okay?" In response, Dollars said, "Thanks to you calling for help quickly, they should all recover without after effects." Hearing this, Tudor and Bianca felt a sense of relief. After healing the injuries of PG and the others, Dollars walked toward the next injured person. Although she was very reluctant to deal with this culprit, she couldn't avoid her duty. "Professor Sadie, let me see your wound. Once your wound heals, the student council will report you for excessively assaulting students. We will request a disciplinary hearing." Professor Sadie, on the other hand, just chuckled. "So you're the proud saint of the Quo Vadis family." At this point, Dollars ordered Professor Sadie to show her wound. However, Professor Sadie ignored the pain and actually pulled the arrow out of her eye. "I don't need your help. You can punish me for what happened. Do whatever you think is right, but you better look forward to the day my punishment ends." Including the one who roams the nights of the Imperial City, a lot of people have been making things quite entertaining for me lately. As Professor Sadie passed by me, she also asked, "Your name is Vikir, right? I'll remember your name. We'll meet again." The scene shifted, and a week passed by quickly. The long midterm exams finally came to an end. In the end, Sinclair took first place in the exam, followed by Granui in second and Tudor in third. Sancho came in seventh, I ranked 21st, and PG placed 199th. The students who lost a lot of points after encountering Professor Sadie during the attack test were fortunately allowed to retake it, thanks to the faculty. With this recovered score, Sinclair became the top-ranked first-year student. However, everyone's attention wasn't on the first place. It was directed at someone else. After all, I was the student who caused a fatal blow to Professor Sadie. It was not just a first-year achievement. Even students from previous years had never managed to hurt Professor Sadie, not even a little. At this moment, the other students keep on muttering, "Not just a hit, he took out her eye. Serves her right. It feels like the trauma I got from that demon is all gone." gone. Considering what he did during the defense exam, shouldn't we call him a hero? To this, I was simply speechless. Is this what I get for acting emotionally? I didn't want to get involved. After all, it would affect the actions of my other identity. But when I saw my friends getting hurt, I could not help but act. Just then, a girl who admired me suddenly approached, holding a love letter. Actually, I've liked you since the beginning of the semester. But before she could finish confessing, the love letter was snatched by Lowborough, who came charging at full speed, and right in front of the girl, he tore it to shreds. Who do you think you are to block our way? Are you really blocking our way just to suck up to some lowly commoner? Do you all want to die? Get lost. Immediately afterward, the triplets were satisfied, their hair sticking up as a sign of pride for having protected their leech. Under their escort, I successfully arrived at the newspaper club. But when I pushed open the door and walked in, I found Dollars staring seriously at the freshly printed newspaper. So, I seized the opportunity to bring up a topic. Why are you frowning like that while reading? As soon as those words were spoken, Dollars was somewhat surprised. She was so absorbed in her thoughts that she hadn't even noticed I had entered. As a new Nighthound article come out, the destruction of the Central Clock Tower, a landmark of the Imperial capital, and the damage to the Royal Memorial Cemetery. They're blaming it all on the Nighthound. There's no evidence, yet they're blaming the Nighthound for everything. Upon hearing this, I felt that everything happening now was rather strange. I had forgotten that her support was backing my other identity, which was even more reassuring than I had imagined. I truly had to deal with these matters personally. After all, the clock tower is something the people of the capital look at several times a day. It's a symbol of order and peace. Destroying the city's landmark could be the act of someone with deep resentment towards society. This guy might not be just trying to copy me. Moreover, the Royal Memorial Cemetery is the suspected area mentioned in Cindy Wendy's report yesterday, the place where informants have gone missing. Since the copycat criminal needs to be dealt with as well, I should go investigate. Soon after, when night fell, I changed into my Nighthound outfit once again. Then, I arrived at the location of the Royal Memorial Cemetery where the Empire's heroes rest. At that moment, I realized that this cemetery is near the orphanage where Dantalion used to hide. Whether that's a coincidence or not, I'll find out once I get there. On top of that, regarding Cindy Wendy's missing informants, I should be able to figure things out all at once. At this point, I discovered several zombies in the graveyard. Although I didn't know what these people did when they were alive to become zombies, I know that some of them are definitely Cindy Wendy's informants. To deal with the newly emerged zombies, I took out the long-forgotten Divine Bow Anubis. It's convenient since it can split apart and is easy to carry, but I can't believe Ian added such mechanism to a divine relic. With that, I pulled the bowstring with force, and in an instant, my magic formed an arrow, sending the heads of several zombies into pieces without a single effort. The effect was absolutely amazing. It's definitely on a different level compared to the standard bows I used during the midterms. Unknowingly, while I was praising Anubis, I suddenly smelled a strange odor. This is definitely the scent of demonic energy, but it's strangely weaker compared to a normal demon scent. It's like its foul stench has been diluted by something. As for the source of the smell, it came from the orphanage where Dantalion had been hiding before. So, to investigate further, I decided to head there and find out what was going on. Something sinister was definitely taking place there, and sure enough, the situation was just as I had imagined. A magic circle was being cast there. In the next moment, something began to materialize from it. Dantalion, that despicable thief dared to steal you. I'm sorry, Rose. I lost you again. I promise, I will never lose someone precious to me again. You should know, the 8 elite corps is Seer. At this moment, the girl murmured, Seer's ability to locate who she wants to find is useful. I've finally found you, Rose. But no matter what I do, I can't find the other person. In order to control all the power that I acquired from the demon contract, must I walk through death's door completely? After all, I'm only a half-blood. I need to hurry and gain full control of Seer's power. Suddenly, a thick aura of killing intent pulled her thoughts back. Seeing this, she immediately stepped forward, shielding Rose. At this moment, I drew my bow to full draw and said, answer my questions. If you move a finger, you die. If you say a word that's not an answer to my question, you die. You smell like both a human and demon. Which are you? Upon hearing this, she replied that she was both a demon and a human. I then asked, that woman is Dantalion's underling, Geronto. She should be dead now. How come she's still alive? To this, she replied, she's not Dantalion's underling. Dantalion stole her from me. As for the final question, I asked her if Seer is the name of the elite corps she contracted with. What if I say yes? With those words, her gaze suddenly radiated killing intent, but the next second, what awaited her was a merciless arrow. Fortunately, she reacted in time and tilted her head to dodge, and the arrow grazed strands of her hair. Once I knew that the person before me was a 10 elite corpse, the only solution I could offer was to kill her right here. Meanwhile, as she sensed the murderous intent approaching, she immediately cast a spell, summoning a group of skeleton monsters from the realm of death. However, this only made her feel even more distressed. She turned the children's corpses into undead. At this moment, seeing that the opponent was slightly distracted, I quickly drew my bow and shot an arrow. With a loud explosion, the group of skeletons shattered into pieces. On the other hand, she seemed to want to use this opportunity to escape, but little did she know that her childish thoughts had already been seen through. I quickly closed the distance and said, don't think you'll die a quick death. Seeing this, she blocked my attack, causing an explosion. Then, She had no choice but to descend back to the ground and look for another chance to escape. But before that, she suddenly asked, "What's your connection with the Balak tribe? Why do you know their archery skills?" In response, I admitted my connection with the Balak tribe, saying that I was a hunter of them. Little did I know, after hearing these words, she instantly became enraged. "Then you must have been there on that night. I'm going to kill you, you barbarian." Then, a magical projectile was thrown toward me. Seeing this, I quickly crouched and sidestepped to avoid the attack. However, as I got closer to her, I could feel the presence of a living person within her. But from what I knew, the 10 elite corpses don't take over human corpses. Unexpectedly, just as I was thinking, my abdomen was pierced by several sharp spikes she launched, and seeing how easily I was about to be defeated, she scoffed, "You lowly barbarian, you sure talked big, but look at you now." However, before her arrogance could last, the next moment, her face was left in shock. Naturally, this was to be expected, as my previously wounded body instantly healed as if nothing had happened. At this moment, while putting Anubis away, I was sure of one thing. After clashing with you a few times, I understand it now. You're a lot weaker compared to the other elite corpses because you're just a half-demon. There's no need for me to converse with you anymore. Prepare to die. As for her, she summoned a higher-level monster from the realm of death, a Frankenstein golem. "You're the one who's going to die, barbarian." Immediately after, it swung its fist toward me with great force. However, for her, this Frankenstein golem was just a distraction. The real attack is her most skilled fire magic. She would use her strongest move to settle this once and for all. As for me, I summoned the Beelzebub, and with a simple slash, I cut down the approaching monster. But at that moment, her expression suddenly became dazed when she saw the red aura, something only the Baskervilles possessed. To confirm my identity, she quickly said, "Wait," but it was already too late. I had already used the 7th sword technique of Baskerville to meet her attack. In the collision of our strongest moves, the outcome was quickly decided. As the dust cleared, I had only sustained minor injuries, while the enemy's bodies seemed to suffer from magical backlash, unable to stand up again. But there's one thing that puzzles me. Why did she shout "wait" earlier? Just then, she suddenly said, "Don't leave me." Upon hearing this, I asked, "Do you have a reason as to why you struck a deal with a demon? All deaths have a story behind them." Seeing that she didn't reply, I swung my sword to kill her. Unbeknownst to me, in the next second, the red-haired girl suddenly stepped forward and blocked the fatal strike. This left me utterly shocked. Normally, the undead possess a strong jealousy for what they didn't have, giving them a temperament that makes them blindly bite and extort from the living. While this doesn't apply if their master possesses a strong will and absolute control, once the master loses consciousness, the undead can no longer be controlled. But this one was different. Just like the demon behind her, she had no will to fight. Just then, behind me, a glaring light suddenly appeared, accompanied by the sound of armor clanking and a voice of a woman shouting, "Over there." If I remember correctly, this voice belonged to Professor Sadie. It seems the commotion I caused earlier disturbed her, as she was leading the guards. At the same time, the red-haired girl took advantage of my momentary distraction to cast a teleportation spell. Although I quickly regained focus and swung Beelzebub toward the demon's heart, she once again stepped forward and blocked the attack with her back. This directly led to the success of the teleportation spell, allowing the demon to escape, which left me feeling frustrated. Meanwhile, Professor Sadie shouted excitedly from above, "Nighthound, reveal yourself." But when she arrived at the place below to check, the Nighthound she was supposed to capture had already vanished. Feeling like she had been played, Professor Sadie's expression immediately changed, and she kicked the guard beside her, saying, "Because you were so freaking slow, we got here late." Even though the mission failed, Professor Sadie had an unexpected gain, which was the disguise mask left behind by the Nighthound. As for me, the reason I managed to escape unnoticed was because I put on the mask of beastly heart picaresque and quickly made my way to a relatively safe location. The scene shifted, and the next morning quickly arrived. At that moment, the vice president, Anna, rushed into the newspaper club and excitedly announced, "The Academy's big event that comes after the exams, the festive season, is about to begin. And this year, the festival's theme for the newspaper club is the haunted house." Sinclair was very pleased to hear this. It's Halloween, and now that we're finally free from those tough exams, that will definitely get a lot of attention. Dollars, who was standing next to Sinclair, seemed a bit excited, as if she was imagining something in her head. At this moment, Bianca asked in confusion, "But doesn't the Academy Festival have that tradition?" As for PG, he quickly responded, "That tradition has been long-standing at Colosseo Academy, and even the professors aren't exempt from it." Suddenly, Anna took out 2 boxes, interrupting the conversation. "Now, let's draw lots to see what each person will dress up as." But seeing her behavior, it was clear she was doing it on purpose. As for me, I was still in a state where my mind was not focused on the matter at hand. My thoughts were stuck on last night's battle. Not killing the 8th corpse when she couldn't even use half her powers was a very big mistake. When I was fighting Andromalius, I had to receive the aid of the Baskerville family's hounds, and I was with the Saintus when I fought Dantalion. I don't know if I, a top-ranking graduator, can fight the 8 corpse by myself when she's at full power. In the end, in order to hunt the demons one-on-one, I need to completely learn the Baskerville's incomplete 7th technique and reach the level of Sword Master. The 10th technique, Lurking Ambush, calls the 6th Fang and the 7th Fang ambush horizontal twin wisdom teeth. One must understand the odd principle between between the 6th and 7th techniques and be able to use the ultimate killing technique. The theory behind the 6th and 7th techniques is written in the swordsmanship book. In order to overcome the wall of the 6th technique, one must abandon all human emotions, and in order to learn the 7th technique, one must gain one's human emotions back. I still don't understand why one needs to recover the emotions they just abandoned. This needs a completely different approach compared to the entry-level graduator core training methods, where one learned how to kill their emotions and turn into bloodhounds. And another thing that confuses me is, how did Hugo become a sword master? Did he really break through just like that? Suddenly, my thoughts were interrupted by Dollar's surprised voice. She had drawn the lot that said Night Hound. Since the Quo Vadis family had recently suffered a severe attack from the Night Hound, Anna felt sorry and offered to let Dollars redraw the lot, treating the first one as invalid. Upon hearing this, Dollars replied that she must follow the rules of the game, and as the president, she should not have any privileges. But in reality, she was secretly overjoyed and saw this as fate. After Dollars finished drawing, it was my turn. Vikir, it's your turn. Hurry up and pick. You're the center of attention. Although I was unwilling, I had no choice but to participate. But when I saw what I drew, my expression suddenly changed. Seeing this, Bianca and the others hurriedly asked what I got. As for me, I didn't expect to draw this of all things. Soon, the time for the festival arrived. Colosseo Academy was bustling like never before. At this moment, in front of a stall, Tudor, dressed as a demon queen, was enthusiastically using his looks to attract customers. As for Sancho, he didn't seem to change much, only styling his hair into a more mature slickback style. But when Sinclair appeared, she was truly stunning. The vampire count she portrayed was just too seductive. On the other hand, PG had dressed up as a fairy, but his outfit was so revealing that it made him appear shy and unnatural. Because of this, the students thought he was a girl and started asking for his name. However, Bianca, who was dressed as Frankenstein, stepped in. You can't hit on our members. At that moment, a pair of jade feet and red high heels walked towards Dollars. When Dollars, dressed as the Night Hound, turned around, she was surprised to see that the owner of those feet was actually Professor Vinci Morgue. His purpose was actually to ask Dollars why she dressed as the Night Hound. Although it's a festival, you should know that outfit can easily cause unnecessary trouble, and as the center of attention, you should not emulate such shameless criminal. To this, Dollars responded firmly to Vinci Morgue. I like this outfit, and the Night Hound is not wrong. Upon hearing this, Vinci Morgue decided not to press the matter further. He knew that even though he was an academic advisor, he didn't have the right to forcefully interfere with his students. However, he kindly reminded her to be cautious and not to end up harming herself. Meanwhile, Tudor was confused as to why Professor Vinci Morgue was at their stall. PG explained, during the festival, professors dress up and visit the stalls of their classes and clubs to help boost profits. Vinci Morgue overheard them, and judging by the look on his face, he seemed quite unhappy. At that moment, Dollars came over holding a serving of fried chicken and a plate of fried potatoes that Vinci Morgue had ordered. Seeing this, Vinci Morgue noticed that the quality of the ingredients is poor, and the dishes are made by someone who isn't certified in food and safety. Reluctantly, he tried some, expecting it to taste awful. However, the next second, he was completely stunned. The exquisite smoky flavor and savory taste emerged from the meat when it was torn, while the potatoes from the Morgue family's region released a rich flavor as they softly broke apart. After Vinci Morgue finished commenting, he couldn't help but wonder who had made such delicious food. After all, if an outside chef had been hired, it would be against the rules of the festival. Hearing this, Dollars gestured toward the kitchen and said, "Of course not. One of our members is cooking them. I'm sure you know him very well. And that person, dressed in a witch's outfit, is none other than me." The academy has a long tradition. Women had to dress as men, and men had to dress as women. Fortunately, wearing a witch's outfit, I didn't need to show up much, since I was responsible for the kitchen. At that moment, because of my culinary skills and beauty, the once quiet stall became overcrowded, to the point that Tudor and Sinclair could no longer move freely to take orders. To be honest, this brings back memories. I finally get the chance to cook the food I used to eat on the battlefield. During the fall, proper food was hard to find. So, in order for the warriors on the front lines to survive, there was a need to make anything taste good. Processing inedible ingredients to make them edible, knowing which parts of a poisonous vegetable need to be cut off, and learning how to make spoiled meat fresh again are just a few things that my comrades and I experimented with a lot. For instance, the potatoes developed by the Morgue family smell like dirt and taste terrible. On top of that, their texture feels like chewing sand. But if you chop the potatoes finely and season them with salt and vinegar, then stir-fry them over high heat with mandrake leaves and sabak tree fruits, the unpleasant smell disappears completely, bringing out their crispy texture and sweetness. Meanwhile, both Dollars and Vinci Morgue were captivated by my beauty, but soon snapped out of it. Just then, Bianca arrived in the kitchen. "What's going on? Why are you in the kitchen?" "Vikir, you're too talented to be wasted in the kitchen. You should be outside attracting customers." As soon as she finished speaking, Tudor immediately retorted anxiously, "No way. Vikir is needed in the kitchen. Do you know how many people have already fallen for his cooking? Are you kidding me? If he steps outside with that face, we'll double our profit." Little did they know, as the two argued incessantly, a diner dressed in a magician's outfit was looking at me. It seems I've come to the right place. The moment he put down his utensils, I felt an overwhelmingly familiar aura. aura. When I turned around and looked at the source of it, I realized it was Osiris, my elder brother. Afterward, Osiris and I stepped outside the stall for a private conversation. Regarding his coincidental visit during the festival, Osiris expressed nostalgia. I remember I also dressed as a woman when I was a student at the academy. I don't think I was as pretty as you are. What brings you here, brother? It's a brother's duty to come when his younger sibling is in trouble. After saying this, Osiris smiled slightly. And I really wanted to see you. As he spoke, something strange was wriggling under his clothes. The next second, a child dressed in a pink bunny outfit suddenly rushed up and hugged me. It was Pomerian, who had been hiding inside Osiris' clothes. I miss you, uncle. Why didn't you come home? Pomerian really wanted to see you. Father gave me a special leave so I could bring Pomerian here to the academy. To this, I was utterly speechless. So the heir of the family is being used as an escort. Upon hearing this, Osiris explained, recently, Pomerian has been holding all the authority at home. Last month, Pomerian said she liked the blood bean chocolate, so father wiped out an entire monster-infested area on the western front and turned it into a cacao farm. That same Pomerian staged a protest, saying she wanted to see you. After a grueling hunger strike that lasted 2 whole meals, father permitted her to visit you. Did you know that Pomerian became depressed after you left? It's been so long since I've seen her smile. At that moment, I froze in surprise. Could Osiris really make an expression like that? If regaining emotions is necessary to reach the level of a sword master, he may not realize it himself, but this is really good for him. Before long, since they came looking for me as they arrived at the academy, Pomerian was tired and fell asleep. Osiris hoped that while they were here, I could spend some quality time with Pomerian. Then, he mentioned that the trade I prepared is progressing well with our alliance with the Mesamadunaro family. But actually, I had heard this news in advance. Before I entered the academy, I created the Truth Investigation Committee for past events. Osiris Le Baskerville, who is in charge of that, has uncovered the misunderstandings and wrongdoings between the Baskerville family and the Mesamadunaro family. As a result, the Baskerville family officially apologized to the Mesamadunaro family. I hear that in the process, the old Baskervilles who participated in the wicked scheme were beheaded. Due to this event, Cindy Wendy seems to have softened a bit and joined forces with the Baskerville family. Whether she truly forgave the Baskervilles or not, only she knows. At that moment, Osiris handed me a letter and a ring. That ring was found near the place where the demon that took over Set's body died. It seems to be a ring with special abilities, so father told me to give it to you since you contributed the most. While he was speaking, I noticed that this ring allows the user to use the barrier that Andromalius once used. The moment Osiris told me the letter was written by Hugo, I was utterly shocked. I couldn't believe that Hugo would write a letter to his son. Surprising, isn't it? But don't worry, I got one too. After saying this, he excused himself to take Pomerian back to sleep. After a brief wave goodbye to them, I opened the letter that Hugo wrote for me. The letter read as follows. To my son Vakir, by the time you read this letter, I know you are also struggling with the same concerns about reaching the level of a sword master, just as Osiris once did. After reading this part, I was utterly shocked. Could it be that father noticed that my level is at the highest rank graduator? Then, I continued reading the rest of the letter. You must be stuck at the 7th Fang right now since you are still a highest rank graduator. In order to execute the 7th technique perfectly, you need to reach the level of a sword master. So I have written down the process I went through in my journey to reach that level. Just as I finished reading the letter, my emotions became uncontrollable. Is this the so-called process you wanted to tell me about? On the other hand, since I was not working in the kitchen, the business at the stall quickly died down, making Bianca, who was still enthusiastically attracting customers, bored out of her mind. But just then, her face suddenly flushed as 2 red-haired women passed by. She seemed captivated by their beauty. It turned out those women were Rose and the masked woman whom I had fought recently. At that moment, Rose was being treated to all sorts of delicious food by the masked woman. Is it good? At the same time, the masked woman also began to realize that today seemed to be Halloween. If that incident hadn't occurred, if I hadn't been forced to make a pact with a demon, would I have entered this academy as well? Could I have spent a wonderful time with him? But before that, she still needed to confirm the Night Hound's true identity. Because that night, when he asked her if Seer was the name of the demon she had made a contract with, she realized he knew about the existence of the 10 elite corpses. So, to meet the Night Hound again, she chose to come to the festival. She felt that as long as she appeared in a crowded place, she could easily lure him over. At that moment, her thoughts were pulled back to that night. The red sword energy displayed by the Night Hound when he slashed the attacking golem, and the red light she saw when she fled that battle were almost identical. Thus, to confirm whether her intuition was right, she needed to remove the Night Hound's mask. Yet even so, she was still very anxious. If it really is him, would he dislike me seeing how I am now? I wonder how much he's changed. Just then, a woman wearing a headscarf suddenly said to her, "Stop thinking about it. Stop these painful thoughts. I'll handle those thoughts for you." She was Seer, the 8th elite corpse, dwelling in her body. But seeing Seer forcibly entering her mental space, she immediately rebuked angrily, "You are clearly violating our contract. The contract explicitly states, I borrow your power, and only if I die does my body fully belong to you, and that you would be allowed control for only an hour of your choosing. So stop what you're doing and get lost. Don't think you can control me as you please." In contrast, Seer, although silent for a long while after listening, soon revealed a sinister smile and removed her disguise to show her true form. Do you think you can accomplish anything with your own power? Your loved ones disappeared, yet you can't do anything. You even hurt your uncle, who loves you the most. The only thing you've ever done alone is ruin everything. On the contrary, thanks to the power you borrowed from me, you were able to find your sister. Without me, you would. Seer's words were not yet finished when the masked woman suddenly cut her off. So what? The person I most want to meet has still not been found. The main reason I accepted your contract was to retrieve that guy's body, but in the end, you still haven't found him, even after searching every corner of the Red Black Mountain. So please stop bothering me now. I've finally found a clue to see him again. Upon hearing this, Seer was greatly shocked. She never expected that the host she parasitized had such strong willpower. But suddenly, Seer's thoughts were sharply pulled back. She felt a special aura generated by the deaths of countless demons, and the source of the aura was just ahead at a nearby stall. We need to get out of here. That disgusting aura belongs to a demon hunter. On the contrary, the masked woman had her own plans. After all, this meant that the person she was looking for was there. Then, the masked woman suddenly dashed towards that direction. Seeing this, Seer yelled at her not to seek her own death, but the masked woman ignored her. Even if divine punishment were to fall, it would not stop her determination to meet the Night Hound. Before long, she arrived at the source of the aura, but the next second, she was stunned. What's going on? How could the Night Hound possibly be a woman? This obviously wasn't realistic, as she vaguely remembered that at that time the Night Hound had black hair and a voice that did not sound like a woman's. Thus, she immediately concluded the person before her was just someone who dressed as the Night Hound. Suddenly, she emitted a terrifying magic power, and the next second, she fiercely smashed her hand on the ground, instantly enveloping a 100-meter radius with a massive magic circle. Following that, came hordes of skeletons summoned from the realm of the dead. At this moment, Bianca raised a question. Isn't necromancy strictly forbidden by the Empire? How can that woman master it so proficiently? On the other hand, the crowd was also frightened and fled in panic. However, these skeletons only rampaged for a while, before they were quickly purified by a massive column of light. This was the divine power wielded by Dolores. Members of the newspaper club, listen up. Ensure the safety of every citizen. As for Anna, Dolores assigned her another task. Quickly report this incident to the professor. After arranging the tasks, Dolores also threw herself into the battle. After all, no one was more suited to deal with the undead than her. On the other hand, the masked woman yelled at Dolores, "Get out of my way, you imposter. The one I want to see is the real Night Hound." Upon hearing this, Dolores immediately questioned, "Why do you want to meet him?" Hearing the word him, the masked woman realized that the other party seemed to really know the person she was looking for, so she asked without hesitation, "What is your relationship with the Night Hound?" Dolores responded without hesitation, "I'm his soulmate." After hearing this, the masked woman's soul was completely disturbed. "Is that so? Then I'll tear that soul apart into tiny pieces and turn you into an undead soldier." As for Dolores, she swore never to let anyone harm the Night Hound. But at that moment, a powerful wind magic suddenly came, easily helping Dolores deal with several skeletons. Only after seeing the face of the person did Dolores realize that it was Sinclair. But as the senior, she naturally couldn't let her junior participate in dangerous actions. "It's dangerous. You should evacuate too." Sinclair refused. She didn't know the reason, but she felt she had to join the fight no matter what. But just then, a huge fireball suddenly smashed towards them. Seeing this, Sinclair immediately deployed a shield spell. However, she knew that the opponent's power was unfathomable, able to cast such intense flame magic while using necromancy. At that time, the masked woman shouted, "I just need to meet the Night Hound. If you don't want to die, call the Night Hound." Unbeknownst to them, just as Sinclair's shield was about to shatter, I finally arrived. The next second, I charged toward the person casting the spell, forcefully stopping this one-sided farce. In contrast, the masked woman, upon seeing the person attacking her was the one she had been desperately searching for, her face immediately overflowed with an expectant smile. "We've finally met again, Night Hound. I have something to say to you personally." But before she could finish, the force of the clash had already blown the confrontation miles away. Meanwhile, at Dolores's side, she stared blankly at everything in front of her, lost in thought. Although she couldn't see clearly who had saved them, she knew it was the Night Hound. If that was the case, then the Night Hound's purpose in moving the location was simply to prevent the people from getting involved. After realizing this, Dolores began to pray devoutly. She really did not want the Night Hound to be harmed at all. At this moment, a relieved smile still dominated the masked woman's face. "There must have been some misunderstanding between us, but I quickly dismissed it. If you are one of the 10 elite corpses, then you shouldn't exist in this world." Hearing this, the masked woman was terrified. "Can you not rush things? Let's sit down and have a proper talk." However, my response was extremely decisive. "This time I will definitely not make the same mistake as before." Just as my words fell, a flurry of armored footsteps suddenly came from a nearby location. Seeing this, the masked woman suggested changing the location. Hearing the opponent's reminder, I told her it wasn't necessary because her ally had left behind a gift. At this moment, as I activated the power of the ring, a bright purple light emitted around me. In the next second, my opponent and I were transported to the barrier space the ring had created. Upon seeing the statues, I realized it was the likeness of Osiris as a child and Hugo when he was young. If my guess is right, this barrier spaces based on the mental consciousness of Set, who was taken over by Andromalius. Meanwhile, as the masked woman looked around her surroundings, all the doubts that once lingered in her heart were gone. As expected, you really are him. So, she made a request to me. Please, could you take off your mask? I need to confirm something. She hoped the Night Hound would listen, as she couldn't remove her own mask or reveal her true identity because of the contract she signed with the demon. But just then, her thoughts were pulled back by the incoming blade. But even though she dodged the attack in time, due to the series of attacks, she was at a disadvantage. What she never expected was, the person she had been searching for had become so terrifyingly strong that she simply couldn't handle him. Unsurprisingly, she was soon seriously injured. Left with no choice, she had to compromise and borrow power from the demon residing within her. The next second, Seer appeared and asked, "How much do you need? Give me half of your power." Hearing this, Seer's heart was blooming with joy. "Then give me half of your day." At this moment, the masked woman's eyes looked fiercely determined. "I don't care, take it." As the pact between them was established, my feet were suddenly seized by the undead creatures from the realm of the dead. "If you refuse to obey and take off the mask for me, I'll have to resort to force." But unbeknownst to her, just after she ordered the undead creatures to attack, the next second, a sword slash came, instantly killing them once again. Then, I swiftly chopped down the rest. Seeing this, the masked woman panicked. Forced by circumstance, she could only continue to compromise. "Seer, give me more power." With that, she had only 8 hours left. Seer reminded her of this fact, but to the masked woman, it already seemed meaningless. Today she had to remove the mask of her opponent no matter what. Who knew that even with the demon's power boosted, the bone dragon summoned by her still could not dominate the scene, and was easily intercepted by her opponent. So she chose to add more power, reducing the time she controlled her body from 8 hours to 4 hours. Meanwhile, as I continued to cut down the attacking undead creatures, I suddenly realized the enemy I faced seemed to have never been serious about attacking from the start. In other words, her intent was only to try to bind me, but what was her reason for doing so? And since I was still effortlessly breaking out of the encirclement multiple times, the masked woman had to continue borrowing power from Seer, compressing the time down to 3 hours. This delighted Seer immensely, as she had been waiting just for this moment. Now, only 2 hours away from her plan to take over the host, as the masked woman's power was boosted again, the undead creatures she summoned were completely transformed. With a mere clench of her fist, she achieved her true goal. However, the toll on her body was too great, yet she didn't complain, because at that moment, right above her gaze was exactly what she had been determined to do all along. "Now, stay still. I'm going to take off your mask." But just then, I escaped from the encirclement of the undead creatures and annihilated them all. Seeing this, the masked woman was completely dumbfounded. "You're already badly injured. How can you continue to fight like this? What have you been through all these years to make you hate demons so much? Please, if you are who I think you are, recognize me." The next second, she conjured a solid wall built of heaps of bones. "Let me ask you one thing. The reason your attacks aren't meant to harm me, but to restrain me, the reason you told me to take off my mask, and the reason you have such sad eyes behind that mask, is it because you have something to tell me, but you can't say it?" And the moment those words left my mouth, I punched through the bone wall in front of me, and with a flick of my fingers, the mask on my opponent's face shattered. I also thought back then, what's the use of this wall if I can just go around it? It's been a long time, Camus Morgue. You've changed a lot. About 3 years ago, Camus locked herself in her room every day, neither eating nor drinking, and the hallways were filled with the sound of her crying. Therefore, the maids of the Morgue family couldn't help but gossip when passing by. They say she's blaming herself for that incident. That day, the family members tried to rescue Miss Camus from the barbarians. Some were injured, some died. But I think, even if everyone except Sir Adolphe died on the battlefield, it wouldn't justify Miss Camus giving up on herself like this. The only possible explanation is that, at the time, Miss Camus' fiancé sacrificed his life to buy them a moment to escape from that monster. But the dead cannot be revived, and they still hope their master would soon recover, even if just for the sake of simple revenge. Little did they know, while they felt sympathy and regret for her, a figure suddenly approached them quickly. The next second, the 3 of their heads were firmly trapped in a water sphere, clearly intending to drown them. Just when they least expected it, the caster turned out to be Adolphe Morgue. A servant's virtue should be their discretion, yet you all use concern as an excuse to spread gossip about your master. After saying this, Adolphe released the 3 from their confinement. "If you let your tongue slip again, I will see to it that it is cut off." After dealing with the riffraff, Adolphe walked straight to Camus' room door. After a brief greeting, he then pushed open the door and walked in. At that moment, seeing the dark environment around him, and his niece sobbing under the covers, Adolphe's emotions were incredibly complex. He sat by the bed and softly comforted her. "Camus, I heard you haven't been eating. Your mother is deeply worried." No sooner had Adolphe finished speaking than Camus responded, "How can I eat when I'm the only left alive? If I hadn't been foolish enough to get captured by the barbarians back then, if I had tried to stop Vakir from trying to fight that monster alone, Vakir wouldn't have died. First I lost Rose, and now Vakir too. It's all my fault." Listening to her niece's self-blame, Adolphe didn't know how to respond for a moment. All he could think of was to give that broken heart a warm embrace. "You must pull yourself together. Don't give up on your future so easily. Even though they are gone, you need to live well for their sake too. It is the duty of the living to carry on the lives of the dead. Hearing this, Camus seemed to awaken from a dream, no longer crying. Do you mean to say that Rose and Fakir wouldn't want to see me like this today? Yes, exactly. And with that affirmative answer from Adolphe, Camus' entire demeanor instantly transformed. She began aimlessly searching through drawers for research tools, then picked up a pen and started drawing a magic circle on paper. She muttered to herself, if the thermodynamic state function of life is the same, then just by slightly modifying the calculation methods and order, hundreds of billions of different results can be extracted. If I could access the negative dimension and draw upon its entropy, and then substitute the quotient and remainder of the positive dimension in an equivalent exchange format. But before she could finish, Camus suddenly became agitated. I can't think properly without energy. Uncle, please prepare some food. Before long, after learning of her daughter's situation from Adolphe, L'Espagne Morgue immediately dropped her work and rushed home, prepared to properly counsel her daughter at the dinner table. I heard you were very worried because I wasn't eating, Mother. It had been several days since my daughter last held a spoon. Of course, I was worried. Upon hearing this, Camus suddenly exclaimed, then I won't worry you anymore, so please grant my request. But when Adolphe heard that Camus intended to use Morgue military power to search the deep forest, he immediately became restless. He still wanted to persuade his niece not to act rashly, but his sister simply didn't want to refuse the request. Wanting the Morgue military power is fine, but only if you promise not to skip meals. Meanwhile, Adolphe quickly interjected, Sister, aren't you being a bit too hasty? Upon hearing this, L'Espagne explained, my daughter still has something she can do. Giving up wouldn't be easy, so the only way is to let her face that decision herself. After L'Espagne's words fell, Camus was happily prepared to eat. Seeing this, Adolphe felt relieved. However, the next second, Camus suddenly showed symptoms of anorexia. Just a small piece of meat, and her body had a severe adverse reaction. Adolphe saw this and quickly got up to inquire about Camus' condition, while also instructing the servants to quickly remove the food from the table and prepare something more suitable for her. But since Camus had already secured the opportunity to search for her fiancé, how could she possibly give up easily? Returning to the dinner table, she swore today she would eat all the food here to the last crumb. At this moment, Camus was eating painfully. At the same time, her thoughts returned to that moment. Those self-blaming words constantly echoed in her mind. She believed that she deserved all this. Her loved one should not have died because of her, so Camus felt that even if it meant trading lives, she was willing to do so. Please wait for me a bit longer, Fakir. But it seems that Day's decision couldn't make Camus' wishes come true. Not to mention the body of her fiancé. Not even a shred of his clothes was found. So after trying everything to no avail, Camus only had one last viable plan, which was to join the Dark Hall, an organization hated across the continent for studying forbidden black magic. At this moment, the person sitting in the high seat is the head of the Dark Hall, Snake Morgue. Seeing the heir of a hostile family step into this place alone, he was also full of puzzlement as he inquired about Camus' purpose. To this, Camus responded with a smile that was already twisted. I am leaving the Light Hall and wish to join the Dark Hall. This statement stunned Snake Morgue. After all, the Light Hall represents the family's official power, while their Dark Hall operates in secrecy, studying and experimenting with dark magic. You do understand what it means to join the Dark Hall, don't you? Who knew Camus would respond so decisively? I'm prepared to live my life hiding in the shadows, abandon my mother, my uncle, and my rights as the heir. However, Snake had long heard rumors of Fakir's death. Surely, you're not thinking of reviving this Fakir using necromancy, are you? Absolutely true. I am here to study the black magic that can bring people back to life. Camus' words shocked Snake. You know that magic is explicitly banned by both the Morgue family and the Empire, yet you insist on using it. Thus, to prevent Camus from implicating the Dark Hall, Snake hoped she would leave immediately. Then, I have no choice. I will simply continue learning on my own. Seeing that Camus can control spirits, Snake was once again shocked. He really didn't expect Camus to be able to self-learn black magic by her own power, and even saying she had pioneered a new realm of magic. Does this mean she's also a once-in-a-century genius like her? In the end, Snake agreed to let Camus join the Dark Hall, but with one condition: whatever comes out of my mouth is absolute and cannot be disobeyed. Hearing this, Camus knelt in submission. I don't care if I lose everything I have, as long as I can bring him back to life. Before long, deep inside the Morgue family's Dark Hall, there is a place that isn't monitored by the Empire or visible to the Morgue family. A space that only the members of the Dark Hall know about. An underground space that spans over 600 floors, and on the 666th floor, Camus was training to use black magic. At that moment, she summoned an undead soldier. Seeing this, Snake was surprised. Even though it hadn't been long since Camus embraced black magic, he could hardly believe she had already reached this level. At the same time, a swirl of emotions starts to sprout within Snake. Pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and sorrow. In that face so identical to her, what am I looking for? Why did I allow this child to join the Dark Hall? But just then, Camus suddenly said, I'm still far from perfect. This isn't enough to fully resurrect the dead. Hearing this, Snake asked Camus if she was really going to use resurrection magic. After all, not only is it hard to learn, but the chances of success are extremely low, and even if she succeeded by some miracle, there's still the risk that the one she resurrected might go berserk or become corrupt. To this, Camus firmly replied, once I succeed, there's no need to worry anymore. anymore. The soul I'm trying to bring back is stronger than anyone's. At that moment, Snake found himself wondering, what exactly am I seeing in this girl? Meanwhile, Adolphe went to Les Payne, asking her if they shouldn't stop Camus from leaving the light hall and joining the dark hall. Looking out the window, Les Payne replied calmly, she hasn't made her final choice yet. I granted my daughter the freedom to go between the light and dark halls to choose wisely. Still, Adolphe was worried that Camus was spending more time with Snake, but Les Payne reassured him that Snake would not harm Camus and was actually helping her. Adolphe wanted to press further, but Les Payne stopped him, forbidding him to talk about this matter again. On the other side, to help Camus understand black magic better, Snake led her to the place where the Morgue family began, the mortuary. At that moment, Snake told Camus that the name Morgue has been passed down since before humans even had the concept of family or nation. It belonged to an ancient bloodline. The morgues mostly took in unidentified corpses, seeking out their relatives, perhaps because they spent so much time with the dead. At some point, members of the Morgue family were able to converse with the dead, and such individuals still appear to this day, just like you, Camus, the current heir. At this moment, when Snake told Camus that black mages who seek the truth believe it can only be found beyond the door of death, Camus came to a conclusion that if she wanted to understand black magic, she needed to become familiar with death. However, Snake dismissed that idea. You'd be doing nothing more than imitating a black mage by doing that. You must first be wary of death. Keep this in mind, heir. A true black mage keeps death at the greatest distance. Before understanding and growing familiar with death, understand and cherish life. A true black mage loves the living more than anyone, has compassion for all that is dying, and seeks to understand them deeply. After hearing this, Camus realized that, unlike how the world sees black mages, they are actually more like great sages or saints. Just then, Camus asked her master why he joined the Dark Hall. At first, Snake hesitated, but after thinking about Les Payne and Adolphe in the Light Hall, he replied, there is light and there is shadow. If one of them disappears, the balance will collapse. A few days later, Camus brought Snake a shocking good news. Master Snake, look at this. A complete resurrection magic circle I developed through my own research. Seeing this, he was directly dumbfounded. Camus' envisioned model was even more precise than the collections he had gathered over decades, truly perfect to the extreme. Moreover, black magic is about exploring the deepest depths of the abyss. Just how deep into the abyss did this girl look by herself to achieve her goal? At that moment, Camus requested Snake's help in performing the ritual. Do you really like this boy, Vakir? After receiving Camus' bright smile and a heartfelt yes, Snake seemed to find the reason why he had always been stagnant in the field of black magic. No matter how dark the abyss, his own bright shining heart should not be eroded by it. As for what follows, Snake decided to help Camus perform the ritual. However, he felt something was off. Camus hadn't found the corpse of the person she intended to resurrect. In response, Camus used her connections to enlist the help of the Baskerville family and managed to obtain a few strands of my hair and some of my blood. She also gathered as many dead spirits as she could from the forest. With those fragments of the body, the soul fragments would respond. From there, she could sort through them. Afterward, Snake and Camus started drawing the magic circle on the ground according to the model style of the magic circle. Have you heard of the ship of Theseus paradox? Even if he regains his body, memories, and personality, will he truly still be himself? That kind of philosophical thinking can wait until after we succeed, Master. At this moment, as the drawing of the magic circle was completed, Camus was eager to begin immediately. Although Snake recognized how desperate she was, he questioned whether she was acting too hastily. Still, Camus insisted she could wait no longer. She had to start as soon as possible to ease the pain in her heart. Immediately, both Camus and Snake poured their mana into the magic circle. Thus, the experiment to resurrect the deceased Vakir officially began. As time passed, the mana began to leak, and dark currents surged within the magic circle. Seeing this, Snake quietly murmured to himself, I believe this magic circle is truly flawless. Could this really become a milestone in the world of black magic? But before his thoughts could settle, he was snapped back by a sudden burst of blood mist. Meanwhile, upon seeing that the summoned spirit shared the same red hue as the Baskervilles, Camus instinctively believed this was the one she wanted to bring back. Overwhelmed by longing, Camus rushed straight to the center of the magic circle without hesitation. But in the very next second, the unexpected happened. Camus was struck head-on by a powerful magical explosion, and her body instantly suffered severe magical backlash. Snake knew that once this occurred, death was inevitable, and just as he feared, Camus began to experience a life flashing before the eyes phenomenon, just steps away from crossing the gate of death. But as for why the experiment failed, Camus couldn't figure it out even in her final moments. Could it be that Vakir had truly forsaken this world and found peace long ago? With this thought, Camus' heart began to waver. If that's the case, then what's the point of everything I've done up to now? I think it'd be better if I just die. That would be easier. Just then, a large hand gently reached out and wiped away her tears. It was Snake. The truth is, I didn't join the Dark Hall because I wanted to. I was someone who could never belong beside my sister because I couldn't exist in the light. I had no choice but to live in the shadows. But when I saw you wear your heart on your sleeve, it made me think, if only I had been honest, if only I had the courage to challenge the impossible, maybe things could have turned out differently. And with that, Snake suddenly pushed Camus. Don't lose hope. Your master believes that one day, you will surely reunite with with your beloved. As for this door of death in front of us, let me close it for you. When they returned to the real world, at that moment, Camus had only sustained some serious injuries, but in her stead, Snake had died utterly. Before long, Camus lost track of time. Her nerves were so tense that she became immobile, and in that moment, she felt utterly desperate, knowing no one would come to rescue her in this deep underground. Maybe I'd be better off dying like this. My master, who died in my place, would probably think it's ridiculous, but I've already tried everything. I don't have the will to live anymore. If there is something that I find unfortunate, it's that I couldn't meet him. But as she thought about this, Camus felt it was quite good. Perhaps one day their meeting point would be in the realm of the dead. But just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from the darkness. You look like you want to live. Hearing this, Camus wondered if it was just a hallucination, but the voice firmly denied it. I am no hallucination. I came here after feeling your longing. I've only read about them in books. But are you a demon? Yes, I am. So you know about demons? Then this speeds things up. In exchange for me saving you with my power, make a deal with me. But Camus directly refused. I don't want to live anymore. However, the demon soon made Camus change her mind. From that magic circle over there, I can guess you're trying to resurrect someone. Is there someone you've lost that you want to see again? If so, you're in luck. That happens to be my specialty. I am Seer, the demon of the dead and decay. If you sign a contract with me, I can let you meet the person you wanted to resurrect. At that moment, Camus remembered the words Snake said while pushing her away. One day, you will surely reunite with your beloved. She really still had a chance to resolve her issues. She thought she had done all she could, but if there's still a method she hasn't tried, she refuses to give up. Just like that, Camus agreed to strike a deal with the demon seer. The scene shifts, and Camus had already returned to the main city of the Morgue family. At the same time, upon hearing the news, Adolphe was both shocked and delighted. Camus, do you know how worried I was? What happened to your hair? What have you been doing these past 10 days? Did Snake force you to do something? But to this, Camus didn't want to respond directly. Passing by, she merely said, Uncle, I'm sorry. I'm a bit tired. I'm going back to my room now. Seeing this, Seer also didn't shy away from adding more. Is that really what you want? Ignoring your uncle just like that, even though it's been a while since you've seen him? Hearing this, Camus coldly replied, Be quiet, Seer. If you don't prove your competence, I'm going to break off this contract. As for the terms of the contract, they are as follows. Demon Seer will lend Camus a portion of its power to help her reunite with Vikir van Baskerville. In exchange, Camus will relinquish control of her body to Seer for 1 hour a day and fall into a complete slumber. Additionally, Camus is forbidden from revealing anything about Seer or demons to others. There were 2 powers lent by Seer. One is the ability to locate anything Camus wants to find, and the other is the ability to bring back the dead. Even with Seer's powers, Camus was able to find her sister Rose, who had been humiliated to death by barbarians, but locating the other person she wished to see proved difficult even for Seer. This is the first time I've encountered such a strange thing. I can't feel the soul of the one you speak of, not even a trace. Hearing this, Camus didn't say much. All she knew was that giving up wasn't an option. After that, Camus began to use the excuse of isolation training to take care of Rose, and at night she acted to find clues about me. As time passed, Camus grew distant from her mother and uncle. Even so, she had no spare time to deal with this matter. She only wanted to focus all her energy on reuniting with me. However, one day, a strange guy suddenly found her hidden base. Although Camus sternly asked who he was and what he wanted with her, the answer she got was, I'm not here to see you, human. Bring out Seer. He was Dantalion, the 9th elite corpse. Afterward, Camus heard from Seer that Dantalion wanted a slave, so he took Rose and vanished. Once that guy Dantalion disappears, it's extremely difficult to find him again. I advise you not to waste your effort. Anyway, if Rose gets messed up, I will still fix her for you, so don't be angry anymore. But Camus was furious. She realized that no matter what, a demon is still a demon. Unbeknownst to her, on the very day Camus went to search for Rose, she encountered a miracle. It's been a while, Camus Morgue. You've changed a lot since we last met. At that moment, Camus' tears flowed freely. However, because of the contract, she couldn't unleash all the words that had been suppressed in her heart. She thought to herself, why are you saying things with such composure when it's been so long since we last saw each other, and you are still alive? Why didn't you come to find me? Do you know how hard I've worked all these years to find you? But before Camus' thoughts could settle, I suddenly strode towards her. So what exactly has happened to you during this time? How did you end up making a contract with a demon? To my words, Camus didn't respond at all. She knew she had no time left, and soon her body would be taken over by Seer. When that happens, I would surely fight Seer. However, Camus don't want me to fight alone again. Thank you for recognizing me and finding me. This time, I give you a score of 100 out of 100. Just as Camus finished speaking, countless spikes suddenly emerged around her and immediately struck her. Seeing this, I act recklessly. When Camus saw blood flowing from my body, her eyes, which had just calmed down, welled up with tears again. What are you doing? I already don't have. But before Camus could finish, I interrupted her. I have thought everything through clearly. It's because of your contract with the demon that you can't talk to me normally. You didn't deal a fatal blow while fighting me, and if ending your life was your way of telling me that you can't talk about it, then don't worry. Leave the rest to me. I will never lose to a demon. Nice to meet you. So you are the so-called Vikir, right? I've heard a lot about you from my friend Camus. I didn't plan to respond to these words. Instead, I questioned Seer. What happened to Camus Morgue? Are you worried? Camus Camus is asleep inside me right now, since I have the right to take over her body for a day. And just as Cyr finished speaking, four skeletons wielding weapons fiercely attacked me. As the sound of clashing metal rang out, it was clear I had reacted in time, narrowly avoiding being pierced by their attacks. Then, based on the surroundings, Cyr concluded that this inherent barrier belonged to Andromalius. It seems you are the infamous demon hunter who killed my two comrades. At this point, Cyr also had a question to ask me. How can there be humans in this world who know about us 10 elite corps? Plus, this is the first time I've had trouble finding a soul. Could it be that you don't actually exist in this world? After hearing what Cyr said, I chose to remain silent. Who would have thought that my attitude would make Cyr laugh? What a cold man. Will you answer me if I tell you Camus' pitiful story? In order to see one man, she dared to use the forbidden complete resurrection spell, but of course, she failed. As a result, she was unable to move her body and lay on the floor for several days in an abandoned laboratory. She already tried everything and didn't have the will to live anymore. But do you know what's funny? She called me a demon, her new hope. After I made a contract with Camus, it was really heartbreaking to hear her yearn for you. Fakir, I'm sorry I left you alone. If I hadn't been captured by the barbarians, you wouldn't have died. I should have been the one to die instead. If Fakir is somehow still alive, then why hasn't he come to find me? No, don't leave me alone. But before Cyr could finish, I had already drawn Beelzebub, swinging it at her. Upon seeing this, Cyr didn't even think to defend, just spread her hands wide, waiting for the attack to hit her. But I actually understood her reason, so I halted my strike. So, you're familiar with contracts made with demons. If I die, Camus dies. At the same time, under the summoning of Cyr's magic circle, a hellish skeleton dog with a gaping mouth suddenly sprang up. Realizing the danger, I immediately moved away, and after dodging the creature's attack, I launched a flurry of strikes with Beelzebub. However, my strikes couldn't inflict any damage on this hellish skeleton dog. Seeing this, Cyr started mocking me. If you think you can chop it up like those creatures summoned by Camus, if you think you can handle the creatures I summon, you're greatly mistaken. A mere graduator brat couldn't possibly cut through my original power. Immediately after, I was successfully hit by the hellish skeleton dog, and its force directly knocked me several kilometers away, smashing me onto a giant sword. Now, forget about saving Camus. You're going to die by my hands. At this moment, I fell into deep self-blame. Camus made a contract with a demon to save me. It was all because I chose to hide in the deep forest that she, who was meant to become a hero for humanity, ended up becoming a demon contractor. From the beginning, I knew that to kill a demon who has made a contract with a human, one must also eliminate that human. So why did I say I wouldn't lose to a demon? Was it just to comfort Camus in her final moments? Just then, my left foot was suddenly tightly bound by Cyr's extending tail. You seem deep in thought for someone in a fight. And as soon as these words fell, Cyr fiercely swung its tail, smashing me hard against the statue of Osiris. However, even after such a heavy hit, my thoughts were still trapped between two difficult choices. Should I save Camus Morgue, or should I save the world? If I choose her and spare the demon Cyr, mankind will face the time of the fall. But as I thought about it, I suddenly realized these weren't the most important issues right now. For me, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I want to hold on to it. At the same time, seeing my distraught appearance, Cyr didn't hesitate to acknowledge its own strength. I didn't expect that the 10th and 9th elite corpses would be eliminated by someone like you. Fakir van Baskerville, are you aware that you're the reason why opening the gate to the demon realm has been delayed? As Cyr's claws pierced through my body, I could deeply feel it. This is the first time in a long time that I have felt such immense pain. At this moment, Cyr continued to mockingly ask me, do you still want to save Camus? You haven't been able to beat me from the start, let alone now that you're barely clinging to life. In the end, you're just a pathetic human who's hoping for a miracle to happen. Unlike usual, this time I gave a firm response. A miracle? I like the sound of that. In the next second, Cyr was dumbfounded as I grabbed both of her horns with my hands. Although she barely came to her senses afterward, my head but had already landed solidly on her fontanelle, rendering it unable to move. Camus Morgue, can you hear me? It's difficult for me to slice this demon down and save you all by myself. Resist the contract. Your contract with the demon that's binding your soul is an absolute. Someone skilled in magic like you can do it. Your soul will burn as the price for resisting it. But in that moment, I'll strike this demon down. Let's make a miracle together. Hearing this, Cyr thought I was insane. At the same time, she kicked me away, then ferociously swore to the sky, I will turn you into my undead soldier and make you work in place of the 10th and 9th elite corpses you killed. You'll bring humanity's destruction with your own hands. But no sooner had Cyr finished speaking than I, with all my wounds healed, began walking toward her. But it really is odd. I always thought the letters from Hugo were just fantasies. I never thought that one day I would receive his help. Even if I lived another lifetime, I couldn't imagine it. Thank you, Father. At the same time, seeing me still have the energy, Cyr finally revealed her ultimate form, ready to use all her strength to kill me. Little did she know, in my view, it's already too late, because at this moment, I was on the verge of becoming a sword master. I will definitely save you, Camus Morgue.